Game of the World Tree Chapter 660 to Chapter 704. Elven Forest, Grey Harbor. Players of all shapes and sizes gathered in the central square of the city. The stage in the middle of the venue was filled with all sorts of items, and the players of Nature's Heart were holding up small auction hammers, passionately auctioning them off. There were all sorts of items being auctioned off, but many of them were exquisite crafts and priceless magical items. Most of the items being auctioned off were said to have been looted from the mansions of the nobles after a few days of chaos in the human world's Morning Star City after accepting a hidden quest. It had to be said that the humans in Elven Kingdom were a powerful force after all. The wealth of the nobles was not something that the half-orcs in the Death Desert could compare to. They had precious high-level magic scrolls, storage magic equipment that was in increasing demand among the players, and some ornaments with rich backgrounds. They had everything that one could think of. The former was what the players needed, while the latter was what the bosses used to show off. Especially now that the Elven Forest was getting better and better, and the various cities were becoming more and more complete, the players were paying more attention to the quality of life in their own homes. Hence, there were times when rare and beautiful crafts could be sold at a shocking price. It was also quite strange. The elves were a race that pursued art, but they pursued crafts stolen from the human world, even though many of the crafts here might have originally belonged to the elves. Of course, if one considered the true identity of these elves, it would be very normal. After all, the elves in history had spent a lot of time crafting exquisite crafts. After all, the elves were long-lived, and crafting crafts was a form of entertainment for them. Now, the Elven Forest pursued rapid development, and most of the players were impetuous. Apart from a few life players who were particularly interested in crafting crafts, the others naturally had no interest in such things. However, there were also players who were constantly paying attention to the exchange market who noticed that there was a new area for exchanging blueprints in the market. In this area, there were various crafting methods of traditional elven magical crafts. These blueprints were naturally put up by Eve. After using the golden divine blood to further strengthen her understanding of the priesthood of elves, the various precious cultures and histories created by the elves since the previous world tree created the elves were reconstructed in Eve's memory. Of course, this included the production methods of the elves' lost magical tools and crafts. Turning those memories into blueprints bit by bit, fusing the player's creativity with Blue Star knowledge, and finally recreating a brand new elven culture in the world of Seekers, it was also a small goal that Eve had set in her free time. After all, his priesthood ultimately included elves. Doing so was, in a sense, an extension and strengthening of his priesthood. The more brilliant the elven civilization was, the stronger the elven priesthood would be. This was also a method many races used to strengthen themselves by believing in the true gods. Although it was cheating to use players to develop a civilization, Eve had the ability to summon them. Meanwhile, more and more elves were returning to the Orlos demiplane. Both sides complemented each other, and it really did seem like the entire elven culture was gradually recovering. In fact, it was even developing in an even more unpredictable and mystical path. This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the bountiful harvest of the players who participated in the Save Sophia battlefield mission naturally led to a craze among the players to fish in troubled waters in the human world. Unfortunately, there were no hidden story restrictions. Most players could think of ways to cheat in the human world, but if they really wanted to pester a group of people to learn from Nature's Heart who had accepted the rescue mission and use the Black Dragon raid, it seemed that they still couldn't get the permission of the system. In other words, it was like facing an NPC in a faction. If they wanted to do something out of line, they would be restricted by the system and lose control of their body. However, even if the system allowed it, the players couldn't stop the little black dragon. Being able to advance to the legendary realm in just a few days after the beating, Eve could see the true potential of the lazy Myrtle. This guy was basically a lazy donkey that would not leave until he was beaten. That was the way to go. So, after it ate 10 whole roasted lambs provided by the players, Eve once again threw it into Sandstorm City to isolate itself. This time, Eve officially gave the Black Dragon's divinity to it. She required it to become at least a demigod before the war of gods and devils. Otherwise, she would take back the divinity and let the other 3 skeletal dragons who were molding their bodies in the gods' kingdom try to become gods. Megalosaurus were all greedy, and Meryl was no exception. It had long regarded the black dragon's divinity as its own, so naturally, it was indignant. After grumbling for a while, it obediently went to improve its strength. In addition, the system's restriction on the players was naturally Eve's doing. After the belief network became stronger and stronger, Eve could use the game network to restrict the players' behavior, and it became easier and easier for her. She would never relax the restrictions on the players, especially now that the number of players was increasing, so she had to pay more attention to this point. Otherwise, if they were allowed to do whatever they wanted, then the world of Seekers would be really lively. The players were Eve's helpers, not troublemakers. However, the players who did not communicate much with the human world might not know the real impact of the battle in Morningstar City, but Eve, who had gradually begun to have more and more believers in the human world, clearly understood what kind of shock that battle had brought to the human world. More than 10 elven gods chosen and a legendary black dragon, they had rescued a noble with elven bloodline in front of a legendary mage, many advanced professionals, hundreds of silver knights, and an army of more than 100,000 soldiers. They had even destroyed the central area of Morningstar City. That was not a small city, but the second largest city in the western part of the empire, second only to the capital. For the Rosen family who controlled the empire's crusade army, for the Holy Mania Empire, and even for the Eternal Church, this was no different from a heavy slap in the face. But strangely, this event that caused a huge shock in the upper class of the human world did not cause a strong backlash and retaliation from the entire Holy Mania Empire. On the contrary, there were serious differences in the human world's views on this event. One of the important reasons was a magic video that was circulating in the black market. That was the focus of the whole event. It was a video of the half-elf girl who summoned elves, the heir of Viscount Zaloran's Wells family, Sophia von Wells, and Duke Rosen. The magic video recorded in detail how Duke Rosen promised Sophia, and how he colluded with the Eternal Church to deceive and threaten Sophia, wanting to take the girl and the Wells family behind her into his pocket. In the end, the girl was so angry that she used the summoning idol to summon elven mercenaries for help. When this video was released, it instantly caused a huge earthquake in the upper class of the empire. Most of the attention of the nobles in the empire was directed to the actions of the Rosen family. On the contrary, the destruction of the elves was gradually forgotten. It could not be said that it was forgotten, but because of the scandal of the Rosen family, the strength of the elves was not so important in the human world. On the contrary, in the black market of the human world, many forces began to inquire about the summoning idol of the elves and spent a lot of money to buy it. It was quite interesting. The incident in Morningstar City involved the struggle of the nobles and the game of politics. Politics had always been a complicated thing. The more power one had, the more powerful enemies one would have in the circle of power. The Rosen family was in the limelight, and many nobles in the empire naturally did not like them. With such a knife appearing, there were naturally people who wanted to take the opportunity to dig out a piece of meat from Duke Rosen. On the other hand, the main character of the incident, Sophia, who had mysteriously disappeared and was rumored to have escaped to the Elven Forest, gained the support and sympathy of many people. Of course, how many of them truly sympathized with her, and how many of them just wanted to use the girl's experience to attack the Rosen family, was a very subtle question. What was interesting was that Sophia's actions and the destruction of the elves were enough to deprive her of her noble status according to the laws of the empire. However, the Empress of the Holy Mania Empire, Maria II, reprimanded Duke Rosen's actions and rejected the proposal of some nobles to deprive the Wells family of their noble status. As for what kind of political struggle was involved in this, it was not necessary for outsiders to know. But overall, the incident in Morningstar City was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up the entire ruling class of the Holy Mania Empire. It made the situation, which had become more chaotic due to the awakening of various evil gods and false gods, even more chaotic and torn apart. On the other hand, the Church of Eternity was quite calm. They only recalled Bishop Santos, took back his bishop status, and deprived him of his administrative and religious rights. As for the civilians, it was naturally another topic of discussion after meals about the decadence and fatuity of the nobles and the church. However, all of this was more or less known to the players of the Amway Chamber of Commerce who had set up downlines in many human cities. But with the feedback of some believers, Eve was able to watch a good show. However, this good show was also related to her. After all, she was the one who released the video in the black market with the help of the players. This was Eve's test of the human world. The human kingdoms were the headquarters of the Church of Eternity, and the human god system was also the strongest enemy that Eve would have to deal with in the future. Among them, what made Eve feel the most pressure was the foundation of the faith of the hundreds of millions of people in the human god system. The more stable the foundation of faith was, the stronger the strength of the true God of faith. Thousands of years ago, when the number of humans in the world of seekers was not as high as it was today, the Lord of Eternity and other true gods were already powerful enough. But now, the number of humans in the entire universe accounted for more than 3/5 of all the intelligent races. It was really unknown how powerful the human god system was. Even if the number of true gods in the entire human god system had decreased, the accumulated divine power of each existing true god was absolutely terrifying. And they were likely to be Eve's most powerful enemies. Perhaps now was not the time to fall out, but after the war of gods and devils ended, after Eve became a great divine power, and after the sealed passage in the world of seekers was completely opened, she was likely to go up against the most powerful true God force in the entire universe. It was necessary to lay some groundwork and plant some nails in advance. At least, through this test, Eve saw the fall of the aristocrats, the decay of the churches, the fragmentation of society, and the division of classes in the past 1,000 years. If there was only one word to describe it, it would be chaos. 2 words to describe it was tearing. The corrupt political situation, the chaotic political situation, and the extremely sharp social conflicts. Eve suddenly realized that although the foundation of the human god's faith was very large, in reality, it might not be stable. It was like a constantly expanding cake. Although it looked very big and gorgeous, in reality, it was filled with all kinds of holes and was not tight. This also explained why after the seal in the world of seekers began to loosen, all kinds of evil forces could easily stir up trouble in the human world. Because of the chaos and darkness, there were loopholes to take advantage of. It was the same for Eve. Otherwise, she would not have been worshipped by several villages in the human world unknowingly. 1,000-mile dike could collapse because of an ant's hole. Eve felt that to defeat the eternal overlords, they could not rely on a head-on battle with the gods. However, Eve only had a rough idea of the specific operation in this area. She still needed to be cautious and experiment with the actual operation. And this time, Sophia, whom the players had rescued from Morning Star City, was the first target that Eve planned to experiment with. Perhaps it was not very humane to say that the experiment should be changed to a trial. Eve still had high expectations for Sophia. However, the half-elf girl that the players had brought into the elven forest was not in a good state at this moment. Outside the high-class room of the Amway Tavern in Grey Harbor, Limu and Demacia looked at the tightly shut door and frowned slightly. Is she still not eating? They looked at the tavern waiter standing by the side, an elf from the Orlos demiplane, and asked. Yes, Lord Limu, Lord Demacia. Miss Sophia has been locking herself in the room and not letting anyone in. It has been a few days. The elf replied respectfully. Hearing this, Limu and Demacia looked at each other helplessly. This is not good. There's still a hidden mission to convert Sophia to the goddess. With her temper, we can't force her. Demacia smiled bitterly. Limu thought for a moment and sighed. Let's try knocking again. With that, he stepped forward and knocked on the door again. The slanting sunlight shone into the room through the window, and the streets were bustling with noise. Sophia stood in front of the window, looking out at the beautiful scenery of the elven city, slightly lost in thought. Her expression carried a trace of loneliness. She thought of the days she spent in Zaloran Castle, the knowledge she read in the castle's books, the glory of the nobles that her teacher had taught her. She had always thought that the nobles were glorious and great, benevolent and wise. She had always thought that the church was just and holy, and the empire was prosperous and strong. That was how the books described it, and how the nobles in Zaloran Castle fawned over them. She herself was also proud of it, and had set it as her goal to strive for in the future. However, in her mind, she kept thinking about the decline of River Bend Town, the abandoned dead baby in the ravine, the magnificent noble's villa in Morning Star City, Duke Rosen's hypocritical and hateful smile, and Bishop Santos' indifferent attitude. All of them told her a cruel truth. Perhaps she had always been too naive and too wishful thinking. Perhaps she had only seen what others wanted her to see. Perhaps she had never truly seen the world clearly. The world was not so beautiful, and the world was not so kind. At this moment, Sophia suddenly remembered what the elven family's subordinate, Zero, Moonlight, had said to her before she left Grey Harbor for Riverbend Town. Since you were young, you haven't really walked out of the castle, have you? At that time, Sophia did not know why he had asked that. But now, she knew. The nobles were not the benevolent and respectful lord in the eyes of the commoners. The commoners were also not regarded by the empire's nobles as objects that should be protected and protected. Even the church was not completely holy and objective. Her perception of the world was like a fairy tale imagined from the exaggerated descriptions of books, a rainbow-colored bubble. However, when the fairy tale was exposed, when the bubble burst, what was left for the girl was a cruel truth, and a completely shattered future. At this moment, Sophia was at a loss. She raised her head slightly, looking at the blue sky, looking at the slowly moving white clouds on the horizon. The cotton-like clouds kept drifting and changing, like an aimless traveler wandering in the endless sky. Inexplicably, Sophia felt like she was a cloud in the sky. There was no power, no direction. She suddenly didn't know where she should go from now on. It wasn't until a steady knock on the door that the girl woke up from her daze. "Miss Sophia, I'm Li Mu. Can I come in for a moment?" A respectful and gentle voice sounded. Sophia glanced at the door and said tiredly, "It's fine. I want to be alone. I don't want to see anyone now. But you should at least eat something. You haven't eaten for a few days. We made your favorite pastries. Eat some to fill your stomach. Don't starve yourself." Li Mu's voice sounded again. "No, there's no need. People like me deserve to be starved," replied Sophia, without much interest. The voices outside the door quieted down. But after a while, there seemed to be a faint commotion. In the next second, the door was kicked open from the outside with a clang, giving the girl sitting by the window a fright. She frowned and turned around. When she saw who it was, her expression instantly turned cold. "Didn't I say that I don't want to see anyone? Why did you barge in when you didn't want to see anyone?" The one standing at the door was none other than Xianxia. Hearing the girl's words, Xianxia suddenly laughed. A hint of mockery surfaced on his face. He then crossed his arms and pursed his lips. Hey, who are you showing that face to? Where did the insufferably arrogant Viscount Miss go? Aren't you the best at mocking me? Why are you like a frosted eggplant after a trip to Morning Star City? Aren't you going to inherit the territory and strengthen your family?" Looking at Xianxia's disdainful expression, Sophia's face turned even paler. "Are you here to mock me?" She clenched her fists and said with a trembling voice. "Mock? Is it worth it?" Xianxia shook his head. He glanced at the girl and sneered. "I'm not in the mood to mock a little girl who gives up on herself when something doesn't go her way." "You?" Sophia glared at him angrily. "What about me? Am I wrong?" Xianxia snorted and continued. "I didn't save you to see you being dejected here. I thought you were one of the few human nobles with a conscience. Although you're a little naive and foolish, at least you have a warm heart. I didn't expect you to only have this much prospects. With this little tolerance, you still want to revive your family?" Hearing Xianxia's words, Sophia's shoulders trembled. She suddenly raised her head and glared at Xianxia. "What are you staring at? Are you trying to see whose eyes are bigger? Otherwise, do you think Big Sister would give you the goddess summoning idol? Big Sister and the rest hate human nobles the most, even if you have a little elf blood." Xianxia glared back and continued scolding. "You." Sophia clenched her teeth. "What about me? Even if I have a lot of problems, I'm still much better than you. At least I've never given up on a goal I've set. No matter how difficult it is. I'll do my best to complete it." Xianxia snorted and said. "Why do you think we're so good to you? At the end of the day, isn't it because of your high fighting spirit and the kindness in your heart? What happened in the end? You gave up on yourself after suffering a blow? You even said you deserved it when you starved? Do you still think you're a little kid and will be comforted by the adults by acting pitiful?" He looked at the girl with a mocking expression. Looking at Damasia's disdainful gaze, Sophia bit her lips until they bled. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. "Get out," the girl said with a trembling voice. "Get out? I won't. I just don't like you today. If you're not convinced, bite me. Aren't you very sharp-tongued? Come on then. Why aren't you coming?" Damasia sneered. Sophia's eyes were spitting fire. "Get out." This time, her voice was very loud, which gave Damasia a fright. However, Damasia quickly adjusted and continued with his nose in the air. "Why do I have to go out? This is my hotel, do you know that? All the businesses of the Amway Trading Company were built by me, Damasia, from scratch. I'm not a piece of trash like you who only knows how to talk and get tired when faced with a small problem." Sophia was filled with grief and indignation after being scolded by Damasia. Her eyes were red and tears gradually gathered in her eyes. Okay, if you're not going out, I'll go out." After saying that, she rushed out of the room without looking back. Looking at the girl rushing out of the room, Damasia quickly followed. He stood at the door and shouted at Sophia, who ran out. "Yo! Where are you going? You can't take it anymore after a few words? Or do you want to die again? Do you want to commit suicide? If you really want to die, please run far away. Otherwise, you'll dirty the city. Even I, Damasia, will look down on you." Hearing Damasia's words, the girl's back swayed slightly, then she disappeared into the street at an even faster speed. After Sophia's figure was completely out of sight, Damasia let out a long sigh of relief. Under Limu's dumbfounded gaze, he sighed with emotion. That was a really satisfying scolding. Limu was speechless. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't use force?" He looked at him speechlessly. "I didn't use force. I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I used sarcasm. Anyway, even if she becomes a faction NPC, I probably won't be able to save my good impression of her. I might as well accompany her to the end. If I can wake her up with my scolding, that would be even better." Damasia spread his hands. Limu was speechless. "Aren't you afraid that she'll really take it too far and commit suicide?" The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke. "No, she definitely won't. She hates me very much. As long as I say so, she definitely won't do it. Even if she wants to go against me, she won't do it. Moreover, her AI setting isn't stupid to begin with. It's just that she's a little inexperienced. I think she should know a lot of things in her heart. She just can't get over it. If she wakes up, she should be able to understand a lot of things." Damasia shook his head. "Are you sure?" Limu raised his eyebrows. "Of course." Damasia nodded. But after saying that, he was a little hesitant. She shouldn't really take it too far, right? With this thought in mind, Damasia subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but after hesitating for a second, he stopped in his tracks. Instead, he opened the chat interface and hurriedly called for people to chase after her in the guild channel. Limu was speechless. "Sometimes, I really don't know if your EQ is high or low." He shook his head slightly and rushed out of the room. Sophia ran through the streets of Grey Harbor with tears streaming down her face. Her heart was filled with grief and indignation. But in addition to grief and indignation, there was also some hatred. It was not hatred for Damasia, but hatred for herself. She actually understood very well that although many of the things he said were extremely unpleasant, they were all right. She was indeed confused and had indeed retreated a little. However, although her rationality told her that she really needed to pull herself together, she really could not accept it emotionally. At the end of the day, she was only a 16-year-old child. Not to mention, she was a bunch of flowers that had lived in a greenhouse and had never seen the wind and rain. Run, it was as if she wanted to vent all the resentment in her heart. It was not until she ran far, far away that Sophia gradually came to a stop. She sobbed slightly, her eyes red and swollen. The anger in her heart calmed down a little, but what came to her mind was a little more confusion. Sophia knew that she needed to change, and she needed to pull herself together. But, how could she work hard? The fallen nobles, the corrupted church, the hopeless people, the dreary society, the whole empire was like an old man in his twilight years, or a huge ship that had lost its direction. She was just a viscountess with no power, no influence. How could she change the future of the territory? The persistence in her heart had turned to nothing, and the belief that was not firm to begin with had completely collapsed. Where should she go? Unknowingly, the girl did not know where she had run to. This seemed to be a relatively quiet residential area. The houses were all newly built and had a strong traditional elven color. The greenery between the buildings was very good. Here, it was as if she was in a garden. There was green grass and flowers everywhere, as if it was enchanted. Even in winter, the grass and trees were still thriving. And on the streets, there were some elves who came and went, wearing more traditional clothes. They did not have the fancy equipment that Demacia and the others had. They looked more simple. At the same time, they did not have the intimidating aura of the elven gods chosen. They seemed more approachable and simple. The elven civilian area. The girl sniffled and muttered to herself. She subconsciously thought of the human civilians she saw in River Bend Town, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Civilian area? No, the elves have never had any civilian areas. A gentle and pleasant voice came from behind, attracting Sophia's attention. The girl turned her head and saw a female elf dressed as a druid. Her robe was as luxurious as the elven gods chosen, but her aura was more noble than theirs. Seeing Sophia's gaze, the female elf smiled. This is the residential area of the returned elves. The residential area of the returned elves? Sophia was slightly surprised. Thinking of some rumors in human society, the girl's eyes flashed with understanding. The rescued elves. She muttered. Sophia looked at the elves in the distance, and what she saw were their blissful smiles. The children were playing happily, and the elderly were sitting on small wooden chairs, leisurely playing war chess, which had recently become popular in the Empire. As for the adult elves, they were busy with their own duties. Their eyes were filled with passion and hope, completely different from the elven slaves and the human civilians the girl saw in the human world. They were not walking corpses, but living beings that were truly free. They seemed to be very happy. Sophia could not help but say. Of course, under the protection of the goddess, all elves will live happily. Because there is no oppression here, everyone is equal. As long as you work hard, there will be gains, and there will be a beautiful tomorrow. The female elf smiled. No oppression, everyone is equal. Sophia's heart moved, and she fell into deep thought. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the other party. How should I address you? The girl asked. The gentle female elf smiled. Wind. You can call me Wind. She said gently. Wind, Sophia muttered the name and looked at the other party's robe. She could not help but ask, are you also an elven chosen one? The female elf nodded lightly and smiled, that's right. Sophia nodded slightly after receiving the other party's affirmation. She gracefully pinched the corner of her skirt and bowed before introducing herself. Hello, Miss Wind. I'm Sophia von Wells. After the introduction, the young girl realized that she had unknowingly used a respectful form of address. Although she used a respectful form of address, she did not feel that it was inappropriate at all. It was as if the elf in front of her should be treated with respect. This feeling was very strange. It was just that Sophia had such a feeling in the dark. No, perhaps it was not a feeling, but a natural ability to differentiate between nobles formed after seeing too many of them in the castle. This chosen one named Wind had a unique temperament that could only be formed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Could it be that she was one of the higher-ups in the elven forest? Sophia thought in her heart. The more the young girl thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. And with this thought, her attitude became even more respectful. Miss Wind, what did you mean when you said that there was no oppression and everyone was equal? Sophia asked seriously. It's the literal meaning. Wind smiled and said. She took out a handful of grains and scattered them on the ground, attracting a flock of white pigeons to fight for the food. She squatted down slightly and stroked the fat white pigeons while saying, there are no nobles among the elves. Even the chosen one who is favored by the goddess does not have a high status. They are only respected by the elves. Even the royal family does not have any real privileges. They only have a very high influence in spirit. Not only that, even the half-elves in the elven forest are not discriminated against by the elves because of their bloodline. In the eyes of the elves, everyone is a family. The entire elven forest is always harmonious and united. As he spoke, Feng turned his head and smiled warmly at Sophia. It is because of equality and because there is no oppression that everyone can live happily here. Sophia's expression changed slightly when she heard Win's words. She glanced at the carefree elves in the distance and shook her head slightly. No, impossible. How can there be true equality in this world? In this world, there are strong and weak. The weak are naturally weaker than the strong. They can only seek the protection of the strong. This world can't be equal. Sophia then pointed at the elves in the distance. For example, since you said that the elves here are all equal, why are some of them dressed more elegantly, while others are dressed more simply? If it's equality, why are some of the buildings here majestic villas and gardens, and some are relatively simple bungalows? Furthermore, she looked at Feng again. Aren't your robe and staff much more powerful than those of many elven chosen ones? If they are really equal, why is there such a big difference? Looking at the serious Sophia, Feng smiled faintly. Miss Sophia. Equality doesn't mean absolute fairness, nor does it mean average. The equality I'm talking about is equality in the rules, and equality in the rules doesn't necessarily mean real equality. Just as you said, the stronger the strong, the more resources they will obtain. This phenomenon also exists in the elven forest. Sophia sneered when she heard Win's words. Then isn't there still a difference? At the end of the day, this world is still unequal. Just like nobles who are born nobly and possess extraordinary powers, they would be stronger and have more resources than the weak commoners. What you said seems to contradict each other in the first place. Looking at the half-elf girl who shook her head slightly, Feng smiled faintly. Miss Sophia, I want to ask you a question, please ask. The girl said. Feng continued asking. How did nobles come to be? Sophia was slightly startled. After a moment of silence, she said. Of course, they inherited the glory of their ancestors. What about their ancestors? Who did they inherit it from? Feng asked again. Sophia was slightly startled. She thought for a moment and said. Of course, they obtained everything they have through hard work and struggle. Feng nodded slightly. You're right. Then, he changed the topic. Then, were they nobles from the start? Sophia fell into silence. It's not like that. She knew the answer was no. There were detailed records in the history of the empire. The founding emperor and nobles of the empire were just slaves of a tribe called Mannia from thousands of years ago. They obtained their freedom through struggle and finally established their own city-state. They fought all over, defeated the Elven Kingdom, and unified the northern part of the continent. Looks like you already have the answer. Feng smiled. What are you trying to say? Sophia couldn't help but ask. Feng looked at the young elves who were playing happily in the distance and continued. The human world didn't have nobles in the past. Nobles are just a privilege created by the human rulers for the convenience of ruling, to strengthen their own power, and to solidify the social hierarchy. In other words, the human world is fundamentally unequal in terms of rules. But the elven forest is different. In the elven forest, perhaps everyone has different abilities and different powers, leading different lives, but everyone is equal in terms of rules. The strong won't look down on the weak, and the weak won't belittle themselves. The weak can work hard to become the strong through certain channels, and the strong will take the initiative to help the weak and let them grow. This is the equality of the elven forest. Sophia fell into deep thought after hearing Feng's words. But she frowned and couldn't help but say. But, among the nobles of the empire, there are also many who take the initiative to help the commoners and let them live a good life. Then, will they let the commoners become nobles? Feng suddenly asked. Sophia froze for a moment. Looking at the girl who suddenly froze, Feng continued. They won't, no matter how well the human nobles treat the commoners, they won't let them become nobles like themselves. At the end of the day, many nobles treat the commoners well only to make their territory more prosperous and their own power more powerful. This is determined by class attributes. Nobles and commoners represent two different classes. In order to consolidate their own class, nobles have to be above commoners, and will definitely oppress and exploit commoners. It's just a matter of how many there are. Nobles will always be in the minority. In order to consolidate their own position, they will never let the commoners truly grow, so, the bottom of society in the human world will always be dark. If they betray their own class, then nobles are no longer nobles. Sophia fell completely silent after hearing Feng's words. Her mind suddenly flashed with the scenes she had seen in River Bend Town and Morning Star City. She thought of the commoners' numbness and hardship, and the nobles' extravagance and extravagance. She thought of the nobles' disdain when they talked about the commoners, and thought of the tragic dead babies in the ravines. At this moment, the half-elf girl felt something faintly stirring in her heart. She felt like she vaguely understood something, but it seemed like she was still lacking a little. Then, is the elven forest different? The girl asked. This time, her expression was even more serious. Of course. Feng nodded with a smile and continued speaking. There are no privileged classes in the elven forest. The strength of one's strength and ability only represent a different division of labor in the elven forest. Here, no one tramples on the dignity of the weak, and no one blocks the path of advancement. Through hard work, everyone has the chance to become a head priest, or even a high priest. Through hard work, everyone has the chance to become strong, or even a god's chosen. Through hard work, existences with elven bloodlines can get closer to the goddess, purifying their bloodline to become half-elves, and half-elves can continue to be purified to become true elves. This is the equality of the elven forest. Here, there is always the vitality of advancement, so everyone is filled with hope for the future, and is filled with passion for life. Of course, the equality of the elven forest is not perfect. For example, there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor among the chosen, and the unbalanced distribution of resources. However, the path is full of twists and turns, but the future is bright, and the future is constantly developing. As long as one stays true to one's heart and doesn't forget it, as long as one has a firm belief and a correct direction, as long as one has an unrelenting pursuit of equality and common progress, then the elven forest will continue to move forward. Everything will get better. Hearing Feng's words, Sophia fell into deep thought. However, when she glanced at the carefree smiles of the elves in the distance, she could not help but say, only the elves are elves. Only the elves would do that. After all, the elves are kind-hearted by nature. Seeing the girl's complicated expression, Feng smiled. Miss Sophia, you've seen the battle prowess of the elven chosen. Do you believe this yourself? Sophia was slightly taken aback. She suddenly recalled the ferocity of the elven chosen when they fought with the guards in Morning Star City. She recalled the various legends regarding the elven chosen, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her face. Miss Sophia. Feng continued. The elven forest doesn't rely on the kindness of the elves. In fact, when the goddess became the protector of the elves had already abandoned the past. Then, how did the elves achieve equality? Sophia could not help but ask. It's faith. Feng's expression gradually turned solemn. Faith? Sophia's eyes widened. That's right, it's the faith of the goddess. Feng said devoutly. All things are equal. This is one of the basic dogmas of the Holy Bible of life. In the teachings of the goddess, she taught us that all things are equal. Everyone has the right to pursue progress, and everyone has the right to defend themselves. The life goddess. Sophia fell into deep thought after hearing Feng's words. She was silent for a moment before she could not help but say, this is the first time I've heard of such a dogma. In the scriptures of the eternal church, the church only tells the world that everyone is born with original sin. Only by believing in God and enduring suffering can one be liberated after death and ascend to the paradise where there is no pain, no despair, and only happiness. So, this is the difference. Feng smiled faintly. Her expression turned solemn as she continued. The goddess is benevolent. In the eyes of the goddess, all things are equal. The goddess teachings hope that the entire world will become beautiful. The goddess teachings not only persuade all things to believe in her, but also truly bring about a beautiful future for all things. However, to the eternal church, believers are nothing more than tools to obtain faith. And to the nobles, the church is nothing more than a tool to facilitate governance. Sophia's heart trembled when she heard Feng's words. She suddenly understood why there were so few devout believers among the nobles. At the same time, Sophia was also a little excited. She felt that she seemed to understand the crux of the empire's decay, and also understood how to save this country that was getting darker and darker. At this moment, she suddenly felt an intense curiosity towards the teachings of the life goddess. She also felt an unprecedented respect and yearning for the life goddess, Eve, Miss Feng. No, Your Excellency Feng, are you a life priest? Can you tell me about the teachings of the life goddess in detail? She asked expectantly. Feng smiled and pointed at a grand and tall building in the distance. Do you see that temple? Head there and seek out a priest named Bian. You will obtain the answers you seek. Following Feng's finger, Sophia saw the temple of life in the distance. Her expression became slightly solemn. I understand. Thank you, Your Excellency Feng. She bowed deeply to Feng. Then, the girl took a deep breath and walked towards the temple of life. She was like a new pilgrim. At this moment, the faint light that symbolized the faith of the eternal church completely dissipated. And vaguely, there seemed to be traces of new power that was constantly being nurtured. After watching the half-elf girl enter the temple of life, Feng smiled and disappeared into the crowd. Farther away, Li Mu and Demacia, who had caught up, were panting heavily. They stared in the direction of the Church of Life in amazement. Wow, as expected of Big Boss Feng. What did she say? That's it? The mission is complete? Demacia looked at Sophia's faint light in the eye of faith and could not help but sigh. That's why she's a big boss player among the priests. Li Mu sighed. Following the wind's guidance, Sophia entered the Temple of Life. This was the first time she had entered a temple of a true god other than the Lord of Eternity. It was also the first time she had taken the initiative to enter a temple of a god, so she felt inexplicably nervous. Unlike the solemn and quiet Church of Eternity, there seemed to be more believers coming and going in the Temple of Life. Here, there were elven chosen ones entering the temple to pray almost every moment. They worshipped and prayed fervently to the pure and holy statue of the goddess with incomparable devotion. Looking at these sincere elven believers, even Sophia was faintly infected. This flourishing faith was enough to show the high prestige of the goddess of life, and also enough to show the firmness of the elf's faith. And this made Sophia respect the goddess of life even more. In her opinion, if the believers did not really live a happy life, it would be impossible to create such a grand scene in the temple. Of course, this was also because the half-elf girl did not know that although the elven chosen ones had the title of the goddess of life, they were actually not true believers at all. Most of them were just fake believers who coveted the appearance of the goddess of life and the exchange shop. The reason why they prayed devoutly in the temple was just to open the exchange shop to exchange for items or to participate in the lottery in the prize pool. In a sense, the relationship between the goddess of life and the players was a little like, since it's free, I'll believe in her more or less. But even this belief was more of a love than a belief that was a dogma of life. The moment the girl entered the temple, she also became the focus of the players' eyes. For a moment, many players cast curious glances at her. Looking at the elven chosen ones who were curiously sizing her up, a hint of hesitation appeared on Sophia's face. And just as she was hesitating whether she should ask someone who was the priestess, a cheerful female voice sounded from the side. You must be Sophia? Sophia's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the source of the voice and saw an elven girl wearing a priestess robe. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. Her exquisite beauty was definitely one of the most outstanding even among the elves. Beside the elven girl stood a male elven priest. On his shoulder sat a cute little elf who was no more than 30 centimeters tall. She had a pair of butterfly-like wings on her back. She was looking at Sophia curiously with her big, pure eyes while happily munching on some unknown nuts. What kind of cute creature is this? Sophia's attention was immediately drawn to it. Looking at her surprised gaze, the elf girl who greeted her smiled. She performed an elven etiquette and said enthusiastically, "Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Roland, one of the silver priests of the Church of Life's Greyhaven branch." After saying that, he pointed to the male elf beside him. This is Natsum, the future head priest of Greyhaven Branch Hall. On his shoulder is his partner, Elemental Fairy Ding Dang. Sophia perked up at his words. With a solemn expression, she bowed to the two of them in a noble manner and said seriously, "I am Sophia. I am looking for you, to listen to the teachings of Her Holiness the Goddess of Life." Roland and Natsum looked at each other and smiled. "Of course, we have been waiting here for a long time," she said happily. After saying that, she touched Natsum's shoulder. A light flashed in Natsum's hand, and a thick stack of books appeared. At the top was the Holy Bible of Life. The big golden words on the cover flickered with a faint light. Below it, one could vaguely see the words "limitations of feudalism, religion and freedom, the awakening of the people," and other words. "This is the learning material that we have specially prepared for you, Miss Sophia. I believe that after reading this, you will have a clearer understanding of your future path." A smiling expression appeared on his face. Through the game network, Eve saw that Sophia had met with Natsum and received the learning, brainwashing, materials from them that she had specially issued a task for the players to sort out. Satisfied, Eve dispersed her character and returned to the kingdom of God. Roland could be considered an outstanding priest among the players. Compared to Demacia, who spread his teachings like a virus, the believers she fooled would generally have deeper beliefs. It would be perfect for her to teach Sophia. "I hope I won't be disappointed." After returning to her God's throne, Eve said to herself expectantly. He still had some expectations for Sophia. If she could cultivate a devout believer and shake the foundation of the Eternal Church's faith, or even bring more believers to herself, that would be great. Although the elf forest was not as good as she said when she pretended to be a character, Eve believed that her church was still much stronger than the Eternal Church's sphere of influence. Of course, the equality and pursuit that she talked about with the girl just now were just words. After all, there was no such thing as equality in the supernatural world where the gods existed. At most, it was just relative fairness between believers. And it was equality and fairness that the gods gave out. It could not be helped. This was the way the world was. But at the same time, Eve was not speaking without thinking. Although she was also harvesting leaks from believers, she had the power of absorb, and as an ancient god, she was obviously more tolerant of believers than other true gods of other faiths. Although she could not give true equality and fairness, at least, in this world where people competed with each other, Eve felt that she could still do better than other true gods of other faiths. Not to mention that there were the players, who took pleasure in being coolies, helping to bear part of the burden. On top of that, with some theories from Blue Star, when the human society in the world of seekers had obviously developed to the limit of feudalism and could not break through due to the shackles of supernatural power, it was still possible to form a set of theoretical information that could disintegrate the foundation of the human kingdom's rule. The rule of the human kingdom was in an album with the Eternal Church. Deconstructing the current rule of human society would also greatly impact the entire Eternal Church. And the impact on the Eternal Church would shake the foundation of the Eternal Lord's faith, which would directly affect the future battle between Eve and him, and this was Eve's real purpose. Of course, Eve had not studied the various theories from Blue Star in depth. She was a university student who had just graduated for a few years in her previous life, and she was the kind who was often addicted to virtual games. She did not know any professional theories, so, when she was fooling Sophia, she would at most say some ambiguous words. But there were always strong people among the players. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Eve only needed to wait for the flowers to bloom. After handing Sophia over to Fengwu and Xiamu, Eve did not care about her for the time being. And the half-elf girl also lived in the Temple of Life in Greyhaven. She learned the teachings of the Church of Life from Fengwu and all kinds of strange theoretical knowledge. Unknowingly, almost a month had passed just like that. During this month, the Elven Forest had once again undergone a significant change. More and more second beta players were promoted to the maximum level of Black Iron. The fastest person had already obtained the quota for silver profession change and became a silver boss. All the players who were summoned, a total of 560,000 people, had already become maximum level Black Iron players. The number of silver players had also exploded. From more than 4,000 people, it had doubled to more than 9,000 people. It was only a step away from 10,000 people. Of course, the price was also huge. The growth of Eve's divine power had greatly slowed down. Most of it was used to support the players and maintain the operation of the game. But even so, with the war missions, with the players killing in various dungeons, and with more and more believers providing the power of faith, Eve's divine power had reached more than 22,000 points. She was only 7,000 points away from becoming a great divine power. Another interesting thing was that after the players created havoc in the Morning Star City, the summoning statues that Eve had secretly released in the black market became completely popular. Recently, Eve had received more and more elves. Most of them were from the forces of the human world, but there were also many from other intelligent races. The purpose of the summoning was all the same, to be a fighter. Regarding this, Eve naturally accepted it with a smile. Anyway, except for Sophia, who had ulterior motives, the summoners would pay the price for the other elves to summon. It would be a waste if she did not accept the summons. She could still kill people to gain experience and train her troops at the same time. If she was lucky enough to meet an evil god, it would be an appetizer for Eve. Therefore, all the summoning of elves was treated as a battlefield mission by Eve. At the same time, it brought the players a rich gaming experience, and at the same time, it also brought the overall strength of the players to a new height. Eve believed that if the players were to turn out in full force, the damage they could cause would be absolutely terrifying. Of course, considering that the mana density in the world of Seekers was getting faster and faster, considering the rich high-end combat power of the other races, and considering that the whole continent's supernatural power was growing rapidly, and Eve deliberately kept a low profile, the changes in the elven forest were not particularly noticeable. While the overall strength of the players continued to increase, their exploration of the continent of Seekers was getting deeper and deeper. The Titan ruins near Milovia and the Titan ruins in the Death Desert had been explored to the deepest parts. Although they did not find anything that could make Eve's eyes light up, there were still many substandard artifacts that could satisfy the players' needs. It was worth mentioning that the players found some elven items in the Titan ruins near the coastal city of Milovia. Most of them had been abandoned for hundreds of thousands of years, and there were no traces of battle. It was as if they were deliberately left behind. Eve paid a little more attention to this matter, and waited for the players to investigate further. Moreover, more than 70% of the entire elven forest had been mapped by the players, and the only place left unmapped was the mountainous north. There were already max-leveled players who formed their own parties and began to search for the remaining two large elven cities in the north, Crystal City and Icebound Valley. The players' footsteps were all over the areas that Eve had granted access to. There were even many who formed their own mercenary groups and joined the war between the Empire and the Borderlands in Maple Leaf territory. Of course, there were not many who did so, because it was troublesome to run to the resurrection point. Only the players who loved adventuring as mercenaries would do so. Somehow, they managed to make a name for themselves as elven mercenaries from another angle, and collected a lot of information about Maple Leaf territory. It was an unexpected gain. However, the development of the rebellion in the Holy Mania Empire's Maple Leaf territory was somewhat beyond Eve's expectations. Eve had thought that with the support of the Church of Eternity and the support of a large population, the Empire's punitive army would at least have the upper hand in the battle against the rebel army of the border counties, even if it wasn't an overwhelming victory. However, half a month ago, when the Empire's Crusade army fought with the rebel army for the first time, they were almost defeated. After 3 days of fighting, the entire army was routed, and more than 20% of the 80,000 troops were lost. Regarding this, there was an uproar within the human empire. Even the players who often did business with human caravans had heard about it. Rumor had it that the Borderlands used an evil behemoth similar to a behemoth in the war, which was suspected to have the bloodline of the Titans, to defeat the Empire's army. Not only that, after the victory in the war, the Borderlands announced the expulsion of the Eternal Church in the territory in a high-profile manner, which was a complete falling out with the Church. This was quite serious. The Eternal Church had a transcendent status in the human world. The Borderlands' actions could be said to have completely confirmed one thing. That was, he really colluded with other mythical forces. Only mythical forces could fight mythical forces. Only with the support of mythical forces could a lord have the confidence to fight against the original faith, coupled with the various rumors from the Maple Leaf territory, as well as the various details of the first battle between the two sides. All of them pointed to the mysterious existence behind the Borderlands as a revived evil god. Moreover, it was very likely that it was an evil god with the bloodline of the Titans, or even, it could be said that it was a fallen Titan, associating it with the various secrets that the god of dwarves and smiths, Dolph, had told her, coupled with the mysterious ruins of the Titans in the Maple Leaf territory, Eve was very suspicious that the one behind the borderlands was the surviving fallen Titan. Of course, this was only Eve's speculation. The war in the Maple Leaf territory would not end in a short time, and the existence behind the borderlands would gradually surface with the progress of the war sooner or later. Eve did not intend to get involved at this time. After all, the fisherman would only benefit after the snipe and the clam fought. And the half-elf girl, Sophia, whom she had high hopes for, had not yet finished learning. At this time, it was better to watch the war for the time being. Just as Eve sat peacefully and watched the turbulent situation on the continent, a strong throbbing suddenly came from the canopy of the World Tree projection in the center of the God's kingdom. Eve's heart moved, and she looked at the center of the God's kingdom. The 3 bone dragons who had taken refuge with her were about to break out of their shells. The World Tree's divine kingdom, the Garden of Eden. Under the magnificent giant tree in the center, the elemental fairies who were naturally curious had already sensed the throbbing of life and could not help but fly here to watch. Suddenly, 3 huge cocoons of light on the crown of the tree bloomed with dense light, and traces of powerful pressure swept out in all directions. Then, traces of cracks appeared on the cocoons of light, attracting the attention of the little guys. Accompanied by cracking sounds, cracks began to appear on the cocoons of light. The cracks continued to spread, and soon, like a spider web, covered the entire cocoons of light. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and the 3 ancient consciousnesses slowly recovered. In the dazzling light, under the surprised gazes of the elemental fairies, the cocoons of light suddenly shattered, and 3 huge figures flew out one after another. They spread their wings that covered the sky and flew in the sky above the divine kingdom, like kings descending. They were 2 megalosaurus, 1 gold and 2 silver. Their bodies were larger than normal, probably hundreds of meters long. The leader was the gold dragon. He looked majestic and noble, and the soft thorns-like whiskers under his huge head made him look as wise as a saint. The sail-like wings behind him extended from his shoulders to the end of his tail, and the shiny golden dragon scales on his body were like pieces of molten gold, looking extremely noble. The remaining 2 silver dragons were slightly smaller than the gold dragon, but they were more slender. They shone like pure metal statues, and the high eyes on their faces and the whisker-like thorny fins on their jaws formed their noble appearance. A cluster of thorny folds towered above their heads, extending along their necks to their tails. However, the most attractive thing was their eyes that were as deep as mercury balls, and they looked full of wisdom. The 3 megalosaurus flew in the air, raising their heads and letting out a long roar. The loud dragon roar resounded throughout the divine kingdom, spreading further and further. That sound was filled with excitement and excitement. The elemental fairies were shocked and hurriedly flapped their wings and flew in all directions. Until, a bright photon began to gather in midair. Accompanied by an ethereal hymn, a golden light outlined in front of the giant tree, attracting the attention of the elemental fairies and megalosaurus. The megalosaurus were shocked. They landed on the ground one after another, folded their huge wings, and slightly lowered their proud heads to show their submission in the direction where the light was converging. All the elemental fairies stopped and bowed respectfully in the direction of the photon. However, they were small and cute. When they saluted like this, it was a sharp contrast to the megalosaurus, which made them look charmingly naive. The light slowly dissipated, and Eve, wearing a crown and a luxurious divine dress, appeared in front of the megalosaurus and the elemental fairy. The 3 megalosaurus were excited when they saw Eve arrive in person. They bowed their heads gratefully and said respectfully, "Great and merciful Lord Yggdrasil, thank you for giving us a new life." Eve nodded gently and smiled. "No need for formalities. My full name is Eve Yggdrasil. Just call me Eve." The 3 megalosaurus bowed again. Lord Eve, looking at the 3 majestic megalosaurus, Eve was very satisfied. Their auras were powerful, and each of them was a real demigod-level mythical megalosaurus. What surprised Eve even more was that they were not only mythical megalosaurus, but also the golden dragon and silver dragon, which were more powerful even among the mythical megalosaurus. When they were all skeletons before, Eve could not distinguish them. She could only vaguely tell that there should not be a black dragon like Meryl through some of the characteristics of the bones. During the process of reshaping the body, Eve did not deliberately investigate, leaving herself in suspense. Now that she saw the appearance of the 3 big guys, it was a pleasant surprise in a sense. Her gaze swept across the three megalosaurus, and Eve finally focused on the golden dragon in the lead. Mars, how do you feel about your new body? She smiled. The golden dragon was naturally the leader of the three bone dragons, Mars. The other two silver dragons, when they were still skeletons, also reported their real names to Eve. They were Mercury and Venus. Very good, I feel that I am full of power now. If I can swallow a few more rounds of magic gold, I think I will soon be able to return to my previous peak. Golden Dragon Mars said happily. Swallow a few rounds of magic gold, Eve could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Magic gold was a precious magic metal that was more precious than mithril. The magic it contained was purer than the purest magic stone, and it was a common material used by the gods to create artifacts. A few rounds of magic gold. If it was converted to the equivalent of divine power, it would be 100 or 200 points. Golden dragons were indeed gold-swallowing beasts, Eve thought to herself. At the same time, she could not help but think of a player who had obtained a golden dragon contract. What was his name again? He seemed to be an optimist. It was said that in order to raise a dragon baby, he was so poor that he could not even afford to repair the trashiest artifact. He was clearly a silver boss whose ID could be seen on the leaderboard. Lord Eve, thank you for giving us a new life. According to the contract, we will be loyal to you for 1,000 years. What do you need us to do now? The three megalosaurus asked respectfully. Eve withdrew her thoughts and looked at the mythical megalosaurus. 10 months later, the gods will go to war with the abyss and start the war of gods and demons. I will also participate. You will be my help in this war to attack the evil gods of the abyss. Hearing Eve's words, the eyes of the three megalosaurus lit up almost at the same time. Metal dragons were a dragon species that advocated justice by nature and loved to fight against evil, especially the golden dragons and silver dragons. Although the three megalosaurus were all ancient megalosaurus, at that time, the distinction between colored dragons and metal dragons was not as clear as it was now, but overall, they were definitely interested in fighting against the abyss. Lord Eve, kind and righteous, the evil gods of the abyss are the common enemy of all intelligent life. We are more than willing to assist you and punish evil together. The three megalosaurus replied without hesitation. Looking at the big guys who were eager to give it a try, Eve nodded slightly. She smiled slightly and continued. Of course, there are still a few months before the war of gods and demons. During this time, you need to familiarize yourself with your new bodies as soon as possible and further recover your strength. You also need to communicate with my dependents and prepare for cooperation in the war. Your dependents? The megalosaurus were slightly moved. They lived in ancient times. At that time, the world tree had not yet created the elves, so they naturally knew nothing about elves. Not to mention the players in elven skin. With this in mind, Eve said gently. They live in the Emerald Forest and the Emerald Mountain Range, but, now these two places have new names, Elven Forest and Gloom Mountain Range. Elven Forest? The megalosaurus's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Elves are their names. You'll know when you see them. Eve showed a meaningful smile. I believe you'll like them. With that, she waved her hand slightly and outlined a huge door of light in midair. God's kingdom is not a place for you to stay for long. When you're ready, leave this place and return to the world of seekers. I hope you can get along well with my dependents and teach them some knowledge of the ancient megalosaurus. In the near future, you will be comrades who work together. With that, Eve dispersed her incarnation. Of course, she did not forget to release the megalosaurus recruitment mission that she had already prepared. The three megalosaurus bowed their heads again and respectfully sent Eve off. After the light of divine power disappeared, they looked at each other and discussed with each other. Her Holiness the Goddess of Life is really a gentle myth. I never thought that I would be able to feel the vitality of life again one day. Silver Dragon Venus sighed. She was the only female dragon among the three megalosaurus. She has always been like this. Now I'm quite curious about her dependents. I wonder what kind of life they will be. Golden Dragon Mars said with a respectful expression. Indeed, Her Holiness Eve's magnanimity and kindness make me ashamed. When the Titan Mausoleum had just been revived, I was even thinking about how to reject his recruitment, but I didn't expect that he would only ask for 1,000 years of loyalty. Compared to the price of reconstructing our bodies, it's simply incomparable. Silver Dragon Mercury nodded and said. So, whether it's us Megalosaurus, the Titans, or other ancient gods, we will all have respect for her. 1,000 years. For existences like us, it's just the time to sleep. After 1,000 years, we will naturally be free to return to the country of the Megalosaurus. Mars said with emotion. After that, he looked at the two Megalosaurus again. So, what do you two plan to do next? Leave here and go to the Emerald. Elven Forest. I'm quite curious about the changes in the outside world, and I'm also very interested in the dependents that Her Holiness Eve mentioned. Listening to her tone, these elves may have developed their own civilization. Silver Dragon Mercury said with a little expectation. Silver dragons loved to make friends, regardless of race. They were the most sociological and helpful dragon species. Although the ancient silver dragons might not be so obvious, they also had this tendency. In particular, races with limited lifespans were more favored by silver dragons. They liked the yearning and enthusiasm of intelligent creatures for life the most. In fact, many silver dragons in today's world of seekers lived as long as they lived in their dragon form and their human form. They would often choose a gentle human-like character, such as a kind old sage or a young wanderer, and they would often develop strong friendships with their mortal companions. In addition, silver dragons were especially fond of civilization and history, and they were very keen on exquisite jewelry and art, so, at this moment, it was normal for Mercury to be curious about elves. Of course, this kind of curiosity was not equal. Megalosaurus were arrogant by nature. Even making friends with mortals was just a game in their dragon life in their eyes. For these powerful existences, bugs were still bugs after all. Unless it was an existence that was truly recognized by them, it was possible to develop a long-term friendship. Sometimes, it could even last for several generations or even more than a dozen generations. Silver Dragon Venus also had the same interest. When Mercury was talking about his plan, she kept nodding and agreeing. After talking about their plan, Silver Dragon Mercury and Venus looked at Mars again. Your Excellency Mars, what about you? Mars raised his head slightly and said, Don't worry. I'm also curious about Her Majesty Eve's family. If there's a chance, I'd like to give them some guidance. Hearing Mars' words, the two silver dragons nodded inwardly. Gold dragons were respected by other metal dragons for their wisdom and just image. At the same time, they often disguised themselves like silver dragons and sneaked into other intelligent creature settlements to help those in need. However, unlike silver dragons who liked to form long-term friendships with intelligent creatures, gold dragons were more solitary and indifferent. They did not necessarily disguise themselves as intelligent creatures, but they often turned into animals and became friends with mortals. Then, after a few days or weeks of companionship, they parted ways. Gold Dragon Mars did not finish his words. After talking about his initial plan, there was a hint of yearning in his eyes. After that, I'll find a suitable place in the forest to build a nest. The scenery in the Emerald Forest is still good. I think I should be able to find a beautiful and quiet lakeside or riverbank, or an island surrounded by fog and a group of caves behind a glittering waterfall. If there are any ancient ruins, it's also a good choice. Such a place is quiet and charming. It's a good place to rest. It's certainly impossible to sleep for 1,000 years of loyalty. If I spend it soberly, it's also very necessary to find a comfortable nest. Hearing Mars' words, the two silver dragons nodded in agreement. Although they were not interested in lakeside or caves, they were still quite interested in building a nest in ruins. It would be best if it was an abandoned mountaintop castle built by some intelligent species or a remote tower built by a deceased mage. These places were not difficult to find in ancient times when the old civilizations of various intelligent species had not been destroyed by the battle between the Megalosaurus and the Titans. It could be said that it was a good place that every silver dragon dreamed of building a nest. They just did not know what was going on outside now. As they continued to imagine, for a moment, the three mythical Megalosaurus were looking forward to it. They also yearned for the new life that was to come. Let's go. It's time to leave here. Gold Dragon Mars stood up, his long golden beard swaying constantly. After saying that, he let out a long cry, flapped his wings, and flew high. He brought along a whirlwind and flew toward the constantly flickering light door. The two silver dragons looked at each other, let out a long cry, and followed him. The Megalosaurus left, the light door disappeared, and the Garden of Eden returned to peace. The gentle winter sun shone lazily on the ground, illuminating the winding, frozen rivers on the surface of the earth. The vast forest had lost most of its color. Instead, it was covered with a layer of white snow, as if it was covered with a layer of silver frost. The continuous coniferous forest was like a snow tower. As far as the eye could see, it was a world covered in silver. This was the northern part of the elven forest. It was a vast area where the temperature in winter could reach below zero. At the same time, it was also the area with the most sightseeing players in Elven Kingdom during winter. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the blue sky, and 3 huge light gates appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a few loud dragon roars, 3 huge figures appeared in the sky. It was Mars and the other 2 mythical megalosaurus. They spread their wings and flew high, looking down at the vast land. Their golden and silver eyes were filled with excitement. Jadeite forest, this is the Jadeite forest. It can't be wrong, such active magic power, such a vast forest, this must be the Jadeite forest. Silver Dragon Mercury said excitedly. Now, you should call it the Elven Forest. Golden Dragon Mars shook his long golden beard as he spoke. He seemed to be in a good mood. Silver Dragon Venus sized up the snowy landscape on the surface, its eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Such a charming snow scene, this, should be the northern part of the forest. It's still so pleasant after more than 100,000 years. Yes, it seems that Her Majesty Eve sent us to the north. I see that there are few people here. Perhaps she thought that we would attract too much attention and easily cause panic among the elves. Mars said. The 2 silver dragons nodded secretly. Mercury looked at the ground in the distance and said, there are traces of traces in the distance. There seem to be some traces of a village in the distance. It looks like a camp. Perhaps it's the elven settlement that Your Majesty mentioned. Do you want to take a look? Venus was eager to go. Of course, this is our goal. Familiarizing ourselves with the world of this era is what we old bones need. Mercury nodded. The 2 silver dragons reached an agreement and looked at Mars, who was in the lead. Your Excellency Mars, do you want to come? Golden Dragon Mars looked into the distance and shook his head slightly. I want to turn into an animal and travel around, so I won't be going with you too. The 2 silver dragons were not surprised to hear this. Compared to turning into a humanoid creature, the golden dragon did prefer animals when it traveled the mortal world. Unless he encountered some irresistible force or met some extremely interesting existence. Then we'll take our leave first, Sir Mars. See you later. Silver Dragon Mercury said. After saying that, he and Venus used dragon language magic to conceal their figures and flew toward the village in the distance. After the 2 silver dragons left, Mars circled around and descended to the ground. His body kept shrinking and changing until he finally turned into a majestic stag. This was the shape-shifting spell of the draconic magic, which allowed him to transform into any creature he wanted. The snowy scenery in the forest was incomparably enchanting. Icicles hung upside down from the trees, shining like gems under the sunlight. Mars ran through the snowy forest, his mood incomparably relaxed. The surroundings were incomparably quiet. Perhaps it was because it was winter, but no other living creatures could be seen. But as a demigod, Mars' perception was quite sharp. He could still perceive the hibernating or resting animals in tree holes, under the snow, in the soil. In addition, he could also sense some unfamiliar auras. Their strength was probably between black iron and silver, and they seemed to be moving in groups. Moving in groups in winter. They should not be ordinary animals, and there was no smell of wolves. Could it be an intelligent race? Mars' heart skipped a beat. He thought of the elves that Her Holiness Eve mentioned. With a curious mood, he took a step forward and approached those auras. After passing through a few ancient trees and a bush, Mars finally saw the owners of the auras. There were more than 10 slender humanoid creatures. They were wearing shiny armor, and Mars could not help but swallow his saliva. Humans? Mars was curious. However, when he saw the appearance of these humanoid creatures, he overturned his thoughts. There was no other reason. These humanoid creatures had delicate skin like snow. Their appearance, even with the aesthetics of the megalosaurus, was quite outstanding among humanoids. Not to mention, they also had a pair of pointed ears. Their appearance seemed to be very similar to the goddess of life. They were also very similar to the flying elemental fairies that Mars saw in the goddess kingdom, except that they were larger in size and did not have wings. Not only that, but Mars could also feel an exuberant vitality from them. He saw that these tall creatures were looking at the sky excitedly, as if they were looking for something. They were also mumbling in a language that Mars could not understand. They should be elves, right? The mythical megalosaurus thought. After thinking about it, he quietly cast language proficiency in the dragon language magic. The next moment, he understood what these creatures were talking about. Megalosaurus. Did you see it just now? Megalosaurus. What a big megalosaurus. I saw it. I saw it. 1 gold and 2 silver. So big. Bigger than Meryl. Not just Meryl. I think they are bigger than the megalosaurus that sent eggs to Dragon Island. Where did they go? Are they new NPCs? I don't know. They seem to have disappeared all of a sudden. They should be the megalosaurus that was mentioned in the lucky mission that was announced to the whole server just now, right? Hurry up and find them. We'll be rich if we find them. The humanoid creatures were discussing animatedly, and their faces were full of excitement. However, even if he could understand their words, Mars felt that he couldn't quite understand what they meant. Megalosaurus that sent eggs to Dragon Island, NPC. Whole server, lucky mission, what was all this? Mars was completely confused. I'm really old. I slept for 200,000 years. I feel that I may not be able to keep up with the times. He thought in his heart. With this thought, Mars no longer hid his figure. Instead, he took the initiative to approach these creatures that were suspected to be elves and secretly cast identification. With the identification, the identity of these long-eared creatures officially entered Mars' field of vision. As he speculated, they were indeed the elves that Her Holiness the Goddess of Life had mentioned. Not only that, Mars noticed that the proportion of druids among these elves was very high. It could be seen that they should be very fond of nature and probably also quite fond of animals as companions. This was a good opportunity to communicate with them. His breath was exposed, and he took the initiative to step on the withered branches on the ground. Mars quickly exposed his figure and attracted the attention of the elves. He saw that they all cast their gazes over, and there was some vigilance in their eyes. However, when they saw Mars, this vigilance quickly turned into surprise. Forest deer. There are forest deer in this area? They were excited. Seeing how happy these elves were, Mars was also in a good mood. It seemed that he had made the right choice. These elves were indeed very fond of animals. However, just as this mythical megalosaurus was in a good mood and was about to continue to communicate with them, he saw that these long-eared creatures in front of him took out the bows and arrows behind their backs and aimed at him. Tonight, we can have more food again. One of the druid elves licked his lips and raised his staff. In the next second, he used entanglement on Mars. Mars was speechless. A certain golden dragon stared in bewilderment as the dozen or so elves grinned, revealing their white teeth. Then, arrows and spells rained down on the golden dragon. Mars was speechless. He was stunned for a second, and his heart was filled with anger. He understood that the other party was treating him as prey, and a prey that they intended to treat as food. Mars subconsciously wanted to reveal his original form. However, when he thought of what these long-eared creatures were talking about, he forced himself to hold back, turned around, and ran. If he did not hear wrongly, these fellows seemed to be looking for him. If he revealed his true form at this time, the other party might get what they wanted. If that was the case, then he would look for other elves. This was the case for the golden dragon. As a kind and righteous dragon species, although he did not like the behavior of these elves who attacked without saying anything, considering that this was not an evil action, he was not hostile. After all, he was the one who transformed first, and the forest deer, which was a relatively weak animal, could indeed be treated as prey by some intelligent creatures. But no matter what, since they dared to attack him, it was not fate. A myth was a myth after all. Although he had changed his form, after deciding to give up on contact with these elves, Mars disappeared from the sight of the elves with just a few leaps, leaving behind more than 10 elves holding their weapons, their mouths wide open in shock. F***ck. He ran so fast. Did this forest deer become a spirit? Giving up on contact with these elves, Mars continued to wander in the forest. At this moment, he was not in a good mood. The elves that His Holiness mentioned seemed to be too aggressive. They are not as warm and kind as the elemental fairies said. He muttered to himself. Forget it, let's look for other elves. Mars shook his head. He had just remembered the aura of the elves. This kind of aura did not seem to be rare in the forest. Just by sensing a little, he sensed a lot of them within a radius of 10 kilometers. Finding a direction, Mars went up to meet them. But after taking a few steps, he thought about it and changed his appearance again, becoming a wind wolf. This was a stronger magic beast, and it should not be treated as food anymore. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Mars imitated Lone Wolf and howled, then ran toward the new location of his perception. A few minutes later, the golden dragon saw the familiar long-eared creatures again. This time, there were fewer elves, about 7 or 8 of them. However, just as Mars appeared, these elves were also happy and raised the weapons in their hands naturally. Wow! What a big wind wolf! We can have an extra meal tonight. The fur is mine, I want to make a coat. Mars was speechless. You even want to eat a magic wolf? Another wave of magic and arrows hit him in the face. Mars roared angrily and walked away, swaying his butt. F***ck. He ran away so fast. Is this wind wolf a mutant? Mars was speechless. After escaping the pursuit of the elves, Mars was a little doubtful of his dragon life. Was this the elf that Her Holiness Eve said they would definitely like? To be honest, if it were not for the fact that the other party was a descendant of the goddess and did not know his true identity, the golden dragon would have taught them a lesson at this moment. Change to a stronger magic beast. Mars thought after taking a few deep breaths. He used the dragon language magic again, and this time, he became a strong mountain bear. After finding another group of elves, Mars moved towards them. A few minutes later, wow! It's a mountain bear. My luck is great. We'll eat grilled bear paw tonight. The bear skin is mine, I want to make a fur coat. Under the elves' excited gazes, another wave of magic and arrows hit Mars' face, and a few magic guns also shot at him. Mars was speechless. Mars tried several times in a row and failed several times in a row. He changed from an animal to a magic beast, from a low-level black iron magic beast to a mid-level silver magic beast, but no matter how he changed, the result was the same after encountering the elves. For some reason, these elves seemed to have an extremely strong desire to hunt. Every time they met, without waiting for him to express his goodwill, they would attack together, making the golden dragon even more speechless. And the reason was surprisingly consistent. Most of the time, it was for eating. Why could these elves eat anything? Mars was speechless. If they were not eating, they were making clothes and equipment, or they were capturing them to sign a contract as a mount. He suspected that the elves he met were all fake druids, too unfriendly. If Mars also had favorability, at this moment, his favorability toward the elves must have dropped to the freezing point, but even so, he still remembered the instructions of Her Holiness the Goddess of Life. Since Her Holiness Eve said to get along well with the elves, then as a contractor who had signed a 1,000-year loyalty contract, he had to carry it out. Looks like I can only try to change into their appearance. Her Holiness Yggdrasil is highly respected. Since they are her dependents, there must be something good about them. There must be something wrong with my method of contact. Mars thought in his heart. With this thought, he simply changed his plan and gave up his favorite animal form. Instead, he became a tall elf. At the same time, golden dragon scales also appeared, imitating the appearance of the elf just now, and turned into a gorgeous and eye-catching armor. After transforming, Mars found another direction and walked over patiently. With his senses, Mars quickly discovered 2 more elves wandering in the forest. These 2 elves were at the peak of the lower silver level. One was a warrior, and the other was a mage. They seemed to be searching for something in the forest. Mars tidied up his image, then imitated their actions, pretending to be searching, and approached them. He deliberately stepped on the snow and quickly attracted the attention of the two elves. "Brother, there's a situation," the elf mage said cautiously. One of them raised his staff, and the other held a steel sword. They were ready for battle. However, when they saw Mars appear in their field of vision through the bushes, especially when they saw the silver player's school uniform equipment, they quickly lost their momentum. "So it's not a magical beast, I'm speechless." Another one with a hidden ID. They shook their heads, turned around, and walked in another direction without looking at Mars. Mars was speechless. Wait, they didn't even have to say hello. Looking at the two elves who turned around and walked away, the golden dragon was a little confused. This time, they didn't attack, but what was with this situation where they didn't even bother to respond? However, seeing that they didn't attack him, Mars thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative to attack. He coughed softly and shouted, "My two friends in front, please wait a moment." The two elves stopped. "What's the matter?" the elf warrior asked. Mars nodded and said the words he had prepared long ago. "My two friends, I'm lost in the forest. May I know how to get to the nearest town?" As soon as he said this, Mars saw the two elves' expressions become strange. Is there something wrong with my question?" The old golden dragon suddenly felt a little apprehensive. "Didn't you buy a map? You dare to explore the North District without a map?" The elf mage was surprised. Mars thought for a moment, touched his head, and showed a silly smile. "It's like this. I accidentally lost the map." The elf warrior was speechless. The elf mage was speechless. They showed an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? Let's go, brother." "Okay, big brother." The two elves nodded to each other, then turned around and left without looking at Mars. Mars was speechless. Is there something wrong with what I said? He thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong with what he said. However, after the two of them had taken a few steps, the elven mage, who was obviously the younger one, couldn't help but turn around and say, "I say, bro, if you didn't buy a map, then you didn't buy one. Stop finding excuses for yourself. If you want to find one, please find a more reliable one. The map is all in the system." Role-playing? System? What was that? Mars was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that he had slept for 200,000 years, and perhaps he no longer understood this world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, and that was his flaw. It seemed that it had really appeared on the map. Thinking of this, he revealed a silly smile. "Sorry, it's my fault. I really didn't buy a map. Can the two of you take me to the nearest town? I can pay for it." "There's no need for payment. If you want, we can make a copy of the map for you. Anyway, the maps of the Northern District are all over the place." The elven warrior stopped and shook his head. He stood there in a daze for a while, then said, "Show me your ID." "Show your ID?" Mars was stunned. "If you don't show your ID, we can't choose you. If we don't choose you, how are you going to trade? You're already silver. Don't you know that when you hide your ID, it will also block the system's selection?" The elven warrior looked helpless. However, the more he listened to him, the more confused and embarrassed Mars felt. Although he had used language proficiency, and could clearly communicate with the other party and understand the meaning of the other party's words, when the whole sentence was connected, he suddenly didn't know what the other party was talking about. "Oh. No need. I'm not in a hurry. If it's convenient for the two of you, I can move with the two of you. The two of you will also go to the town, right? We'll part ways then," Mars said. However, as soon as he said this, the two elves instantly became alert. "Which guild are you from? The First Legion or the Calamity Knights? Your guild has just gathered members to look for the Megalosaurus, right? I'll say this first. We're from the Meng Meng Committee. You know Meow Meow's temper. If you want to team up to get information, forget it." The elven warrior frowned and said. Mars was speechless. No, I don't want to get any information, and I don't belong to any guild. I'm just a hunter who got lost." He shook his head. "Solo player? The elven mage raised his eyebrows. Mars didn't understand what he was saying and just nodded foolishly. That's rare. A silver solo player. Did you leave the guild? The elven warrior said in surprise. No, I've always been alone. Mars thought for a while and replied cautiously. You're actually a solo player. He noticed that the two elves suddenly became respectful. I say, are you interested in joining our main committee? No, I like to be alone for the time being. Mars shook his head. The two elves were a little disappointed. Then let's go and join the team. However, we still have to walk in the forest for a while. The elven warrior said. Okay. My name is Mercury. How should I address the two of you? Mars said cheerfully. But then, he saw the two elves reveal an expression that said, Are you King kidding me? The elven warrior sighed. I say, big brother, it's a good thing to like role-playing, but it's not good to be too immersed in it. Don't you know how to look at IDs? Why did he mention IDs again? What did IDs mean? Mars was confused. Of course, he continued to smile foolishly on the surface. Looking at his silly appearance, the elven warrior rubbed his temples. Forget it. Anyway, you role-players are like this. After saying that, he pointed to himself. I'm the eldest of Gourd Island. He then pointed to the elven mage. He's my younger brother, the second of Gourd Island. He looked at Mars with a hint of pride and expectation on his face, but after seeing that the other party didn't seem to react to his name, he was a little disappointed. Mars saw these small expressions and immediately realized that the other party was probably a well-known figure among the elves, so he quickly smiled cooperatively. So it's the two of you. I've long heard of your names. The elven warrior smiled proudly and said humbly, No. It's all false names. It's just that I fell into the pit earlier. However, just as the elven warrior and Mars were talking, the mage at the side suddenly tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear. Although he lowered his voice, Mars, with his sharp hearing, still heard what he said clearly. Brother, there's no name called Mercury in the system. The elven warrior's smile suddenly faded. He looked at Mars with an unhappy expression. I say, big brother, role-playing is role-playing. It's not right to use a fake name. Mars was speechless. They actually had a way to know that he used a fake name? He was shocked. However, just as Mars was about to find a reason to dodge the question, he saw the two elves' expressions suddenly become pleasantly surprised. However, their surprise only lasted for a moment. It quickly turned into seriousness, and then into bewilderment. Then, they looked at Mars one after another. Their gazes suddenly had a hint of scrutiny, which made Mars feel a little baffled. Of course, he didn't know what kind of message had appeared in the chat between the two elven players at this moment, on the other side, in the chat interface of the players. The main committee's guild channel had already exploded. Player A, F*CK. 2 silver dragons came to the stronghold of the Starry Night Walker Guild. Player B? Is that true? That small guild that set up their guild base in the North District? Player A, it's true. Someone has already uploaded a screenshot. Here's the link. Player C, wait, aren't they elves? And they're wearing our standard equipment. Player A, Megalosaurus can transform. Have you forgotten about Meryl? Not to mention that the silver dragons in the system data like to transform into humanoid creatures and be active in towns. Player D, I'm dying of laughter. These two Megalosaurus wanted to disguise themselves, but they were exposed in less than 10 minutes. Player B, how were they exposed? Player D, the president of the Starry Night Walker Guild has a contracted little silver dragon. He immediately smelled the scent of the same kind on them. Not to mention, they wanted to pretend to be players, but they didn't know anything about players. They were exposed after a few words. Player A, after all, they're NPCs. Player E, crazy, they're all crazy. Now the players are all swarming to the stronghold of the Starry Night Walker Guild. This bunch of bootlickers. Player D, after all, it's the mythical Megalosaurus. According to the hints in the lucky mission, this is a real big boss. 2 dragon scales in their hands are enough for us to be rich. Player B, what are these two silver dragons called? Player E, one male and one female. The male is called Mars. I'm not sure about the female. Player B, two silver dragons. I saw the screenshot of the North District players. There are 3 megalosaurus in the sky, right? Player A, yes, there's also a gold dragon. According to the system data, gold dragons seem to like to come into contact with intelligent creatures, but they're more inclined to transform into animals. Player E, F*CK. Animals? I remember that someone in the guild just found a fast-running mutant mountain bear. I was thinking that it's winter and the mountain bears are hibernating. Where did the mountain bear come from? So, it can't be a gold dragon that transformed, right? Player F, a fast-running mutant mountain bear? We just encountered a wind wolf that was running very fast. Player E, where did you encounter it? Player F, in the North District. The coordinates are 2366, 678. Player E, when? Player F, about half an hour ago. Player E, no way. It can't really be a gold dragon, right? They also encountered the mountain bear near you, but it was a little later. Player F, F*CK. I feel like I missed a billion. We treated it as prey, and even shot it a few times. Player A, awesome. Player B, awesome +1. Player C, awesome +2. Player D, break the formation. Player F, Player E, brothers in the North District, pay attention. Pay attention to the wilderness. If you encounter any strange animals, don't rashly attack. It might be a gold dragon that transformed. Player A, also pay attention when you encounter players without IDs. They might also transform into elves like the silver dragon. The 2 elven players who were looking at the chat history were speechless. They looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Brother, do you think this strange player could be a gold dragon that transformed? The elven mage typed and asked. This is not impossible. Looking at the coordinates sent in the channel, it seems to be near us, the elven warrior replied. The 2 of them were silent for a second and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How about we exchange a secret signal? The old rules? Okay. After communicating in the chat channel, the 2 of them looked at Mars again. This time, their gazes carried a trace of seriousness and inexplicable nervousness. Mars was baffled by the 2 of them looking at him. Vaguely, he also keenly noticed that the 2 of them seemed to treat him differently. Could it be that there was something wrong with him again? Mars muttered in his heart. But at this moment, the elven warrior in front of him suddenly revealed a bright smile. That. Sir Mercury, right? His attitude inexplicably became somewhat respectful. That's right. Mars nodded. Can you answer a few of our questions? The elven warrior asked again. Looking at the expectant expressions of the 2 of them, Mars hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. The elven warrior's expression was solemn as he spat out a sentence. Strange and unusual? Mars, the elven mage, also took a step forward. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger? Mars? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron? Mars? Bright moonlight before bed? Mars? Looking at the confused Mars, the elven warrior and elven mage fell into silence. After a few seconds of silence, the 2 elven players suddenly became enthusiastic. Under Mars' somewhat frightened gaze, they excitedly surrounded him and tightly held his hands, revealing a flattering smile. Sir Mercury, you're going to the town, right? No problem, we suddenly remembered that we're quite free. Yes, let's go, follow us. I didn't notice earlier, but now that I look at you, I suddenly feel quite close to you. To be able to see you here, we must be very fated. It was fate that brought us together. We must be friends. Have you eaten? We'll treat you to barbecue tonight. That's our specialty. Mars. Never underestimate the player's keen observation skills and their ability to suck up to important NPCs. When the players realized the identity of the 3 mythical megalosaurus through Eve's subtle reminders in the game system, the incognito investigation of Mars and the other 2 dragons lost their meaning. What followed was a familiar process. The black dragon Meryl was in the lead, the other megalosaurus that came to the elf forest every month to transport dragon eggs and dragon beasts, and the baby dragons that signed contracts with the players. In more than a year, the players had already figured out the habits of the megalosaurus, collecting information and summarizing strategies. There were always bosses who liked to do this for free. Therefore, after knowing the identity of the few mythical megalosaurus, it was the time for the players to suck up to them. The golden dragon Mars was surprised to find that the elves had become very enthusiastic for some reason. At the same time, as he moved together with the other two elves, more and more elves gathered. Every elf looked at him with eyes full of passion. That gaze, for some reason, it reminded the old golden dragon who had lived for God knows how many years when he was young in the megalosaurus plain. A group of big animals who had just come of age looked at the most beautiful female silver dragon with greedy expressions. As for those who wanted to suck up to the dragon, they could line up from one end of the forest to the other. It was a myth, and these elves were like ants in his eyes, but Mars could not help but shudder when the elves treated him so strangely. If a megalosaurus could have goosebumps, then he must have had goosebumps all over his body. At this time, if Mars did not realize that his true identity had been exposed, then he would be too stupid. After all, not all players used the chat system to communicate. There were many who directly communicated in the game in a low voice. Therefore, after more and more people gathered around, the old golden dragon with his keen senses easily knew the reason why these elves gathered. However, when he learned about the whereabouts of the other two elves from the whispers of the elves and heard the name of the silver dragon Mars, the old golden dragon's expression was somewhat interesting. Similarly, the two silver dragons on the other side reacted the same way when they heard the name of the gold dragon Mercury. It could only be said that they were indeed old buddies who had been hanging out with each other for who knows how many years. They could even think of the same thing when it came to choosing fake names. When it came to tricking their companions, they didn't hesitate at all. Of course, these were all minor details. As the players coaxed and tricked them to different main cities, they would see the majestic cities they had built and be stunned by the various intricate magical items. Gradually, they would develop an interest in the new hybrid culture of elves and Blue Star that was different from the ancient civilizations, and would succumb to the players' wave after wave of delicacies. That was a very normal development, just like how many old elves returned to the elven forest. No, it could even be said that they were more shocked than the elves who had returned. The three mythical megalosaurus were like country bumpkins who had entered the city for the first time. They were completely dazzled by the dazzling buildings in front of them, the whimsical magical equipment, and the variety of food in front of them. In less than a day of contact with the players, the three megalosaurus in different places had the same point of view. First, these elves worshipped the megalosaurus very much. They were incomparably enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that they were even a little humble. Second, they were aggressive. Most of the elves were very aggressive. But at the same time, they were strangely very cohesive, as if they were connected by something invisible. Third, not all elves were so special. In the city, there were also some elves who were obviously gentler. They gave people the feeling that they were like the goddess of life, gentle and kind. Fourth, the elven civilization was glorious and brilliant. It was far from being comparable to the barbaric ancient times. Not to mention giving advice, they felt that they could learn a lot from it. Fifth, barbecue must be the most delicious thing in the world. They would not accept any rebuttal. However, the magic of the elven civilization was much simpler. It was far less complicated than the magic of the dragon language. This gave the three proud mythical megalosaurus some confidence. They had some ideas of giving advice in their hearts. As for the elven forest, it was not rare to see the young dragons that had signed a partnership contract with the elves. It was an unexpected surprise. Through the communication with the players, they learned about the relationship between the goddess of life and the dragon race. They learned about the current situation of the entire world of seekers. Thus, they had a stronger respect for the goddess Eve, a great sympathy and affection for the elves, and dissatisfaction and hostility toward the humans and the human gods behind them. That was all in the future. In the kingdom of the world tree, Eve, who was sitting high on the throne, looked at the three mythical megalosaurus who had transformed into human form through the players' perspective. They were eating heartily at the barbecue stall set up by the players. They couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment and smiled slightly. Welcome to the Elven Forest. Silver dragons and gold dragons were dragon species that liked civilization. From the moment they came into contact with the players, from the moment they became interested in the Elven Forest, their futures were already decided. Even the black dragon Meryl and the red dragon Tiberia would forget about home after being licked by the players for a period of time. Not to mention the 3 mythical megalosaurus who were going to live in the Elven Forest for 1,000 years. From the moment they signed a 1,000-year loyalty contract with Eve, they had already boarded the pirate ship. Of course, the idea of the gold dragon Mars to build a quiet and elegant dragon nest would probably be completely ruined. A popular NPC's surroundings would never be quiet. Even if he cast various isolation spells on his nest, there was an 80% chance that it would become a holy land for the players to break through. He didn't have to do it now. Eve could imagine it. In addition, she didn't know which lucky player or which guild would be able to successfully trick the 3 mythical megalosaurus into becoming believers of life. Regarding this matter, Eve initially thought that as a demigod who had never come into contact with faith, it wouldn't be difficult for the players to trick them. However, after observing the interaction between the mythical megalosaurus and the players, Eve realized that she might have underestimated these old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years. They were inexperienced, but that didn't mean that they were stupid. Not to mention that they were different from the elves and mixed-blood humans in the Orlos demiplane. The mythical megalosaurus was strong, very strong. The trick of fooling mortals didn't work on them. Of course, Eve wasn't in a hurry. She could afford to wait. And if she really didn't succeed in turning them into believers, Eve wasn't worried. Becoming a believer of the mythical megalosaurus could indeed bring her great benefits, but sometimes it wasn't necessary to maintain a relationship with a believer. 1,000 years of loyalty could change many things. Friendship, fetters, concerns, all sorts of things. If the 3 dragons of Mars were color dragons, it would be fine. But they weren't. They were the silver dragon and the gold dragon with the most genuine temperament even among the metal dragons. Well, perhaps the gold dragon was weaker. Although the gold dragon was more eccentric and proud, for the existence that it truly recognized, it would also pledge its life to follow. This was better than most of the color dragons, unless they were raised from a young age. Otherwise, once there was a chance to betray, there was a high probability that they would turn hostile on the spot. Not to mention 1,000 years later, Eve didn't know what the future would be like. If she didn't defeat the fate of the previous world tree in the end, then everything would be empty talk. And if she won, presumably with her strength, she would be able to come and go freely in the universe. Naturally, there would be no need to talk about loyalty. In this way, the 3 mythical megalosaurus lived in the Elven Forest. Just like the black dragon Meryl, they lived a drunken life where they stretched out their hands for clothes and opened their mouths for food, and unknowingly, another month had passed. The ice and snow in the Elven Forest slowly melted, and the spring breeze that was slightly warm in the cold blew over, waking up the animals and plants that had been sleeping for the whole winter. Bits of green had begun to appear among the treetops, and the number of birds in the forest gradually increased. Even the tinkling streams and crystal-clear lakes had many more fish swimming back and forth. A new year had begun, and Elven Kingdom had ushered in the 5th year of the game. In the past month, the 3 mythical megalosaurus gradually adapted to the life in the Elven Forest. They built nests and traveled. Meryl, who was forced to work hard, also officially began to integrate the divinity of the black dragon and fell into the first deep sleep after advancing to the mythical stage. It was temporarily placed in the kingdom of God by Eve and added some golden blood as a catalyst. If Eve's guess was right, with the blessing of the divine blood, it should have slept for decades this time, and it might be able to finish before the war of gods and demons. By then, it would no longer be a legend, but a demigod. This speed of advancement was like sitting on a rocket. It could only be said that dumb dragons had dumb luck, and if that was the case, by the time the war of gods and demons began, Eve would already have 4 demigod-level fighters, including the 3 mythical megalosaurus that she already had. High-end combat power would not be so scarce. With Meryl as an example, Eve also tried to reward the Queen of Spiders Lolth with a drop of golden blood. But unfortunately, perhaps because the bloodline was not strong enough, the Queen of Spiders Lolth could not absorb it well. Eve estimated that it would take her several years to digest this drop of divine blood, and even after digesting it, at most, her strength would increase a little, and there would be no qualitative change. This was a pity. Eve was still thinking about whether she could also be promoted to a demigod, but it could only be said that the existence of a demigod was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Compared to forcibly and risking increasing the strength of the Queen of Spiders Lolth, Eve might as well create a few more demigod-level elemental fairies. And compared to creating elemental fairies, she might as well promote to a great divine power as soon as possible. Fortunately, the 4 demigods accompanying her to participate in the war of gods and demons was enough for Eve to support her and assist her in dealing with the evil gods. In addition to Meryl falling into a deep sleep, Eve, who had been waiting for a long time, finally received a communication from the dwarf and god of forging, Dolph. After meeting in the Pantheon Temple, Eve got her wish of getting the restored true god-level weapon, the Withering Heart, from the dwarf true god, and was even gifted with a box that isolated it from pollution and was specially used to store this true god-level weapon. After being repaired, this skeleton necklace was completely complete. It looked more simple and unadorned, and at the same time, it seemed to have a strange power. If one kept staring at it, they could not help but sink their consciousness into it. After Eve's appraisal, its strength had increased again, and the effect of using it had significantly changed. It was not limited to sealing, but it had become a mental interference to the target, reducing the opponent's judgment, and even directly affecting the opponent's thinking. This was a rather terrifying power. If it was used properly, it could even change the position of a true god on the spot, turning the other party into a puppet of the user. Of course, it could only be used one-on-one, and it was only temporary. Not only that, but now the target of the Withering Heart was no longer limited to weak true gods, but it was related to the strength of the user. When the user's strength was below weak divine power, it could only target existences below weak divine power. And when the user's strength continued to increase, the stronger the user's strength, the more vitality the user used, and the more powerful enemies of the same level could be affected. In other words, with Eve's current strength of mid-level divine power, she could rely on the Withering Heart to deal with mid-level divine power true gods. And if one day she was promoted to a great divine power, she could also rely on it to seal or even directly change the position of a great divine power. Of course, at most, it could only target great divine powers. This was the ultimate limit of the Withering Heart. In addition, the vitality consumed was also terrifying, and it was directly proportional to the duration of the effect. If it was used to target existences of the same level, Eve estimated, with her current divine power reserves, she was afraid that after sealing the enemy, she would not have any energy left. If it directly affected judgment or changed the position, considering the consumption, under the condition of conserving divine power, it would at most last for a few seconds. But a few seconds was enough, and it was enough to change the situation at a critical moment. Without a doubt, after the Reversal Gate and the Sword of Damocles, the repaired Withering Heart would become Eve's third trump card. Eve was in a good mood and naturally thanked Dolph. She also sent a group of elemental fairies to the underground world of the southern mountains to help the dwarves purify the abyss pollution, but this was a story for another day. In addition, in this 1 month, the strength of the players had once again increased significantly. More than 90% of the players had reached the maximum level, and the number of silver players had completely broken through the 10,000 mark, and it was directly approaching 20,000. Eve's original plan of using 10,000 silver coins to open the next promotion quota could now be implemented. At the same time, Eve had been secretly paying attention to the chaos in the Maple Leaf territory of the Holy Mania Empire. The situation was getting more and more intense, and it had entered the most critical stage. Thick clouds obscured the sunlight and kept rolling, casting the entire world into darkness. The howling wind kept blowing, causing the fluttering flags to rustle. An old man wearing a red ceremonial robe and a red bishop's crown was standing on a hillside, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. In his hand, he was holding a golden sun emblem. That was the symbol of the eternal overlord. The old man looked at the dark clouds in the sky, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes deepened, and then he said in a heavy tone, "The power of evil has covered the stars. Today's battle. I'm afraid it won't be easy." As soon as he finished speaking, a dignified and weathered voice followed up with a laugh. "Haha, Lord Nicholas, you worry too much. With 3 times the number of troops and many days of encirclement, today will be Otto's doomsday." The one who spoke was a tall, middle-aged noble. He wore a shiny knight's armor, had blonde hair and green eyes, and a tall aquiline nose, which made him look stern. The guards behind him held up the flag of the Twin Lion, which kept fluttering in the wind, indicated his identity. It was the Marshal of the Empire's Crusade Army, Duke Rosen, who was reprimanded by the Empress for the Wells family incident. The red-clothed old man faintly glanced at Duke Rosen. That calm yet incomparably deep gaze made this powerful duke unconsciously suppress his laughter. "Your Grace, don't be careless. Have you forgotten the Battle of the Peach Forest?" the old man said indifferently. Duke Rosen's face stiffened slightly. The Peach Forest was a place at the border of the western part of Maple Leaf Territory. A month and a half ago, he had led his army there to fight with Otto's army at the border, and it could be said that he had returned in defeat. That battle was simply a disgrace to the Rosen family. That was an accident. I didn't expect Otto to be able to summon the fallen war behemoth, and I don't know where he got these Titan descendants. Duke Rosen gritted his teeth. After that, he narrowed his eyes again. But, the ones who suffered the greatest loss that day were actually the recruited mercenaries. The main force of my personal guards did not suffer any major losses. Now that we have the support of the Church, the addition of the Judgment Knights, and the heavy spears and ballistas that I have transferred from various places this month, even if Otto has the war behemoth, he is no match for us. After that, he looked down the hillside, opened his arms, and said rather heroically, "Lord Nicholas, looking at such an army, don't you think so?" After saying that, he turned around and said respectfully, "I'm sorry. Of course, the secular wars will be settled by us nobles. If a transcendent power really appears, I would like to ask Lord Nicholas to intervene." The old man nodded slightly, his expression solemn and pious. "Of course, my lord will not sit idly by and watch innocent lambs be devoured by evil." Duke Rosen's expression became even more excited. He laughed loudly and looked into the distance, saying, "Then let us end this senseless rebellion together." Hearing his resolute words, the old man followed his gaze and looked over. As far as the eye could see, below the hillside, there was an army that stretched as far as the eye could see. After being reorganized, the red-armored 3rd Imperial Guard Legion was the main force, the recruited mercenaries were the vanguard, and the white-clothed Judgment Knights of the Eternal Church were the elite army of 100,000. Within the army, there were ferocious-looking war chariots, each of them 10 meters long. Those were the heavy weapons used to deal with large magical beasts, the heavy spears and ballistae. Banners fluttered in the army, and the deafening sound of footsteps could be heard as the army marched forward, like thunder. Such a huge army could only be deployed in the flat and fertile plains. The huge army of the Empire was like a huge red flood, or like a huge net, surging into the distance. On the other side, there was a silver-gray army that seemed to be at a disadvantage. That was the army that Otto had organized at the border, and their numbers were only a third of the red flood. They were arranged in a defensive formation, surrounding and protecting the huge, ferocious behemoths that looked like behemoths. In the howling wind, the two torrents finally met. The battle had begun. The mercenaries in the vanguard roared as they charged into Earl Borderland's army. Their discipline was not as good as a regular army, but their years of battle had given them strength that was significantly higher than a regular army. Every one of them was above the iron rank. On the other hand, while Earl Borderland's army was slightly weaker, their neat defensive formation weakened the advantage of the Empire's army. Once the two sides clashed, it was a desperate battle. Loud battle cries rang out. Every second, someone would fall. Every second, more soldiers would rush to the front and fill in the gaps left by the previous soldiers. Suddenly, with a series of angry roars, the behemoths on Earl Borderland's side moved. They beat their chests and charged into the Empire's formation. Their fearless movements and ferocious bodies made them seem like unstoppable mountains, crushing everything in front of them into meat paste. Until the sound of air being torn apart rang out, and huge flaming spears shot out from the Empire's army, finally ending their madness. Those were the Empire's heavy crossbows. The attack of the heavy crossbows was like a signal, and the long-range attack began. The longbowmen and crossbowmen began to shoot, and the mages on both sides began to bestow all kinds of buff spells on each other. For a moment, the entire battlefield was dazzling, and was shrouded in the colorful light of magic. While it was cruel, it also had a different kind of dreamy feeling. In a world with extraordinary powers, extraordinaires obviously had stronger endurance than mortals. Not to mention all kinds of buff spells that were almost like cheats, which also allowed the warriors to fight back in a situation where they were sure to die. Therefore, the battle was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. The entire battlefield was like a cruel meat grinder. Looking at the quagmire of the battle, the nobles on the hillside all showed satisfied expressions. As the side with the advantage in numbers, as long as there was no collapse and they fought to the death, the final winner would definitely be them. This was already a good performance under the premise that the rebel army had the war behemoths. After all, no matter how strong the heavy crossbows were, it was impossible for them to easily kill those thick-skinned monsters. However, Cardinal Nicholas, who was the highest leader of the Church of Eternity and the supervisor of the Empire's army, was also watching the battle from the hillside. He raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at the battle in the distance. Which mercenary group is in the southwest? Their combat strength is so strong? Hearing his slightly surprised question, the nobles all focused their gazes on the southwest side of the battlefield. They saw that the rebel army's line of defense had been completely broken through. A group of mercenaries wearing the same armor as the Empire's army, but with extremely flashy weapons, were running amok within the rebel army, killing everything in sight. What's more, there seemed to be 20 to 30 mercenaries entangling a war behemoth, toying with it and leaving wounds on its body. It looked like it was going to be worn down bit by bit. Noticing the red standard armor of the mercenaries, and the weapons that were obviously more flashy than the mercenaries around them, the nobles all had strange expressions. They subconsciously looked at Duke Rosen, who was in the lead, but Duke Rosen's expression was somewhat uncertain. "That's an elven mercenary group from the Elven Forest," he said with an unnatural expression. "Elves?" Cardinal Nicholas's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. He glanced at Duke Rosen and remembered something that caused a stir a few days ago. His eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Then, he asked meaningfully, "You used the Goddess of Life summoning statues?" "No, they were not summoned by the statues. As servants of our Lord, how could we use those things? In fact, they accepted the conscription before the war began." Duke Rosen shook his head. "Accepted the conscription?" Nicholas raised an eyebrow. "Yes, and they don't ask for much. They only need to provide them with armor," Duke Rosen replied. Then, he sneered, "Although these elves are despicable, but as cannon fodder, they are indeed suitable. They are the craziest mercenaries I have ever seen." Cardinal Nicholas nodded slightly and continued to patrol the battlefield. When he noticed the other corner of the battlefield, he frowned slightly. "What's going on over there?" The nobles followed his gaze again and saw that the Imperial army was rapidly collapsing where Cardinal Nicholas was pointing. A group of soldiers from the rebel army seemed to have gone mad as they began to charge into the Imperial army's formation and kill them. Of course, the Imperial army had a large number of soldiers. After the mercenaries and soldiers at the front died, there would soon be people at the back to replace them. But even so, the situation of the rebel army being suppressed by one side was very conspicuous. It was second only to the elven mercenary group that went crazy. However, when the nobles saw the rebels who were wearing the standard armor of the rebels but holding the familiar and gorgeous equipment, their expressions became even weirder than the last. They could not help but look at Duke Rosen, and the expression of the marshal who commanded the army seemed to be even worse. "Damn it. It seems to be an elven mercenary group. Looks like Otto also gathered elven mercenaries. These damn long years." He cursed. Cardinal Nicholas was speechless. "Your Excellency Duke Rosen, perhaps you should let the elves deal with the elves to reduce our consumption," he said calmly. Duke Rosen looked at the noble who was in charge of organizing the mercenaries and arranging the positions of the mercenaries. "Sir Bayer?" His voice was a little dissatisfied and had a hint of questioning. Bayer's face paled as he smiled bitterly. "No, Your Excellency Duke, Your Excellency Cardinal, these cunning long-ears requested not to fight the elves when they were recruited. Otherwise, they would not participate in the battle. Not only that, they also said that they would accept the recruitment of the border Earl, Nicholas." Duke Rosen, seeing Duke Rosen's ugly expression, Bayer hurriedly said, "But Your Excellency Duke, after this battle, I'll definitely gather all the elven mercenaries I can. I won't give the rebel army another chance. Do you still want to fight another battle after this one? Duke Rosen glared at him. Bayer awkwardly rubbed his nose, then his expression turned serious. No. We'll annihilate the rebel army in this battle. That's more like it. Duke Rosen nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the battlefield again. When he saw the elven mercenaries opening up a bigger and bigger gap in the southwest, his eyes flashed slightly. It's time. Inform the Praetorian Knights and Praetorian Knights to dispel the concealment spell and charge from the southwest. Following Duke Rosen's order, the accompanying mages immediately sent out a magic signal to the sky. A moment later, the sound of horses galloping could be heard on the battlefield like a tsunami. Along with the billowing dust, a large number of cavalrymen suddenly appeared on the southwest side of the battlefield. Every cavalryman and their steeds were fully armored with red cloaks draped over their shoulders. The 4-meter-long spears in their hands flashed with a cold light. This was the Empire's heavy cavalry. Every cavalryman was at least iron rank, and the proportion of silver rank was an astonishing quarter. Of course, most of them were promoted in recent years. Their mounts were also mixed with the blood of magical beasts. But looking at the strength of their mounts, they were at least rank 3 or even rank 4 magical beasts. This was the Holy Mania Empire's strongest army, and also the Empire's trump card to sweep across the continent. The 3rd Praetorian Legion alone had more than 10,000 of these heavy cavalrymen. In addition to the 10,000 heavy cavalrymen, there were also about 3,000 white horse cavalrymen. They were also fully armored, their bodies flashing with a faint holy light. They were equipped with shields and swords with the symbol of the sun. This was the Praetorian Knights of the Eternal Church. Every Praetorian Knight had the strength of a silver rank, and the captain of the Knights was at least silver rank. There was no lack of gold rank existences among them. The Praetorian Knights. They were the main force of the Eternal Church to eradicate heretics and evil gods. They rarely participated in worldly wars. Only after the Borderlands Count announced the expulsion of the Eternal Church did the Church mobilize this force. Although they were not heavy cavalrymen, every one of them practiced divine spells while practicing martial arts. It could be considered as dual cultivation. Not to mention, every one of their steeds was a dragon-scale horse with the bloodline of the Megalosaurus. Its charging and trampling effects were even more terrifying than that of the heavy cavalrymen. Combined, they were stronger and more agile than the heavy cavalrymen. These 13,000 elite cavalrymen were Duke Rosen's biggest trump card to annihilate the rebel army. 10,000 horses galloped, their momentum monstrous. Like a landslide, the cavalrymen charged into the battlefield under the terrified gazes of the rebel army. Like a sharp blade, they stabbed into the heart of the rebel army. In just an instant, the rebel army that was in a stalemate with the Imperial army collapsed. Victory, Duke Rosen revealed a satisfied smile. But at this moment, an evil and cold aura suddenly descended on the battlefield. Suddenly, a gigantic hand stretched out from the rolling clouds, covering the sky and the sun. That huge hand descended from the sky and slapped towards the Imperial army. A suffocating pressure descended upon the entire battlefield. The palm blocked out the last bit of light, dragging the entire world into darkness. Seeing the terrifying giant hand in the sky, the nobles on the hillside all revealed terrified expressions. Lord Nicholas. Duke Rosen's voice was urgent. His face was pale, and he no longer had the composure from before. Cardinal Nicholas looked at the sky, a hint of solemnity in his deep gaze. Evil God, he muttered. He raised the badge of eternity in his hand, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Merciful Lord, your devout servant prays to you, may you send down the light of justice and purify the evil in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the sun badge in Cardinal Nicholas' hand instantly blossomed with a brilliant light, and he immediately became older. The light grew larger and more dazzling, and then it turned into a spectacular pillar of light that shot into the sky, murmuring hymns sounded, and a vast sacred aura descended upon the battlefield. A golden thunderbolt nearly 100 meters thick pierced through space and struck down from the sky, directly striking the giant hand. This was the divine punishment of the Lord of Eternity. The terrifying power even tore through space and distorted the laws. It was enough to turn any demigod into flying ash, and destroy the soul of any evil god that had just awakened. The divine punishment struck the giant hand, and the sea of lightning drowned everything. Accompanied by an ancient grunt, the giant hand slowly retracted the clouds, and the tumbling clouds were torn apart, faintly revealing an imposing figure hidden in the sky. It was a one-eyed giant. He was retracting his giant hand, looking at the higher sky with a fearful gaze. His appearance was somewhat similar to the barbarian Cyclops in the world of Seekers, but he looked more majestic and terrifying. Especially that golden eye, it was cold and emotionless, and at the same time, it carried a kind of extreme madness and anger. And the black lines on his body, as well as the black aura that surrounded him like an abyss, made him more evil and depraved. The clouds flashed past, and soon concealed the giant's figure. However, Cardinal Nicholas, who had studied history, had already recognized the giant's identity. Titan, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Titan. The mysterious existence hiding behind the rebel army was actually the extinct Titans. Not only that, but it was actually not destroyed by the true God's divine punishment. It was probably a mythical Titan that was as famous as the ancient mythical Megalosaurus. No, he could no longer be called a mythical Titan. After falling into the abyss, he had become the evil Titan god. It was a terrifying existence that, even if it had just awakened, its power would definitely surpass that of other evil gods. His strength had probably surpassed the weak divine power, and the power he could exert in the world of Seekers was probably infinitely close to the real mythical level, reaching the peak of the demigod level. That was already the limit that the world of Seekers could bear. The vast aura of the god's punishment did not disappear. It was the gaze of the eternal overlords. The murmuring hymns rang out again, and golden photons began to ripple in the sky. The photons continued to revolve and converge, finally forming 3 huge light gates. Then, with a bright radiance, 3 angels wearing golden sacred armor walked out of the door of light. They were handsome, with golden hair and golden eyes. Each of them had 6 pairs of pure white wings behind them, and their bodies were surrounded by a holy radiance. These were 3 seraphim with the strength of a demigod peak. After the 3 seraphim walked out of the door of light, another 12 figures followed closely behind them. They had fewer wings on their backs, but each of them had 4 pairs. These were 12 four-winged angels, and each of them had the strength of a legendary peak. The 12 angels appeared on the battlefield, like 15 golden suns, instantly dispelling the darkness. Angels. It's the angel of judgment of the Lord. The nobles on the hillside were excited. Angel of judgment, they were mythical powerhouses that the eternal overlord had personally sent down when the eternal church encountered a powerful evil god. Although their strength was only at the peak of demigod peak, in the world of Seekers where the limits of strength had not reached the true mythical level, they were already equivalent to the top combat strength. Not to mention, the divine artifacts in their hands were all specially made for the power of the abyss. In history, every time they descended, it was the time when the evil gods were annihilated. The angels descended on the battlefield, and their radiance shone all over the world. The 12 four-winged angels flew to 12 directions around the battlefield, and the holy light on their bodies surged, forming a huge mythical array that surrounded the entire sky. At the moment when the array was successfully connected, a pair of new illusory wings appeared behind each of them, and their strength was temporarily raised to the level of a demigod. At the same time, the mythical array emitted a platinum light, and the light formed a huge cage, enveloping the dark clouds in the sky. Faintly, the laws between heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned. Then, under the leadership of 3 six-winged seraphim, more than 10 angels holding divine swords and shields rushed into the dark clouds with murmuring hymns. The dark clouds rolled, and golden lightning and roars kept shaking. The battle between mythical creatures had begun. Looking at the rolling dark clouds and the occasional golden figure that flashed, the nobles on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. The angel of judgment had never been defeated. Since these powerful existences had descended, they were completely safe. Next, it was time for the secular battles. Charge! All-out attack! Don't let a single rebel go! Duke Rosen ordered again. With his order, the magic signal was sent out again, and tens of thousands of Imperial regular soldiers shouted and rushed toward the rebel army. As for the Empire's heavy cavalry, they had completely destroyed the rebel army's formation. Seeing this, the nobles smiled in relief. Only Cardinal Nicholas looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and his expression became more and more solemn. Something's not right. Seeing his serious expression, Duke Rosen's smile disappeared. Lord Nicholas, what did you say? He asked. A trace of worry flashed across Nicholas's face. I've seen the angel of judgment in action once. They only descended for a moment and destroyed the awakened evil gods. But today, the battle seems to have gone on for too long. Seeing Nicholas's worried expression, Duke Rosen smiled. Lord Nicholas, maybe you're overthinking it. How can the mythical army of the true God fail? This represents the will of the true God. Hearing Duke Rosen's words, Cardinal Nicholas's expression eased a little. He prayed silently and sighed. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You're right, as a servant of the Lord, I should believe in the power of the Lord. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the battle in the sky underwent a shocking change. Above the battlefield, the thick clouds suddenly tumbled violently, and a terrifying pressure kept shaking. Suddenly, the golden cage that shrouded the sky flickered slightly, and then shattered with a soft sound. A violent roar came from the dark clouds, and a deep light tore through the sky. Several muffled groans came from the sky, and a golden rain of light accompanied by pure white feathers fell from the sky. Under the horrified gazes of Cardinal Nicholas and the nobles of the empire, several figures fell from the sky. They were the angels of judgment who had just joined the battle. Some of them were torn in half, and some had their heads torn off. Then, 3 six-winged angels quickly escaped from the clouds, but they were caught one by a pair of giant hands and torn to pieces. Seeing this scene, the hillside fell into a dead silence. Cardinal Nicholas's pupils contracted, and his face was filled with shock. Duke Rosen also looked at the sky in horror, his face pale. Defeated? The angel of judgment was defeated? He muttered in disbelief. It's a fully awakened evil god. He's definitely a fully awakened evil god. Such an evil god. I'm afraid only a descended true god can deal with him. Cardinal Nicholas said in horror. Hearing his words, Duke Rosen seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed greatly. He turned around in horror and quickly ordered the nobles, quick. Notify the entire army. Retreat. Retreat. It's too late, Cardinal Nicholas's voice was bitter. The sky suddenly darkened. Duke Rosen subconsciously looked up. In the sky, the dark clouds were slowly dispersing, and a cold face appeared in everyone's sight. The giant hand appeared again, falling from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, getting closer and closer. This time, there was nothing that could stop him. With a loud bang, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. In Duke Rosen's desperate eyes, the world turned into darkness. What was the difference between evil gods and righteous gods? Some people said that evil gods were the claws and fangs of the abyss, and they took pleasure in luring intelligent life into depravity. Some people said that evil gods were the natural enemies of the plane, and they would bring war and destruction, and eventually drag the whole world into the abyss. These were all facts. Still, there was a major difference between evil gods and righteous gods. One was similar to the ancient gods of ancient times, a trait that all true gods feared and viewed with enmity, a trait that made all intelligent beings tremble whenever they thought of the name of evil gods. Evil gods were unscrupulous. They had no scruples, and they were not bound by the rules of checks and balances between gods. They did things according to their own preferences, and in order to achieve their goals, they would not hesitate to attack existences that were much weaker than them. January 1071 of the Eternal Era. The 100,000 troops of the Holy Mania Empire suppressed the rebels of the Maple Leaf Territory and fought a decisive battle in the southwest of the Fertile Plains. Unfortunately, they were slaughtered by evil gods, including Duke Rosen, one of the 7 electors of the empire. A total of 216 nobles of the empire died in battle, and 80,000 guards and more than 20,000 mercenaries were wiped out. Nicholas, the cardinal bishop of the western diocese of the empire, returned to Mountain Paradise, and 3,000 judgment knights of the church were instantly annihilated. Among all the people who participated in the suppression of the rebellion, only the Rosen family was in the rear, and Kondra von Rosen, the legendary mage who had not participated in the battle, luckily escaped. When this news was passed to the center of the empire, it shocked everyone. It was said that Maria II, the empress of the empire, who was already 82 years old, fainted on the spot after hearing this news, and could not get out of bed. The entire upper echelons of the empire fell into chaos, and the parliament of the empire was held overnight. According to the imperial edict of the founding emperor, Karl I, the only bloodline of the empress, the only 13-year-old granddaughter of the empress, Princess Teresa, was urgently welcomed to the throne of the regent, and one of the 7 electors, the Bishop of Winst-Fief, was appointed as the regent. However, this was not the most shocking news. The most shocking news was that 3 days after the end of this tragic battle, the survivors who were lucky enough to witness the earth-shattering battle from afar spread the gossip. It was a piece of news that although the Eternal Church tried to block, it still spread throughout the empire. Whether it was the poor performing on the streets or the nobles enjoying themselves in the castles, they were all shocked and confused. In this battle, the great Lord of Eternity sent 15 angels to judge evil. However, the angels of judgment, who had never been defeated, had also fallen under the evil god's massacre. As soon as the news came out, there was a huge panic in the entire empire. Rumors of the invasion of the evil god of destruction spread everywhere. The residents of the neighboring territories of the Maple Leaf Territory fell into panic and began to migrate to the interior of the empire. The situation in the western part of the empire could be said to be a mess. Especially a few days later, another piece of heavy news came, causing the panic of the people to reach a new height. Otto von Cappadocia, the lord of the Maple Leaf Territory, who had been voted unanimously by the imperial noble parliament and was personally stripped of his title by the empress, announced in a high-profile manner that he would establish the Maple Kingdom with Maple Leaf City as the capital. Not only that, but the self-proclaimed King of Maple, Otto, announced that he had converted to the god of dusk and sunset, Anos. He declared the Church of Dusk as the national religion and declared a holy war against the Holy Mania Empire and the Church of Eternity. At this moment, it could be said that the rebellion of the Maple Leaf Territory had completely escalated. The news of the mysterious and horrifying evil god's revival and the chaos in the human world continued to spread on the continent. Even the players in the elf forest had heard about it. No, it should be said that the players might have gotten the news even earlier than the higher-ups of the Holy Mania Empire, because players also participated in that war. Not only that, but even after the war, there were still many players who used the identity of mercenaries to fish in troubled waters and pass on information to the army recruited by the Maple Kingdom. As the center of the whole incident, the horrifying evil god that destroyed the Empire's crusade army was also filmed by the players who participated in the war. The high-definition pictures had already filled the entire official forum. It was a picture taken from the surface of the earth. Above the sky, clouds were tumbling, and a cold and ruthless face was looking down at the earth. The golden eye flashed with a crazy light, and a horrifying giant palm fell from the sky. Of course, the latter was the video, which was in high definition without any mods. Anos, the god of dusk and sunset, looking at the video taken by the players, Eve, who was sitting high on the throne, narrowed her eyes slightly. The King of Titans? He's still alive? Didn't he fall into madness in the war between the Titans and the Megalosaurus and finally fall? A hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. There was only one mythical existence named Anos in the long history of the Seeker's universe, and that was the ruler of the Titan era, Anos, the King of Titans. However, just as the doubt arose in her mind, Eve shook her head slightly again. No, after the Tree of World fell, it could summon my soul here and resurrect in another way, let alone Anos, who was also the ruler of the era. Mythical existences had their own terrors and trump cards. Especially those old guys who had lived for a long time. Thinking of the undiscovered Titan mausoleum in the Maple Leaf Territory, Eve's imagination ran wild for a moment. If it's really him, it makes sense why he announced the establishment of a church and launched a divine war with the Eternal Lord as soon as he recovered. After all, according to the records, his priesthood originally had the sun, and that is now the main power of the Eternal Lord's priesthood. It's just that, the Eternal Lord's sun is the rising sun, and Anos' sun is the setting sun. If I'm not wrong, he should want to take back his power. Eve thought to herself as she knocked on the armrest of the throne. The Eternal Lord had 3 main priesthoods, which were light, order, and thunder. However, his original priesthood was not these 3, but the rising sun, which was later expanded to the sun. This was also the source of his holy emblem, and it had not changed until now. In addition, it was said that he also had judgment, power, and the still-forming priesthood of the human race. However, as she thought about it, Eve frowned slightly. But there's also a problem. Since the setting sun priesthood of Anos, the Titan King, has been integrated by the Eternal Lord, it's reasonable to say that this Titan can't be so powerful even if he's an ancient god after his recovery. To be able to so easily kill 3 six-winged angels and 12 four-winged angels who cast the god summoning circle that sealed off the divine territory, his strength has definitely reached the level of low-level divine power. It's a pity that there aren't many records of this master of the era in the World Tree's inheritance. The predecessor seemed to hate him, and even my emotions were affected when I checked the inheritance. Eve shook her head slightly. But in any case, one thing was certain. That was, before the space seal of the dimension of Seekers was opened, the gods could not descend to the world of Seekers in their complete form. An evil god whose strength had recovered to the level of low-level divine power, and a Titan who was an ancient god, would definitely cause terrible harm. Opening the official forum of the Elven Kingdom, Eve saw that most of the players were gloating over the matter of the Maple Leaf territory. Not only that, when they heard that the revived evil god had declared war on the human empire, many players strongly suggested that perhaps they could suggest to Big Sister, Taylor, who had already become the chief high priest, and Alice, the saintess, to form an alliance with the evil god. Of course, Eve glanced at this matter and put it aside. Although Eve did have the idea of driving a tiger to devour a wolf at some point, she finally extinguished the idea after seeing some scenes of the Maple Leaf territory through the player's vision. On the one hand, although she did not think that she was a good person and was not as saintly as her predecessor after becoming a god, at least, she was still fundamentally different from the evil god. Moreover, if she wanted to drive a tiger to devour a wolf, it would depend on whether she was driving a tiger or a dragon pretending to be a tiger. If the other party was really Anos, the Titan King, Eve did not think that she, who had become a novice, could play an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Not to mention, the priesthood that Eve controlled was also fatally attractive to the revived evil god. Perhaps the Elven Forest was not targeted by the other party now because the other party was afraid of Eve's strength, but what about in the future? What's more, Eve was in urgent need of a sum of divine power to upgrade to a great divine power. In addition, considering that a revived evil god might pose a threat to her own concealment, after various considerations, Eve finally decided to make a move. It was just that: when to make a move, how to make a move, how to make a big deal out of the Eternal Overlord after making a move, or how to profit from it, and at the same time, how to spread her good name. She had to think carefully. After all, Eve was not a demon. Among them, Eve already had some ideas and expectations. But before that, she needed to get to know this King of Titans in detail. She did not know much about this ancient myth, but there were others who knew a lot. With this in mind, Eve got up from the throne, summoned the incarnation of a true god, and descended into the Elven Forest. In the middle of the Elven Forest, near a beautiful lake. The lake water rippled, and the mountains in the distance rose and fell. This was a scenic spot with pleasant scenery, and even in the Elven Forest where any picture could be used as wallpaper, it could be called a fairyland. Of course, the premise was that one could ignore the bustling sounds of hawking and forming parties around them. Players gathered around the lakeside in 2s and 3s. Some were setting up stalls in the open air, while others were calling for people. Even further away, one could see simple tents and small wooden houses set up by the players. Vaguely, there was even a sense of settlement. This kind of noisy atmosphere destroyed the otherworldly beauty of the beautiful lakeside, and tainted this magnificent scene with a layer of tackiness. However, if one observed carefully, one would find that the players were active in a very regular position. Apart from a few fully armed players who formed parties, most of them would not step near the lakeside. Around the lakeside, there would be players forming parties who would step in from time to time. The moment they stepped in, their figures would suddenly disappear, as if they had passed through an invisible barrier. However, most of them would appear again a few seconds after disappearing in a sorry state, as if they were thrown out by something. Even so, there were still people who looked excited and rushed in wave after wave. When Eve arrived here, this was the scene she saw. She did not reveal herself but hid her figure, so no players discovered her. However, looking at the excited players entering and exiting the invisible barrier, Eve's expression was a little strange. With a move of her body, Eve also stepped into the invisible barrier. The surrounding scene flashed slightly, and the bustling players outside disappeared instantly. The next moment, the lakeside scenery in her vision suddenly changed into a desolate desert, and a few ferocious earth dragons appeared in front of Eve, roaring and rushing toward her. Eve's expression did not change. She only glanced at the earth dragons indifferently, and all the earth dragons froze in place. Their bodies trembled a few times, and then suddenly shattered. Even the surrounding desert disappeared in the white light. Everything returned to the beautiful lakeside. Interesting illusion magic, Eve said with interest. In the next second, accompanied by an angry dragon roar, a somewhat exasperated dragon roar sounded. Which bastard came in without my permission? Don't you know that I like to be quiet when I rest? The sound of water splashing was heard, and a huge golden dragon poked its head out of the lake. There was still anger on its huge dragon face, and its long golden whiskers were trembling. It was the golden dragon Mars. However, when this mythical megalosaurus saw the elven girl with a faint smile on the lakeside, the anger on its face disappeared instantly and turned into unprecedented respect. Your Highness Goddess, why are you here? It was a little embarrassed. I'm here to see your new home. I heard that the place you chose is quite beautiful. Sure enough, every golden dragon likes this kind of paradise. By the way, I'll ask you a question about the ancient times. Eve smiled. The golden dragon sighed, don't mention it. Don't mention it. I now truly believe that choosing this place as my nest was a mistake. No, I shouldn't have let the elves know where my nest is in order to stabilize the barbecue at my door. They are really, really too noisy. Eve was speechless. After that, the old golden dragon looked at Eve again and asked curiously, Your Highness Goddess, what do you want to ask me? Eve went straight to the point. After living here for so many days, I think you should have already understood that I'm still different from the world tree from 1,000 years ago. I don't have many memories about the ancient times. Mars shook his head. No, since you've recovered, you're the world tree, the great Yggdrasil. Looking at the serious golden dragon, Eve did not continue to discuss this issue. She stretched out her hand and pointed slightly, and a screenshot of the evil god taken by a player appeared in midair. This fallen titan, do you know her? Titan Princess Xianxia? Golden dragon Mars furrowed his brows and asked in surprise. PR Princess? Looking at the bald titan that appeared in the air, Eve could not help but be stunned. Xianxia? Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. Mars explained respectfully, Xianxia is the daughter of Anos. Xianxia is the daughter of the Titan King, Anos. She's a rather low-key mythical titan. Even in the era before my slumber, not many knew of her existence. She was born when Anos became the king of the Titans. It's said that from the moment she was born, she possessed the power of a mythical titan. She's a true natural-born mythical titan. She has the 3 priesthoods of war, vengeance, and fire. Although she's not one of the 9 mythical pillars of the Titans, her true strength at her peak is definitely enough to enter the sequence that represents the peak strength of the Titans. Listening to Mars' introduction, Eve nodded slightly. The mythical Titan 9 pillars was also mentioned in her inherited memories. It was said that they were the 9 strongest mythical Titans in the history of the Titans at their peak. Even the weakest among them had the strength of a mid-level divine power. And the leader of the mythical 9 pillars was the king of the Titans, also known as the sun god, Anos. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from Mars, it was evident that this Titan princess was powerful. However, Eve also noticed a detail in Mars' words. At his peak? There was a trace of inquiry in her expression. Mars said with a solemn expression, yes. In our war with the Titans, she was once sent by Anos to deal with us dragons. With her valiant strength, she caused considerable casualties to us. Several of our dragon gods fell at her hands. However, her nature was extreme and cruel, and she became more and more lost in the slaughter of war. Not only did she limit the war to the Titans and Megalosaurus, but she also spread it to more ancient gods. She took pleasure in slaughtering living creatures. In the end, she caused a huge disaster in the world of seekers, causing the dissatisfaction of many Titans, including Anos. Later on, Anos had no choice but to stop her and call her back. But at this time, she was completely crazy and no longer listened to Anos' advice. In the end, Anos had no choice but to unite the other ancient gods and devise a plan to seal her, As he spoke, the old golden dragon could not help but glance at Eve. Your Holiness, if your inherited memories are complete, I think, you should know more about this than I do. Eve was a little surprised. Mars explained. Because the ancient god that Anos had allied with was your former self. If I remember correctly, it seems that because of the matter with Sekhmet, you also had a conflict with Anos. Since then, you no longer provided help to the Titans. Hearing this, Eve was a little surprised. At the same time, he suddenly understood why he would feel a little conflicted and annoyed whenever he recalled his memories about the Titans. While inheriting the memories of the World Tree, he would also inherit some of the World Tree's emotions. Normally, these emotions would not have any reaction, but when the memories were recalled, they would appear. Sekhmet brought chaos to the world of Seekers, but the one who sent him was the Titan King Anos. According to Eve's understanding of her predecessor, it was probably because of this that he hated this ruler of the Titan era. He used his own daughter as a sword of slaughter and allowed his daughter to get lost in the slaughter. In the end, he even planned to seal his daughter. With his predecessor's personality, it would be strange if he didn't hate him. Although this Titan princess was evil and hateful, in a sense, she was also a pitiful existence. Wait a minute. Seal. In that case, the ruins of the Titans in the Maple Leaf territory were used to seal this Titan princess. The Maple Leaf territory used to be where the elven capital was. In that case, it could be explained clearly. However, why did this Titan princess use the name of Anos after breaking the seal? Not to mention that she followed his example and created a religion. She couldn't be trying to resurrect the Titan King Anos, right? Or did she think of herself as the sun god Anos under the pollution of the abyss? It was not impossible. Eve's thoughts were flying. But in any case, knowing the identity of this Titan evil god, Eve's mood relaxed a lot. If she was not the Titan King Anos and had lost her main priesthood, then she would not be much of a threat. However, a mythical Titan who had already gone crazy before being eroded by the abyss and had completely lost herself under the influence of the abyss, and seemed to have a feud with the World Tree due to the seal. If she was really left alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, Eve already had some plans in her mind. I understand, Mars. Thank you for the news. Eve nodded slightly. Your Holiness the Goddess, you're too polite. You're now Mars' master. Since we've signed a 1,000-year contract, I should do my best to provide you with all the power I have. Mars replied respectfully. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and continued worriedly. Your Holiness the Goddess. I know that it may be a little inappropriate to say this as a megalosaurus, but even if we put aside the identity of a megalosaurus, I still think that I have to remind you, even if Sekhmet's strength has not completely recovered, with his unscrupulous character, he will definitely cause an apocalyptic natural disaster in the world of Seekers. Now, the only one in the entire plane who has the power to resist him is you. Please, you must stop him, or even kill him completely. I know that you sealed him back then probably to make him realize his mistake, but if he's really been polluted by the power of the abyss, then, there's no saving him. Eve was silent for a moment and nodded gently. Golden Dragon Mars breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but stopping. Seeing the old Golden Dragon's nervous look, Eve smiled slightly and said gently. What else do you want to say? You don't have to be so reserved. Mars' dragon face was a little embarrassed. He waved his huge tail a little uneasily, and the golden beard on his face kept swaying. Your Holiness the Goddess, that. I want to ask, how can I become a mission NPC in the Elf Forest? Eve was speechless. Wait, how long has it been? You're a native old dragon who has slept for who knows how many years, and you're already so familiar with these foreign words. Are the power of the player so strong? Eve complained in her heart. You want to become a mission NPC? She asked calmly. Cough, it's like this. Mars stretched out his claws and scratched his head. He sighed and said, I've communicated with Alice, the saintess you appointed, and asked her how to make these elven chosen ones live peacefully. She told me that as long as I become a mission NPC and activate the favorability system, I can make those elves obedient. Not only that, I've also consulted Mr. Therendir, and he also told me that there are many benefits after becoming a mission NPC, such as the mission system that allows me to hire elven chosen ones. Eve was speechless. So it wasn't the players who told you that, but these two? She looked at the nervous Megalosaurus strangely and suddenly had a thought. Eve smiled slightly and showed a kind expression. Of course, many of those who are loyal to me will obtain the mission system and become mission NPCs. Hearing her words, the old golden dragon's spirit was lifted. But, Eve abruptly changed the topic. The mission system is tied to my faith. Only by becoming my believer can you become a mission NPC. After saying that, she looked at Mars with a smile. Mars, do you want to become my believer? Mars' expression showed that he was in a dilemma. He hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, Your Holiness Goddess, I've already seen your teachings. To be honest, I don't contradict your teachings. It's just that old bones like us haven't come into contact with the power of faith. According to the elven chosen ones who preach, becoming a believer means dedicating oneself wholeheartedly to the true God. Even after death, the soul will belong to the God. I don't want to lose my freedom. Looking at Mars' serious expression, Eve was deep in thought. She thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. That charming smile made the golden dragon slightly absent-minded. Then, how about a shallow believer? A shallow believer? Mars was slightly stunned. Only believe in me, but don't be too constrained by the teachings of the Holy Bible of life. You have to open your heart to me and be bound by the core teachings. Pray to me and provide a small amount of power of faith, but your soul won't be recalled by me after death. Eve said with a smile. Hearing her words, a hint of hesitation flashed across Mars' face. Strictly speaking, only devout believers will be given the mission system by me. However, I'm on good terms with Reinhardt and have a good relationship with Ulinos. The elves are also allies of the dragons, so, as long as you become a shallow believer, I promise to give you the power of the system and let you become a mission NPC. As long as you become a mission NPC, you can obtain the ability to command the elven chosen ones at will. Not only can you get them to evacuate from here, but you can also easily obtain their various services. Eve said temptingly. As if touched by Eve's words, Mars could not help but swallow his saliva. His golden eyes lit up slightly. He hesitated for a moment and struggled for a moment. In the end, the scales in his heart were slowly overwhelmed by the temptations of becoming a mission NPC. If that's the case, then I'm willing to accept your faith. As he spoke, the golden dragon slightly bowed his head and bowed to Eve. At the same time, Eve felt that there was a new light spot in her soul. This light spot was brighter than any other light spot except for the light spot of faith of the fairy king, Fennel. Although it was only Mars Dragon, with the first one, it would not be too late to get the other two. The Megalosaurus mission of the myths and legends that gave the players headaches for several days was completed so easily. After returning to her god's kingdom, Eve pondered for a moment and released the official announcement of the opening of the Mid-Silver Advancement Quota, Holy Mania Empire, Mania City, the imperial capital. In the center of the city, a gray palace with a dome stood in front of the city square. The palace was majestic and solemn, with bright flags representing the various territories of the empire. This was the Kingdom of Grey Castle, where the empire's aristocrat parliament was held. It was also the center of power of the empire. At this moment, in the magnificent parliament hall, the gorgeous seats were filled with the nobles of the empire. Every noble who could sit here was a core participant in the center of power of the empire. Each of them represented a family and a territory. However, the usually elegant and reserved nobles of the empire had completely lost their former dignity at this moment. Instead, they quarreled fiercely, cursed, and were flushed with anger. They were on the verge of fighting. Only the 13-year-old Princess Teresa sat helplessly on the throne on one side of the president of the parliament. The Bishop of Winstfief, who was the regent, sat on the other side, watching the noisy scene with cold eyes. Fight. We must fight. The people are being slaughtered. This is a disgrace to the empire. Fight? What do you have to fight? Everyone below the gods is an ant. Even the angel of judgment, who is a true god, was defeated. What do you have to rely on? Are you going to rely on your laughable family guards? Or, is the destruction of the 3rd Local Defense Legion not painful enough? Do you want to destroy the other legions of the empire? You can send the church's Knights of Judgment. You can send more angels. Could it be that a church can't even deal with a revived evil god? Haha, then you'll have to ask the church. We're just nobles. The strongest force we have is only at the legendary level. The church? Even the angel of judgment was defeated. Do you want the bishops to fight? 3 years. Didn't His Holiness say that all evil will be destroyed in 3 years? We just need to hold on for 3 years. Haha. 3 years is enough for the evil god of Maple Leaf Hill to destroy everything. Then what do you think we should do? Do you want to ask for help from other races? Haha, are you willing to let the infidels set foot on our land? Or do you think the bishops will be willing to? The nobles discussed animatedly and sarcastically. The Bishop of Winced Fief, who was sitting at the front, looked more and more upset. Enough! He scolded coldly. The pressure of the legendary level spread out, and the whole conference hall fell silent. The Bishop of Winced snorted coldly, then looked at the President of the Parliament, Duke Corlins, who was sitting at the front of the hall with his eyes closed. Your Excellency, I've seen enough. Tell me, what do you want? The gray-haired but hale and hearty Duke Corlins slowly opened his eyes and showed a kind smile. Your Excellency, it's nothing. We're just worried about the situation and want to quell the chaos in Maple Leaf Hill as soon as possible. With that, he smiled slightly. Don't you think that quelling the rebellion as soon as possible is the most important thing? Get to the point. The Bishop of Winced's voice was indifferent. Duke Corlins was slightly serious. Your Excellency, fighting against evil gods is the responsibility of all living beings. This has nothing to do with race or faith. Why can't we ask Her Holiness the Goddess of Life for help? The loud and clear cry of an eagle echoed in the valley, and murderous cries of ha! Ha! The sound of the training echoed back and forth. On a platform above a cliff, more than 30 fully armed warrior players were raising the greatswords in their hands and releasing skills at the training dolls in front of them over and over again. Ye, who was already a silver player, was also standing in the team. He held the silver epic purple greatsword that he had just exchanged for and shouted loudly as he slashed at the stone dolls in front of him. A brilliant light flashed, and the blade of the sword hit the stone dolls, bursting out bursts of sparks. However, even with Ye's full strength, the stone dolls were still intact. This was normal. After all, these training dolls were high-grade goods that the Meng Committee had dug out from the ruins and modified. They were specially used as training tools, and normal silver attacks couldn't hurt them at all. The players who participated in the training were all warrior players who had just entered the silver level. While they were training, there was a silver max warrior player who had extremely sharp eyes, although his equipment was a little shabby, constantly patrolling the team. As he patrolled, he shouted to the training players, "You have to be steady. Don't rely too much on the power of the system. Although the game system can help us use skills, the system has a certain limit. If you want to kill an enemy at the same level one-on-one, if you want to live for 1 more minute in a battlefield mission, if you want to win in a virtual PK, just relying on the system won't do. You have to really understand the essence of the skills you have mastered through repeated training. Don't underestimate these training. This kind of training can not only make you stronger and more familiar with the power of the silver level, but it can also reflect back to the real world. When you can completely use skills without the support of the system, you might find that you have become an expert when you return to the real world." Ha 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 ha, the crowd roared with laughter. The coach player looked at everyone and scolded jokingly, "Don't believe it. Don't doubt me. Other than magic skills, people will treat you as a chunibu in the real world. If you practice more skills, you will become an expert in the real world. Of course, the premise is that your body in the real world can keep up with your mind. Isn't that useless at all?" Someone jeered. "At least you can put on a show to fool the layman." The coach player rolled his eyes. Everyone chatted as they trained. And at that moment, a crisp dragon roar sounded all of a sudden. Everyone looked up and saw a 7 to 8 meter long little golden dragon flying over from the horizon. Its flying movements were elegant and beautiful. Although it was still small, it already had the aura of a megalosaurus. Hearing the dragon's roar, the coach player looked up into the sky, a look of adoration flashing across his eyes. "Christine, here." He beckoned to the little golden dragon, and the little golden dragon flew in front of him and intimately rubbed his face. The coach player smirked. He stroked the little golden dragon's head, then turned around and smiled at everyone. That's all for today's training. We'll continue the Seeker's time in 4 days. Remember to practice more when you get back. Elven Nation is different from other games. If you want to increase your strength as much as possible, it's important to practice your skills in addition to leveling up and accumulating equipment. I hope that everyone can become famous warrior players on the Battle Power ranking board soon. With that, he leaped onto the dragon's back. See you in a few days. Then, with a crisp dragon roar, it flew away from the training ground. Ye wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at the golden dragon that was getting further and further away. That's great. When can I have a megalosaurus as my companion? The golden dragon is so beautiful. Heh, you still have to be able to afford it. If it weren't for the sake of raising a gold dragon, why would Mr. Optimist, a top player in the top 20 on the combat leaderboard, open a training class to earn some extra money? A hoarse yet slightly magnetic voice rang out. A tall and burly warrior player appeared beside Ye. Ye glanced at the other party and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Gale, why are you here?" The person who came to his side was the veteran player that the youth had met when he first entered the pit, Face the Storm Bar. Of course, at this moment, the warrior player had also leveled up to silver and was a few levels higher than Ye. I came to the Mountain Peak City to settle some matters, and also to take a look at the legendary skills training class. It's been quite popular on the forum recently. Face the Storm Bar said with a smile. Then, he rubbed his chin and glanced at Ye before asking curiously, "What's the matter? How is it? How's the effect of Mr. Optimist's class?" Ye waved the greatsword in his hand and nodded, "It's very effective. Anyway, I feel that my strength has improved a lot. When I was at Black Iron, I felt that I only needed to rely on the system to release skills, but I didn't expect that I can use skills without relying on skills. I can only rely on my own will." Face the Storm Bar nodded with a look of deep understanding. Isn't that right? In the past, there were very few silver players. As long as you were a silver player, you were a big shot. But now, there are more and more silver players. Gradually, the gap between people is showing. It's still too inflexible to rely on the system's assistance alone. If you can master many skills on your own, you can do a lot of tricks. The higher the level, the more obvious it is. Yes, yes. Ye agreed very much. If that's the case, I'd better sign up for one. Mr. Optimist is the best warrior player, except that the registration fee is a little expensive. Face the Storm Bar looked at his system wallet with a pained heart. You get what you pay for. You said it yourself. Big Brother Optimist wants to raise a golden dragon. Not to mention that sometimes the bento boss will come and be the coach. That's the bento boss. Bento boss. Sometimes, you can even see Miss Nightingale. Ye put away his weapon and said. Don't be ridiculous. Who doesn't know that the internal members of the Meng Meng committee will get discounts? Face the Storm Bar laughed and scolded. After saying that, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity. I wanted you and Ye to join our guild, but I didn't expect you to be kidnapped in the end. Ahem. It can't be helped. The Meng Meng committee gave us too much. The house prices in Elf Nation are too expensive. Sister Cat said that as long as we join the Meng Meng committee, the guild will give us a house, so we came over. Ye said with some embarrassment. After saying that, he looked at the time in the system and asked again, Brother Storm, are you free next? Face the Storm Bar raised his eyebrows. Why? Coconut, do you want to buy me a drink? Ye scratched his head shyly. Haven't we not seen each other for a long time? Why don't you call Donut and the others? There's a lot of delicious food in the city on the peak. It's almost evening, so I'll treat you tonight. Face the Storm Bar shook his head. It's a pity that they're in the Maple Leaf territory. I'm afraid they won't be back for a few days. Maple Leaf territory? Isn't the war over there over? The human civil war is outside the map, right? They haven't opened a new map yet, right? Hey, it's over, but didn't Border Earl collude with the evil god? It's a done deal, so the Maple Leaf territory isn't peaceful inside. So they still went to be mercenaries? Helping Border Earl quell the rebellion? No. The evil god is a done deal. Except for those stubborn players who would dare to help. Aren't they afraid of losing the goddess' favor? Of course, it's to kill the bandits or something. Recently, the bandits in the Maple Leaf territory are filthy rich. This is a society with a breakdown of order. I don't even dare to look at the videos of the Maple Leaf territory taken by the players on the forum. It's too miserable. I wonder when Elven Nation will be banned. It shouldn't be banned. If it was, Elven Nation would have been banned long ago. I have an intuition that maybe the next big plot is not far away from us. Now I miss the war of 10,000 people. Especially when you listen to the BGM charging. Although the battlefield mission is exciting, the number of people is still a little small. The two chatted back and forth. Ye looked at the sky and said, "Don't stand there. Donut and the others can't come. I haven't seen Brother Storm for a long time. Let's drink a few drinks today." "Hey, underage drinking?" Face the Storm Bar smiled. "Isn't this in the game?" Ye rolled his eyes. The two chatted as they left the training ground built on the edge of the cliff and entered the city on the peak. The city on the peak was a city built in the foothills. The buildings were built in circles along the mountain range. The sense of disorder and hierarchy filled the city with a unique atmosphere. Although it was a fortress city, the greenery in the city was very good. Bright magic lamps were lit on both sides of the road, showing the wealth of the city. Every building in the city was made of stone. The style was a mixture of the dignified elven style and the classical mystery of a Western-style fortress in the Blue Star. The roads were paved with thick stone slabs. Pedestrians came and went. Not only were there all kinds of players, but there were also some elves who were rooted here. In addition, there were also many dwarves and humans, as well as some strange underground intelligent races. Most of them were caravans of various races. Following Ye to a black dragon bar opened by the Meng committee, they ordered a bottle of elven fruit wine. While listening to the unknown music played by the bards in the bar, they looked at the foreign NPCs coming and going in the bar. While they felt very comfortable, they were also a little surprised by the Storm Bar. I feel that there are more and more NPCs of various races here. After all, this is the famous transit city on the shortest route from the surface to the underground world in the western part of the continent. I heard from Sister Gugu that the city is planning to expand. A new city is being planned for the mining area on the other side of the tunnel. I heard that they are going to build a forging center. Ye took a sip of the sweet and sour fruit wine and smiled. Boss Salty Meow is really amazing. Back then, I didn't think that she would build a city here, but she really built a metropolis. It hasn't even been 2 years, right? The Storm Bar sighed with emotion. Sister Meow has a good eye. Ye thought so too. Looking at the young man's expression of approval, the Storm Bar clicked his tongue. Sister Meow. TSK, it seems that Salty Meow admires you a lot. The rumors are true. It's said that Salty Meow admires Boss Phone a lot. She will think highly of any player that Boss Phone likes and try to poach them. She even tried to poach Brother Kim before. Maybe. But I haven't seen Senior Phone since then. Ye was a little disappointed. If the skills taught by Big Brother Optimist were very useful, then the more Ye trained, the more he felt that Senior Fang's pointers were sharp. To be able to become a silver warrior in such a short time, and successfully become a priest, and become a paladin with a little reputation in the guild. It could be said that it was all thanks to Fang's guidance. Unfortunately, he had not seen her since that day. However, he seemed to have seen Fang's name in a server announcement. It seemed that she had completed an NPC's missionary mission. Where's Nai? Speaking of which, where did Nai go? Don't you two always act together? The Storm Bar asked again. She's still in the Demon God's maze trying to get a silver slot. Ye clinked his glass with the elf warrior and answered. She hasn't gotten there yet? The Storm Bar was a little surprised. Sigh. Actually, she got there once. She was promoted to silver, but after that, the joy turned to sorrow. Wasn't there a big battle in the Maple Leaf territory some time ago? We all secretly joined in, but who knew that she didn't bring enough resurrection tokens and was killed by the evil god and dropped a level? Ye shook his head. The Storm Bar was speechless. Awesome. He was silent for a long time and could only spit out this word. After saying that, he felt a little strange. Aren't you going to help her get there? Sigh, isn't there a training session today? And she's almost done with it today. Ye said. It shouldn't be difficult. I heard that the drop rate these few days is quite high. The storm bar nodded. But soon, he saw Ye raise his eyebrows again. Then, he looked happy. She sent a message saying that she finished and got a slot. She'll teleport back in a while. Congratulations. After a while, a certain elf girl finally ran over in a hurry. Brother Storm. Long time no see. As soon as she entered the bar, she greeted the storm bar enthusiastically. Nai, long time no see. The elf warrior also smiled. Nai skipped over to their seats and sat down next to Ye. She took the glass of fruit wine from the youth and finished it in one gulp, so satisfying. She put down the wine glass. Then, she slumped into the chair. Finally, I don't have to farm the demon god maze anymore. These few days, I'm really going to vomit from farming the job-changing slots. It's not easy. Even if the drop rate is high now, farming is still quite troublesome. Congratulations on your graduation. The storm bar smiled. But after saying that, he chuckled. But, it's not possible to stop farming the demon god maze, unless you don't plan to upgrade your equipment to divine weapons. After hearing that, Nai frowned. Divine weapon repair point scroll, right? I knew it. Ha, keep up the good work. Actually, it's fine if you don't farm. You can slowly accumulate contribution points. The elven warrior laughed heartily, happily showing off the divine dagger he had just repaired. The young man and woman looked envious. Then I'd better save up. Anyway, I don't want a supreme grade divine weapon. Something decent will do. Really? I feel like vomiting when I see the 13 demon kings now. I feel like I'm having an illusion. I feel like they all know me. Nai was paralyzed. However, just as they were chatting, suddenly, a new system message flashed across their vision. Ding, announcement, Kingdom of the Elves will be updated continuously in 3 days. Please check the official website for details. It's going to be updated again? The storm bar raised his eyebrows and finished the fruit wine in his cup. Then, he opened the official website in the system. Then, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but swear. What the F***CK? What's wrong? The two newcomers to the second beta testing were curious. The storm bar swallowed his saliva and said, Kingdom of the Elves is going to release the intermediate silver level, Nai, so soon? I'm just about to graduate. The young girl started to pupa on her seat like a worm. The storm bar looked at the announcement carefully, and his expression gradually became strange. Nai. He looked at the young girl. What's the matter, Brother Storm? The young girl stopped pupa. You're probably going to continue farming the demon god maze. The storm bar pointed at the location where the silver advancement quota would drop and said. Nai. The new game announcement once again stirred up waves in Elven Nation. The mid-silver level was finally going to be released. In response to that, the players' reactions were divided into 2 tiers. Since they were already silver tier, the players who were already at the max level of silver tier were naturally extremely excited. However, the players who were stuck at the max level of steel tier were not so happy. Although there were more and more silver level players, there were only about 20,000 of them. In comparison, there were more than 500,000 players in the entire server who were iron level. This was not fair. The game was not balanced, that was what many iron level players were thinking. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, how much they cursed on the forum, and how much they wanted to quit the game, in the end, everyone held their noses and accepted it. It could not be helped, Elven Nation was one of a kind, whether it was the NPC intelligence that was at its peak, or the almost 3 times faster thinking speed, or the variety of gameplay in the game, with all kinds of irreplaceable advantages. Even if the level system was not fair enough, the balance in the hearts of the players was still tilted towards the game. At the end of the day, it was just a matter of choosing between adding and subtracting points. Apart from that, the new game announcement not only mentioned that there would be an increase in silver level advancement slots in some dungeons, including the Demon God's Maze, as well as various hidden and main quests, it also mentioned that there would be a further increase in the drop rate of silver level advancement slots. Even those who completed the weekly quests every week, as long as they did not advance to silver level, had a certain chance of obtaining a slot. The more quests completed, the higher the drop rate. In other words, as long as you worked hard enough, crossed out, as long as you played the game hard enough, there would always be a chance to become a silver level player. Of course, there were many players who wanted to be lazy. After all, Elven Nation was not only about fighting and killing, there was also poetry and distance. In short, after some commotion, the players finally accepted reality and began to work hard for a higher level. The Demon Kings in the Demon God's Maze vomited blood when they realized that for some reason, there were suddenly more elves coming to fight in the palace. Although there were already a lot of elves, most of them were just iron level dregs. Now it was different, there were waves of silver level elves. And they were even crazier. Of course, the 13 pitiful 007 tools naturally did not know that this was because the announcement that the advancement slot would only be triggered by players who had reached the maximum level of silver tier. Therefore, the silver tier players who had not reached the maximum level had already started to crazily grind monsters to level up. The players were busy, and the entire elven forest was filled with an inexplicable sense of urgency. The taverns were filled with idle chatter, and the number of people attending the bonfire party in the square had decreased significantly. Even the lives of the native elves were somewhat affected. This was natural, after all, many of them were quest NPCs. Apart from that, what made Eve feel gratified was that after Mars was tempted by the mission system to become a shallow believer, the other two silver dragons were quickly dragged into the water as well. Furthermore, it was after Mars, who had the system, went to the elven city where the two dragons were currently located to show off. The two silver dragons couldn't help but take the initiative to look for the Saintess Alice and bring it up. It was worth mentioning that the two silver dragons, who were extremely fond of culture and art, couldn't take their eyes off Xianxia at first sight. They seemed to be quite interested in the wooden buildings that were inherited from the Blue Star culture, and even learned to play the arrow with a few players, so much so that when Eve used her character to peek, she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the two elven megalosaurus sitting on a small stool and playing the arrow with the players while shaking their heads. This thing of cultural invasion was really not something to hide. Now, when Azazel scolded the players, he would even use the Blue Star meme. Well, although he could only scold behind her back, his lines in battle were always the classic passive three-sentence style. In short, with the release of the new announcement, the entire elven forest was as if injected with chicken blood, and once again entered a period of vigorous development. All the quests that could be done were swept away by the players. And when the players were doing the final sprint in preparation for the update, a noble girl who was studying in the Temple of Life in Grey Harbor finally closed the last book. "Miss Sophia, you're really the NP with the best learning ability I've ever seen." "Female, I have nothing else to teach you," a player wearing a white priestess robe said with a smile. Hearing her words, Sophia raised her head slightly, and her delicate face faintly had a hint of holiness. That was the radiance of faith that only fanatics had. This once confused half-elf girl had grown into a firm believer of the goddess under the tutelage of Nigel. "Thank you for your teachings, Miss Nigel." Sophia nodded slightly and performed a standard elf etiquette. Her expression was filled with gratitude. But, it's still the same sentence. What you learn on paper is shallow, and you have to experience it with your own hands. If you want to better understand the teachings of the goddess and save the people from the darkness, you have to combine it with reality and explore it down to earth. Nigel's expression was solemn, and she spoke with a straight face. Sophia nodded in deep agreement, and her tone was firm and sincere. "I understand. Just as the Holy Bible of Life says, practice is the only standard to test the truth." "Well, congratulations on your graduation. This is the graduation gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Nigel smiled and took out a hardcover Holy Bible of Life from his bosom. There was also a magic necklace made of mithril on it. The silver necklace sparkled under the bright sunlight, and a scepter-like emblem hung from it. It was the symbol of the goddess of life, Eve. This was a necklace that had been blessed by the goddess. Nigel had asked for it from the Saintess Alice. Sophia gratefully put away the Holy Bible and put it into her storage ring. Then, she solemnly put the necklace on her neck. The sun emblem necklace that symbolized the Lord of Eternity had disappeared from her neck. Looks like I have a good eye for choosing necklaces. They really suit you. Looking at the half-elf girl who looked even more holy and beautiful after putting on the necklace, the eyes of a certain female player who was obsessed with appearances lit up. Sophia's ears turned red, and she bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. All right. Calling me teacher is too stressful. It always reminds me of my postgraduate boss. Cough, let's not talk about this. Anyway. I hope you can realize your dreams. If you ever become a purple NPC, just give me more missions with less work and more contribution points. Nigel said with a wave of his hand. Sophia was speechless. After bidding farewell to the priest, Sophia left the Temple of Life in Greyhaven. The bright sunlight shone on her body, making her feel warm. The wind that blew on her body already had some warmth, turning the treetops and grass green. It blew out the vitality of early spring. There seemed to be more buildings on both sides of the street. The area that had been empty when the girls had just arrived at Greyhaven was now filled with beautiful and stylish houses. In addition, there were even more elves surrounding the various construction areas, rushing to be the first to be busy. No one was slacking off. This kind of efficiency, this kind of high self-awareness, made Sophia sigh. The elves were indeed a race full of vitality and vitality. As long as we work hard, we can continue to improve and obtain a happy and beautiful life. Is this the new world that the goddess described? Looking at the elves coming and going, their faces filled with happiness even though they were working hard to build houses, they were having fun building houses, Sophia was greatly moved. I will definitely bring hope to the people in the darkness. I will definitely let those pitiful people in the territory live a happy life. The girl clenched her fists, her gaze becoming more and more determined. She continued forward, passing through the crisscrossing streets and passing through the noisy crowd. Finally, Sophia arrived at the port of Greyhaven. Looking at this unfamiliar yet familiar elven port, the girl was slightly lost in thought. As the flames of war spread throughout the western part of the human empire, this elven city's port did not continue to be desolate. Instead, it became strangely lively. The noisy port was filled with boats, and there were many humans dressed in different clothes on the shore. There were nobles, commoners, merchants, adventurers, and people of all professions and classes. Of course, if one observed carefully, they would realize that their range of activity was limited to the vicinity of the port. They did not dare to take a step out of the port area guarded by elves. Only believers of the goddess could enter the hinterland of Greyhaven, and only devout believers could enter the elven forest. Moreover, it was only the periphery. This was the rule of Greyhaven and the elven forest. While Sophia was curiously looking at the people coming and going at the port, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind her. They are people who escaped from the Maple Leaf territory. They want to take a boat from Greyhaven to the north of the Holy Mania Empire. Hearing this familiar voice, Sophia's heart skipped a beat. She turned slightly and saw a familiar figure. Lord Wind, is that you? There was a hint of surprise in her voice. Wind smiled gently and nodded. Long time no see, Miss Sophia. Then, she looked at the necklace on the girl's chest and said meaningfully. It seems, you have found your own path. Yes, after learning from Teacher Feng, I finally know where the crux of the empire is, the girl nodded gently. Then, she clenched the necklace in her hand, her expression sincere and firm. The strict hierarchy and lifeless feudal system have long been unable to satisfy the development of society. Despite having powerful supernatural powers, magic, and divine spells that can change everything, most of the people in the empire still live in an abyss of suffering. This is a problem with the system. Under the oppression of the nobles and churches, the people are unable to enjoy the various benefits brought about by the development of supernatural powers. The entire society has long lost its vitality and has become a pool of stagnant water of despair. Change must be made. Only by believing in Her Holiness the Goddess, only by holding high the banner of justice and equality, only by liberating the people, only by letting every citizen enjoy the development benefits brought about by supernatural powers like the elves, can everything be changed. Only then can the dark world usher in true light. All things are equal, long live the goddess. Eve was speechless. Good. Another one was fooled. Speaking of which, what kind of strange things did Feng instill in her? Why did she feel like she was looking at an ultimate stitched monster? And it was a special and enhanced version? Hearing Sophia's passionate voice, a certain goddess in a windbreaker could not help but twitch her mouth. The half-elf girl held Eve's hands with slight excitement, her words full of gratitude. Lord Wind, thank you. Thank you for pointing out the path for me. If not for your suggestion, perhaps I would still be at a loss. Eve was speechless. You. As long as you're happy. Just as Sophia was thanking Eve, suddenly, there was a commotion at the outermost dock of the harbor. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She raised her head and saw a fleet of ships with intricate magic arrays sailing over from the upper reaches of the Weimar River. They were much taller and more majestic than the merchant ships around them. The white sails of each ship were painted with the image of a two-headed dragon. The dragon's body was reddish gold, and its bat wings were spread out to both sides. In the center was a brilliant sun, and under the bat wings, there were even more tiny but gorgeous flags. If one looked carefully, they would discover the red lion flag of the Maple Leaf Territory, the double lion flag of the Duke Rosen Territory, and the flags of the other territories of the Empire. It's the emblem of the Empire. This is a fleet directly under the Empire. Sophia frowned slightly and said. A fleet directly under the Empire? Eve raised her eyebrows. She sensed the powerful auras of a few legends in the fleet, as well as a few sources of faith that were as bright as torches in the darkness. She narrowed her eyes slightly. The fleet did not sail over. Instead, they went straight into the river bay and stopped at the harbor of Grey Harbor. The white sails were gradually lowered, and the landing boards were placed on the dock. A row of fully armed knights walked down from the ship and stood on both sides under the vigilant gazes of the patrolling players. Then, a thin noble with a goatee and gorgeous clothes walked down from the flagship. Who are you? Two patrolling players went up and asked cautiously while holding their weapons. The noble glanced at them, raised his head slightly, and said with some pride, I'm Baron Bar. The leader of the Holy Mania Empire's diplomatic mission to the Elven Forest, Count Bar. Then, he took out a piece of parchment with a seal. As he gestured to the elves around him, he said in a cadence, I'm here to deliver the Empress's decree. The evil gods have awakened, and the people are in a terrible situation. The Empire is willing to form an alliance with the Elven Forest to protect justice and light and eradicate the evil forces that threaten the world. The human nobleman shook his head with an arrogant expression, which was a stark contrast to his thin and small figure. His tone was arrogant, as if what he said was a gift from the heavens to the Elven Forest. Everyone, including Sophia, frowned slightly. His sharp and unkind appearance made it hard for the elves to have a good impression of him. The elven players looked at each other and whispered into each other's ears without hiding anything. Where did the silly NPC come from? Is he crazy? He looks like a lotus root, just like a goblin, isn't he asking for help? Who doesn't know about the Maple Leaf Territory? That's it? Yes, yes. He's an earl. His aura isn't as powerful as mine. The gamers didn't sound friendly, and they looked at the noble with strange and disdainful gazes. They were conversing in the Elven language. Besides Sophia, who had learned the Elven language, the imperial noble, who was holding the document, didn't understand. Even though he didn't understand, the human noble, who called himself Earl Bayer, sensed the hostility from the elves' unfriendly gazes. He laughed coldly and said, This is the Elven Forest. Is this how the Elven Forest treats its guests? Where's your leader? Why aren't you receiving us? The gamers were speechless. Wasn't he looking for trouble? The two patrolling gamers at the front of the crowd were amused by the human noble's tone. They were about to mock him, but a crisp sneer was heard from the elves. Heh, is this how the Empire greets? Since when did the Empire allow unruly goblins to be the messengers? This was the common language. Earl Bayer was speechless. He lifted his head angrily and looked at the speaker, who was wearing the robe of a half-elf priestess. Her appearance was stunning, but her eyes were cold. She looked at the noble with deep disgust. The surrounding gamers were agitated. Gosh! It's Sophia. Isn't that the sharp-tongued Missy? Was she brainwashed by Sister Siren? Pooh, 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 what brainwashing? This is called enlightening the mind, okay? Yes, 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 enlightenment. Haha, Sophia is here. There's going to be a good show. Hurry up and take notes. How to infuriate people to death with words that don't contain any obscenities. The players discussed animatedly as they looked at the human aristocrats with ridicule. Of course, they were still communicating in Elvish. Who are you? How dare you insult the envoys of the Empire? Earl Bayer looked at Sophia angrily and said sternly. Comparing humans to goblins, this was probably the most infuriating statement in the world of Seekers. The girl looked at him contemptuously, then her eyes widened in surprise. She sneered. Oh, my apologies. I didn't take a closer look and thought you were a goblin wearing a stolen noble's robe. But after taking a closer look, it's just that you look unique. Earl Bayer, is it? Looking at your clothes and the medal on your chest, you should be a count, right? Since you're a count, you should be familiar with the Empire's laws and regulations. Don't you know that you have to send an emissary or rely on a third party for communication during official visits? You have no manners and no dignity as a noble. I feel ashamed on behalf of Her Majesty. Sophia's voice was full of contempt. Earl Bayer was so angry that his beard curled up. Who are you? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Do you know who my father is? He said angrily. The girl's gaze was full of disdain. It's not important who I am. It's also not important who your father is. What's important is your current identity. She shook her head slightly and said, the gods are fair. Looks like the gods are still very fair. They gave you a unique appearance, but at the same time, they also gave you a pitiful intelligence, so as to not make you look uncoordinated. To actually let someone like you be the leader of a diplomatic mission, it looks like the Empire is really rotten to the core. You. What about me? I'm just telling the truth. If you have any self-awareness, I think you should go back to the elementary department of Imperial College and study diplomatic theory. Oh, no, I'm worried that you won't be able to graduate even if you go back. After all, you don't look like a 12-year-old, and you don't have the intellect of a 12-year-old either. You. Earl Bayer's face turned green with anger. He trembled and glared at Sophia fiercely. Then, he turned to the knights beside him and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest this half-elf who insulted the Empire. As soon as he finished his words, a few nobles with silver-tier powers surrounded Sophia. Sophia shook her head in disappointment and tightened her grip on the magic tools on her body, preparing to teach them a lesson. However, when the guards were about to surround her, a red figure descended from the sky and kicked the knights away. The figure sneered. Who dares to arrest people in the elf forest? It was Demacia. He seemed to have just reached the intermediate silver level. His presence wasn't stable yet, but his strength seemed to have reached a higher level. The human knights were at most new silver level, and they were no match for him with his full set of 6 godly equipment. After kicking a few knights into the river below the pier, Demacia raised the greatsword in his hand and mocked, don't worry. Is this the attitude of the human empire when they ask for help? If you want to ask for help, then so be it. If you want to form an alliance, then so be it. At least show your sincerity. What are you trying to do? Or, you don't want to form an alliance at all? You're just here to cause trouble? Who are you? Earl Bayer squinted at Demacia and questioned him. TSK. I'm annoyed by your arrogant attitude. Demacia clicked his tongue. Then, he waved his hand at the players behind him. Brothers, tie them up and throw them into the river. Let's wake them up. Hearing Demacia's order, the other players from Nature's Heart chuckled coldly before drawing their weapons and charging forward with ill intentions. However, at this moment, a voice was heard from the Imperial fleet. Enough. A powerful aura spread out and instantly suppressed the elves on the pier. Everyone, including Demacia who was already at the intermediate silver level, felt a horrifying force locking onto them. It made their hair stand on end, and they almost lost control of their bodies. The next moment, a figure wearing a red bishop's robe walked down from the flagship. It was an old man with gray hair. He only had one eye, and the other was covered by a golden eye patch. His whole body was shrouded in a gentle holy light. Red Bishop Morris, Sophia's expression was solemn. Red Bishop, Demacia and the other players squinted their eyes slightly. As the merchant fleet continued to communicate with the human empire, the players had some understanding of the level of priests in the Eternal Church. Those who could become Red Bishops were all devout and fanatical legendary masters. However, despite the appearance of a legendary master, Demacia did not seem to be afraid at all. He chuckled with a mocking expression. Isn't it just a legendary master? What are you doing in the elven forest? After saying that, he suddenly turned around and shouted to the sky, "Let's go. Lord Mars. The humans are bullying us elves." As soon as he finished speaking, an aura that was far more terrifying than Red Bishop Morris's descended on the pier. Its vastness and power made the Red Bishop, a legendary master, change his expression slightly. Get lost. The elven forest doesn't welcome evil guests. An indifferent voice came from the sky and echoed in everyone's heart. The Red Bishop's expression was solemn. Demigod, he muttered in disbelief. Then, he took a deep look at Greyhaven City. He frowned and looked at Earl Bayer, who had collapsed on the ground under the pressure. He said to the other knights, "Take him. Take him, let's go." With that, he boarded the Empire's flagship without looking back. The knights helped Earl Bayer up and followed the Red Bishop onto the sailboat. The sailboat raised its sails again and slowly sailed away from the harbor. There was no hesitation at all. In fact, it was a little embarrassing. Bye-bye. Demacia proudly clasped his hands around his mouth and laughed loudly. A few Nature's Heart players cooperated and took out a bag of salt powder from their arms and scattered it into the sky, used to ward off evil spirits. Sophia was speechless. After laughing for a while, Demacia turned around and laughed. He, fortunately, Brother Mu invited Lord Mars to Greyhaven today. Haha. Did you see the Red Bishop's expression just now? He was probably frightened by Lord Mars's pressure, right? Ha ha ha. He ran so fast. However, when he saw the girl's complicated gaze as she looked at the human fleet that was getting further and further away, he quickly explained. Don't feel pressured. They're not here to form an alliance. It's too obvious. How can they do that? Also, I heard that the church and the nobles in the human empire are in conflict. The nobles seem to want to use us to destroy the evil gods, but the church doesn't agree. Since there's a Red Bishop, it's probably the church's side. They're probably here to mess things up. However, even if the human nobles are here to ask for help, we can't believe it. The players who participated in the Empire's crusade army and were killed by the evil gods didn't receive a single cent of compensation. It's said that the noble parliament agreed to it. So, they're not here to form an alliance. We can't believe it at all. Demacia shook his head and said. Sophia looked at him with a complicated gaze and nodded. I know. You know? Demacia was stunned. The girl nodded. It's just a farce. I'm not stupid. The human nobles have never treated other races as allies. They only want to enslave and dominate, as well as hypocritical and self-righteous friendliness. After saying that, she sighed again. It's just that, although it's a farce, I didn't expect the Empire to degenerate to such an extent. It's really like what Teacher Feng said. The Empire society has long been torn apart, whether it's between the commoners and the nobles, or between the nobles and the church, society is torn apart, and the evil gods are wreaking havoc. I can't imagine what kind of environment the people of Maple Leaf Territory are living in now. After that, Sophia turned her head again, trying to find the figure of Feng, but she found that the mysterious elven chosen one had disappeared without her knowing. Looking at her slightly disappointed expression, Demacia asked curiously. Who are you looking for? Lord Feng. F***CK? Big Boss Feng is here? Where is he? Demacia quickly looked around. He's already gone. Sophia shook her head. He's really a guy who's even more mysterious than Big Sister, Demacia muttered to himself. After that, he looked at the half-elf girl again. He seemed to have thought of something and said with a guilty conscience. Well, I was a little harsh last time. You didn't take it to heart, did you? Sophia was speechless. She looked at Demacia for a while, making his hair stand on end. Then, she suddenly sighed. Lord Demacia, I'm here. Why do you have a mouth? Demacia was speechless. He scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. He did not know what he said wrong again. However, just as he was hesitating on how to ease the atmosphere, he heard the girl's soft voice. Thank you, Demacia widened his eyes. He quickly looked at Sophia, but found that the girl still had the same indifferent expression. For a moment, he suspected that he had heard wrongly. What did you just say? Nothing. Sophia was expressionless. Her gaze passed through the crowd and looked at the humans coming and going on the dock again. At this time, a new ship docked. It seemed that it was transporting a lot of fleeing civilians. They looked ragged and skinny. Sophia was silent for a while, then suddenly said. Lord Demacia. Yes. Do you know a lot of elven chosen ones? Of course. I'm the vice president of Nature's Heart and the vice mayor of Greyport. I want to entrust you with a task. What is it? The girl was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her head. I want to counterattack the Maple Leaf territory. Demacia was speechless. My lady, there's an evil god in the Maple Leaf territory. How can we counterattack with just us? And now, do you still want to return to the Empire? No, when I became a believer of the goddess, I decided to give up my aristocratic identity. Then what do you want to do? I just want to bring light to the people. I just want to uphold justice. I just want to spread the faith of the goddess to save the world. Demacia looked at the girl, dumbfounded. He wondered what the hell this girl had experienced in the past 2 months. Suddenly, he saw a faint holy light rise from Sophia's body, F***ck. A divine favor? He could not help but widen his eyes. At the same time, the half-elf girl only felt that her vision was slightly blurred. She vaguely saw a gorgeous throne, and on the throne, a holy goddess with silver hair and purple eyes was looking at her with a smile. Have you made your decision? She seemed to have heard such a gentle and kind voice. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. The moment she saw the other party, she already knew the other party's identity. The half-elf girl looked excited and fanatical. Then, she respectfully knelt down and said in a sincere voice, Yes, Your Majesty, I'm ready. As soon as she finished speaking, her vision was covered by a golden light. Under Demacia's shocked gaze, he saw a bright light rise from the half-elf girl's body. He could not be more familiar with that kind of light. That was the divine power of Goddess Eve. Enveloped by the divine power, Sophia's aura continued to rise. Soon, it broke through black iron and soared all the way until it finally surpassed silver and became gold. The light disappeared after a few seconds, and there was a faint scepter symbol on Sophia's forehead. The symbol flickered for a moment before gradually fading away. At this moment, she had become a divine favor of the true God. At the same time, a new system message appeared in the vision of all online players, including Demacia. Frowny-face ding. Player Demacia has triggered a hidden mission. Sophia's request. Demacia. Hidden mission. Sophia's request. Mission objective. Assist Sophia, the Blessed, to counterattack the Maple Leaf territory, defeat the Maple Kingdom, eliminate the God of Dusk and Sunset, and spread the faith of the goddess. Mission level. 40+, iron upper level and above. Number of participants, 126-510-0000. Mission reward. According to the mission contribution points obtained, players have a certain probability of receiving the following rewards. Goddess favorability, extremely low. Probability, silver advancement slot. Low probability, silver class change slot. Low probability, artifact repair point scroll. Medium probability, personal reputation rating. High probability, large amount of experience points. High probability, large amount of contribution points. High probability. Note 1. The number of players participating in this hidden mission is limited to 100,000. Registration will be closed until the number of players is full. Players who are offline for more than one Blue Star day or players who die in battle and fail to return to the battlefield in time will be disqualified. New participants will be replaced according to the registration sequence. Note 2. After the release of this hidden mission, non-mission participants will temporarily lose the right to operate in the Maple Leaf territory until the end of the mission. Players who are active in the Maple Leaf territory will automatically participate in this mission. Currently 1,265 players. Note 3. This mission is a large-scale hidden mission. It will involve many segments such as siege, field battle, defense, preaching, and so on. It is recommended that players act in groups, plan the action plan in advance, and arrange the game time reasonably. Brave chosen ones, for the glory of the goddess, draw your swords. Ding, dear player Xianxia, the system has detected that you meet the registration requirements for the hidden mission, Sophia's request. Would you like to register? Looking at the mission message in his field of vision, Xianxia opened his mouth, and then his expression suddenly became excited. He slapped his thigh and chose to register without hesitation. Then he said with tears in his eyes, I knew it. The goddess still loves me. The gentle light slowly dissipated, and Sophia withdrew from that wonderful state. At this moment, she felt that she was closer to the goddess. Goddess, I will not let you down. The future of mankind will be changed by me. Feeling the powerful power of faith in her body, the half-elf girl was excited. She once again bowed deeply in the direction of the world tree in the southwest core area and respectfully drew the symbol of the staff of life on her chest. After that, Sophia took a deep breath and looked up at a red-haired warrior who was looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Sir Xianxia, are you willing to help me? The half-elf girl's expression was sincere. However, this sincerity quickly turned into surprise. Huh? Why are you crying? Looking at Xianxia's sparkling eyes, Sophia found it strange. Xianxia wiped his face and sighed sadly. Nothing, I was just thinking about the white shoes that almost filled up my storeroom. Sophia was confused. Xianxia didn't explain much. Instead, he quickly chuckled. A mission, right? I'll take it. Great. Looking at his bright smile, Sophia's expression immediately revealed a joyful expression. However, she quickly reacted and put away her excitement. She once again put on an expressionless face and nodded at Xianxia. Thank you for your support. At the same time, Xianxia looked at the system notification that suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Sophia's favorability towards you has increased by 40 points. Your relationship has reached the level of favorability. He also saw the half-elf girl's cold and indifferent gaze that was still looking at him. His expression was strange, but he quickly became excited and blurted out. Miss Sophia. Sophia was confused. Have you fallen for me? Sophia was confused. Ha, stop pretending. I can see it, you're too proud. Sophia was speechless. Ding, Sophia's affection for you has decreased by 40 points. Your relationship has returned to normal. Xianxia was speechless. His smile froze on his face again. Just like the previous large-scale hidden missions, when the new system notification appeared in front of all the players, it created a wild celebration in Elf Country. However, it was different from the previous large-scale missions. This mission limited the number of people who could sign up, which caught the players off guard. There was a limit to the number of people who could sign up, so they had to get on before everyone else. For a while, the players who met the requirement all chose to sign up without any hesitation. They quickly called their friends and asked their offline friends to sign up so that they wouldn't miss the chance to sign up. After all, the rewards were truly enticing, regardless of whether it was the goddess favorability that could increase the discount rate in the shop, or the probability of triggering hidden quests and battlefield quests, or the newly released silver class advancement slots, or the divine equipment restoration point scroll that continued to be popular among the players, or the silver class advancement slots that were still in high demand. As the gamers swarmed in, the 100,000 slots were snatched up in less than 5 minutes. Among them, the ratio of silver players to black iron players was around 1:9. The former had over 10,000 people, which was half of all the silver players. The latter had close to 90,000 people, which was 1/6 of all the black iron players. This was normal since most of the silver players had been online for a long time, so naturally they would take the mission as soon as possible. As for the black iron players, if they weren't new to the second beta, then they were salted fish. Among the 10,000 silver players, although it had only been a few days since the update, there were several hundred lucky people who had reached the middle silver level. The players who successfully signed up were filled with joy, and the players who failed could only look at the registrations are full. You have entered the queue. Your current rank is times in front of them as they kept sighing. There were some complaints since the previous large-scale missions had never limited the number of people. But after complaining, they could only silently accept it. Who told their hand speed to be slow? Of course, the players didn't know that the number of people who signed up was set by Eve. Not only did Eve set it this time, in the future large-scale missions, Eve also planned on setting a limit. This was necessary. In the past, everyone went together because the number of players was too small, so they could only think of ways to mobilize the whole army. But it was different now. The total number of players had reached 560,000, and the overall strength had changed dramatically. In this case, when they were asked to complete some specific missions, they didn't need too many people. Not to mention, many live players also had to maintain the operation of the elf forest, and the huge sphere of influence also needed people to be stationed. Considering the investment and return, and considering the overall situation, it was better to limit the number of people who signed up for large hidden missions. For example, this time, they were facing the evil Titan god. If the evil Titan really suddenly slapped the player army, then Eve's consumption to resurrect them would be much greater. 100,000 troops to defeat the secular army of the Earl of the Border and continue to block the Empire's army outside the Maple Leaf territory after defeating the Earl of the Border's army. That was enough. As for the Eternal Overlord's thoughts after occupying the Maple Leaf territory, when the Earl of the Border declared an independent country and expelled the Eternal Church, enshrining the Church of Dusk and Sunset as the national church. Legally speaking, the Maple Leaf territory was no longer part of the Eternal Overlord's sphere of influence. Starting a holy war with a nearby evil god force and finally taking over the territory, even in terms of the rules of the game set by the Eternal Overlord, the True God Agreement, there was no problem at all. Of course, the rules were set by the gods, and for the makers of the rules didn't have much binding force. Lord Zero, the Maple Leaf territory is still part of the Eternal Overlord's sphere of faith. Although it has now been destroyed by the evil god, won't the Eternal Church retaliate if we start a holy war? In the central temple of the City of Heaven's Chosen, Alice, the Saintess of Life, looked at the war sand table in the conference room with a trace of worry on her face. However, sitting next to her, the newly promoted Chief High Priest, Tyler Roxanne, smiled slightly. Lord Alice, you worry too much. The evil Titan god has descended, and now only Her Holiness the Goddess can defeat this powerful myth. Even if it's for the safety of the other spheres of faith, the Eternal Church has to acquiesce to this matter. Not to mention, Her Holiness the Goddess has already given an oracle that the war of gods and demons will be in a year. Before the war of gods and demons comes, the Eternal Church won't let an evil god with connections to the abyss move freely under their noses. No matter from which perspective, the evil Titan god must be dealt with within a year, and in the world of Seekers, only Her Holiness can fight against it. So, I think even if the Eternal Church is dissatisfied, they will pinch their noses and accept it. Hearing Tyler's words, Alice fell into deep thought. This elf from the Orlos demi-plane had become the current chief high priest of the Church of Life with the support of her and Zero, God's chosen. On the day of his inauguration, he received divine favor from the goddess and also became a gold professional. Although he had only joined the Elven Forest for a few years, his faith was firm, his vision was far-sighted, and his ability was reliable. Indeed. On the other side, Eve, who was wearing God's chosen, Zero, also nodded slightly. Then, she changed the topic of discussion. But, more importantly, our strength is no longer what it used to be. No matter when, strength determines the final right to speak. Let's leave this matter to the chosen. We just need to do the supporting work, especially the logistics. Hearing her words, Alice and Tyler nodded at the same time in deep thought. With the hidden mission activated, the Elven Forest slowly turned into a huge war machine. And this time, although the number of players participating in the war was not as much as the war against the orcs, the scale of the mobilization was far greater than the last time. The players who participated in the mission began to prepare for war and moved toward the easternmost Grey Harbor in the Elven Forest. The players who did not successfully register also began to prepare all kinds of combat resources for this mission under the organization of the major guilds, For a time, the Grey Harbor was flooded with people. Fully armed elves were everywhere, as well as players who did not successfully register but saw a business opportunity and came to sell all kinds of goods. The atmosphere of war in the Elven Forest was getting more and more intense. Even outside Grey Harbor, there were tents set up by various guilds. Monsters and horses could be seen everywhere, and there were even various siege weapons that some guilds had created, as well as behemoths that were strengthened by the Titan bloodline in the shop. There were even some guilds that brought orc soldiers as auxiliary troops to help transport various materials. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of players, the number of spatial items was still too few. So, once the war started, the army would still need to move together with the supplies. The ground was bustling, and the sky was not calm either. Above Grey Harbor, there were more and more flying monsters circling. There was no lack of Megalosaurus, but most of them were griffins. Ever since the Elven Forest and the Dwarven Kingdom formed an alliance, the various guilds bought them from the Dwarven Kingdom. The southern mountains were rich in griffins and had the good reputation of being the home of griffins, so the dwarves were happy to trade with the elves. There was no doubt that with the increase in the number of players and the continuation of the game, flying monsters had become the norm, and the players now had the ability to form a flying army. Of course, the docks of Grey Harbor had been completely sealed off to prevent the news of the Elven Forest's army gathering to leak out. As the 7 main forces of the players, the 4 major guilds and the 3 major guilds in the alliance also started to move, forming a combat unit for this commissioned mission. Why am I the commander-in-chief again? I'm already sick of commanding, can't someone else do it? Every time I'm done commanding, I'm mentally and physically exhausted in real life. It takes too long, too much energy. In the meeting hall of the Nature's Heart Guild headquarters, Limu looked at the representatives of the various major guilds, speechless. The Nature's Heart Guild leader, who had recently been obsessed with helping his own elemental fairy Neza to hook up with Shamu's sweetheart Doryman, now only wanted to be a salted fish. Wasn't it better to plant flowers and fish? Anyway, he was already a city lord, and his reputation was maxed out. He had also commanded the army many times, and Elven Kingdom was not just about fighting and killing, not to mention that being the commander-in-chief did not earn much more war contribution than other people. Of course it's because you're experienced, or, do you think that among the people standing here, who has a better reputation as a leader than you? Salty Meow said with a smile. The leaders of the other guilds also nodded. Limu was speechless. Come on, you guys. You're just an intermediate silver with a full set of godly equipment, so you want to go to the battlefield to farm monsters and gain EXP, right? He complained in his heart. What about Dima? Dima's previous command was also not bad. Why don't you let him try? Limu suggested. Him? Do you think he's suitable to command now? The leader of the All-Star Guild Alliance, All-Star Ashun, pursed his lips and glanced at a red-haired warrior who was squatting in the corner and drawing circles. Limu was speechless. After some discussion, he finally took over the Lionheart sword that symbolized the commander-in-chief of the Elven army. The players were a highly efficient group. In fact, for any normal person, as long as they had a clear goal and enough motivation, they would explode with powerful actions. However, in most cases, people lived in a muddle-headed way without enough self-control or execution. Therefore, all kinds of things in the real world were always delayed and complicated when they were put into action. This was also the biggest difference between ordinary people and extraordinary people. Of course, in the game system helped the players set goals, and the game rewards provided the players with sufficient motivation. Here, even the most lazy person in the real world would subconsciously increase their efficiency. Under the layers of superposition, the resulting action was terrifying. In the real world, if one wanted to assemble an army of 100,000 people in the Middle Ages and prepare all kinds of war resources, it would be impossible without at least 10 days to half a month. It would be normal for it to take a month or even a few months. However, with the encouragement of the game system, in less than 3 days, the players had prepared enough supplies to support an army of 100,000 for a month's worth of battles. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of efficiency. All kinds of war resources were piled up inside and outside Grey Harbor, such as various kinds of spare standard equipment, arrows needed by archers, and mass-produced magic stone bombs. There were also various kinds of dry food processed from various crops, various kinds of fruits that were kept fresh with natural magic, and even some brewed ale and fruit wine were piled up in carts. These were only the public war resources prepared by the various guilds. If the players' personal items were included, there would be even more. After 5 years of development, the Elven Forest had finally formed a huge production capacity. At this moment, it was operating at full capacity for the same goal, and the effect was amazing. Before the troops and horses moved, the provisions moved first. This was a vivid demonstration by the players. However, the mission system didn't give a specific date for the battle this time. It only officially started when the number of people who signed up reached 100,000. After the players' discussion and taking into consideration the wishes of the mission's delegator, Sophia, the battle date was set to 1 week after the start of the mission. Of course, it was Seeker's time. In Blue Star time, it was almost 2 days later. This was also to give the players time to prepare and adjust. After the previous few large-scale war missions, everyone understood that this kind of war storyline was quite time-consuming. They had to adjust the game time and plan the personnel of each army in advance according to the time when different participants could come online. This was to avoid the situation where players were not online on a large scale during the battle. That was possible. For example, if there was a battle during the day on a weekday, the number of people participating in the battle would be very awkward. So, in the previous few large-scale war missions, the players often chose to attack during the weekend in reality. Fortunately, it was summer vacation in Blue Star. For the majority of students, it was a good time to go out on missions. Among the players of Elf Nation, most of them were university students who had the most free time. Summer vacation was the best time to play games. While they were preparing their supplies, the players who still had room to grow in strength began to frantically grind dungeons, intending to increase their strength as much as possible before the war officially began. Of course, this was a story for another day. In short, a hidden mission could be considered to have completely mobilized the strength of the entire server. Even the discussion on the official forum was flooded with topics related to this war mission. There were requests to purchase all kinds of supplies, recruitment, elaboration of battle plans, popular science about the current situation of the human empire, and everything else. Amidst such intense preparations for war, it was finally the day that the Player Operations Division planned to launch their attack, Elf Forest, Grey Harbor Pier. A merchant ship flying the flag of the Lily of the Valley slowly docked and lowered the sail. The white sail slowly retracted, and the sailors jumped off the ship and fixed the ship with ropes. Some civilians in ragged clothes also walked onto the deck and breathed in the fresh air. They looked curiously and enviously at the elf city on the shore. They were all civilians fleeing from the Maple Leaf territory, and their final destination was the northern part of the empire. Accompanied by a few sailors, a well-dressed merchant walked down from the ship. He looked around the pier, and when he saw an elf on duty at the pier management office, his eyes lit up slightly. He took a few steps forward, wriggling his fat body as he jogged to the front of the elf, panting as he spoke in a flattering and passionate manner. "This? Lord Elf. I'm Eric, the president of the Silver Lily Chamber of Commerce. I want to replenish my supplies at Grey Harbor." Hearing his words, the elf raised his head and glanced at him. "Silver Lily Chamber of Commerce? Transporting refugees again?" Yes, this war is chaotic, and business is not good. I can only do this." Eric wiped his sweat and sighed. The elf didn't say much. He nodded gently and said, "Do you understand the rules?" Yes. Eric nodded repeatedly and took out a piece of parchment from his chest. "This is what we saw and heard along the way in the Maple Leaf territory. Recently, the Maple Leaf territory has been very chaotic. It's getting more and more chaotic. It's said that the Earl of the Border has begun to bloodily force the people to convert." "Oh, no, I should call him Maple Emperor now." The elf took the parchment with the information written on it and read it carefully. He quietly took a screenshot and sent it to the guild group. He nodded. "Okay, no problem. You can go now." After that, he wrote a note to the merchant and said, "Give the note and the payment to the guards at the dock. When the time comes, someone will deliver the supplies to you." "Thank you, Lord Elf." Eric was overjoyed. He happily kept the note and glanced at the heavily guarded dock, as well as the elven mercenaries in the city that were obviously more numerous than usual. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" "That. Lord Elf, did something happen in Grey Harbor? Why do I feel like there are more and more mercenaries?" However, he only received a meaningful smile from the elf. "You'll know later." "Later? Later?" Eric was slightly stunned. He looked at the elf, but the other party seemed unwilling to say more. In the end, he could only give up asking. However, when he couldn't help but look at Grey Harbor City, he became more and more curious. Could it be that another elven mercenary was hired by the Empire? He muttered. He handed over the note and the payment for the goods to the elven guards at the port. Soon, elves pushing carts brought the supplies over. However, Eric keenly noticed that the speed of delivery today seemed to be very fast. So fast? Was it prepared in advance? He frowned doubtfully. Looking at the heavily guarded dock and the obviously abnormal number of elven mercenaries, Eric's heart skipped a beat. He remembered some rumors he heard recently. It was said that the elven forest seemed to have recently purchased a large number of warhorses and equipment from the underground black market. It seemed like something big was going to happen. In addition to the intelligence gathering of the Maple Leaf territory, could it be a war was going to happen? Could it be the Maple Leaf territory? Eric's expression changed slightly. He heard that the Empire had extended an olive branch to the elven forest some time ago. However, it seemed like the elven forest rejected it. This was the news given by the Empire. However, he was well informed and knew that there seemed to be more to it. However, he glanced at the boats on the shore and quickly shook his head. No, it shouldn't be. The world's largest river, the Weimar River, spanned between the elven forest and the Maple Leaf territory. If there was really something big going on, the elves would have prepared all kinds of ferries. However, although there were more boats at the dock than usual, it wasn't much more. However, although Eric rejected his own idea, he still recorded what he saw in Grey Harbor. He planned to sell it for a good price when he returned to the northern part of the Empire. Taking advantage of both sides and reselling information, this was the usual practice of the black market merchants. However, just as he secretly recorded what he saw in the pocket-sized notebook, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering roar from the direction of Grey Harbor. It seemed like thousands of people were shouting at the same time. The sound was so loud that even the dock under his feet trembled slightly. Eric's expression changed slightly. He quickly looked in the direction of the city. He didn't know what was happening in the city, but he vaguely heard the elven words such as goddess and glory. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of exclamations, Eric suddenly felt the sky darkening. "Oh my God! What's that? Monster, is that a monster?" Following the exclamations of the people, Eric subconsciously looked at the sky and saw a huge oval-shaped object flying over from the city of Grey Harbor. It was about a few hundred meters from the ground. It was huge and was black and white. There was a black dragon emblem and a scepter symbol engraved on the side. It was the Zeppelin airship created by the players. Eric didn't know what an airship was. However, when he saw such a huge object, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim in a low voice. "Oh my God, what is that?" There were no wings and no magic light. However, it was flying in the sky. This kind of existence that transcended common sense shocked Eric, and at the same time, he was filled with astonishment. The airship was just the beginning. After the airship flew overhead, Eric heard the roar of a dragon and the cry of an eagle. He subconsciously looked at the horizon again, only to see countless densely packed figures appear behind the behemoth. They were flying magical beasts. There were giant eagles, griffins, and megalosaurus. There were thousands of them as far as the eye could see. Each flying magical beast was riding on at least one elf. They followed behind the airship and covered the entire sky. They arranged themselves in a scattered formation and slowly flew in the direction of the Maple Leaf territory. Eric looked at this scene in a daze, and he was shocked. He didn't react until Sailor nudged him. "Lord Eric, look. Look at the city." Sailor pointed to Grey Harbor City and said. Eric shuddered and then looked in the direction Sailor pointed. He saw a large number of fully armed elves on the streets of the city. Most of them were wearing the same standard equipment, riding horses, or various kinds of magical beasts. They were escorting a beautiful statue of a holy goddess that was shining brilliantly and rushing toward the shore in a grandiose manner. The endless line of people made Eric's heart skip a beat. At this time, if he still didn't know what the elves were doing, he would have wasted his years in the black market. Maple Leaf Territory, their target must be the Maple Leaf Territory. His expression was slightly excited. But soon, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. The elves that just flew by were fine. What were these elven knights doing on the shore? He looked around and didn't see any extra fairies on the shore. Eric's doubts didn't last long. Surrounded by elves, he saw a half-elf girl wearing a priest dress come to the shore. The girl looked familiar. Eric felt like he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't recognize her. Until the sailor who was traveling with him exclaimed and recalled his memory. Miss Sophia. Lord Eric, isn't this the Pearl of Zaloran, Miss Sophia? Sophia, thinking of this name, Eric finally understood. But soon, he was shocked. She was really in the elven forest. What was she doing? Eric looked curiously at the half-elf girl who was surrounded by elves, and his face was filled with shock. Then, he saw the girl suddenly kneel down and put her hands in front of her chest. She clenched a scepter-like necklace and closed her eyes to pray. Bright light gathered on her body and turned into countless golden photons. Under Eric's shocked gaze, the earth suddenly trembled, and the soil on the shore suddenly flew up. A green vine grew out of it. The vine grew bigger and bigger, and at the same time, it kept branching, sprouting, and spreading toward the sky and the other side of the river. In just a moment, a huge bridge made of vines appeared in the sky above the Weimar River. Eric looked at this scene in a daze, and his mouth opened wide in shock. Miracle. This is a miracle. She actually became a god-favored one. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the elves who were beginning to move toward the vine bridge. He finally understood why there were no fairies on the shore. With this vine bridge, the elves didn't need fairies at all. The miracle appeared, the priests joined the battle, and a long line of elves held up the holy and beautiful statue of the goddess of life. At this moment, the knowledgeable Eric suddenly understood. Holy war. This is the holy war. The elves are going to wage a holy war against the Maple Leaf Territory. Riding on a beautiful unicorn given to her by the elf, Sophia stopped on top of a protruding hill. The gigantic Zeppelin airship was suspended in midair with countless magical beasts flying around it. At the foot of the hill, the majestic elven army filled everyone's field of vision. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but be shocked. The half-elf girl was the same. Especially when she thought of the elves gathered here, and it was all because of her request that they came from all over the world. She was even more excited, and at the same time, she naturally felt some pressure. However, Sophia knew that rather than pressure, it might be more appropriate to say that she felt a sense of responsibility. An army of 100,000, with such a large number of troops and such elite equipment, even if they were placed on the side of the Empire, they could not be underestimated, and would be able to attract the attention of the Empire's higher-ups. After all, even when the Borderlands rebelled, the Empire only sent out the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion and recruited some mercenaries. The Empire's army was close to 100,000, and even the soldiers directly under the nobles of the Empire were not used. At most, the nobles of the northern borderlands under the control of the Rosen family provided their own soldiers as auxiliary and reserve troops. Although all the participants were turned into ashes under the slap of the god of dusk and sunset, for the huge empire, it was far from a serious injury. At most, it was just a pain in the flesh. The most powerful force in the human countries, the powerful empire that had almost unified the entire world of seekers, its strength was not to be underestimated. Even if it had declined a lot compared to its heyday, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. However, this was also because the world of seekers was not a low-energy world like the Blue Star. The existence of supernatural forces made all the activities in this world seem more active. The mobilization potential of war and social production were more powerful than the Blue Star, and the explosive growth of the population was more frequent than the Blue Star. If the entire Empire's war machine was operating at full power, it was completely possible to recruit an army of 1 million. Moreover, the number of middle-grade and high-grade professions in this army would be a rather terrifying proportion. However, a supernatural world was a supernatural world after all. In the transcendent world, although quantity was sometimes scary, quality was more important. Take the Maple Leaf Territory as an example. Although it was one of the wealthier regions, states, of the empire, its war potential was definitely far less than that of the entire Holy Mania Empire. But even so, the border Count Otto von Cappadocia still had the courage to establish an independent country. This was the courage given to him by the mythical existence behind him. Similarly, Sophia knew that the elven army of 100,000 was gathered around her. Apart from her own request, Sophia knew that this was also the will of the goddess. Just like how the citizens of Greyhaven were shocked when they left, this was no longer just a request from the girl. It was also a holy war that represented the will of the goddess. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't have any worries at all. After the official departure, Sophia was depressed to find that for some reason, the elven chosen ones who were participating in the holy war liked to gather around her. They followed her wherever she went, making it difficult for the girl to move an inch. It wasn't until she couldn't help but complain to the commanders of the elven army and the commander-in-chief, His Excellency Li Mu, that the elves gradually stopped pestering her and gave her space to move freely. Sophia didn't know that this was a normal gathering effect in the game. In any online game, when players were doing group quests, they would always be used to gathering around the quest NPCs to act together. It was not only to protect the NPCs, but also to gain more favorability from the NPCs. The elves gradually stopped pestering her, not only because of the orders from the higher-ups of the big guilds, but also because they found that not only did this not increase favorability, but it also seemed to decrease it by a few points. Just when Sophia stopped on the hillside and looked down at the mighty elven army and thought about the future, suddenly, an elven chosen one who was also riding a unicorn with an elemental fairy flying beside him came to the girl. Miss Sophia, all the elven chosen ones who participated in the war have crossed the Weimar River. The statue and teleportation circle have also been set up. Next, what are your plans? It was Li Mu. The statue he was talking about was naturally the statue of the goddess, which was used to maintain the operation of the teleportation circle. The border territory was now occupied by the forces of the gods of dusk and sunset, and the Eternal Church had lost control of the entire territory, so the spatial blockade that prohibited teleportation was naturally broken. There was information that all the cities and villages in the Maple Leaf Territory were now replaced with the statues of the gods of dusk and sunset, and a new belief network was rapidly forming. The spatial blockade was also something that would happen sooner or later. However, the Weimar River was very close to the elven forest. As long as the statue of the goddess was placed here, it could still isolate the evil god's spatial blockade. As for why the statue and teleportation circle were placed after crossing the river, of course, it was because the vine bridge for the army was only a temporary divine spell that the girl cast with the help of the true god's power. Such a divine spell would wither and dissipate when the time limit was up, so a more stable way to teleport the army across the river had to be found. And as long as the first teleportation circle was set up and the first statue was placed, it was like sticking a nail in the Maple Leaf Territory. It could continuously expand the influence of the goddess step by step. This was also a common operation of the various forces in the Seeker's world in the Holy War. You should already have a detailed battle plan, right? Since you chose to cross the river, then you intend to attack from the hinterland of the Maple Leaf Territory first and block the route between the Western Territory of the Empire and the Maple Leaf Territory. I think you should already have a plan for the specifics, so we can just act according to your plan. Although I'm the one who entrusted you, I don't know much about marching and fighting after all. When Teacher Hannah was preaching and clearing my doubts, she once told me that there is a popular saying among the elves that professional things should be done by professionals. I deeply agree. So, please go ahead and do it. You just need to tell me the specific plan and how you need me to cooperate. Looking at the respectful elf commander, Sophia said seriously. Li Mu was speechless. He coughed lightly and said, "Yes. After our discussion, the plan we made is indeed consistent with the route you thought. The Maple Leaf Territory and the Holy Mania Empire are still at war. If we directly attack the Maple Leaf Territory from the west bank of the Weimar River, then we have to take down the Maple Leaf City in the western part of the territory, then take down the port hub of the Weimar River, Zaloran, and then take down the entire Maple Leaf border territory on the east bank of the river. But in this case, our war results are likely to be taken advantage of by the Empire. When we cause heavy losses to the border, the Empire is likely to take the opportunity to take down the territory on the east bank of the Weimar River in the Maple Leaf Territory. So, after repeated arguments, we plan to cross the western part of the Maple Leaf Territory and directly attack the northeast. We will occupy August City in the north of the Maple Leaf Territory. August City is the only way to the Maple Leaf Territory from the Western Territory. If we occupy this place, we will block the route of the Empire's army south. We can then take down the entire Maple Leaf Territory without worry. The Maple Leaf Territory was located at the southwest border of the Holy Mania Empire, like a prominent corner. The plan proposed by Li Mu was indeed feasible. However, Sophia frowned slightly. It's a good plan, but August City doesn't belong to the Maple Leaf Territory. It's under the jurisdiction of the Western Territory. Our Holy War's target is only the Maple Leaf Territory. Won't this cause the Empire to retaliate? Hearing the girl's words, Li Mu chuckled. We've received information that August City has been taken down by the Border's army. Now, the Borders. Oh no, the Maple Kingdom's army is attacking the hinterland of the Western Territory. If we take down August City now, it's also within the scope of our Holy War. Sophia nodded slightly. This method may cause controversy after the war, but as long as it succeeds, it's indeed feasible. But soon, she frowned slightly again. But August City is a fortress city. The core of the city is a towering castle on a hill. If we can't take it down in a short period of time, Otto's army is likely to be able to return in time. If he can summon the demon god once, he can summon it a second time. If that's the case, the army exposed outside the city will be in danger. Hearing the half-elf girl's words, Li Mu's smile remained. Summon the demon god? Isn't that better? Sophia was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted. If it were any other force, they would probably be terrified by the appearance of the demon god, but only the elves would not be. If the demon god could take action, how could the goddess, who was rumored to be living in seclusion in the elven forest, not? If that's the case, then there's no problem. But we still have to take down August City as soon as possible, and then disperse our forces to prevent any accidents. Sophia said after thinking for a while. Of course, since we've chosen to attack August City, we have to take it down by surprise. 2 days. We only need 2 days, and we'll be able to spread our faith in August City. Li Mu said confidently. 2 days? Sophia was slightly taken aback. The army moved slowly. It would take at least half a day to reach August City from the banks of the Weimar River. And 2 days. That meant that they would have to take down the city within a day. However, even after the appearance of the demon god, the morale of the soldiers in August City had collapsed, and the nobles of the city were the first to flee. It was rumored that the remaining soldiers and citizens in August City relied on the terrain to resist the siege of the Border Earl's army for half a month. Although the elves had an army of 100,000, the guards in August City were definitely the elites of the Maple Kingdom. How could the elves take down the city within a day? Looking at the confused girl, Li Mu did not give a direct answer. He smiled mysteriously, looked at the airship in the sky, and said, Miss Sophia. Have you heard of the Dimensional Reduction Strike? North of the Maple Leaf Territory, August City. This was a big city at the border between the Maple Leaf Territory and the Empire's Western Territory. It used to have a population of more than 200,000, and it was also the entrance to the Maple Leaf Territory from the Western Territory. The city was built on a hill, and there was a magnificent castle on the hill, overlooking the half-moon-shaped city. That was the Forzer Castle, which belonged to the Forzer family, the noble family that ruled this city. The head of the family was Viscount Forzer. On the other side of the castle was a beautiful lake named August Lake. It was said that this name was transliterated from the Elven language, and it meant beautiful. The lake was located on the west side of the city, and there was a small river that meandered through the lake, extending into the distance until it merged into the Weimar River in the west. In the eyes of the people of the Empire, the scenery in August City was enchanting. The clean and beautiful streets, the sparkling lake, the lush forest, and the endless green wheat fields in the distance. If it was not for the war, this would be a famous vacation spot in the Western Territory. Almost every famous noble family in the Western Territory of the Empire had a lakeside villa or manor here. However, everything had changed now. The Border Earl rebelled and established the Maple Kingdom. He personally led his army to the north and launched a holy war against the Empire. The Forzer family, who was terrified by the news, fled and abandoned their people. Although the remaining old and weak soldiers and citizens in August City spontaneously formed an army to resist, they were unable to fight against the Maple Kingdom's army. The city fell after barely holding on for half a month. After conquering the city, the Maple Kingdom's army gathered the nobles who had changed their faith. They began a bloody massacre of the rebels in the city. All the cultists were either slaughtered or forced to change their faith. The population of the city had been reduced by half. The city had also lost its former prosperity and liveliness. It had become much more deserted. There were very few citizens walking on the streets, and most of the houses on both sides of the street had their doors tightly shut. No one knew if the houses were empty or if they were trying to avoid the unruly Maple Kingdom soldiers in the city. Even though many days had passed since the siege, the thick smell of blood and burnt houses in the air was still pungent. Black bloodstains could be seen on the streets from time to time. Forzer Castle, the observation tower. This was the highest point in the entire city. Not only could it overlook the entire August City, it also acted as a sentry post. The tower was specially equipped with a magical tool produced by the elves to allow one to see into the distance. It could see everything within a radius of 20 kilometers. At this moment, a soldier of the Maple Kingdom was standing on the tower, in charge of guarding it. The Maple Kingdom's army had reached the hinterland of the Western Territory and was fighting against the Empire's newly formed army. Strictly speaking, this place was no longer the front line. Therefore, although he was on guard duty, the soldier was obviously much more relaxed. Even so, he would use the magic telescope to look into the distance from time to time, or look up to see if there were any scouting magical beasts in the sky. However, just as he lazily looked at the sky again, he saw an oval-shaped object moving quickly in the direction of the city. "What's that?" He frowned slightly. The strange ellipsoidal object did not look big, it could only be seen with the naked eye. Since there was nothing else to refer to, the guard on duty could only observe the object cautiously even though he was on high alert. "A magical beast?" he mumbled doubtfully. However, as time passed, the ellipsoidal object seemed to be lowering its altitude, it grew bigger and clearer. When the guard saw the man-made black dragon emblem and scepter symbol on the side of the ellipsoidal object, his expression finally changed. "Man-made object. I'm afraid it belongs to a mage." He quickly walked to the other side of the tower and opened up a metal tube covering the wall. He took out a metal awl and knocked on the wall of the tube. That was a metal tube that went all the way to the bottom of the tower. Speaking from the top of the tower could be heard clearly by the guards on duty at the bottom of the tower. It was the best assistant for the guards on duty to pass on information. As the guard knocked, the metal tube vibrated and let out a long echo. After a few seconds, a voice came from the metal tube. "What happened?" "There's a situation in the sky, a mysterious flying object has appeared. It looks man-made, it could be a mage's scouting puppet," the guard said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if the whole world had darkened. The guard's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly raised his head to look out of the tower. He saw that the mysterious ellipsoidal object in the sky had already descended to a height of several hundred meters. Its huge body blocked out the sun in the sky. The ellipsoidal object's speed had obviously slowed down, and soon it was above the guard's head, which was also the fortress of August City, For's castle. At this moment, everything about the mysterious ellipsoidal object could be seen clearly. The guard could see a pod under the ellipsoidal object that looked like a ship's hull. He could vaguely see the figures moving around in the pod, and he could see the complex magical array that was flashing under the pod. "Oh my God! What is this?" Looking at the huge object above his head, he opened his mouth wide in shock and could not help but exclaim. Suddenly, the pod under the ellipsoidal object seemed to open, and countless flashing lights fell from it like snowflakes. The flashing objects grew bigger and bigger, and the guard quickly saw what they looked like. They seemed to be stones with magical arrays carved on them. At this moment, the guard suddenly had a bad premonition. Strange stones fell from the sky, and as they fell, they gradually combusted and eventually turned into burning fireballs. Seeing this, the guard's expression finally changed. Not good. It's an enemy attack. He hurriedly rang the alarm in the tower, but it was too late. The flaming rocks fell like meteors from the sky and smashed into the forest stronghold on the hill. Violent explosions began to resound throughout the forest stronghold. That voice was like thunder, causing the entire earth to tremble. Furthermore, it was shaking again and again. The garrisons in the fortress looked at the sky blankly. Before they could figure out what this huge object was, they were stunned by the falling meteorite. The melodious sound of the alarm bell was accompanied by a loud bang. Amidst the cries of alarm and screams, thick smoke rose from the towering fortress. Oh no! The Imperial army is attacking from the sky. A flying magic fortress. They actually have a flying magic fortress. The fortress was in chaos and clamor. Damn it, what happened? A middle-aged mage wearing a magic robe walked out of the castle. Looking at the tragic situation around the fortress, his expression was terrible. He raised his head and quickly saw the culprit, the huge object in the sky. And the meteorites that were still raining down from the sky. The middle-aged mage's expression instantly turned serious. Magic stones carved with explosive arrays, he said with a terrible expression. Then, he pulled a guard who was frantically trying to put out the fire and urgently ordered, "Quick, go to the Sunset Temple and activate the divine barrier. Quick!" Then, he glanced at the black dragon emblem and the symbol of the scepter on the side of the ellipsoid, and ordered the garrisons around him. Don't panic. This is not the emblem of any region of the Empire, it should be those lawless elven mercenaries. Aim the ballistae and magic crystal cannons at the sky and launch a counterattack. Archers. Where are the archers? Cooperate with the mages. Attack the sky. Following the mages' orders, the garrisons in the city quickly took action. They braved the falling bombs and looked for cover, while pushing out the ballistae in the city and aiming them at the sky. As for the more daring ones, they took the risk of not knowing when the explosion would fall on their heads and climbed up to the towers of the fortress in groups of 3 to 5. They mobilized the fixed heavy crossbows and the few defensive heavy weapons in the fortress, magic crystal cannons, and aimed at the monsters in the sky. The garrison's counterattack soon began. Accompanied by the sound of cannons and flying ballistae, charged magic bullets and terrifying giant crossbow bolts flew towards the mysterious fortress in the sky. However, just as these attacks were about to hit the ellipsoid in the sky, a faint fluorescent light floated on the surface of the ellipsoid, and a complicated and gorgeous array appeared. Golden light gathered around it and finally formed a faint golden barrier. The attacks from the ground arrived in the blink of an eye, but whether it was the charged elemental bullets from the magic crystal cannons or the giant crossbow bolts shot by the garrisons, they all stopped in front of this faint golden barrier, unable to cause even the slightest bit of damage to the mysterious fortress. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged mage was stunned. Divine spell defensive barrier? The attacks from the ground couldn't do anything to the fortress in the sky, and the behemoth in the sky became even more unscrupulous. It flew even lower. The pitch-black muzzles of cannons appeared from the side of the pod and aimed at the fortress below. To be more precise, they were aimed at the ballistae and magic crystal cannons that had just launched attacks in the sky. Looking at the familiar muzzles, the middle-aged mage's expression turned ugly. Magic crystal cannons, they were also magic crystal cannons, moreover, they were heavy magic crystal cannons produced by the Central Magic Workshop of the Empire. Damn it, even the Empire's military didn't have many heavy magic crystal cannons. How could they appear here? Was it those bastard smugglers again? The middle-aged mage was both shocked and furious. However, the enemy's attacks had already landed. Explosions sounded, and the muzzles flashed with dazzling light. Blue-charged elemental bullets flew out and hit the targets on the ground. Under the magic flames, the ballistae and magic crystal cannons were destroyed one by one. Fortunately, the magic crystal cannons consumed a lot of mana. The fortress in the sky didn't seem to have too many magic crystals of superior quality. After the enemy eliminated the forces on the ground that could threaten the targets in the sky, they switched to magic crystal bombs again. However, although the damage of the magic crystals engraved with explosive magic arrays wasn't as terrifying as the magic crystal cannons, the carpet bombing that was like a meteor shower brought more serious damage to the fortress. Amidst the loud explosions, For's fortress quickly turned into a sea of fire. The cries of the soldiers were drowned out by the roar of the explosion. The middle-aged mage's eyes were red as he roared at the guards. "Where's our divine barrier? Hasn't it been activated yet?" However, he only received a bitter expression from the guards. "Captain, Sir Priest said that we have just changed the statue of His Holiness the true God. The power of faith that His Holiness the God of Dusk and Sunset gathered in the city is temporarily unable to activate the divine barrier." The middle-aged mage was speechless. Hearing this answer, he felt his mind go blank. The divine barrier was one of the core forces of a city's defense. Without it, the city's defense would be weakened by half. There was no doubt that at this moment, the entire For's fortress had become a live target under the enemy's attack. Looking at the tragic state of the surrounding castles, the middle-aged mage understood that after this attack, this sturdy fortress that stood tall in August City was probably done for. If there was any luck, it would be that August City wasn't at the front line of the war at this moment. Even if For's fortress was damaged and the defenders suffered heavy losses, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the overall situation of the war. However, no one knew if it was the blessing of the gods, or if the magic crystals they brought were used up, but the bombing of the fortress in the sky didn't last for long. After a round of carpet bombing, the loud noises gradually died down. However, before the defenders who suffered heavy losses in the bombing could take a breather, the fortress in the sky changed again. "Quick! Look! What is that?" The surviving soldiers pointed at the sky and said in horror. The middle-aged mage looked up and saw a dazzling golden light suddenly flashing in the pod below the oval-shaped fortress. An obscure spatial fluctuation was transmitted, and one after another, golden magic circles appeared in the sky. The magic circles were densely packed and countless. They quickly covered the entire sky and enveloped August City. Looking at the slightly familiar magic circles, the middle-aged mage finally lost his voice. Sprite summoning? Sprite summoning, he couldn't be wrong. This was a summoning magic circle that had recently become popular on the continent. It was a summoning magic circle that appeared when using the statues of gods to summon sprites. Thinking of this, the middle-aged mage finally panicked. Not good. He hurriedly looked around and shouted. "Where are the guards?" "The guards are there. Quick, inform the troops to prepare for battle." However, no one responded. The messenger guard who was in charge of following him had long been killed by an explosion. The entire fortress was in ruins. The ground was littered with scattered equipment, most of them were twisted and mottled with blood. However, there were very few corpses. Although there were very few corpses, the middle-aged mage knew that the number of dead soldiers was definitely not a small number. Because in the bombing just now, he saw with his own eyes that many people were turned into ashes in the explosion. There was no doubt that at this moment, the fortress had almost lost its ability to resist. Even the surviving soldiers had long lost their morale due to this inexplicable attack. In the sky, the summoning magic circle was quickly completed. Under the dazzling light, silhouettes appeared one after another like gods descending from the heavens. They were sprites riding on flying magical beasts. There were many types of mounts under them. There were griffins, wyverns, giant eagles. The densely packed silhouettes covered the sky. There were at least thousands of them. They were scattered around the sky fortress. After appearing, they took out something from their arms and scattered it down. It fluttered like snowflakes. Those were actually pieces of paper. Soon, there were also pieces of paper flying down from the For's fortress. One of them flew directly to the middle-aged mage's face. He took it down and held it in his hand. The paper was not big, about the size of a palm. On it was a declaration written in the common language of the continent. The evil god has descended, the nobles have fallen, the Maple Leaf territory has sunk into fire and water. However, justice still exists, and light lives forever. I, Sophia, the chosen of the goddess of life, the successor of the lord of the Maple Leaf territory, lead 200,000 elven chosen ones, and in the name of the true God, launch a holy war against the evil Maple Kingdom, the fallen of the abyss. Evil shall not be extinguished, and the flames of war shall not be extinguished. I swear a soul oath to the benevolent and great goddess of life, her holiness Eve, after this war, it will bring peace and tranquility to the entire Maple Leaf territory. After this war, it will bring about real changes to the entire territory. After this war, no matter rich or poor, every citizen will live a happy and healthy life. Those who do not want to be oppressed, please pick up the weapon beside you, and join us to eliminate and expel these fallen followers of the evil god. Victory will belong to us. The future will belong to us. My compatriots of the Maple Leaf Territory, for the glory of the goddess, for the bright future, join us and fight together. The declaration was not long. However, after reading the contents, the middle-aged mage's face suddenly turned ugly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the elves in the air with a trace of horror. Holy war. The elves have launched a holy war. How dare they? How dare they? The middle-aged mage was in a daze. Gradually, he seemed to hear the faint sounds of fighting coming from outside the fortress. Soon, a pale-faced soldier came in front of him and said in horror, "Captain, it's not good. There's a riot everywhere in the city." Riot? Riot? The middle-aged mage was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. A group of lowly paupers, how dare they resist us? Who do they think they are? However, this anger quickly turned into fear, and from fear, it turned into confusion. Especially when he saw the elves riding magic beasts in the sky and beginning to fly toward the ground, for the glory of the goddess. In the air, the elves' passionate and high-spirited roars could be heard. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged mage's face finally turned pale. It's over. We've won, we've already won. On the player's airship, the goddess, Xianxia, stood beside the crystal window of the pod and looked at the smoke-filled city below with excitement. Then, he turned his head and gave a thumbs up to Feng Wu, who was beside him. You're amazing. How did you think of persuading Sophia to write a declaration of war? It's so effective? Good heavens. The entire city is about to rebel. Feng Wu smiled proudly. This is called the People's War. Then, she sighed. However, I didn't expect it to be so effective. Although I already knew that the dusk and sunset churches were more oppressive to the people than the empire, I didn't expect it to be to the extent that we could rally hundreds of people. They're evil gods after all. How many evil gods really care about their believers? They're just exploiting them. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat them, the people in the Blue Star would have rebelled long ago. Xianxia said sarcastically. Then, he asked curiously. By the way, was it also your idea to lie about the 200,000 troops? Isn't this a basic tactic in war? Is it really as honest as when you fought the half-orcs, reporting as many people as you have? Feng Wu pursed her lips. How cunning. I like it. Good, good. You're not bad either. You actually managed to get the magic crystal cannons from the humans. Hee, we have business all over the world. In the black market, there's no problem that can't be solved with money. Secretly getting the goddess's summoned idol and then finding an accompanying NPC to activate it for your own use is also relying on money? Cough, cough, cough. Low key, low key. This bug is exclusive to me. Don't be banned like the previous god's punishment bomb. Seeing that the battle was progressing smoothly, the two proud players praised each other. Salty Meow, who was controlling the airship, rolled his eyes. Hey. The Meng committee paid for the magic crystal cannons, and we also prepared the magic stone bombs. Can't help it. I'm still not as rich as you guys. The mine in Peak City is about to start work, right? When the time comes, can you sell a mining area to the Amway Chamber of Commerce? Xianxia said with a grin. Wishful thinking. We don't even have enough for ourselves. We were having fun blowing things up just now, but all we're burning is money. Salty Meow immediately refused. That's too bad, Xianxia sighed. The players chatted as they watched the battle on the ground happily. They didn't intend to join in. After all, as members of the goddess's entourage, they had personally thrown magic stone bombs and fired magic crystal cannons. With the bonus of magic skills, throwing magic rock bombs also consumed EXP. Although there was an EXP penalty due to relying too much on external items, the accumulated EXP was still a terrifying amount. Of course, the magic crystal cannons were just external objects, and they couldn't get any EXP or contribution points. Therefore, after destroying the ballistas and magic crystal cannons that posed a threat to the airborne players, the players on the airships did not use them even though they still had plenty of high-quality magic stones to activate the magic crystal cannons. Instead, they continued to throw bombs. Although they weren't as accurate as the magic crystal cannons, they still benefited from it. The entire bombardment lasted for about 20 minutes, and those who threw bombs on the airships all leveled up at least once. As for war points, that round of bombardment had already piled up high. Without any pressure, the dozens of players on the airships all watched the battle leisurely. The atmosphere on the airships was relaxed and joyful, but the battle on the ground in August City had just begun. As the players descended from the sky and entered the city, intense street fighting had already broken out. However, the fortress had been completely destroyed in the previous bombardment, and the garrison inside had suffered heavy losses, so, the toughest bone to chew was gone. The players of justice descended from the sky, and naturally, like gods descending from the heavens, began to kill in the city. Of course, they were targeting the devout believers of the god of dusk and sunset, as well as the soldiers of the Maple Kingdom. After all, killing civilians did not give them any EXP or contribution points, and under the precondition that they were preaching missions, they might even be punished by the mission, so not many people were willing to look for trouble. With the Horus demiplane as an example, the players already knew that the most suitable targets for preaching were the civilians who had been oppressed and led miserable lives. With the carrot and the stick, with sincerity, they would definitely be able to preach. In other words, this was also a good opportunity to raise their own priestess level. Of course, that would have to wait until after the war. There were more than 5,000 players descending from the sky, and they were at least at the peak of iron level. Even in the Maple Kingdom's army, they were definitely the best of the best. At this moment, the entire elite force of the kingdom had already followed King Otto to the Holy War in the north, and most of the garrison troops in the city were just ordinary conscripts. Encountering the fearless players, the garrison troops, whose morale had already been destroyed by the bombardment, collapsed almost immediately. Moreover, after the declaration of war was made, the civilians in the city rioted, and the angry civilians followed the players to join in the pursuit of the Maple Kingdom's soldiers. If one were to look from the sky, they would see that as the players continuously landed and fought, they gradually formed into orderly groups, and were then escorted by the civilians who were waving their farming tools and crude weapons, turning into a rolling stream of people that surged towards the fortress on the hills in the city. There were also colorful flags that were erected among the players, fluttering continuously. Those were the war flags that they carried with them. Or rather, the sacred flag of the Elven Forest. Unlike the flags of the various guilds, the flag's main color was red, and there was only a golden scepter symbol on it. It was said that it was designed by Buffon, and no one would believe it if it was said that it was not designed with a bit of evil in mind. Looking down at the entire Horus city, one could only see the sea of people and the red flags fluttering in the wind, accompanied by the sounds of battle and the billowing smoke. Under the lead of the elves, the fortress, which was still billowing smoke on the hills, was quickly surrounded by the angry civilians. After holding on for less than 20 minutes, the silver players who descended from the sky into the fortress, as well as other players and civilians who rushed from outside the city to provide support, had completely breached the fortress's gates that were already on the verge of collapse from the bombardment earlier. Less than half of the defenders of the fortress who survived the carpet bombing surrendered one after another. Above the fortress, a bright flag was hung high. The fortress, which had the reputation of never falling, had changed owners just like that. After more than an hour, the gates of Horus City slowly opened. Outside the gates, the majestic elven army lined up in neat formations, and entered the city under the curious gazes of the civilians. At this point, the entire Horus City was completely under the control of the players. From the beginning of the airship's airstrike to the final entry of the elven army into the city, it had only been half a day. When Sophia rode her unicorn into August City, it was already close to evening. The army departed in the morning and entered the city in the evening. It was exactly half a day. The half-elf girl stared blankly at the smoking Forzer stronghold under the setting sun. She looked at the citizens who opened their doors and curiously sized up the elven army on both sides of the street. She felt like she was dreaming for a moment. It's true. It really took less than a day to conquer it, she mumbled in disbelief. As a former noble of the empire, she was well aware of the reputation of Forzer Fortress. During that time in history when the central authority of the empire was declining and the city-states and heirs declared their independence, the northern territories of the empire were also embroiled in the flames of war. At that time, Emperor Clovis, the leader of the empire's resurgence, won a crucial battle at Forzer Fortress. He switched from defense to offense and won the allegiance of the nobles in the northern part of the continent, strengthening the central authority. The reputation of unyielding fortress was also passed down from that time. Even though Forzer Fortress fell after being besieged by the Maple Kingdom's army for less than a month, it was only normal considering that the defenders were old, weak, sick, and disabled. There was no lack of powerful extraordinaries among the attackers. But now, the defenders were not old, weak, and disabled. The girl was quite curious about how the players did it. Even the fortress on the hill looked like it was heavily damaged. And when she raised her doubts to Li Mu, who was accompanying her, Li Mu no longer kept her in suspense. Instead, he told her the ins and outs of this attack. After listening to the players' battle process, the half-elf girl's face was filled with shock and astonishment. The surprise attack from the sky, she raised her head and looked at the huge airship in the sky and couldn't help but mumble. So this is the contribution of the airship, aerial units. This type of unit was not the first in the world of Seekers. In fact, many territories of the empire had their own griffin unit or wyvern unit. Of course, there were very few megalosaurus. Most of them were wyverns with megalosaurus bloodline. However, most of the empire's flying forces were only used for reconnaissance, and it was difficult for them to be of much use. This time, the elves launched an attack from the sky. First, they used a carpet bombing tactic, and then thousands of extraordinaires descended at once. This had never happened before. At this moment, Sophia realized that with the appearance of the elven airships, the war in the Seekers' continent would be completely rewritten. The elves were really creative. You would never know what they were capable of and what they could create. However, the reason why we were able to attack so quickly was because there was no divine barrier in the city. If there was a defensive barrier, it probably wouldn't have been so smooth. Looking at the half-elf girl with a complicated gaze, Li Mu said cheerfully. Sophia was speechless. If there's a defensive barrier, what do you plan to do? She asked. Of course, we'll fly to a high altitude where it can't fight back and blow it up until it can't maintain it anymore. That thing consumes a lot of energy to maintain. I don't believe it can be used forever. Li Mu said seriously. Sophia was speechless. The two of them chatted as they walked. Under the escort of the elven army, they entered the conquered fortress. The surrendered soldiers of the Maple Kingdom had already been disarmed by the players. They were squatting outside obediently with their hands on their heads. Sophia glanced at the soldiers who still looked a little dazed. Their eyes were filled with fear, and she frowned slightly. She muttered to herself for a moment. First, she used the divine spell, Eye of Faith. She found that most of the soldiers had a faint red glow. That was the symbol of shallow believers. Even among shallow believers, they were the weakest kind. At most, they would think of it and pray when they had nothing to do. Most of them were forced to change their beliefs, the girl muttered to herself. She thought for a moment and silently chanted a few spells. With the help of divine power, she used the strengthened version of the spell, Detect Group Evil. Accompanied by the light of the magic, halos appeared above the soldiers' heads. Some were deep black, some were turbid white, but most of them were dark gray or dark gray. Those were halos that represented factions. The darker the color, the more evil it was. Interestingly, those with darker colors were mostly people who had just converted to the color red. The more firm the belief in the evil god, the more depraved they would be. With this thought, Sophia muttered to herself. Those with black halos are existences who have completely given their bodies and minds to the evil god, as well as existences whose souls have long fallen. The gray ones can still be saved. As for the white ones, they are probably just ordinary people who have been forcibly converted. As she spoke, she looked at Li Mu. Your Excellency Li Mu, I intend to incorporate the soldiers who have not completely deviated from their factions and lead them back to the righteous faith. What do you think? This mission was entrusted by you. Of course, we will listen to you. Limu said seriously. I heard that your guild is very good at preaching beliefs? Sophia asked again. Ahem. You will have to ask Demacia about this. He is an expert. Limu said with a strange expression. Demacia? Sophia was stunned. Just as the girl was deeply shocked by Limu's answer, a voice that sounded a little despicable and a little smug sounded behind them. That's right, it's me. It was Demacia. Sophia was speechless. Looking at the red-haired warrior who had appeared out of nowhere, the girl's gaze was filled with suspicion, scrutiny, and vigilance. Demacia was speechless. I say, Miss Sophia, can you not look at me like I am trash? I am really an expert at preaching beliefs. He had a helpless expression. After hearing Demacia's words, Sophia was silent. She only looked at him expressionlessly. Just as Demacia was getting goosebumps from her gaze and thought that he was going to die, the girl suddenly spoke. I will believe you this once. Demacia was slightly stunned. Then, he was delighted. Really? No, it is only because His Excellency Limu vouched for me. The girl continued. Demacia was speechless. Looking at the red-haired warrior who had a bitter expression, Sophia sighed. His Excellency Demacia, if you were more steady, I think you might be more popular than you are now. It would also be easier for people to trust you. I will leave these soldiers to you. I will go take a look at the nobles who have surrendered. Please do not disappoint me. Having said that, the girl left the place where the surrendered soldiers were imprisoned. Only the two players were left staring at each other. What do you plan to do with these soldiers? Limu looked at Demacia and asked with a strange expression. Demacia glanced at the soldiers gathered in the courtyard and chuckled. Same old rules. Just like the beast men, give me a brainwashing set. What about those who cannot be brainwashed? Are we still going to drag them back to be minors? Of course, isn't that obvious? But they have to spit on the statue before leaving. I wonder if the evil gods will punish believers who spit on the ground. I hope they can still live after spitting. Limu was speechless. After leaving the courtyard where the surrendered soldiers were imprisoned, Sophia quickly entered the fortress castle. In the main hall of the castle, which was not too badly damaged, a group of nobles in much more luxurious clothes were squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads, just like the soldiers outside. They were the leaders and supporters of Maple's garrison. Some of them had surrendered with the surrendered soldiers, while others had been captured by angry citizens and elves. Sophia even saw a few familiar figures. They were the nobles she had seen when she was in Zaloran. When the girl noticed those people, they also quickly recognized her. Immediately, a few surprised voices sounded among the nobles. Miss Sophia? Is that you? I am Baron Elf. I have seen you in Zaloran. Miss Sophia, have you become a believer of life? I am Milovi. I have seen you at your father's banquet. That's great. I did not expect it to be you. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. We were also forced by that despicable evil god. That's right, that's right. Please tell the elves that we are willing to pledge our allegiance. Looking at the pale faces of the nobles who forced themselves to be surprised, Sophia suddenly felt a little tired. She did not directly answer them. Instead, she silently used the eye of faith to identify faith. Most of them were green. Green, they were non-believers. The girl was not surprised at all by this result. There were very few pious nobles among the nobles. Most of them were shallow believers. For example, those who surrendered now were mostly fence-sitters. Pretending to change faith and repenting in the future was the most common excuse they used after losing the holy war and being captured. Now that he had become a prisoner, it was only natural for him to abandon his belief in the evil god. They were much more proficient in this kind of thing than the soldiers who might have trouble understanding the common language. However, if the evil god's believers captured them one day, they would probably change again. This was the truest nobles. For most of them, the most important thing was that they were alive, their status did not change, and their power and wealth were not affected. However, after witnessing this time and time again, Sophia had long understood that for nobles, it was not enough to just look at the light of faith. Without hesitation, she also used detect evil. This was the first time the girl used this magic on a noble. When she was in Zaloran, her father forbade her from using this magic on nobles. Following the girl's actions, magic spread to the bodies of the surrendered nobles. Above their heads, a corresponding halo appeared one after another. Most of the halos were as black as ink. It was a stark contrast to the soldiers from before. Seeing this, disappointment flashed in Sophia's eyes. However, the girl was too lazy to say anything more. After all, to be able to retain their status under the evil god's control and even become the leader of an army, it was easy to imagine what kind of existence they were. Let Sir Demacia deal with them. From now on, there will be no more nobles in August City. She looked at the nobles indifferently and said expressionlessly. Seeing the girl's cold expression, the nobles' expressions changed. Miss Sophia. No. Lady Sophia, what are you doing? Lady Sophia. We're innocent. It's all the evil god's fault. Hearing the nobles' cries, a trace of disgust flashed in Sophia's eyes. She no longer paid attention to these degenerate nobles and turned to leave. After the girl left, the players who received the order laughed coldly. They tied up the nobles with anti-magic chains and sent them to Demacia. After dealing with the surrendered soldiers and nobles, Sophia officially took over August City. Of course, the elves were temporarily in charge. The war was not over yet, and the preaching of faith had just begun. The property left by the nobles still needed to be dealt with, etc. There was still a long way to go, but right now, the most important thing was to take over the entire Maple Leaf territory and spread the faith of the goddess to every corner. After taking over August City, the players were busy repairing the fortifications and officially welcoming the statue of the goddess into the city. With the statue, they could activate the divine barrier and the players could defend the city with peace of mind. Of course, they did not forget to build a teleportation circle in the city to connect directly to Grey Harbor. Although it was quite far from Grey Harbor, the long-distance teleportation circle could still be used. These things did not require too much manpower. Therefore, after leaving some players in August City to defend the city, the rest of the players set off again and rushed toward the hinterland of the Maple Leaf territory. This blitzkrieg battle was still going on. Morning Star City, Western Territory. There were still traces of battle on the tall city walls. In the ravines outside the walls, the corpses of soldiers had not been dealt with in time. As the war between the Empire and the Maple Leaf territory continued, this place had long become the front line of the war. The Maple King, Alto, had personally led an army to besiege the city for several days, and this capital of the Western Territory was on the verge of collapse. Morning Star City, the temporary castellan's residence. A thin young man looked at the map spread out in front of him, deeply worried. He was the current castellan of Morning Star City, Earl Meath, and also the Lord of the Western Territory. He was the unlucky guy whose residence was destroyed by the Black Dragon. It's been 3 days. When will the Empire's reinforcements arrive? He frowned and looked at the messenger in the hall. The messenger replied respectfully, Earl Meath, the Empire's reinforcements have arrived. My Lord Count, the Duke has already sent reinforcements. They will arrive here in at most 1 day. The Empire's reinforcements were naturally not referring to Duke Rosen. Following the death of the previous Duke Rosen, the Crusade army was completely wiped out. The Rosen family had been stripped of their authority to command the local defense corps by the Empire's parliament. Of course, the corps was also gone. The Empire's reinforcements were referring to the new marshal of the Crusade army, Duke Valencia, one of the 7 Kurfürst families, and the commander of the Empire's 2nd Local Defense Corps. 1 day? That's great. Earl Meath heaved a sigh of relief. Morning Star City of the Western Territory was not a strong city. If the rebels besieged it for another 2 days, the city would probably fall. However, before Earl Meath could catch his breath, another guard rushed in from outside the hall. Earl Meath! Earl Meath! Seeing the guard enter the room, Earl Meath's heart skipped a beat. However, when he saw the excited expression on the guard's face, his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Could it be that the reinforcements have arrived? There was a hint of anticipation on his face. No, it's not. The guard panted and said excitedly. They're retreating. The rebels are retreating. they're retreating? At this moment, Earl Meath was a little confused. When Count Mice arrived at the city walls of Morning Star City accompanied by his personal guards, the rebel army of Maple Leaf Hill had already disappeared into the horizon. They seemed to be in a hurry, and some of the military supplies on the ground were not completely taken away. They only burned them, and there were burn marks everywhere in the camp. The unassembled trebuchets were also destroyed one by one. Count Mice even saw the siege towers that the rebels had set up, which had been worrying him for the past few days. The army besieging Morning Star City was more than 30,000 strong, including the Maple King Otto, who was already a legendary powerhouse. There was no lack of transcendence with terrifying strength. For Morning Star City, where there were only a few thousand people defending the city, and the strongest was only at the gold rank, this was a rather terrifying force. If not for the defensive barrier of the divine spell, the city would have been breached long ago. Even so, under the siege of the rebel army, the entire Morning Star City was on the verge of collapse. Without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. Even if Duke Valencia's reinforcements arrived, the most they could do was to ease the situation and give the defenders a chance to withdraw. After all, there was a terrifying evil god behind the other side, who could strike at any time. If the army was completely wiped out like the last time, the Empire would definitely not be willing to come again, so they would definitely not rashly fight the rebels. This was simply a difficult problem that could not be solved. The world of transcendence was like this. Usually, the transcendental mythical existences kept each other in check, and the secular world had the opportunity to resolve disputes according to the secular world's methods. However, once a mythical existence broke the rules and attacked ordinary people without restraint, then people would realize that those below the mythical realm were ants. Count Mice understood this, and he believed that the rebels understood it too. For the rebel army, with the support of a mythical being behind them, it was only a matter of time before they took down Morning Star City. All kinds of preparations for the siege had already been made. However, under such circumstances, they inexplicably withdrew their troops. Maple Leaf Hill. Something must have happened in Maple Leaf Hill. Count Mice judged. Thinking of some of the rumors he had heard before, an inexplicable thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the long-eared people in the elven forest had made their move? He subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the southeast. A trace of anticipation, a trace of nervousness, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. If there was any force that could stop the evil god of the Maple Leaf territory at this time, then he could only think of the true god walking on the ground in the elf forest. Send out the scouts. Follow the rebel army and find a way to investigate why they retreated. Count Mice ordered his personal guard beside him. It was already noon the next day when Earl Meath found out the reason for the rebel army's retreat. Along with the returning scouts were the reinforcements from Duke Valencia's army. As the army entered the city, the anxious Meath finally saw the marshal, Duke Valencia himself. He was a middle-aged gentleman with a head of white hair, and at the same time a powerful legendary warrior. What about the rebels? Your Excellency, didn't you say that they had already besieged the city? Why did they retreat? In the temporary city lord's manor of Morning Star City, Duke Valencia looked at the agitated Count Mice and frowned slightly. It's an elf. Your Excellency, the elves have launched an attack on the Maple Leaf territory. According to the scouts, they had already breached Aga City yesterday, so the rebel army has returned to reinforce them. Count Mice was a little excited and a little reserved as he replied respectfully. He was excited because the elves were finally participating in this war, and the elves' participation meant that the goddess of life was participating as well. With the goddess of life's participation, this war was very likely to be won. As for being reserved and respectful, although the two nobles were not vassals and were both lords of the territory loyal to His Majesty, one was a count while the other was a kurfürst. There was still a big difference in their titles. Not to mention, Duke Valencia was a powerful legendary professional, and the strong would be respected everywhere. Of course, these were all minor details. Duke Valencia could naturally guess the reason why Count Mice was so excited. Elves? Those idiots in the parliament finally convinced the church to ally with the elf forest again? Why didn't they inform me? He was slightly stunned. Count Mice was also stunned. Then, he asked doubtfully, Your Excellency, you didn't know about the elves' participation in the war? How would I know? If I knew, would I still be asking you? Duke Valencia was speechless. After saying that, he walked to the map in the hall. As he looked at the map of Western Territory and Maple Leaf Territory, he gradually frowned. Impossible. If the elves had already breached August City yesterday, they would have already started the war. After all, August City has the Force Fortress. No matter how slow the transmission of information is, it's impossible that we didn't receive any news. After saying that, he looked at Count Mice again. Your Excellency, did you manage to find out any more details? Count Mice said excitedly, This is the other news I wanted to tell you. It said that, the elves took less than a day to successfully breach the Force Fortress and take down August City. That's why the rebel army hurriedly returned to reinforce them. Your Excellency. I think, the elves might have sent a legendary or even a mythical expert. Wasn't there a rumor that the people the church sent to the elf forest had met a demigod? Otherwise, the city definitely wouldn't have been breached so quickly. Looking at Count Mice's excited expression, Duke Valencia chuckled and nodded. It's possible. It's said that the god of dusk and sunset is an evil god that has just awakened. His faith is in a mess, and it's probably difficult for him to activate a divine defensive barrier. Maple Leaf Territory also doesn't have a legendary wizard, so they don't have an advantage in defending the city. Otto brought all his main forces out, so it's normal for them to be caught off guard. After receiving the Duke's affirmation, Count Mice was even more excited. That's right. I think so too. Then, he said excitedly, Your Excellency. This is an opportunity. Since the elves have already joined the war, we should take the opportunity to counterattack. With the elves joining the war and our cooperation, we'll definitely be able to quickly recover the lost land and finally defeat the evil god's army. Duke Mice looked expectant. However, after hearing his words, Duke Valencia's reaction was a little cold, as if he wasn't very interested in this. Your Excellency? Count Mice shouted again. Duke Valencia glanced at him and chuckled. What's the hurry? Lost land will eventually be recovered. Since the elves have joined the war, all the more we can't rashly participate. Why? Your Excellency, are you going to watch as the Empire's citizens continue to be oppressed by the evil god? Count Mice said somewhat anxiously. The rebel army had invaded Western Territory, and a third of his territory had already fallen. Now that he saw an opportunity to recover, Count Mice naturally wanted to grab hold of it, and the sooner the better. However, Duke Valencia only glanced at him. What's the hurry? Haven't most of your vassal nobles already retreated? The remaining ones are just ignorant commoners. It's fine if some die, and it's good if they're oppressed. This way, when the territory is recovered, they'll feel our benevolence. You'll even have an excuse to strip the nobles who fled of their titles. Don't worry, what's yours will still be yours. I'm not interested in the poor Western Territory. After hearing his words, Count Mice opened his mouth but was speechless. Then, when do you plan to counterattack? He asked again. Duke Valencia narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at the location of the elven forest on the map and chuckled. There's no hurry. Let the elves fight with the rebel army for a while. It's a good opportunity to test the elf strength. The elven forest has developed too quickly in the past few years. Even though Valencia is far away from the west, we've long heard of it. Some of the novelty items produced in the elven forest are gradually becoming popular in the imperial capital of Mania. Don't underestimate them. This is an opportunity. Not only can we see the elf strength, but we can also rely on the rebel army to exhaust their strength. After all, the other races are still the other races. When the rebel army and the elves are both injured, and the evil god of Maple Leaf Territory and the goddess of life have a winner, we'll take the opportunity to recover the territory. Isn't that better? By then, most of the remaining nobles in Maple Leaf Territory would have been wiped out, and most of the nobles who fled to your territory would have lost their foundation. Isn't this an opportunity for us participants to gain more territory with our military achievements? Hee, the Maple Leaf Territory is very rich. Count Mice was stunned for a moment before he nodded in surprise. You're so comprehensive. While the two imperial nobles were thinking about how to divide the spoils after recovering Maple Leaf territory, on the other hand, the former Earl of the Border and the current King of Maple Kingdom, Otto, also led his army back to the border of Western Territory after a rapid march. At the border between Western Territory and Maple Leaf Territory, below August City, Otto von Cappadocia stood on a hill, looking at a piece of paper filled with declarations in the common language, squinting slightly. In front of him, there was a scout reporting respectfully. Your Majesty, according to reliable sources, the elves have organized an army of 200,000. After taking down August City, they have divided into 3 groups and are heading toward the other 3 cities closest to August City. Hearing this, Otto's expression did not change, but the expression of a tall and thin noble behind him changed. Nearby cities? Wait, what about Zaloran? The scout hesitated for a moment before replying. Zaloran is one of the elves' targets, and it's said that it's the direction of the main attack. Hearing this answer, the tall and thin noble's face turned pale. He looked at Otto, the king of Maple Kingdom, and said anxiously, Your Majesty, we can't let the elves take down Zaloran. Zaloran is a strategic location. If it's taken, Maple Leaf territory will be finished. Otto glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, Zaloran is important, but isn't August City important? The tall and thin noble was slightly stunned. Otto no longer looked at him, but threw the piece of paper in his hand to the ground, his voice slightly disdainful. Carl, take a look, you're far worse than your half-sister. The tall and thin noble was stunned, then he subconsciously picked up the piece of paper, and when he finished reading the declaration on the piece of paper, his expression quickly became ferocious, and he gnashed his teeth. Sophia. That damned bitch. She's the one who led the elven army here. Otto did not continue to pay attention to him. He glanced at August City, which had a red flag erected on the city wall in the distance, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. A mysterious sky fortress. Haha, these long ears of the elven forest really know how to come up with new tricks. After that, he looked at the scout again. What's the situation in August City? The scout replied respectfully. Your Majesty, there are about 5,000 elves in charge of guarding the city. Their average strength should be stronger than our warriors, but there shouldn't be any high-grade professionals. Is the information reliable? It's reliable. We caught a few people who went out of the city, and interrogated them separately. Hearing the answer, King Otto did not have any reaction, but the tall and thin noble named Carl was instantly surprised when he heard the number of troops stationed there. Your Majesty. Only 5,000. And there aren't any high-grade professionals. Then wouldn't it be easy for us to reclaim the city? Otto looked at him coldly and spat out a single word. Fool. The tall and thin noble immediately shut his mouth, his face pale. Otto snorted coldly, and continued to look at the scout. Is there any news from the temple in August City? Are there any believers of life preaching? The scout continued to answer. Yes, it's said that the elves have enshrined the statue of the goddess of life, and at the same time, the city has begun to spread the faith of the goddess of life. They are spreading the faith while distributing various resources to the citizens, and even the property of the nobles in August City has been distributed to the poor. It's said that there are many people in the city who have converted to the faith. Hearing this, Otto took a deep breath. Then they should have already repaired the divine barrier and built the teleportation formation. Saying this, he smiled coldly. They can come back from the dead, build a defensive barrier, and even teleport again and again. Haha, 5,000 people. How is this 5,000 people? This is simply a bottomless pit. Everyone says that Lord Anos is unscrupulous, but I think that the one in the elven forest is not much different. Saying this, he turned around and looked at the tall and thin noble, who was still somewhat nervous. Call the high priest over. Following Otto's order, a middle-aged man in a grey robe was summoned in front of him. However, this clergyman with the highest status in the Church of Dusk and Sunset was trembling with fear when facing Otto, completely unlike the leader of a church. Otto looked at him casually and said, High priest, arrange the offerings and communicate with Lord Anos, and ask him to take action. The so-called sacrifice was actually the sacrifice of a living person. Or to be more precise, it was the life sacrifice of a creature of the same species as the sacrificer. Life sacrifice was not limited to the evil gods, it also existed among the righteous gods. Some clergy would often sacrifice their own souls and lives when activating some special divine spells. After all, although the power of the soul and the power of life were not as high as divine power, they were still one of the original powers of the world, and could be directly absorbed and used by the gods. However, the righteous gods were rational and had the consciousness of the rules, while the evil gods were often paranoid and crazy. Many righteous gods disdained the method of life sacrifice, but for the evil gods, this was the easiest method of sacrifice to please them. After all, what the evil gods loved to see the most was the chaos and bloodshed between living beings. Through life sacrifice, they could not only obtain the feedback of life force, which was one of the original powers of the world, but they could also obtain great enjoyment from the fear and despair of the sacrifice. In addition, the stronger the life force of the sacrifice, the better. It would be best if it was a powerful extraordinary, so it would be easier to obtain the response of the evil gods. Following Ao2O's command, the high priest quickly brought over 7 professionals, each of whom had at least the strength of a silver rank. Each of them was tightly bound by the anti-magic rope, and their eyes were still filled with anger when they looked at Otto. In war, there would always be some captives, as well as some rebels who were dissatisfied with the rule. This was the origin of these people. As the sacrifice of the gods, for Otto, they were the best choice. After entering the temporary main tent set up by the army and dismissing everyone else, Otto once again ordered the high priest and the accompanying ordinary priests, "Don't worry. Alright, let's start the sacrifice." The high priest nodded repeatedly, and used the materials that he had already prepared to draw a huge magic circle with grooves on the ground, almost occupying 2/3 of the entire tent. Then, he ordered people to put the tied 7 professionals on the sacrificial magic circle, and under their terrified eyes, their throats were slit one by one. For a moment, blood spurted out, and quickly soaked the magic circle on the ground. As the blood flowed into the grooves of the magic circle, a dark red light gradually condensed on the magic circle. Seeing the light emitted from the magic circle, Otto's eyes flashed slightly. "Alright, you can leave first," he said to the high priest. The high priest opened his mouth and looked a little embarrassed, but in the end, he bowed slightly and obediently left with the other priests. Not long after the high priest left, the radiance of the array suddenly intensified. A purplish-black smoke suddenly rose up and turned into a huge illusory face in the air. The huge blurry face looked at Otto, who was standing on the ground, and a voice that could not be distinguished as male or female sounded. "Otto, didn't I tell you not to disturb me recently?" As he spoke, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on Ao2O. Otto's face turned pale, and he subconsciously knelt on the ground. However, his expression was still fearless, and he said calmly, "That's right. Lord Arnos, is this the cooperation you mentioned?" The pressure suddenly dissipated, and a mocking smile appeared on the blurry facial features of the giant face. "Ao2O, if it was 200,000 years ago, I would definitely make a rude guy like you regret being born in this world. If you weren't a descendant of Guy, you would be dead, and the entire Maple Leaf territory would be destroyed." Looking at the cold expression of the giant face, Otto stood up, patted the dust off his body, and smiled slightly. "But if I die, your plan to quickly restore your strength will also be delayed, right? And you will also lose a possible ally in the future." Looking at Otto's confident expression, the giant face said indifferently, "Otto, are all you vampires so confident? Don't think that you can become another blood ancestor just because you got the ancestor's divinity with Nidhogg's help. Guy's priesthood has a fatal flaw after all. If you can't get the death priesthood, even if you become an ancestor, you're just a low-level divine power trash. Besides, if the current death knows that Guy's priesthood is with you, I'm curious if you can still see tomorrow's sun." Listening to the giant face's mockery, Otto smiled faintly. "You won't. Now you're the only one left in Titan. You need allies." "Allies? Haha, I've never needed that kind of thing. Tell me, why did you summon me at this time instead of helping me spread my faith?" The giant face asked indifferently. Otto's expression turned solemn and replied, "My lord, Anos. Lord Anos, I'm in trouble. The elves have joined the battle." "The elves? Are you talking about the long-eared elves that Yggdrasil made? Well, the few that you sacrificed last time tasted pretty good. If you have more in the future, you can sacrifice more for me. The giant face said as if it had not had enough. Otto's expression froze, and then he sighed. My lord, don't underestimate those elves. They are elves from the elven forest. They are different from the elves you saw in the Maple Leaf territory. Not only are they warlike by nature, but they are also extremely cunning. They are the opposite of elves in the traditional sense. At the same time, they have also received the favor of the goddess of life and can be resurrected from the dead. Isn't that even better? They can sacrifice infinitely. The giant face said indifferently. Otto was speechless. Looking at his speechless expression, the giant face said mockingly, Okay, enough. You can't beat them again, so you want me to take action? Just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. However, since the elves have taken action, then the successor of Yggdrasil you mentioned will probably be involved, right? After hearing the giant face's words, Otto's expression turned serious. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid so. When you really take action, it's very likely that you will also encounter the one from the elven forest. The giant face nodded gently, and its blurry eyes moved slightly. She's called Eve, right? She inherited all the clergy of Yggdrasil? Yes, it said that an elf became a god through the faith of the demiplane. She also used the power of her clergy to purify all the mixed-blood humans in that demiplane into elves. It's rumored that the elves have different personalities because of this reason, Otto explained. Hearing his words, the giant face narrowed its eyes. Then she believes in a true god. Oh. I've recently studied the power of faith. I have to say that this is indeed a wonderful ability that can allow mortals to set foot on the mythical level, but it's still not enough. At most, she'll just accumulate a little more divine power. If she encounters a powerful ancient god, she'll eventually fall. Seeing the giant face's disdainful expression, Otto quickly reminded. Your Holiness Aenos, this goddess Eve is not ordinary. Although she's a new true god of faith, she easily killed a god at the peak of weak divine power. Although that was also a true god of faith, it's enough to show the strength of the goddess of life. According to my speculation, her strength has probably reached the level of weak or even intermediate divine power. Glancing at Otto's serious expression, the giant face was a little surprised. You know these things well. Listen carefully. After all, becoming a mythical god is also one of my goals. The priesthood of an ancestor doesn't require faith, but it requires a lot of death and slaughter. You also need to expand your faith through war and fear. This is also the basis of our cooperation, isn't it? Otto smiled. The giant face glanced at him and said coldly, Otto, sometimes, it's not a good thing to be too smart. As he said, he narrowed his eyes again. Eve. I'd really like to meet her. I wonder if she's stronger than those dragon gods. Let Yggdrasil pay for sealing me. After that, the giant face looked at Otto again. Well, I've already heard about the matter. When necessary, I'll take action. It's the city in front, right? I can sense that there are no less than 5,000 beings with extremely rich life force inside. The giant face looked in the direction of August City, and a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Seeing the other party's tyrannical and somewhat greedy expression, Otto hesitated for a moment and continued, Your Holiness Aenos, I'm afraid it's not just here. The elves claim to have sent an army of 200,000 this time, and now they've divided their forces to attack the other nearby cities. Without your help, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on. Hearing this, the giant face looked at Otto mockingly. Otto, are you treating me as your weapon of war? No, it's only because only you can save the situation, and don't you also need to devour more souls? This time Otto was much more respectful. The giant face sneered. Aren't you also good at talking? If you can, then talk more. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes. There's no hurry. Let's deal with the city in front of us first. I want to find out the background of Her Holiness Eve. As for the rest of the cities, if they fall, we can take them back. If their beliefs change, we can force them back. With me here, what are you afraid of? If I can use this war to seize the power of this life goddess, I think I can achieve my goal faster, and your army will become invincible in the whole continent. Otto sighed. That's only 3 years. According to the secret information I got from the Eternal Church, after 3 years, the whole world will be open, and all the true gods will descend. At that time, everything I've done will be for naught. 3 years? That's enough. When you become a legend, you won't care about these worldly things. You're not like those people who believe in true gods who take shortcuts. The giant face sneered. Alright, I'm going to continue digesting the power of those angels. As usual, pay attention to the artifact I gave you. When the battle ferments to the point where the life force and the power of souls are enough to support my descent, just summon me. After saying that, the giant face turned into purplish-black mist again and slowly dissipated in the air. The terrifying pressure in the tent also gradually disappeared, only the blood-stained magic circle and Otto, the Maple King, who was standing beside it, was left. Otto put away the smile on his face and looked at the magic circle with a hint of inquiry. The Titan King, huh? He was silent for a while, then he left the tent and gathered his personal guards and generals. Inform everyone to prepare for the siege. August City, Force Fortress. This fortress that was occupied by players had become the stronghold of the players. The players who were guarding the fortress were members of various guilds who had volunteered to stay behind. Li Mu and the others had already left. Sophia also followed the army and rushed to Zaloran. The people who were in charge of commanding were the higher-ups of the All-Star Guild Alliance who stayed behind. All-Star Akin was temporarily acting as the Castellan. Among the 5,000 players, most of them were players of the second open beta. Among the players who participated in the war, they had less battle experience and could easily fail during the battle. Therefore, this kind of siege mission where the teleportation circle was already set up and the defense of the divine spells was the most suitable for them. This was the first time they participated in a large-scale war mission and also the first time they participated in a siege mission. Therefore, everyone was quite excited. Including Ye and Nainai, who had chosen to stay behind. Is that the catapult that the human army is building? So it's really made from local materials. Are they going to attack the fortress later? On the tall walls of the fortress, Nainai looked at the huge army outside the fortress with a hint of excitement. It's not as shocking as when we players set out for war. It feels like there are fewer people. Ye said. Hey, it's already a lot. Just now, the guild went to catch a tongue. There are probably close to 30,000 people here. It's enough for us to fight. Next to the two, Gale, who was fiddling with the ballista, laughed. The ballista was a spare that the players found in the warehouse of the fortress that had not been completely destroyed. It was used to defend the fortress and was very suitable for archers to add skills to. Will there be high-grade professions? What if there are high-grade professions? We don't seem to have any high-grade NPCs. Looking at the continuous army in the distance, Ye was a little worried. What are you afraid of? We have the Goddess Divine Spell Defense Barrier. It's useless even if a legendary NPC comes. If it's really impossible, don't we have the teleportation circle? Alice, Sarandir, Samir, Rose, and even Big Sister. Isn't it just a matter of a word if she wants to come over? If Big Sister comes, then we'll definitely win. Facing Gale wiped his face and said. Big Sister? The two newbies were a little curious. Hey, you probably haven't met her yet. She's God's chosen, Zero, an NPC who can summon the goddess. Wow. Big Sister. Yeah. The few players chatted casually. While they were chatting, suddenly, the sound of a distant horn could be heard. Gale turned serious and looked at the army of the Maple Kingdom outside the fortress. The countless gray figures suddenly began to move slowly. The horn sounded. The war is about to start. He clenched his fists and said excitedly. The Maple Kingdom's army under the city wall began to move. The players on the city wall, as well as the thousands of militia recruited by the Nature's Heart Missionary Group, stood behind the battlements and prepared for battle. The ballistae were pulled up, and the magic crystal cannons were aimed outside the city wall. The magic guns and bows were aimed at the army outside the city, waiting for the enemy to enter their shooting range before launching an attack. Ye also raised his magic gun. Although he was a warrior player and didn't have much magic power, it didn't stop him from having fun with a couple of guns while defending the city. The wind whistled in his ears, and the flags hanging high on the city wall rustled in the wind. The original medieval city background music in the game system became the blood boiling for the glory of the goddess along with the sound of the horn. Ye felt like his entire universe was burning. At this moment, he felt like he was the main character of this world. He was the hero of this war. He gripped the bowstring tightly, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. He was also a little nervous. Although his rationality told him that this was a game, the shock of the army pressing down on the city wall and the realistic stimulation that his five senses felt made his adrenaline rush. When he couldn't help but look at facing wind bar beside him, he realized that this veteran player was also very excited. Big Brother Wind, haven't you participated in a few large-scale wars? You even attacked a half-orc city, why are you still so excited? Ye couldn't help but tease him. Hey, it's different. This is a war with humans. Compared to the human army, the armies and cities of other races are not on the same level. Don't you think, this is more like a medieval war? Facing wind bar adjusted the height of the ballistae as he replied. Hearing his words, Ye subconsciously looked back. His gaze swept across the medieval city of August City, the forest stronghold that stood proudly on the hill, and the well-equipped army of the Maple Kingdom outside the city. He then nodded his head in agreement. Such a scene was indeed shocking. It was as if he was in a movie. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but open the system and click on the screenshot option. While Ye was crazily taking screenshots in the system, he heard facing wind bar cursing in a low voice. F***ck, humans are humans after all. This NPC's IQ is way higher than a beastman's. Ye was slightly taken aback. He then followed Gale's gaze and looked outside the city walls. He saw that the Maple Kingdom's army had stopped before they reached the city walls and the fortress firing range. Then, the army slowly changed their formation. Rows of soldiers pushed wooden boards with wheels out of the army formation and began to move in the direction of the city. As far as the eye could see, there were probably more than 5,000 people. They hid behind the barrier and slowly moved toward the city wall. It's an archer. We'll attack once they're within range. Aim the ballistae at those defensive vehicles and destroy them. In the live chat channel, the city defense battle commander All-Star Akin shouted. Archer, Ye clenched the magic spear in his hand and took a deep breath, preparing to attack. The defense chariots under the city slowly moved and finally entered the range of the ballistae. At this moment, All-Star Akin's roar once again rang out in the live chat channel. Ballistae, listen to my command, attack. Following his command, nearly 100 whooshing sounds could be heard from the city walls. One after another, huge spears and arrows flew out, carrying the radiance of skills. Most of them missed, but a few hit their targets. The defense chariots that were hit were instantly torn apart, revealing the archers behind them. However, even though the defense chariots were destroyed, these archers did not retreat. Instead, they either retreated behind other defense chariots or spread out in formation with their shields raised and continued to move forward. Soon, they entered the range of the archers. They're in range. Attack. The player gave the order. Hearing the order, Ye took a deep breath and pulled the trigger of his magic spear. In an instant, the city walls roared as blue magic elemental bullets and arrows rained down on the archers outside the city. After a round of attacks, hundreds of archers who were slowly moving outside the city fell instantly. Despite that, they did not stop. Instead, they continued to move for another 100 steps before they stopped one after another and began to draw their bows to counterattack at the city walls. Thousands of elite Empire archers fired in unison. The players on the city walls were also greeted with a shocking rain of arrows. F***ck. Find shields. Otherwise, they would have to find cover. Quick. Facing the Gale bar was shocked. Looking at the oncoming rain of arrows, Ye and Nai also raised their shields in a fluster. The arrows flew down, and Ye only felt a heavy blow on his shield, almost pressing him to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly heard the Gale bar's exclamation beside him. F***ck. It's a stone bullet, coconut Nai, dodge. Hearing the anxious voice facing the Gale bar, Ye's heart pounded. Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood on end, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart. That was one of his skills, danger foresight. He did not have time to look up to see what was going on. He hurriedly pulled the girl beside him and jumped to the side. Just as he jumped to the side, he heard a deafening sound. A heat wave rushed toward him, bringing with it countless pieces of gravel. Ye looked at the place where he and Nai had been standing just now. A huge stone bullet had smashed the place, creating a huge crater. The bricks were shattered, and the cracks on the wall extended very far away. Shattered rocks were everywhere, still burning with raging flames, and choking black smoke rose into the sky. Seeing this, Ye's face could not help but turn pale. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened to him and Nai if they had not dodged. Although it was a game and players could be revived, but such a realistic scene would definitely have a huge impact on one's soul. Even though he had gradually gotten used to the rhythm and bloodiness of Elf Nation through numerous battles, Ye still felt his throat go dry at this moment. It's a trebuchet. They're using trebuchets. F***CK, where's the divine barrier? What's wrong with the guild? Facing the Gale Bar cursed. Not long after he finished cursing, more exclamations came from all over the city walls. Ye looked up and saw streaks of burning meteorites with black smoke trailing behind them in the sky. These meteorites drew a curved arc in the sky and smashed toward August City. Under Ye's shocked gaze, these meteorites landed all over the city, smashing houses into smithereens and setting them on fire. On the city walls, he could see the panicking citizens in the city. He could hear the exclamations of the human NPCs, the crying of children, and the screaming of women. The rain of arrows continued to pour in from outside the city walls. From time to time, players and militia who were unlucky enough to be hit by the arrows would fall. However, the former's corpse would slowly disappear, while the latter would fall into a pool of blood and never move again. Ye even saw a few silver-tier bosses who usually played around with the magical beasts in the wild. But at this moment, they were easily hit in the vital parts by a few arrows that were shot from an unknown direction outside the city, and they died instantly. What was worse was that they were unlucky enough to be hit directly by the meteorites that fell from the sky. After a loud boom, not even a trace of blood could be seen. The smell of blood and burnt flesh assaulted Ye's nostrils. He shuddered and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his hand. He looked at the players on the city walls who were constantly shooting outside the city, and then looked at the densely packed gray soldiers outside the city through the shooting holes. He let out a deep breath. At this moment, his hands were trembling. Before the war started, Ye had been looking forward to this celebration. However, when the war really started, Ye realized that when a game was so realistic that it could be mistaken for reality, the shock it brought was not something that could be described in a few words. At this moment, he felt that he was actually quite small. In this war, no matter how powerful a player was, he was just an insignificant soldier. At this moment, along with the cheers, Ye saw a golden pillar of light suddenly shoot up into the sky from the direction of the Force Fortress. The pillar of light shot up into the sky and quickly spread in all directions. Finally, it turned into a pale golden defensive barrier. The defensive barrier enveloped the entire city. Only the vertical direction of the city walls had a gap that was about 3 meters high. A whistling sound could be heard, and several more meteors with billowing smoke came crashing down. However, this time, they only smashed into the defensive barrier, causing circles of ripples to appear on its surface. Then, under the golden light, those meteorites directly turned into ashes and disappeared. Ha 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 ha. The divine barrier has been activated. Let's see how their catapults can still be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. On the side, there was laughter from the Gale Bar. This warrior player looked up at the sky and then looked at Ye, who was still in a daze. He patted Ye's shoulder and said, "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and fight. It's your first time fighting such a big war. You'll get used to it soon." After hearing the words of the Gale Bar, Ye nodded. He took a few deep breaths and adjusted his state of mind. Then, he picked up his magic gun and rejoined the battle. With the protection of the divine barrier, the players on the city walls were much more relaxed. Although the arrows from both sides were still raining down, they didn't have to worry about something crashing down from above. Ye fired randomly at the city walls, but he didn't kill a single one. He regretted that he didn't use the heart arrow skill. Gradually, after realizing that the catapults couldn't cause any damage to the city walls, the Maple army outside the city changed their formation again. The bugle horn sounded again, and the army formation changed again. The soldiers of Maple split up from the army, and began to move towards Aga City with scaling ladders that were used for sieging cities. Hee, are they going to storm the city? They don't even have siege towers? Coconut, be careful. It's the best time to harvest experience points. The Galebar said with a smile. Ye nodded. He took out a bottle of magic potion and drank it to replenish his mana. Then, he raised his magic gun again. Outside the city walls, the attacking Maple soldiers moved quickly. They seemed to have gone mad. They yelled and charged toward the city walls. The elemental bullets and arrows rained down, and the soldiers fell like wheat being harvested. Even so, the soldiers didn't stop. When the soldiers of the Maple Kingdom approached the city walls, Ye frowned slightly. The equipment of these besieging soldiers seemed to be much worse than the archers from before. Many of them didn't even wear armor. Instead, they wore black, white, and gray robes made of coarse cloth. They wore simple hoods and white scarves, and they only had one weapon in their hands. Are they cannon fodder? Light infantry? Ye said with a frown. Oh? Do the human armies have cannon fodder for attacking the city? Didn't the intelligence say that they have heavy armored soldiers for attacking the city? The Galebar was taken aback as well. In the world of seekers, supernatural powers were the main force. Even on the battlefield, professionals were the main force of the main force. Apart from a few intelligent races who would use servant armies like goblins as cannon fodder, most races preferred to use heavy armored extraordinaires when attacking cities. Especially the humans. The Holy Mania Empire was best at heavy armored soldiers and siege towers. The gamers had done their homework in advance. They were prepared for a bloody battle on the city walls. At this moment, looking at the crudely equipped soldiers outside the city walls, the gamers were surprised. Though the soldiers were crudely equipped, their morale was strangely high. They seemed to have thrown their lives to the back of their minds. Even though they were charging and falling, none of them retreated. There were too many of them, batches of soldiers died in battle, but there were always more soldiers from behind to replace them. Finally, braving the arrows and magic spells of the gamers, the crazy soldiers charged to the bottom of the city walls. They placed the ladder on top of the city wall and began to climb up from the bottom. Coconut, get ready for battle. The Galebar reminded her. Ye nodded and put away his magic gun. Then, he unsheathed his long sword. The first batch of Maple soldiers ascended the city walls and started fighting with the gamers. On the other hand, Ye was also confronted by the short and skinny Maple soldiers who were wearing white headscarves. The soldier raised a short sword and roared as he charged at Ye. Ye's eyes flashed, and he stabbed with the long sword in his hand. What shocked him the most was that it was just a probing attack, but he was able to easily stab the sword into the soldier's chest. Not a supernatural being, this thought instantly appeared in Ye's mind. A gust of cold wind blew over and blew off the soldier's scarf. Under Ye's shocked gaze, a wrinkled face was revealed. It was the face of an old woman. Moreover, it was a woman. It was an old woman. She looked at Ye with a trace of fear, despair, madness, and relief in her eyes. She coughed twice and turned into ashes. Only Ye, who was holding his long sword, was left. Stunned on the spot. The ones attacking the city were not light infantry. They were civilians. The pitiful amount of EXP that entered his account was no longer enough to attract Ye's attention. He looked at the blood that was still dripping from the tip of his sword and couldn't help but tremble. Killing demons and magic beasts gave people a completely different feeling from killing people. Even though Ye had already mentally prepared himself when he participated in this war mission, his heart was still shaken when he personally killed an old woman who had rushed up to him. It would be fine if she was a soldier. But this was an old woman. An old woman who was old enough to be his grandmother. Even though he knew that he was in a game, his 5 senses that were completely immersed in reality and the education that he received over the years still shocked and stimulated this young man who was only 15 or 16 years old in the real world. Big brother Gale. They don't seem to be soldiers. The young man's voice was trembling. I know, Gale's deep voice came from the side. This forthright warrior player looked at the clothes that were dropped after he killed the enemy, and the excitement on his face had long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Although he wasn't at a loss like Ye, he was still in a heavy mood at this moment. Elven Nation had been in operation for more than a year in the real world and for nearly 5 years in the game. In these countless days and nights, the players no longer treated this as a game for leisure and entertainment. They also no longer treated the lively and interesting NPCs as groups of pure data. This was especially true for the veteran players. They would form bonds with the NPCs because of their good relationship with the NPCs. They would also become close friends with the NPCs, and they would even fall in love with each other with the NPCs. If not for the fact that the game didn't have a dating system, there would be many players who became partners with the NPCs. Perhaps it was laughable in the eyes of ordinary people, and perhaps it was ridiculous in the eyes of those who were in the real world. However, only the players who were immersed in the game understood that Elven Nation was no longer an ordinary game for them. This was another home for them. An irreplaceable spiritual harbor. Unknowingly, no veteran players would treat the game characters the same way they treated the NPCs in other games. Every game character here had their own stories, and each of them was a lively existence. Even if the other party was an enemy. The old orc shaman who fought alone to the very end for the horde, the Lionheart King Imsh who died standing with his last drop of blood, the half-elf Orlos who fell into darkness for the sake of the goddess, they had left a deep impression on the players. There were too many similar NPCs in the game. Every NPC had countless stories behind them. Some were touching, and some made people sigh. It was also because of this that when they discovered the true identity of the soldiers attacking the city, even if they were facing an adult like the Galebar, their hearts couldn't help but turn heavy. Everything that happened in Elven Nation had a reason. Not only was there a reason, but there would also be corresponding karma. The people besieging the city were not created out of thin air like in other games. Instead, they were part of the game's ecosystem. They must have their own families and lives in the game. Their life and death would inevitably have a corresponding impact. Because of this, it was hard not to think of the story behind the Galebar. If they were soldiers, then so be it. The moment they became soldiers, they should have been prepared to die in battle. However, these people were obviously not soldiers. They should be villagers from the nearby villages, and they are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Looking at the clothes and appearances of the soldiers attacking the city, the elf warrior sighed slightly. Villagers. Why are they attacking the city? Are they believers who have been bewitched by evil gods? Or are their minds being controlled? Ye asked. After knowing the identities of these people, he felt that it would be difficult for him to raise his sword against them. The young boy quickly put away his weapon and activated his skill, Eye of Faith. When the Eye of Faith was activated, Ye instantly saw the light of faith of the civilians. However, it wasn't the red light of the heretics. Instead, it was the white light of the non-believers. Only some of the red light had a hint of pride in it. It was the faith of the righteous gods and not the dark and gloomy followers of evil gods. They are not followers of evil gods. The young boy murmured. He didn't stop and continued to cast the life divine spell to purify the souls of the soldiers who were still climbing up the city wall. This was a skill that he had learned after becoming a shaman. However, after the purifying light passed, the civilians attacking the city still didn't react. They were still charging toward the players in a frenzy with despair and fear on their faces. They died in a rather tragic, rather comical, and rather pitiful way. As they weren't transcendents, they couldn't even touch the sleeves of the players. They are not followers of evil gods and their minds aren't being controlled. Why do they still want to die? Ye said in a daze. Stop daydreaming and continue to fight. I'm afraid that the Imperial Army is trying to shake us. Zephyr reminded from the side. Although his face was gloomy, he didn't stop fighting. Looking at the civilians falling under the blade of the elf warrior one after another, Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of unfamiliarity and confusion. Brother Zephyr, isn't our mission to save the civilians and spread the faith of the goddess? Why? Because this is war. Zephyr sighed silently. In war, there is no good or evil. Since they chose to resist, they are our enemies. Not to mention that this is a game. He said. However, it sounded more like he was talking to himself. After taking a deep breath, the elf warrior looked at Ye and said, "If you can't get used to it, you can retire and do logistics." The war in Elven Nation is indeed a little hardcore, but war is just that cruel. I know you're upset, but don't worry, this is only temporary. You'll feel much better after you quit the game. Ye opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. However, before he could speak, the girl Nai, who had been silent all this while, spoke first. "I can't do it. I'm going to rest." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked down the city wall. Ye paused for a moment and hurriedly chased after her. However, after a few steps, his attention was attracted by the voices of a few militia. Grandpa Hans, calm down. Calm down. I'm Fane." A human youth who looked to be in his 20s was holding an old man with white hair. He looked anxious, and the old man's eyes were red as he kept struggling. Ye knew this youth named Fane. It was said that he was originally a villager in a nearby village. After his parents passed away, he chose to come to August City to make a living. Then, he encountered a war and was recruited by the Maple Kingdom as a soldier. However, after the players conquered the city, he quickly converted to the faith of the goddess under the propaganda of the players and became a devout believer. He even volunteered to help the players defend the city. Ye even received help from him once. When he and Nai were shopping in August City, they couldn't find a blacksmith. At that time, he was the one who helped lead the way, and he was very enthusiastic. "Kill me. Let me die. Let me die. Kill me. Let me die." The old man in the youth's arms kept struggling. His voice was hoarse, and his expression was filled with despair. It was obvious that this was a soldier who had just climbed up the city wall. "Why? Why are you doing this? Calm down. You still have Sabina and Marcus." The youth Fane persuaded. Hearing this, the old man immediately burst into tears. "Dead. Sabina has been killed by them. If I don't die, Marcus will be killed by them too. Kill me. Little Fane, I beg you, let me die. Let me die. Only then can little Marcus live." Looking at the crying old man and the panicking youth, Ye widened his eyes, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a player in godly equipment suddenly appeared behind the old man. He pointed at the old man and silently chanted a spell, causing the old man to fall asleep. It was the All-Star Can Brother Can. Ye instinctively called out. The All-Star Can glanced at him and nodded, then turned his attention back to the old man. He lifted the old man's sleeve, glanced at the old man's wrist, and frowned slightly. "Lord Elf, what's wrong with Grandpa Hans? He's not like this. He wasn't like this before." "What's with the die?" he said. The youth Fane asked anxiously. The All-Star Can's expression was serious. "It's a blood contract." "Blood contract?" "That's right. He was forced to sign a blood contract to attack the city and die. It's a two-way blood contract. If he doesn't die, the person on the other side of the blood contract will die," the All-Star Can said in a low voice. As he spoke, his expression gradually became serious. These people were forced to be cannon fodder for the siege. How is this possible?" The youth militia's face turned pale. Then, he clenched his fists. "These evil, damned nobles." He gritted his teeth. Ye was also stunned, then he couldn't help but ask. "Brother Can, then, can this blood contract be broken?" "It's very difficult," the All-Star Can shook his head. "From the moment a blood contract is signed, it will only disappear after the contract is fulfilled or broken." He sighed. Hearing the All-Star Can's words, the youth militia's spirit was lifted. "But, if you say it's not difficult, does that mean there's a way?" "There is a way." The All-Star Can nodded. He took a deep breath and said, "There's only one person in the elf forest who can nullify a blood contract, and that is the goddess of life, Her Majesty Eve. We in the elf forest have done this before. Elves have encountered similar situations, and it is said that Her Majesty the goddess helped to break the blood contract after bestowing purifying power. So, we can only pray to the goddess and hope for her response." Outside August City, at the Maple Kingdom's army's encampment. Otto stood on a hillside, occasionally looking at the army that kept surging toward August City, and occasionally reaching out to stare at a dark gray badge repeatedly. That badge was given to him by Anos, and it was a divine artifact that could sense and collect the life force and souls within a 20-kilometer radius, and directly sacrifice them to the owner of the divine artifact, the god of dusk and sunset, Anos. However, looking at the badge, Otto's eyebrows gradually furrowed, and a hint of confusion and incomprehension flashed across his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the tall and thin noble behind him, the current head of the Wells family, Viscount Wells. "Carl, how many people have been sent up?" Carl's face was pale, and he looked at Otto with fear and respect. He couldn't help but shiver, and stuttered, Your Majesty, about 20,000, Otto frowned slightly. "Are there no more people?" No more, time is of the essence, plus the captives we've captured, and the villagers we've captured in the nearby villages, these are all people above 40 years old. There's not a single person in the nearby villages." Carl hesitated for a moment before speaking. After saying that, he hesitated again, and asked carefully that. Your Majesty, aren't we a little too? Otto looked at him coldly. "To what?" Carl opened his mouth, and finally swallowed his saliva. "No, nothing." Otto retracted his gaze and looked at the city again. When he saw that there was no progress in the battle, and that the badge indicated that the life force was far from enough, his frown deepened. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, "Send those young villagers up as well. Tell them that if they don't die, their elders will die, and their children will become sacrifices." Carl was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, and stuttered, But Your Majesty, haven't their elders already been sent up?" Otto did not answer him. Instead, he glanced at him coldly, and Carl's heart skipped a beat. On the other hand, the high priest beside him hurriedly said to him, "Lord Viscount, those young villagers don't know that their elders have already been sent to their deaths, so, if you tell them, they'll fight with their lives on the line." Carl opened his mouth, but nothing came out in the end. Instead, he nodded fearfully, braced himself, and retreated. After a while, there was another commotion at the front of the army formation, and a large number of new civilians were pushed out. This time, the average age of the civilians was much younger. The commotion vaguely appeared among the civilians, but it was quickly suppressed by the soldiers. Under the pressure of the fully armed guards, the commoners picked up their swords and charged towards August City once again. The battle began again. However, as he watched the battle on the city walls in the distance, and looked at the badge in his hand that flickered with a dim light, the Maple King Otto's frown deepened. "Strange, my soul force is still fine, but why is my life force increasing so slowly? Could it be that I can only sacrifice the lives of extraordinaires?" He muttered to himself, puzzled. Just as Otto was puzzled, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the direction of August City. In the central temple of the World Tree's kingdom, Eve sat on her throne and looked at the war sand table that was transformed by divine power. She gently knocked on the armrest of the throne. The war sand table showed the current Maple Leaf territory and the south of the border territory. It included August City and the players who were attacking other cities in the Maple Leaf territory. The sand table did not show the specific situation of the players. Instead, it was simply replaced by light spots. She was controlling the situation of the entire Holy War from the overall situation. In this war, the players were likely to encounter the evil god. The evil god might appear from Otto's main army, or from the hinterland of the Maple Leaf territory. Or like the Empire's Crusade army, it would appear when the players and the Maple Kingdom started the final battle. Eve could not be sure of the specific details. But looking at the overall situation from the war sand table, monitoring the situation and being ready to take action at any time was undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, Eve put most of her energy on the player army that was besieging Zaloran at this moment. This was because this player army had the largest number of players participating in the war. If the evil god really came here, Eve would suffer the most losses if she did not deal with it in time. Besides Zaloran, the second most important place was August City. After all, they were facing the siege of Otto's army here. In theory, the players in August City were under the most pressure. If Otto could not take it down for a long time, it was very likely that he would summon the evil god to join the battle. Of course, in Eve's view, that would have to wait until Otto realized that it was hopeless to attack the city. Therefore, after the siege of August City began, Eve did not check it out immediately. Instead, she continued to pay attention to the situation in other places. However, just as Eve was happily looking at the player's army that was advancing all the way in the Maple Leaf territory, she suddenly heard a faint prayer. Prayer? Eve raised her eyebrows. With the increase of divine power, she had already handed over the task of receiving prayers and giving feedback to the faith network that was getting more and more perfect. Under normal circumstances, the prayers of believers to her were automatically answered through the faith network. For example, bestowing some kind of divine power or applying some kind of blessing. However, this time, the prayer rang directly in Eve's mind. It seemed that he was still not familiar with praying. Many of the prayers were stammering, and the content was messy. Faintly, he could hear some misspelled words and incorrect pronunciations. There was no doubt that the praying person's education was quite limited, and it was very likely that he was not a senior believer of life. This was worth paying attention to. It should be noted that in Eve's settings, there were only two kinds of prayers that she could hear directly. The other was the saints and the chosen. One was when a large number of believers were praying for the same thing at the same time. The former could very well be a saint or a God's chosen one encountering some sort of trouble, or perhaps they were praying for his guidance. At this time, it was necessary for the gods to give some feedback. As for the latter, it meant that it was either some kind of large-scale celebration, or the believers had encountered some trouble and had to pray to the goddess. Whether it was performing miracles during the celebration or solving the difficulties of the believers at the right time, it could greatly increase the believer's sense of identity and strengthen their faith in him. Obviously, it was the latter. With this thought in mind, Eve quickly connected to the belief system and looked in the direction of the prayers. August City? She was slightly stunned. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Eve gently waved her hand, and the situation of August City was projected. However, after seeing the current situation of the battle in August City, her originally relaxed expression quickly turned serious, and the seriousness quickly turned into anger. Bastard! When the gods were angry, the entire Garden of Eden was in turmoil. A small number of petitioners, hundreds of elemental fairies, and more than 100 oak tree guards all knelt down and prayed in fear. Noticing the impact of her anger on the gods' kingdom, Eve quickly calmed down. However, looking at the image that was projected, her expression became more and more gloomy. Eve did not think that she was a good person in her previous life. She was just an ordinary person. Even if she became a true god, even if she was worshipped as a benevolent savior by some believers, Eve clearly understood that her true purpose was only for her own survival and development. Perhaps when it did not affect her, Eve did not mind doing some good deeds. However, compared to the traditional good gods in the world of seekers, and compared to her fallen predecessor, Eve felt that she was far inferior. Even so, Eve had a bottom line in her heart. There were some things that she would not do even if she had the ability to do it. Looking at the image that was projected in front of her, Eve's expression was gloomy. It was the image of groups of civilians being forced by the soldiers to attack the city. Most of those civilians were not even extraordinaries. If the players did not deliberately put them on the city wall, they would not even be able to climb the city wall. It was obvious that attacking the city was not the goal. The goal was probably something else. Looking at the sky above the battlefield, Eve looked at the huge number of souls that did not return to the underworld or the gods' kingdom after dying in battle. Instead, they floated in the sky strangely and gathered more and more. They even affected the weather above August City and made the entire battlefield a little gloomy. Her eyebrows gradually furrowed. Offerings? Her gaze changed again. Eve looked across the void into the distance of the battlefield. She saw the army of the Maple Kingdom, the command camp on the hill behind the army, and the Maple King, Otto, who was standing on the hill and looking into the distance. Her gaze quickly focused on a certain shining badge in Otto's hand. These fellows who have fallen into the abyss. Don't they know how to change their tactics over and over again? A hint of mockery flashed across Eve's face. Since you want to show up so badly, I'll give you a chance. She reached out her hand lightly and snapped her fingers. Following Eve's action, a vast amount of divine power of life crossed the void and surged into the temple of August City, pouring into the statue of the god in the temple. Then, a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. What happened? Looking at the changes in August City and feeling the sudden surge of energy waves, Otto, the Maple King, frowned slightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Instinctively looking down, Otto looked at the badge in his hand again. However, when he saw that the symbol that symbolized the divine power of life was completely lit up, his gaze quickly turned to shock. It's full? The divine power of life is full? Otto was overjoyed at first, but he quickly calmed down. A strong sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. However, just as he did not have time to react, a red light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, as if some kind of power had entered his body. At a certain moment, he seemed to see the shadow of a skull necklace. The next moment, Otto heard an ethereal and somewhat indifferent voice. "Summon your master." He was stunned for 2 seconds, then bowed respectfully. "As you wish." Fane was a native of the Western Dominion. He liked the clear, winding stream at the entrance of his village. He liked to sit on the slope at the entrance of the village in the evening after hunting with his father in the nearby forest and quietly watch the golden-red sun slowly set in the west. He had also listened to the stories of the extraordinaries told by the bards, fantasizing that he would one day become a powerful adventurer. Because of this, after his parents passed away, he decided to venture into the big city alone. He came to the nearby city of August. Here, the youth from the countryside saw a prosperity he had never seen before. In order to make a living, he worked as a groom, a waiter, and a porter. The traces of time gradually smoothed out the edges of the youth, and the once innocent youth gradually became a mature and steady youth. Although life was tough, although the days in August City were not pleasant, although the immense pressure and hardship always tortured those who struggled at the bottom, but as a down-to-earth person who was willing to endure hardships, Fane finally succeeded in saving 3 gold pounds. He planned to escape this oppressive city in a few months, and use this huge sum of money to build a beautiful little house in the town near his village, and then find a cute girl to marry. Right, he also wanted to raise a pot of beautiful morning glory, and then show it off to Uncle Hans in the village. Fane had thought of everything for the future. However, it was a pity that the war broke out all of a sudden. Before he could escape from August City was conquered by the Maple Kingdom, and the healthy Fane was captured by the kingdom's army to become a soldier guarding the city. Even the gold pounds he had saved were taken away. His freedom was restricted, and he was forced to convert. Although Fane himself did not care about faith, but being asked to believe in a terrifying existence that was said to be an evil god still made him fearful, Fane once wanted to escape. But when he saw the conscripted soldiers who wanted to escape being severely punished by the nobles, and even beaten to death, he finally gave up on this idea. Just like that, he stayed in August City numbly and blankly. Until the arrival of the elves. These strange creatures were more beautiful and noble than the legends, and at the same time more powerful. Like gods descending from the heavens, they took less than a day to completely conquer August City, and Fane, who was one of the defenders, became a captive. Although he had become a captive, Fane heaved a sigh of relief. Because he finally didn't have to face those evil god-believers who talked about how to kill people at every turn. He thought that he would continue to be conscripted as a soldier, but the elves just let him spit on the abominable statue of the evil god and let him go. He did this without any hesitation. If he wasn't afraid of those evil followers, he would have done so long ago. After regaining his freedom, even the gold pounds that had been plundered by the nobles were returned by the elves. Not only that, the elves even gave him an extra gold pound for his journey home. That was a gold pound. He had scrimped and saved for almost 10 years, but he had only managed to save 3. It was impossible not to be grateful. "Merciful and generous Lord Elf, how can I repay you? If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have been able to regain my freedom," Fane asked the elf who had helped him excitedly. However, the elf only smiled. "We don't need anything in return, but if you have the time, are you interested in learning more about the merciful goddess and savior, the Great Eve? Her Majesty Eve?" Fane was slightly stunned. The elf's expression turned solemn. "She is the great goddess of life, the Mother Nature revered by millions." Saying this, he took out a thick holy Bible from his bosom. Fane quickly learned about the beliefs of the goddess of life, Eve, from the elf. What surprised him was that there was actually such a true God in the world. She loved life, and in her eyes, all things were equal. Her believers were also constantly striving to achieve equality and pursue a better life. There were no lowly lives, and nobles were not noble. Everyone should be equal. At this time, he knew why the elves would distribute the wealth of the nobles to the commoners after conquering August City. At this time, he also knew why the attitude of most of the citizens in the city towards the elves changed from vigilance and curiosity to enthusiasm and support in just half a day. At this moment, Fane had a strong curiosity about the teachings of life. "Lord Elf, can you tell me more about the teachings of the goddess of life?" he asked excitedly. The elf was slightly stunned, and then smiled even more warmly. "Oh. Of course. My dear Fane, brave companion and friend." Fane never thought that he would one day choose to become a devout believer of a true God. In less than half a day, he was completely convinced by the teachings of the Church of Life. He knelt before the statue of the goddess and became a new believer of life. He decided not to return to the village, but to stay and participate in the cause of the elves, Miss Sophia's cause, for the future of the entire territory, for the sake of creating a beautiful world without nobles. For this, he once again took up a weapon and became a militia. However, this time, the young man was full of drive and faith. The war did not end. August City was soon faced with the counterattack of the Maple Kingdom's army. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the city, and the battle began again. However, what shocked and angered Fane was that he actually saw the familiar figures of his village on the battlefield. Those ordinary villagers, the nobles of the Maple Kingdom, used their blood contracts to threaten the lives of their loved ones, and forced them to participate in the siege as cannon fodder. Fane's heart was filled with anger as he looked at the sad and desperate expression of Hanses, whose granddaughter had died and his grandson's life was threatened. He looked at the relief in the eyes of the other villagers when they died. "Lord Elf, please save everyone," he begged the commander of the elves, the handsome elven ranger, Hunter. "There is only one person in the elven forest who can nullify the blood contracts, and that is the goddess of life, Her Majesty Eve. So, we can only pray to the goddess and hope for her response." The elf sighed. "Goddess, pray to the goddess," a glimmer of hope flashed in Fane's eyes. He could not watch those familiar voices die in such a way. He wanted to save everyone. The young man did not hesitate. He hurriedly knelt in the direction of the temple and prayed in a low voice. "Merciful and great Her Majesty Eve, please save Grandpa Hanses and the others." August City was very large. Apart from some citizens, many of the militia who chose to defend the city with the elves were young men who had been recruited from the nearby villages. They also saw familiar figures in the crowd of people attacking the city. After being shocked, they were furious. After the anger, they felt the same fear and confusion as Fane. As Fane prayed, others quickly joined him and started praying piously in the direction of the temple. For a moment, figures praying to the temple could be seen everywhere on the city walls. Even the citizens in the city fell silent when they heard the news. They spontaneously joined in the prayers. The nobles of August City had already fled, died, or been punished. Everyone who still lived in the city was a commoner, and everyone had their own friends and family outside the city. While the fox mourned for the death of the rabbit, more and more people joined in the prayers, carrying the hope of the goddess of life. For a moment, a large number of commoners knelt down. Their prayers resounded throughout the city, forming a stark contrast to the shouts of killing on the city walls. Looking at this scene, the elves' gazes became complicated. The leading elven commander sighed and said, "Don't grind. Everyone, stop farming. Just put them on the city wall and stun them. The ones who are attacking us now are not our enemies, but our future believers." Elven, after hearing his words, the fighting elves on the city walls had different expressions. Some nodded in agreement and changed the blade in their hands to the back of their swords. Some sighed and started preparing control and hypnosis spells. Of course, there were some who rebutted. "Boss can. Is there a need to be so sensitive? It's just a game." Elven language, the elven commander glanced at the elf who spoke. "Are they new gamers of the second public beta?" Elven language, the elf who rebutted nodded. "So what if they are?" Elven language, the elven commander sneered. Okay, even if it's a game and utilitarian, how much EXP can these people provide? They can't even compare to goblins. If they become believers or helpers in the future, how much help can they provide? Elven language. Since you second beta gamers aren't used to enjoying Elven Nation without other virtual games, you can calculate it yourself. Elven language. The elf who rebutted was stunned. Then, he was silent for a while and changed the blade to the back of his sword. Fane couldn't understand the conversation of the elves. However, many of them, including him, noticed that the elves had changed their combat style. Seeing the choice of the beautiful creatures, everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. What a benevolent and kind existence, only Her Holiness the Goddess of Life could have such dependence, right? The people were moved. They knelt in the direction of the temple and prayed devoutly. Fane kept praying and kowtowing. He had never yearned for a response from the gods as much as he did now. He had never knelt down so devoutly. The murmuring prayers converged and resounded in the sky above the city. It was even vaguely comparable to the battle cries on the city walls. As the people prayed, suddenly, a golden power rose high in the center of the city. A gentle and warm energy spread rapidly. Fane looked up in a daze and was shocked to see a golden radiance in the direction of the temple. Dreamy golden photons began to dance in the city. The photons were like living beings and fluttering snowflakes. They fell from the sky and landed on the people. At that moment, Fane felt a warm power spreading to his limbs. The fatigue in his body seemed to be swept away in an instant. Even his anxious and uneasy feelings were inexplicably calm. A miracle. This is a miracle. The goddess has responded to us. This must be the goddess response. Praise life. Praise nature. Praise the great goddess Eve. The praying elves were excited. The eyes of the elves were also filled with surprise, but it quickly turned into excitement. Gosh! It's the power of the goddess. Elven language, wow. So if we pray together sincerely, we can really attract the attention of the goddess? Elven language. Fane was excited as he looked at the golden photons flying in the sky. His eyes followed the flying photons and his eyes became more and more devout. When he saw the photons land on Grandpa Han's body and the symbol of the blood contract on Han's wrist gradually fade and finally disappear, he could not help but exclaim. The blood contract disappeared. Fane's voice attracted everyone's attention. They quickly paid attention to the villagers who were knocked out by the elves. It's really gone. Goddess. The goddess Eve has heard our prayers. The great and benevolent goddess Eve, thank you for your grace, thank you for your grace. The elves were extremely excited. They looked at the temple with fanaticism. Many of them even had tears in their eyes. However, at this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened slightly. A palpitating fear rose in everyone's heart. Fane subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. He did not know when, but thick dark clouds had gathered in the sky. The clouds kept rolling. Bolts of lightning flashed with purple light, accompanied by faint thunder. Suddenly, the clouds parted and a towering giant appeared in the sky. His gaze was cold, ruthless, cruel, and chaotic. Fane's face instantly turned pale when he saw that terrifying giant. He collapsed to the ground. That image was exactly the same as the statue of the god that he had been forced to worship under the threat of the professional soldiers of the Maple Kingdom, Yellow. Dusk and sunset evil god, he trembled as he muttered. The clouds continued to roll. The giant extended his palm and slapped the ground. In an instant, the entire world was shrouded in a huge shadow. Fane's face was deathly pale as he looked at the approaching giant palm. An unprecedented fear rose in his heart. At this moment, he remembered the legend of the Empire's army being wiped out. However, just as the palm was about to land on the temporary temple of life in the city, a golden sword light suddenly flashed from the void and slashed the palm. The golden sword light crossed the void and slashed down. In the golden light, the giant's hand was cut off and separated from the giant's arm. Then, it slowly dissipated and turned into sparkling light. The giant's wrist burned with purple flames, and God's blood spurted out. Purplish-black blood fell from the sky and rained down on August City. When the blood came into contact with the air, it quickly crystallized and turned into purple crystallized God's blood. That was the materialization of the true god's blood after it left the body. For a moment, the entire august city welcomed a dreamy crystal rain. The clouds in the sky were cut off by the sword slash, and the golden sun shone down on the ground, reflecting rainbow-colored light on the crystals. Looking at this scene, the entire battlefield fell into a state of shock and silence. The players stared blankly at the sky, their eyes full of shock. They didn't know if it was because of the powerful golden sword slash, the ferocious giant that was instantly injured, or the beautiful crystal rain that filled the sky. With its hand cut off, the giant in the dark clouds let out a painful groan and retracted its arm. Under the sunlight, the temple shone brightly, and the brilliant holy light descended on the city. Accompanied by ethereal and holy hymns, the people on the ground seemed to see a holy goddess appear in the sky. She wore a holy crown on her head, wore an elegant skirt armor, and held a platinum longsword in her hand. Her beauty was enough to make any mortal fall for her, and her purple eyes were as deep as the sea of stars. It was Eve, who had descended on August City in the form of a true god. Looking at the goddess with the long sword and skirt armor, the players in August City were instantly excited. Goddess! It's the goddess! Elvish, holy sh*t. Holy sh*t. The goddess changed the cinematics. Lick until they explode. Elvish, she's so beautiful. My wife is so beautiful. Elvish, f*ck off. She's my wife. Elvish, what are you waiting for? Take a screenshot. Elvish, Eve, the players were extremely excited, and the humans standing around them who were praying to the goddess widened their eyes in excitement, joy, and shock. Goddess, the great and benevolent goddess of life. The goddess has heard our prayers. The goddess appeared to protect us. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great goddess Eve. Their excited expressions were quickly replaced by fanaticism as they knelt down one after another, devout and reverent. For a time, many people's bodies emitted a faint radiance. This was the phenomenon of their faith being greatly strengthened in an instant. If a player were to observe with their eyes of faith, they would discover that almost all of the human believers had become devout believers. Moreover, many of the devout believers had directly crossed the level of devout believers and became fanatics, which were rare even among the elves. That was how humans were. Due to the short lifespan of mortals and the uncrossable chasm between adepts and mortals due to supernatural powers, the mortals of the Seekers only needed a certain opportunity. Compared to other intelligent races, they needed spiritual sustenance more, and it was easier for them to become devout believers of gods. That was also why, from ancient times until now, humans were the only race that could give birth to 2 or even 3 figures of true gods of faith, despite being the protagonists of every race. Perhaps the power of faith that humans provided was not as much as other intelligent races, but their ridiculous numbers were enough to make up for everything. The dark clouds in the sky continued to roll and gradually covered the sky once more. At the same time, purple radiance gradually spread across the sky, finally forming a huge illusory curtain. The dark clouds were gradually dyed with a layer of dark purple, transforming into ferocious monsters one after another, galloping and roaring in the sky. The terrifying presence suddenly became even more powerful, and faint ripples swept across the land. There was no distinction between friend and foe on the battlefield. An indescribable sense of irritation rose in everyone's heart. Their expressions gradually became pained, their facial features gradually contorting as an unknown rage rose in the depths of their hearts. All sorts of sad memories that had long been forgotten surfaced in their minds. Those were all memories of being bullied, deceived, or hostile by others. No matter how small the matter was, it was constantly magnified under the blessing of some mysterious power, causing the affected people to be enraged and unable to calm down. Unwillingness, annoyance, indignation, hatred. An emotion of wanting revenge, wanting to take revenge, wanting to kill all the existences that had provoked their anger, began to spread in everyone's hearts. Divine domain. Looking at the illusory curtain that kept spreading in front of her, Eve's expression turned solemn as she muttered in her heart. Legend had it that the Titan King Anos had 3 great divine domains. They were the sun, dusk, and destruction. However, the sun had already become the symbol of the Lord of Eternity, and the destruction divine domain had long been possessed by the war god. The divine domain in front of her was obviously no different from dusk. However, among the extinct titans, there was a titan whose divine domain had such an effect. That was the daughter of the titan king Aenos, the titan princess Xianxia, who possessed the three divine domains of war, vengeance, and blazing fire. Eve's eyes flashed slightly, and the divine power in her body continued to condense. That vast power turned into a brilliant light that surrounded her. She raised her right hand high and slashed down, once again waving the sword of Damocles in her hand. The platinum sword trembled slightly, and with a soft hum, a golden sword light was slashed out by Eve once again. That sword light soared into the sky and headed straight for the illusory curtain that kept pressing down. Like a golden lightning bolt, it quickly pierced through it, a dazzling white light flashed, and the purple curtain trembled slightly. Then, it actually split into two. It was slashed into two by the sword of Damocles, this true god weapon that possessed the absolute severing ability, at this very moment, had unleashed its power to the extreme. Cracks like a spider web spread on the illusory curtain and quickly spread to the entire sky. Finally, with a soft sound, this purple curtain that covered the entire sky suddenly shattered, the divine domain was broken. The sword of Damocles. In the sky, there was an indistinguishable low cry of anger. The giant's single purple gold eye had a trace of astonishment, a trace of indignation, and a trace of fear. Then, the clouds rolled, and the evil titan god behind the dark clouds did not hesitate. He immediately rolled up the clouds and fled into the distance. He fled rather quickly. Eve laughed softly. Her body trembled slightly, and some cracks appeared on her right hand that was holding the divine sword. She could roughly sense that this god of dusk and sunset should be at the late stage of low-level divine power. Obviously, using the body of a true god's incarnation that was weaker than the opponent's divine power to control the sword of Damocles to slash the opponent's divine domain was still a little difficult for Eve, whose main body was still at mid-level divine power. Just that slash just now had directly consumed hundreds of points of divine power. It should be known that a peak demigod only had 300 points of divine power. 100 points of divine power was already enough to create the weakest demigod. However, there was no doubt that although Eve had difficulty controlling it, the evil titan god, whose palm had been cut off by this divine sword and whose divine domain had been broken, was probably in an even worse state. The sword of Damocles had cut off the laws of nature. The moment it had broken the divine domain, it had not only cut off the vengeful divine domain before it, but also the connection between the evil titan god and his divine domain. Within a short period of time, as long as the evil titan god was unable to eliminate the remaining power of laws after the sword of Damocles' attack, he would not be able to use his own divine domain again. The divine domain was the most powerful and life-saving trump card of a god in a battle of gods. It was also because of this that the opponent had chosen to retreat without hesitation. Eve did not hesitate either. She also turned into a streak of golden light and chased after the dark clouds that were spreading into the distance. Of course, before she left, she did not forget to take a deep look at the legendary vampire king of the Maple Kingdom, Otto, who was being controlled by the Withering Heart, and withdrew the Withering Heart from his body. When she was controlling Otto, she seemed to have faintly sensed some wonderful rhythm in his body. It seemed to be some kind of power of laws. Of course, at this moment, the most important thing was still the evil titan god. Therefore, Eve only quietly used her divine power to mark Otto to ensure that he would not be able to escape from her grasp. Then, she turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared into the distance. The two mythical beings soon disappeared from the sight of the players below. They and the humans around them stared blankly at the sky. They looked at the sun that had reappeared, and their gazes were somewhat absent-minded, especially the residents in the cities, especially the militia who had once witnessed the horrifying scene of the evil titan god slaughtering the angel of judgment and the imperial army as if he were slaughtering livestock. No one would have thought that this terrifying evil titan god would actually be completely defeated in less than a minute in front of the goddess of life. Her Holiness Eve, the goddess of life, was actually so powerful. The warm sunlight shone on their bodies once again. It was warm and cozy. The terrifying pressure that had made them breathless when the evil titan god had just descended to the world disappeared like smoke in thin air, and the life energy that was still exuding wonderful power in their bodies was still constantly circulating. The people's expressions quickly changed from shock to surprise, and then from surprise to awe, and then from awe to fanaticism. For a moment, the residents of Aga City who had witnessed the battle of the gods all knelt down and worshipped in the direction where the light had dissipated. All sorts of prayers and praises rose and fell one after another. Like the residents, the players were also excited. They gradually retracted their gazes from the sky and looked unkindly at the Maple army, who had been stunned by the battle of the gods and seemed to have fallen into some kind of confusion at this moment. However, this state did not last long, because soon, the players who had watched the earliest closed beta videos picked up the purple crystals on the ground in surprise. Holy sh*t. Isn't this a divine blood crystal? Divine blood crystal? The surrounding players were all stunned. The valves of their memories were slowly opened, and various descriptions of the strategies provided by the old players surfaced in their minds. Under the shocked gazes of the residents, the elves cried out strangely and began to excitedly pick up the purple crystals scattered all over the city. All of a sudden, the defense of August City was thrown into chaos. However, although August City had fallen into some kind of strange chaos, the Maple army outside the city was more powerful than the players. Otto, who had regained consciousness, stared blankly at the sky. His memory was not affected, and there was still some fear and shock in his expression. What did I do just now?" he muttered as he looked at his hands. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This is bad. We lost control of the civilians. Their blood contracts have dissipated. Just as Aotuo's heart was filled with panic, fear, confusion, and lingering fear, the messenger arrived in front of him. What? Otto was shocked, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. However, when he raised his head and saw that the city walls of August City were not damaged at all and that the morale of the kingdom's soldiers had plummeted to rock bottom, his gaze quickly became gloomy and lost. In the transcendent world, the ultimate deciding factor of war was always the battle of the strong. The moment the evil Titan god escaped, the rise of the Maple Kingdom had been interrupted. Even Otto himself did not expect that the powerful Lord Aenos would be so weak in front of the goddess of life. His expression changed several times, and he finally looked deeply in the direction of August City, then gritted his teeth and said, "Inform the entire army to retreat, Your Majesty, where should we retreat to?" The tall and thin noble, Karl, asked carefully. Otto opened his mouth and fell into silence. However, at this moment, suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the south. The next moment, cheers suddenly came from the direction of August City. The cheers went straight to the sky, and even the Maple army on the other side of the battlefield could faintly hear it. Your Majesty! Quick, look at the sky. Karl's terrified voice came from beside Otto. The king of the Maple Kingdom raised his head and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar, then saw a large ellipsoid appear in the sky. There were many figures around it. They were megalosaurus, griffins, and all sorts of other flying magical beasts. The silhouettes of elves could be faintly seen on them. This was actually the elven aerial unit that had been spreading like wildfire in Maple Leaf territory a few days ago, and the more the rumors spread, the more bizarre it became, and the moment they appeared, the enormous aerial army rushed towards the Maple Kingdom's army without the slightest bit of hesitation. The elven reinforcements had arrived. Eve held the sword of Damocles in her hand and chased after the Titan evil god. The two mythical beings, one in front and one behind, flew at high speed in the sky. The fast-moving dark clouds and the dazzling golden light left a long trail in the sky. The terrifying aura and powerful pressure attracted the attention of the intelligent creatures on the ground. Of course, most of them were ordinary people who did not know the truth and were frightened by the strange phenomenon in the sky. The Titan evil god, who had been hit twice, was obviously in a bad state. Even if the churning dark clouds had increased their speed to the maximum, they could not get rid of the golden light behind them. Every time the purplish-black clouds tried to disperse, a ray of sword light would fly over from behind and directly interrupt the movements of the dark clouds. Goddess of life! This is a war between me and the human god system. Why are you involved? In the clouds, there was an indistinguishable angry shout, and the voice was filled with strong indignation. Eliminating evil is the responsibility and obligation of all righteous gods. In the golden light, there was an ethereal female voice. Bullsh*t. You hypocritical false gods who believe in evil. The dark cloud scolded. After that, the churning clouds suddenly slowed down. Flames flickered in them, bursting out countless blazing flames. The blazing flames had a terrifying aura, and each of them had the power of a ninth circle spell. However, these blazing flames did not hit the golden light behind them. Instead, they were directly thrown down from the sky by the dark clouds. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with a terrifying rain of fire, as if it was the end of the world. Eve's expression froze, and she looked down at the ground. She saw that there was a large and bustling city right below her. The winding Weimar River passed through the city, and smoke was billowing in the city. Outside the city walls, there were densely packed figures attacking the city. Those were elves, the players who participated in this large-scale mission. This was one of the main cities of the Maple Leaf Territory, Zaloran. Looking at the rain of fire that suddenly fell from the sky, the elves exclaimed. Even the defenders of the Maple Kingdom in Zaloran were in a panic. Seeing this scene, Eve's face darkened slightly. She exhaled lightly and gently raised her hand to use her divine power. A layer of pale golden barrier appeared above the city, blocking the terrifying rain of fire. However, this action slowed down his speed in the end. Idiot! A sneer was heard from the rolling dark clouds. Then, it sped up again and fled into the distance. The terrifying rain of fire was blocked, and the elves on the ground cheered. Looking at the vague divine figure in the sky, they were excited. Look! It was a goddess. The goddess saved us. Wow! The goddess has changed the cinematics. My wife is so beautiful. Eve, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he habitually scattered some life photons transformed from divine power, and then continued to chase in the direction of the dark cloud. However, after a few steps, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked back in the direction of Zaloran with a strange expression. Eve seemed to have sensed that a group of sources of faith belonging to her had suddenly appeared in the city. He listened for a while and found that they were humans who were grateful to him for saving them. They became his shallow believers. Eve, how could this work? He was slightly stunned. Looking again at the rolling clouds that had fled into the distance, Eve's depression dissipated by more than half. With some ideas in his mind, his eyes lit up slightly, and he chased again. The two mythical beings, one chasing and one fleeing, caused a commotion in the Maple Leaf Territory. The Titan evil god was not faster than Eve, but every once in a while, he would sprinkle a rain of fire on the human strongholds passing by on the ground to obstruct Eve's pursuit. Eve looked at the rain of fire and calmly blocked it. However, every time she made a move, she would deliberately show up to show her beautiful and sacred image, and sprinkle some life photons. Then, she would harvest a new wave of sources of faith. At this moment, if the distribution of Eve's believers was visualized on the map, it would be seen that as the two mythical beings chased all the way, Eve had almost lit up a path of faith. Of course, after doing these things, Eve could not completely catch up with the fleeing evil god. In this way, the two mythical beings crossed a small part of the Maple Leaf Territory and finally entered the southwest hinterland of the Maple Leaf Territory, the range of Maple Leaf City. The Titan evil god, who was covered in dark clouds, repeated the same trick and once again dropped a terrible rain of fire. After blocking the rain of fire skillfully and showing her face in front of the mortals on the ground, Eve continued to chase after the Titan evil god. However, this time, the evil Titan god did not flee further away. Instead, it suddenly turned into a purple light and flew into a hill that was shrouded in gray fog. Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. She quickly chased after it and also descended on the hill. The hill was full of gray fog with corrosive power, and the trees on the whole hill were turned into dead wood. The more central the gray fog was, the more corrosive it was, and the earth gradually showed a dark black color and was surrounded by black fog. Of course, these scenes were absolutely deadly for the extraordinaires of the secular world, but in front of Eve, it only made her frown slightly. She waved her hand gently, and the fog gradually dissipated, and a huge stone gate appeared in front of her. It was a simple stone gate with the vicissitudes of life, with mysterious cuneiform characters engraved on it and rough relief painted around it. It was the pure style of the Titan civilization. On the other side of the stone gate, there was a deep darkness with faint spatial fluctuations. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Titans. Eve looked at the broken stone gate with a playful expression, clenched the sword of Damocles in her hand, and walked in gently. As soon as she stepped into the stone gate, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Eve came to a huge palace. This palace was indeed huge. Even in the state of a true god's incarnation, Eve, who had deliberately transformed her incarnation to be about the same size as the evil god of the Titans, compared to the objects in the palace, it was like a dwarf had come to the world of adults. 4 Titan statues stood on both sides of the palace. Each Titan statue was nearly 1,000 meters tall. They looked lifelike and majestic. In the center of the palace, there was a huge throne made of the Titans' favorite obsidian, and the evil god of the Titans that Eve had been chasing was sitting high on it. His body seemed to be much bigger than when he had just fled, and the hand that Eve had cut off had grown back. He sat there and was calmly looking at Eve, who had entered the palace, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. His temperament was like a different person from the angry evil god just now. And the vicissitudes and profoundness in his eyes were a sharp contrast to the madness and chaos from before. He narrowed his purple gold eye slightly and said indifferently, "Should I call you Yggdrasil or Eve?" This time, it was not an androgynous voice, but a dignified and heavy male voice. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of surprise, understanding, and inquiry flashed in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "Should I call you Arnos or Seekumpt?" The Titan sitting high on the throne was slightly startled, and then he laughed loudly. That heroic voice resounded throughout the entire palace, but soon, his expression turned cold, and he looked at Eve with some mockery in his eyes. The former leader of the ancient god sect has now fallen so low that he needs to conceal his identity? That's what I wanted to ask. I didn't expect that the former king of Titans didn't die but lived on in his daughter's body. Or perhaps, he wants to rely on the power of faith to be reborn? Eve met the Titan's indifferent gaze and said. Hearing Eve's words, a trace of coldness flashed in the Titan's single eye, but this coldness was quickly replaced by pain. His aura suddenly became chaotic, and his mind became absent-minded. However, this abnormality only lasted for a moment before he quickly suppressed it, looking at the Titan whose expression had returned to normal and sensing a certain aura he had emitted when he was in chaos. Eve sighed softly. Your Holiness Aenos, as the ruler of the law of life, I want to warn you of something. Even for a great god, forcefully occupying the body of another mythical being and fusing with and devouring the soul of another mythical being will cause problems. That's right, occupying his daughter's body. After sensing the 2 completely opposite auras of the Titan evil god, Eve understood that the Titan evil god in front of her was not Princess Seekumpt but King of Titans Aenos. This ruler of the Titan era had not completely perished but had used his daughter's body to achieve rebirth. Of course, perhaps because he did not have enough control over the law of souls, or perhaps because he was too hasty, his rebirth was not complete. The soul of King of Titans Aenos did not seem to have completely devoured Seekumpt's soul. Instead, the 2 had strangely blended together. Or rather, they had reached an agreement to a certain extent and achieved some common understanding. At this moment, Eve put everything together and roughly figured out the cause and effect. Establishing a church and preaching faith was probably what King of Titans Aenos wanted, to use the power of faith to completely stabilize his soul and obtain a new life. When Eve was chasing after him just now, it was probably Princess Seekumpt's soul that was dominant. And now, it was King of Titans Aenos. Hearing Eve's words, the Titan evil god was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. His laughter was heroic, causing echoes in the palace. After laughing for a while, he suddenly straightened his expression and said playfully, "All right, then. Your Holiness the Goddess of Life, are you willing to make a deal with me?" Meeting the Titan evil god's gaze, Eve was silent for a few seconds before smiling. Do you think I'll believe the words of a fallen evil god? The Titan evil god raised an eyebrow. Fallen? What do you mean by fallen? As he spoke, he looked at Eve with some pity in his eyes. I heard that 1,000 years ago, the great world tree was besieged by the true gods of her faith that she supported and finally fell. Do you think it's me, a mythical god who has been sleeping for who knows how many years, or the true gods who betrayed their faith that fell? Your Holiness Eve, aren't you angry? Don't you want to take back everything that belongs to you? I've heard that the ruler of the 5th era is the great world tree, but now, those despicable traitors have stolen your authority. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to break free from the shackles of fate? The Titan evil god's words seemed to carry a strange power. Hearing his words, Eve only felt a faint resentment rising in the bottom of her heart. It was part of the emotions that she had inherited after inheriting the memories of her predecessor. It was the vigilance and wariness that she had suppressed in the bottom of her heart against the gods who betrayed her predecessor when she woke up in the world of seekers. This vigilance and wariness continued to expand and soon turned into hostility, and then from hostility to anger, it continued to affect Eve's soul and her will. It was the power of the law of revenge. Eve's heart trembled, and she hurriedly circulated her divine power to suppress this strange emotion. Then, she looked at the Titan sitting high on the throne, and her gaze gradually became vigilant and solemn, as expected of an experienced greater divine power. Even if she was reborn with the body of another mythical god, even if she borrowed the power of another mythical god's priesthood, she could still use it to such an extent that she could directly affect the will of a true god. Looking at Eve, who had returned to normal, a trace of regret flashed in the Titan evil god's eyes. What a pity. Your will is stronger than I thought. After saying that, he sighed again. But you shouldn't have talked to me for so long. With that, vast divine power rose from the Titan evil god's body, and the 8 Titan statues in the palace suddenly bloomed with a rich power of faith. The power of faith gathered on the Titan evil god's body and bloomed with a dazzling light, attacking the remaining power of the sword of Damocles. The next moment, the divine seal that imprisoned the Titan evil god's body suddenly shattered, and a purplish-black illusory curtain descended once again, directly enveloping Eve within. With the descent of the divine domain, the power of laws in the entire palace was controlled by the Titan evil god. Seal. He spat out a Titan word. With the Titan evil god's voice, the irresistible power of laws instantly suppressed Eve's divine power and sealed her power. Looking at Eve, whose aura had plummeted, the Titan evil god laughed. Your Holiness Eve, the next time you fight a myth, don't drag it out like this. I've already said that you're too preoccupied with fighting. I'll accept this incarnation of your true God and this divine sword of the Titans. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful gift when I needed it the most. However, facing the Titan evil god's mocking gaze, Eve's expression remained calm. She also smiled. Oh? Is that so? With that, a golden-green light suddenly bloomed behind her, and the purplish-black divine domain was abruptly broken by an even more powerful and vast power. A huge tree branch stretched out from behind Eve, carrying with it a terrifying vitality and divine power that was as deep as the sea. Behind her, the space distorted slightly, and a black triumphant stone gate appeared. World Tree. Reversal Gate. The Titan evil god's expression froze slightly. Your Holiness Anos, you shouldn't have talked to me for so long. Eve also sighed. Eve had never thought that a true god-level avatar would be able to easily eliminate a revived evil god, especially after using the sword of Damocles twice. The power of her true body and avatar had been greatly depleted. When she entered the ruins of the Titans, she was already prepared for the worst. The Titan King Anos was stalling for time, but how could Eve not be doing the same? She was also stalling for time to prepare to charge the reversal gate. After charging, this creation artifact, which could be called a door at will, finally played its role at this moment. The activation of the reversal gate directly opened the passage between the ruins of the Titans and the core area of the Elven Forest. Eve's true body naturally took this opportunity to project her power over. The huge branch continued to extend until it reached Eve's incarnation. It slowly lifted her up and looked down at Anos, who had a serious expression on his face. Vast divine power flowed through the branch of the World Tree and directly poured into the body of the true god avatar, raising Eve's power to the peak that her avatar could exert. However, the most important thing was that the moment the World Tree appeared, the golden-green light that descended on the ruins of the Titans at the same time tore apart the dark purple curtain. Under the strange power, flowers began to bloom on the ground of the ruins of the Titans. Countless green grass and vines broke out of the ground, and saplings rose from the ground and continued to grow. Soon, they grew into a dense forest that drowned the entire palace. This was the divine domain of nature and life. It was the dual divine domain of Eve's 2 great divine domains. When Eve's divine domain descended, the unstable divine domain of vengeance that Anos had used Sekem's body to cast naturally could not contend against it and was easily broken. However, although the divine domain was broken and the situation reversed, the Titan King Anos was not flustered and exasperated. Instead, he looked solemnly at the triumphal arch behind Eve. The reversal gate. You actually obtained the reversal gate. It seems that you have already been to that place. As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled. Haha, is this your countermeasure? Looks like you have your own answer after all. Looking at the stone door behind Eve, Anos, the king of the Titans, sighed. His gaze once again swept across Eve's true god avatar, and his voice carried a hint of lament and pity. Yggdrasil, we are just pitiful creatures abandoned by the world, you, me, Yelinos, and even the current human ruler, are all the same. Then, without waiting for Eve to say anything, he let out a long sigh, and his entire body suddenly emitted a purple-red radiance. Blazing flames burned fiercely on his body, and the restless, terrifying energy began to gather in his body. With cracking sounds, cracks appeared on the body of the Titan King Anos. This was the sign of a mythical creature's self-destruction. Eve's expression turned serious. She hurriedly raised the sword of Damocles and slashed at Anos' body. Seal. A dazzling sword light flashed and severed Anos' control over his body. The golden light converged into a cage and imprisoned him. However, it was still too late. Under the dazzling light, Anos revealed a mocking and relieved expression. Then, his body suddenly collapsed. Terrifying divine power surged, causing a violent explosion. In an instant, the entire ruins of the Titans began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the void, and they even faintly showed signs of spreading to the world of seekers. Eve's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly pulled out more world branches into the ruins of the Titans and wrapped around the divine power cage that was on the verge of collapse under the explosion. At the same time, her divine power circulated at full force. Her instincts were completely stimulated, and she used her innate ability, absorb. As Eve absorbed, the uncontrollable divine power produced by Anos' self-destruction seemed to have found a water outlet and began to surge toward Eve. For a moment, Eve only felt a scorching, restless, vast, and evil power enter her body. It was corrupted fallen divine power. Black patterns began to spread on the body of the true god avatar. This was a sign of corruption. However, Eve did not panic. Her expression was solemn. She pulled out more branches and completely occupied the entire ruins. On one hand, she protected her priesthood and divine soul. On the other hand, she continued to forcibly absorb this restless divine power into her body. She had to do this. If she did not forcibly absorb the divine power, the detonated divine body would completely explode. At that time, not only would the ruins of the Titans in the alternate dimension be destroyed, but the world of seekers that was connected to it would also be affected. In the worst-case scenario, it was very likely that the entire Maple Leaf territory where the ruins of the Titans were located would be directly blown up. Even the nearby elven forest would be severely damaged. This was something Eve did not want to see. As Eve absorbed with all her might, the fallen divine power quickly surged into her body. While being purified by the World Tree's body, it also quickly merged into her divine power pool. However, although the corruption could be purified, the restless divine power could not be easily suppressed, especially now that it was being forcibly absorbed. Eve's divine power was rapidly increasing, and the interior of the World Tree was also producing more and more scars because of the raging divine power. Stabbing pain came from all over her body, causing Eve to frown slightly. Of course, she could not care so much now. The energy produced by the self-destruction of a mythical being was terrifying and irreversible. If she could not absorb the dissipated divine power in time, not only would it cause a destructive blow to the surrounding environment, but the dissipated divine power would also be unable to be recovered. And Eve's original purpose was simply to increase her divine power. A huge amount of divine power surged into her body. Eve's divine power shot up like a rocket. Soon, it broke through 25,000 points and continued to rise. 26,000, 27,000. It was not until the divine power value broke through 29,000 points that the speed gradually slowed down. At this time, Eve had almost reached her limit. She glanced at the energy of the self-destruction that had not completely subsided and thought to herself that Anos had accumulated a lot of divine power. She hesitated for a moment before channeling the divine power into the true God incarnation. And when the divine power that the true God incarnation could hold was about to reach its current limit, the energy produced by Anos' self-destruction was finally exhausted. At this time, the entire Titan ruins were devastated and on the verge of collapse. Under the aftermath of the god's self-destruction, it could collapse at any time. And the source of the self-destruction, the Titan King Anos, had been completely turned into ashes. Even the power of his god soul had completely dissipated. A pitiful worm abandoned by the world, thinking about Anos' self-mockery before the self-destruction, Eve was deep in thought. She felt the abundant and chaotic divine power in her body and sensed the large and small scars in her body. She then reached out to look at the incarnation that was once again showing signs of contamination after absorbing the fallen divine power by force. Then, she shook her head slightly and left the palace. And after Eve left, the entire huge palace trembled slightly and completely collapsed. This space that had once sealed the Titan princess, Xianxia, also became history. Outside August City. Looking at the huge object and the densely packed flying magical beasts that appeared in the sky, the Maple King Otto's expression was gloomy. The Sky Fortress. Is that you? He looked at the huge zeppelin and narrowed his eyes. Then, his expression suddenly became ferocious. Humph, do you really think that I'm nothing after leaving the myths? With that, he opened his arms, and his eyes quickly turned crimson red. He began to recite an incantation with a cadence. And with his incantation, the sky above the battlefield suddenly darkened, as if it was covered with a layer of shadow. Countless flying bats appeared in the sky and gathered to form ugly gargoyles. That was the legendary vampire spell, the forbidden spell, Gargoyle Army. The effect was to summon 100 gargoyles whose strength had reached the gold level, and it would last for 2 hours. With Otto's incantation, the gargoyles appeared in the sky. They flapped their black bat wings, and a bloodthirsty glint flashed in their eyes. They roared and screeched as they flew toward the elves' flying troops. The battle quickly unfolded in the sky. After doing all this, Otto's face was slightly pale. He calmed the magic power in his body, turned around, and ordered under the respectful and fearful gazes of the others. Pass down the order, awaken the war behemoths, and let them take down that fortress for me. The war behemoths were the strongest force that the Maple Kingdom's army could use to defeat the Empire's army. There were a total of 50 of them, and each of them had the strength of an upper silver to a lower gold level. The blood of the Titans gave them great strength. They had terrifying strength, thick skin, and were almost invincible within the same level, if it wasn't for the fact that Otto didn't plan to let his troops attack August City in the first place, and instead planned to use the sacrifices of the civilians to summon the gods. He would have sent these big guys out long ago. Similarly, although the siege had lasted for almost half a day, the Maple Kingdom's army had only lost some archers, and their true strength hadn't been reduced by much. However, although the military strength was still there, as time passed, Otto's mood became more and more depressed and irritated. He didn't know what would happen to the two myths in the end, and he didn't know when the life goddess, who obviously had the upper hand, would return. He also didn't know if the elven forest's main god had discovered anything when she took control of his body just now. He really didn't like the feeling of not being in control of his own fate. Following Otto's order, the Maple Kingdom's army quickly let out the roars of monsters. The soldiers made way, and dozens of behemoths that were even more ferocious than behemoths walked to the front. They stretched out their thick, hairy arms, and pulled out the 10-meter-long spears on their backs, and then threw them with all their might towards the Zeppelin airship in the sky. In an instant, dozens of giant spears pierced through the air, like dozens of missiles. They whizzed through the air with a light green glow of skill trailing behind them. However, just as they were about to hit the Zeppelin airship, the airship emitted a faint glow, and a light golden barrier appeared around it. The giant spears hit the barrier, and ripples appeared, but they couldn't advance any further. They kept spinning until the glow of the skill on their bodies gradually disappeared, and then they trembled slightly, and turned into ashes under the golden light. That was a divine art defensive barrier. However, the power of the war behemoths seemed to have a strange ability. At the same time that the giant spears dissipated, the divine art defensive barrier surrounding the airship was gradually enveloped by a layer of purplish-black power. Then, the entire barrier shook slightly, and suddenly collapsed. Seeing this scene, Aotua sneered. The war behemoths that had just thrown the giant spears raised their new giant spears again. However, just as they were about to throw their weapons again, they suddenly trembled, and each of them showed a pained expression. Purplish-black fog suddenly rose from these war behemoths, and their bodies began to collapse. Under the confused gazes of the surrounding soldiers, and under the stunned gaze of Otto, the Maple Kingdom's king, the dozens of war behemoths struggled for a moment, and then turned into ashes one after another. At the same time, the soldiers who had already believed in the gods of dusk and sunset all felt a sense of relief rise in their hearts, as if they had vaguely unlocked some shackles. However, this feeling not only did not make them feel relieved, but also made them feel a trace of fear. This is not good. Otto's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly turned his head, and looked in the direction where the two mythics had fled, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. He's fallen? He's fallen? Otto murmured in disbelief. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The elves of August City have come out of the city to counterattack. Looking at the dazed Otto, the tall and thin noble Karl shouted anxiously. Otto came back to his senses, and only heard waves of cheers and battle cries coming from the direction of August City. The city gates were suddenly opened, and elves riding crypt spiders surged out of the city gates. At the same time, an unfamiliar legendary aura descended from the direction of August City. Behind the elves, a gigantic crypt spider that was dozens of meters tall appeared. The elves were very fast. Riding the crypt spiders, they entered the battlefield in a moment, and engaged in battle with the Maple Army at the forefront. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the air of the elves, and the aura of dozens of them soared, rising to the level of gold. Their bodies flickered with the radiance of divine power, and they were all blessed by the gods. In an instant, the gargoyle army was suppressed by the elves, and the casualties began to rise rapidly. At the same time, the remaining elves rode on flying magical beasts and continued to charge at the Maple Kingdom army on the battlefield. They threw packages of burning flames one by one, causing violent explosions on the ground. A loud boom came from the sky. It was the heavy magic crystal cannons on the Zeppelin airships. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The giant beasts disappeared, and the faith dissipated. At this moment, the morale of the Maple Kingdom army had hit rock bottom. Coupled with the elves' counterattack, anyone could see that this battle was over for the Maple Kingdom. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! We've collapsed. Our army has collapsed. The noble Karl said in horror. I know. Otto said angrily as he looked at the army that had fallen into chaos under the bombardment and charge of the elves. He looked at the sky, then looked into the distance, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Then, without even looking at the maple nobles around him, his figure suddenly dissipated, and he turned into a black shadow, fleeing into the distance. Only the tall and thin noble was left looking around in confusion, his face full of shock. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, where did you go? A black shadow shuttled on the ground, flashed, and quickly left the battlefield. After fleeing for a few kilometers, a figure slowly appeared. It was the Maple King, Otto. However, just as he appeared, he suddenly heard an ethereal female voice in front of him. Is it really okay to abandon your followers like this? Hearing this voice, Otto had goosebumps all over his body. Otto abruptly raised his head and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a cold-looking elf leaning against a large tree in front of him. She wore a black-skirted armor and leaned against the tree trunk. Her hands were casually crossed in front of her chest, and her purplish-red eyes were looking at the smoke in the distance. However, even though she was standing there, Otto didn't realize that someone was waiting for him until she spoke. No, he couldn't sense it. Because even if Otto saw her now, he still couldn't sense her existence. Without a doubt, she was a professional more powerful than him. Looking at her iconic black-skirted armor and her dark silver hair, which was extremely rare even among elves, Otto's expression instantly turned serious. Life's favored, 0, God's favored, 0. As a close neighbor of the elven forest, Otto had a certain understanding of this elven leader who was rumored to have killed several legendary existences in the past 2 years. However, he always thought that she relied on the power of the goddess. He didn't expect that after seeing her in person, he couldn't sense her strength even if she didn't borrow the power of a true god. Are you here to kill me? Otto narrowed his eyes at the elven god's favored in front of him. Hearing his words, Eve, who was in the form of God's favored, glanced at him indifferently and shook her head slightly. No, I'm not interested in you. I'm just interested in something on you. Hearing this, Otto's expression changed slightly. He no longer hesitated and shouted angrily as he drew the sword at his waist and stabbed at Zero. However, before Otto could rush forward, he lost control of his body. He lowered his head in shock. He didn't know when, but vines had broken out of the ground and wrapped around his body, completely sealing his power. He opened his mouth and found that he had completely lost the ability to speak. At this moment, the elven god's favorite in front of him unhurriedly left the tree trunk she was leaning against and came in front of Otto. Under Otto's fearful gaze, she reached out with her right hand and stabbed it into his chest. Strangely, there was no wound and no blood spurting out. Only an oval door of dark red light appeared in front of Otto's chest. However, not only did Aotua not feel lucky, he became even more terrified and desperate. Immediately after, Zero withdrew her right hand, and a translucent crystal appeared in her hand. It was like a ruby dyed with blood, shining brightly under the sun. It was a godhood. This power is quite interesting. A hint of interest appeared in Zero's eyes. After the crystal left Otto's body, the legendary vampire's appearance began to age rapidly. Soon, he turned from a handsome middle-aged man in his prime into an old man with a head full of silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. Zero didn't look at Otto again. She put away the wine-red divinity. Then, she turned around and walked into the distance. Looking at her departing figure, the defeated Otto couldn't help but ask, "Why, didn't you kill me?" Zero shook her head. "I told you, I'm not interested in you. Your trial should be left to those who truly need it." As she spoke, she glanced behind Aotua, and her figure slowly disappeared into the forest. Aotua subconsciously looked back and saw a few angry civilians walking over without him noticing. His vision blurred, and he recalled that these people seemed to be the villagers who had successfully escaped when he ordered the siege army to be forcibly recruited. The king fled, and the morale collapsed. The Maple Kingdom's army was leaderless, and they were quickly defeated by the elves' counterattack. Some fled, some surrendered. The nobles of Maple were also surrounded by the disorderly soldiers and fell into chaos. The stronger nobles killed the disorderly soldiers around them in anger, but they were quickly surrounded by the players and fell into battle. The weaker nobles were directly trampled to death by the disorderly soldiers who had lost their minds. Soon, the nobles of the Maple Kingdom's army were either dead, injured, or fleeing. The players who weren't satisfied with the battle continued to chase after the disorderly soldiers, while more players stopped and began to disarm and loot. Especially the nobles, many of whom had spatial equipment and were in high demand. The Battle of Aga City had already been decided at this moment. On the city wall, Ye, who hadn't left the city for the battle, looked at the players flying in the sky, the huge airship hovering in the air, and the elven army moving on the ground. He let out a deep breath. Loud cheers came from all around, drowning out everything on and below the city wall. However, most of them weren't players but human civilians. Ye could even faintly hear shouts of "Long live the elves! Praise the goddess of life!" Those were also the shouts of the human civilians. They were excited, and many of them even surrounded the elves, lifting them up and throwing them into the air as if they were heroes. There were also many civilians who had just woken up and were under the blood contract. They knelt in the direction of the temple devoutly and prayed with tears in their eyes. Ye and the Gale bar opposite him looked at each other, and they saw some emotions in each other's eyes. "Do you feel better now?" Seeing that Ye's expression had returned to normal, the elven warrior smiled and asked. Ye took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes." The background music turned into an elven song celebrating the victory, and everyone couldn't help but feel happy. Ye scanned the surroundings and looked at the civilian NPCs who were rescued by the players. He sighed and said, "It's great that the goddess is here. This is war. The wars in the real world are much crueler than this. There are no goddesses in the real world. Moreover, in history, not to mention using civilians as cannon fodder to attack cities, there have been many cases of people using civilians as shields and massacring cities." The Gale bar shook his head. "But history is history. History is just numbers and words. I didn't expect to be so emotionally affected when I was in the real world," Ye sighed. "It's normal." The Gale bar nodded. Elven Nation is so realistic, and the impact is similar to the real world. You're young and new, and you're fighting against humans. It's normal that you're not used to it. When I fought against the orcs for the first time, I almost wet my pants. You'll get used to it. Let's go offline and rest. Tonight, we'll gather in the city and have a celebration. Then, the elven warrior licked his lips. Hey! Habsburg just sent a message. When they were chasing the Maple Kingdom's army, they seized a few noble carriages and got a few bottles of good wine. Wine. Ye paused for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Gale, do you like to drink that much? Haha, I can't help it. My wife in the real world is very strict and doesn't allow me to drink too much. I can only drink my fill in the game. You know, Elven Nation has some good wine. The Gale Bar laughed heartily. But as soon as he finished laughing, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly stood up from the ground. Oh no, it's almost dinner time in the real world. I have to go offline and cook. Otherwise, my wife will pull out my internet cable again. Ye was speechless. Ye couldn't help but grin as he watched the elven warrior hurriedly put away his equipment and run to the temporary offline point. He glanced at a certain profile picture that lit up on his friend's list and the coordinates of his teammates on the minimap. Then, he stood up and walked toward the city. August City didn't suffer much damage in this battle because the Divine Spell defensive barrier was activated in time. The fire in the houses that were destroyed by the trebuchets had been extinguished. Only wisps of white smoke continued to float in the air. The smell of blood in the air had also dissipated. There were fewer players in the city. Most of them were still cleaning up the battlefield outside the city. However, the streets weren't empty at all. On the contrary, it was extremely lively. Celebrating citizens could be seen everywhere. Every time they saw Ye, they would enthusiastically crowd around him and stuff all kinds of gifts into his arms. Bread, fruits, snacks. Soon, the youth's arms were filled to the brim. There were even beautiful commoner girls who boldly ran out of the crowd and kissed him on the cheek. Then, they fled as fast as they could amidst the whistling of the crowd. Ye was a little embarrassed, but he also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he was very happy. Until a playful female voice rang out. Yo, you're having fun. That silly smile on your face is so perverted. Ye froze. He looked up at the source of the voice and saw Nai hugging a pile of gifts from the citizens. She was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Ye was speechless. He coughed lightly and said, cough. Force majeure. That was force majeure just now. But just as he finished speaking, another thought popped up in his mind. Why do I have to explain? Seeing Ye's dazed expression, the girl snorted softly and said, help me pack these up. Help me pack them up. These townsfolk are too passionate. I can't carry all the gifts. My backpack is full. Ye scratched his head and gestured helplessly at the bulging backpack behind him. Nai was speechless. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. It's time to buy a spatial equipment. Nai said. You have to be rich. Or you can apply for one from the guild if you perform meritorious deeds. Ye shrugged. Then, he looked at the girl again. Do you feel better? Nai nodded. I feel much better after going offline. After saying that, she sighed again. It's still better to farm the demon god maze. Although I'm vomiting blood, at least I don't feel so stressed. If I want to level up later, I'd better farm the demon god maze. I don't think the demon god wants to see you again. Scram. The two players bickered as they walked toward the temporary encampment in the city. However, as they walked, they heard cheers and curses coming from the streets. What's the matter? The two of them were slightly stunned. They stopped a civilian NPC and asked curiously. May I know what happened? The civilian who was called looked excited. Lord Elf. The Maple King has been caught. The people who returned have caught the Maple King. The Maple King has been caught. The two players looked at each other, curiosity rising in their hearts. Then, they turned around and followed the crowd toward the direction of the cheers. When the two of them arrived at the city's main road, they saw a carriage being escorted by a few players and civilians. An old man with white hair and luxurious clothes was tied to the carriage. His aura was weak, and his gaze was dim. He didn't look like the majestic legendary master in the legends. The surrounding citizens cursed and spat at the carriage. They also picked up stones and threw them at the Maple King on the carriage, making him look very pathetic. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. "This is the Maple King, Otto? Looks like he's not that powerful." Hearing their words, the surrounding civilians who knew the inside story quickly said, "Lord Elf, he's the Maple King, Otto." However, it said that he met a powerful Lord Elf and was punished, losing all his power. A powerful Lord Elf? The two players looked at each other curiously. Was there anyone in the elf forest who could fight against a legendary? No. There seemed to be one. "What does that Lord Elf look like?" Ye asked curiously. "I'm not sure, but I heard that she's a beautiful woman wearing a black skirt armor." The civilian shook his head. Hearing his words, the two players were enlightened. "So it's Big Sister." "I didn't expect Big Sister to take action too," Nai said. She looked at the parade that was getting farther and farther away and couldn't help but ask, "Where are they taking him?" "It said that they're going to parade him around the city, then bring him to Zaloran and hand him over to Lady Sophia." The civilian answered respectfully. Hearing this, the two of them nodded lightly. If there were no accidents, Sophia would probably become the new lord of the Maple Leaf territory. Handing Otto over to her to deal with was also the most appropriate thing to do. Just as the two of them looked at the parade that was getting farther away, another commotion came from the other side of the street. It was a new carriage, and there were nobles tied up with anti-magic chains. Among them, a tall and skinny young man was shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! I'm Viscount Zaloran, Sophia's brother. I want to see Sophia. I want to see Sophia." Looking at the terrified young man with snot and tears all over his face, the two of them had strange expressions. They're siblings? The difference is too big. The carriage carrying the tall and thin young man, under the disdain of the citizens, followed the carriage that was escorting the Maple King, Otto, into the distance. Maple Leaf Hill, Zaloran. Sophia walked on the familiar street, cheered by the citizens on both sides of the road. White smoke from the siege could be seen everywhere in the city. It was the natural situation after the fire was extinguished. The weather was a little cold today. It rained in the morning, washing away the smell of blood and burnt houses, leaving only the smell of soil after spring. The roads in the city were still wet, and many roads in the civilian district had even turned into mud. If Sophia was not riding on her unicorn, her legs would have been covered in mud. It couldn't be helped. Even if it was the Pearl of Maple Leaf territory, the roads that were maintained in time by the municipal government were only the rich district and the main road. The nobles were always too lazy to care about the places that were a little farther and more remote. It was good enough if the rain did not turn into an ocean. After all, the drainage system in the city had not been updated for more than 100 years. The inner city was still fine, but the outer city that was later expanded did not even have much drainage. Sophia, who had never left the castle, did not know these things. But at this moment, when she noticed these details, her faith in herself deepened. The empire had decayed, and the nobles had fallen. You can never expect these high and mighty people to have any real concern for the common people. Even if they did, it was just to protect their own property. In the eyes of many nobles, it was far more practical to train or recruit a few powerful professionals than to treat the civilians well. After all, in this extraordinary world, as long as you had enough power, no matter how violent you were, ordinary people could not do anything. This time, the Maple Kingdom was a good example. It was impossible to truly increase productivity by relying on the existing system. It was impossible to truly utilize extraordinary powers efficiently, and it was even more impossible to truly create a world where everyone could live happily and have hope for the future. But it was different now. The increase in magic power in the world of seekers was an opportunity, and the cleansing of the nobles in the original territory was also a foreshadowing, and the appearance of the Life Church was like a lighthouse in the darkness. After seeing the prosperity and beauty of the elven forest, Sophia firmly believed that only by believing in the great Lord Eve, only by spreading the idea of equality to every corner of the territory, only by freeing the people from the nobles' rule, and only by awakening their minds, could they truly change everything. Thinking of this, the girl sighed softly. She raised her head and looked at the blue sky. The sky was clear and bright as if it had been washed, and the sun after the rain was softer than ever. The warm sunlight shone on the ground and faintly outlined a curved rainbow in the sky, as if celebrating the liberation of the city. Liberation. The elves told Sophia that the word meant release from the shackles and obtain freedom or development, and they were the Elven Liberation Army sent by the goddess to the Maple Leaf territory. Sophia felt that it was appropriate to use it here. They passed by the temple in the city, which had already been occupied by the elves. They were moving out the statue of the god of dusk and sunset, and welcoming the statue of Her Holiness even amidst the cheers of the citizens who were praising the goddess. A lot of believers of life had gathered around the temple. They were prostrating, praying, and expressing their gratitude to the temple. Yesterday, these people were just non-believers or believers of the evil god who had been forcibly converted. Sophia knew very well why they were so fanatical. That was the miracle that happened during the siege yesterday. The horror of the evil god's palm had been deeply ingrained in people's hearts during the battle where the Empire's army was completely wiped out. If the goddess did not make a move, Zaloran would have been destroyed by the meteor shower yesterday. Even Sophia at that time trembled when she saw the terrifying fireball cast by the evil god. Of course, Sophia did not think that this change in faith would last long. After all, the citizens' starting point was only gratitude and fear of the evil god. But the girl firmly believed that if the people learned the goddess' teachings and truly understood the essence of the sacred book of life, they would definitely become fanatical believers of the goddess from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the citizens were not stupid. They just lacked a guiding light, a strong faith that could truly walk into their hearts and resonate with them from the bottom of their hearts. And now, they already had it. Amidst the citizens' cheers, the statue of the god of dusk and sunset was pushed to the ground. Sophia's eyes flashed as she looked at the statue that had already been torn to pieces. Her expression flashed with a trace of surprise, but there was also understanding and joy in the surprise. At the same time, there was also a hint of fanaticism and sincerity. A statue that could be enshrined in a temple was definitely not an ordinary statue. It must have received the blessing of the power of faith. And a statue like this, if it was pushed to the ground by a group of ordinary people without the help of an extraordinary, would definitely not be broken into pieces. And the temple cracked and lost its luster. Even if someone spat on the statue, there was no reaction. That could only mean one thing: the mythical existence represented by the statue had fallen. Praise be to you, the great Evelyn. You are the light in the darkness. You are the justice that sweeps away the evil in the world. You are the advocate and defender of all injustice. May your glory always shine on me. May your faith spread throughout the world. The girl put her hands in front of her chest and respectfully drew the symbol of the scepter of life. She prayed with full respect. Passing through the temple where the crowd gathered, Sophia continued forward. She entered the familiar wealthy district, entered the familiar lord's castle, and finally came to the familiar castle hall. The furnishings in the castle were no different from when she left a few months ago. Everything seemed like it was yesterday. Looking at the lord's chair covered in white bear fur, Sophia's gaze was a little absent-minded. She seemed to see her father sitting on the chair and telling her the story of the outside world. She seemed to see herself accidentally breaking her father's most beloved magic lamp and being reprimanded by her mother. Mother, thinking of this word, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed in Sophia's mind. Mother, the girl sighed softly. How long has it been since she said this word? Perhaps it started from the day she died. If that person was still alive, did that mean that everything that had happened in the past would not happen again? If that person was alive now, would she not have to live so lowly anymore? Would she also be able to obtain her own happiness? Unfortunately, there were no ifs. What are you thinking about? Just as Sophia's thoughts were running wild, a familiar voice broke the silence in the hall. The girl did not turn around. Instead, her expression subconsciously changed from sentimental to indifferent as she sighed. Sir Demacia, knocking on the door before entering is the most basic virtue. Please don't lower the average quality of elves. Demacia was speechless. A certain red-haired warrior looked a little depressed. However, just as he thought that the half-elf girl was going to continue mocking him, he heard her sigh. I'm thinking about my mother, Mother? Damasia's heart skipped a beat. Sophia nodded gently and reached out her hand to stroke the soft fur on the Thane's seat. She said, she was an elf that my father saved from slave traders and fell in love with him at first sight. In the end, despite the opposition of the family and the nobles, my father married her as his wife. However, even with my father's status as the first successor of Viscount Zaloran, he was still under great pressure to marry an elf as his wife. After all, to the nobles, elves are only suitable as playthings and tools to improve their bloodline. It was also because of this that the family schemed against my father when my mother was pregnant with me. They made my father violate a baroness from a side branch after drinking and give birth to my useless brother. Now that I think about it, after my father passed away, those people in the family ignored his will and insisted on supporting Karl as the lord. It was probably because of my bloodline. Elves can improve the bloodline of the side branches, and marriage between the side branches and the main branch can further improve the quality of the main branch's descendants. However, to directly make an elf's descendant the rightful successor, those arrogant and rotten fellows would probably not agree. It was only after I met Duke Rosen that I finally understood this logic. The girl mocked herself. However, after listening to her words, Damasia's attention was diverted elsewhere. Wait. What? My brother was born when I was pregnant with you? A certain red-haired warrior was confused. Sophia glanced at him and frowned slightly. Sir Damasia. Yes. Are you really an elf? Of course, an orthodox elf, a purebred elf. Then you don't even know that elves take 3 to 5 times longer to conceive than humans? This? Damasia was a little stunned. Sophia didn't continue on this topic. Instead, she continued speaking. After my mother married my father, she was not happy. She was too cowardly and too kind. Even when she passed away, she still endured the hostility of those around her. For the sake of my father's image and prestige, even my father had to stop and persuade him to stand up for her. So, from the day she passed away, I swore that I would never become someone like her. Instead, I would become a true powerhouse, be it in terms of spirit or strength. But now, it seems that I still have a long way to go. The girl reached out and took out the necklace that Mentor Bayan gave her. She rubbed it in her hand and sighed. However, her eyes were unprecedentedly bright and determined. You'll succeed. Looking at the girl's pious eyes, Damasia smiled. Thank you for your kind words. For once, Sophia did not complain. Putting away the necklace that looked like the scepter of life, the half-elf girl looked at the red-haired warrior again. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I thought you weren't going to ask. Damasia's expression was a little surprised. Then, he put away his frivolous smile and said sternly. Miss Sophia, the rebellious nobles of Zaloran have been arrested. How should we deal with them? Needless to say, as long as his hairstyle was normal, his expression was normal, and his tone was normal, this guy still looked like a handsome guy. After all, the foundation of his face was not bad. As usual. Sophia replied without hesitation. You trust me that much? Damasia could not help but smile. However, it was fine if he did not smile. Once he smiled, he looked a little wretched. His face was still very handsome. This temperament was really a wonderful thing. Some people gave people a refreshing and natural feeling when they smiled, while some people, even if they were just smiling happily, looked like they were imagining mosaics in their minds. Looking at Damasia's bright smile, Sophia frowned slightly and said, My teacher told me that there is an old saying among the elves, the wicked will be dealt with by the wicked. Damasia, he opened his mouth and told himself not to be angry. He should not be angry with a woman. What else is there? Looking at the red-haired warrior who was still standing there, the girl asked again. Also, your brother named Karl was arrested and just sent to the temple. Also, Otto at the border was also arrested and sent there. Oh right, he has lost all his power. Damasia scratched his head and said. Zaloran, the temple. Sophia, who received the news, quickly came here accompanied by Damasia to see her half-brother. Sophia. For the sake of us being siblings, spare my life. I am willing to give up the position of Viscount, and at the same time give up the right of inheritance and claim. I am innocent, it is all the fault of the evil god. It is all Otto's fault. He forced me to do everything. Carl, who was tied up by the anti-magic chain, cried. Looking at Carl's embarrassed and spineless appearance, Sophia subconsciously wanted to mock him, but in the end, she did not say something like "you really don't have the dignity of a noble" as she usually did. I am not interested in the position of Viscount Zaloran. After this war, there will be no noble in Maple Leaf territory. The girl said lightly. Carl was stunned. You. Do you want to execute all the nobles? He said in horror. Looking at Carl's blank and frightened eyes, the girl was too lazy to explain more. Tell me, father's death. Is it related to you? She asked patiently. No, no, no. I never thought of harming father. Even if he didn't like me. How could I murder father? Sophia. My good sister. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Carl said in horror. Then, he pointed to the silent Otto. It's him. It's him who cursed father. He needed Zaloran's wealth, so he used a curse to kill father. I was also forced to give in. Sophia did not pay attention to him, but glanced at the elven player at the side. Miss Sophia, lie detection, shows that he is telling the truth this time. Perhaps he has made some modifications, but overall, it is not false. The mage player in charge of looking after the prisoner said respectfully. Sophia fell into silence. With a sigh, she turned to Demacia and said, Demacia. Take him away and deal with him together with the other nobles. Demacia nodded his head, then chuckled as he gestured to the two elven players standing beside Carl. The two elven players nodded, quickly lifted Carl up, and walked outside. Carl's expression changed drastically, and he shouted himself hoarse. No. Sophia. Lady Sophia. Let me go. I was wrong. I was really wrong. His voice became fainter and fainter. After Carl was taken away by the elves, Sophia looked at Otto again. Her expression gradually turned cold. Otto, as the culprit of this war, as the mastermind behind the conspiracy behind my father's death, your sins make me want to kill you right now. Otto glanced at her with a wooden expression. Sophia took a deep breath, calmed the anger in her heart, and continued. But I think that although this can make me feel relaxed, this simple punishment is too light for the sins you have committed. Because of you, how many families have been broken in this war, and because of you, how many innocent lives have been lost in this war? In that case, leave your fate to the people of Maple Leaf territory. Otto, the king of the Maple Kingdom, finally died. This ambitious and ruthless figure who had dominated the Maple Leaf territory for decades was tied up in the square of Zaloran, and after Sophia personally announced that he would be handed over to the people for trial, he soon faced the revenge of the angry people. Never underestimate the anger of the people. No matter whether the feelings shown by a group were good or bad, the prominent characteristics were extremely simple and exaggerated. The stronger the feelings, the more obvious this tendency was. Years of oppression, coupled with a series of brutal practices that almost disregarded the safety of the people after they converted to the evil god, had already caused the resentment of the entire Maple Leaf territory toward Otto to reach a climax. When Otto was strong, the people dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. The existence of the extraordinary power even made the weak people not dare to resist. However, when Otto lost his power, when Sophia and the elves defeated the Maple Kingdom as the saviors of the world, the people could finally vent their anger. It was like a volcano that had been holding back for a long time, and now it was about to erupt violently. Otto von Cappadocia, the vampire hidden among the nobles of the human world, the king of the Maple Kingdom, and the legendary master who was only one step away from becoming a god, was finally beaten to death by the ordinary people who he had always looked down on and ignited the anger of the people. It was said that because there were too many people involved, when the elves went to collect his body had already been beaten to a pulp. The pulp was mixed with some filth that was discarded by the people or originally belonged to Otto, giving off a suffocating smell. That scene, that smell, even made the elven warriors who went to deal with the body vomit on the spot, and it took them a long time to recover. Vampires were not the same as other species. Their souls were very unique, and their life form was between the undead and the living. For them, unless they became the chosen ones of a god, once their body died, their soul would also be destroyed. Therefore, the moment Otto died, he completely became the history of the world of seekers. Otto died, the main army of the Maple Kingdom was destroyed, and the evil god behind him finally fell in the hands of the goddess of life. This decadent regime that had been independent for less than half a year had completely lost its resistance to the elven army. The remaining areas of the entire Maple Leaf territory almost fell under the attack of the elves. There were even many towns that rebelled directly, raising the red flag of the elves and announcing that they would join the holy war against the cultists. They were loyal to the saintess of the Maple Leaf territory, Xianxia, and were willing to support her as the new Earl of the Border. The title of saintess was given by the people spontaneously. After all, everyone had seen the girl's love and care for her subjects along the way, and she also represented the faith of the goddess of life. Coupled with her outstanding appearance due to her elven bloodline, it was hard for the other citizens not to have a good impression of the half-elf girl other than the surviving nobles who prioritized their human bloodline. Just like after seeing the statue of the goddess of life, the conversion rate of the people in the territory unknowingly became faster. After all, humans loved beautiful things. The Holy War had an overwhelming advantage in terms of military strength. At the same time, the Holy War stood on the high ground of morality and righteousness. It could be said that the outcome of this Holy War was already set in stone. Under the iron hooves of the elven army heading south, almost all the cities and towns surrendered to the Holy War, which disappointed the players who were looking forward to a great battle. It was only a little troublesome when they besieged Maple Leaf City. Maple Leaf City was the largest city in the Maple Leaf territory, and it was also the city that the Cappadocia family had operated for the longest time. There were still some die-hard loyalists of the vampire family. However, in the face of an army of 100,000 players, as well as an astonishing 50 to 60,000 militias and mercenaries who spontaneously joined the army during the attack, this city, which was second only to August City, fell in less than half a day. Half a day was considered a long time, and it was completely supported by some high-grade professionals who were loyal to the Cappadocia family. For forces without the protection of the gods, it was impossible to establish a foothold in the rich areas of the world of seekers. This was the rule of the supernatural world, and also the sorrow of the weak in the supernatural world. Maple Leaf City fell, and the road to the Elven Forest from the Maple Leaf territory was completely opened up. At this point, the Cappadocia family's rule over the Maple Leaf territory had completely come to an end. The chaos in the Maple Leaf territory that had raged for half a year had come to an end. However, what surprised everyone in the territory was that the savior of the Maple Leaf territory, the preacher of life, the Saintess Xianxia, actually gave up the title of Count of the Border. No, it was not just the title. She also announced that all the noble titles in the Maple Leaf territory would be abolished, and the Maple Leaf territory and the southern area of the Western territory would be merged. It would be renamed the Maple Moon Free Territory, a new word that was spelled with maple leaf and moon. There would be no nobles or slaves in the Maple Moon Free Territory, only free people who were equal. The feudal system would be abolished, and democratic centralism would be implemented. At the same time, Xianxia also announced the establishment of the Maple Moon Free Territory Council, which would lead the future development of the entire Maple Moon Free Territory. According to the distribution of towns and cities in the entire territory, a total of 137 council members would be set up. Every believer of life in the territory, every person who had good expectations and pursuits for the future, as well as ability and wisdom, could apply to join after meeting certain conditions. After getting 2/3 of the council's votes, they would officially become a member of the council. The council would elect a governor of the Free Territory to rule the entire Maple Moon Free Territory and accept the supervision of the Church of Life. Each governor would be in office for 10 years, and after 10 years, they would need to be re-elected. And everyone who could become a governor had to meet the following conditions. 1. They had to be a devout believer of life, support the faith of the goddess, and firmly believe in the goddess, and insist on walking the path of equal development and common progress in the Maple Moon Free Territory. 2. In addition to being the first governor of the Free Territory, they had to have rich experience in governing the local towns and cities, and had worked deeply at the grassroots level. 3. During the governor election process, they had to defeat other competitors and get a majority of the council's votes. This time, Sophia commissioned the elves to directly print a small booklet and spread it from the sky to all the major towns and cities. It was called the Maple Moon Reform by People. And this unprecedented reform naturally caused an uproar in the territory. This was also normal. People had been accustomed to the rule of the nobles for thousands of years. At this moment, Sophia's action couldn't be said to be the first, but it was enough to be recorded in history. Of course, after the rebellion in the Maple Moon Free Territory, the biggest resistance to the reform, the Maple Moon Free Territory's nobles, had already suffered heavy losses. Or it could be said that the nobles in many cities had simply disappeared. Therefore, although it caused a huge sensation, the whole reform was carried out quite smoothly. And among them, the support of the Elven army, the propaganda of the Church of Life, and the recognition of the vast majority of the people played an irreplaceable role. After the reform was carried out, Sophia and the priests of the Church of Life quickly elected the first council members in each city according to their performance in the Holy War. And Sophia herself was elected as the first governor of the Maple Moon Free Territories Council, the de facto lord. After becoming the governor, the half-elf girl announced 3 things. The first thing was to announce an alliance with the Elven Woods, officially making the Church of Life the official church of the Free Territory, and moving the capital to Zaloran. The second thing was to calculate the losses of this turmoil to the entire territory, suppress and annihilate the bandit groups that were currently entrenched everywhere because of the war, and restore all kinds of production and trade as soon as possible. The third thing was to open schools in various cities with the help of the elves to improve the wisdom of the people. At the same time, they would impart extraordinary power to civilians with extraordinary potential, learn from the elves, and develop all kinds of magic tools that ordinary people could use, and promote the popularization of extraordinary power. I thought you would choose to become a hereditary lord. I didn't expect you to really give up the title. Have you thought it through? At the riverside wharf of Zaloran, Demacia looked at Sophia, who had changed into the governor's uniform of the Free Territory, and said with some surprise. The governor's uniform was white, inlaid with golden lines, and there was a shoulder strap with golden tassels on the shoulder. It was majestic but not lacking in grandeur, and there was a pin in the shape of the scepter of life on the chest. In addition, there was a white hat on the head, and in the center was a badge composed of maple leaves and the moon. That was the badge of the Maple Moon Free Territory. This set of clothes was said to be designed by a certain elven chosen one. I said long ago that the Maple Moon Free Territory needs to make a thorough reform. Sophia said with a firm gaze. She looked at the sparkling water surface of the Weimar River with a calm gaze. Then you are going to be the enemy of the entire human world. According to the game I played. According to my experience, your actions will definitely attract the hostility of the Empire, and maybe even a crusade. Demacia said. So what? When I decided to become a believer in life and spread the goddess's faith, I was already prepared for this, not to mention. Aren't we also allies? Sir Demacia, will you just watch as the Maple Moon Free Territory is threatened? Sophia looked at the red-haired warrior and said with a slightly playful tone. Not cute at all. Demacia muttered. You too. The girl said bluntly. Me? Of course, I can't use such a petty word to describe you. If I need to describe you, I think it should be wise and powerful. Your Excellency Demacia, your face is still as shocking as ever. The damaged sections of Zaloran city wall have yet to be completely repaired. I think perhaps using your face as a building material, it might be able to be repaired faster. The two were still used to bickering, but when they were bickering, it seemed to be less aggressive and more teasing. The dock was bustling with people coming and going. From time to time, ships would dock, and a large number of people with luggage would board the dock. Those were the returning citizens. They fled during the war. Now that the war was over, many people still chose to return to their hometowns. Looking at the obviously relaxed expressions on the citizens' faces, the girl seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked a little disappointed. What's wrong? Demacia asked curiously. I thought of those who died in the war. This turmoil. I'm afraid the population of the entire territory has dropped by at least 1/3. Almost every family has been affected, and some of their relatives have lost their lives. In the area near August City, there are almost no signs of life in many towns. War is too cruel. The girl sighed softly. Indeed, but sometimes, change is accompanied by blood. After the darkness, there will always be dawn. However, politics is never bright. Since you've chosen to become a consul, I think your future path will be more difficult and lonely. Xianxia said solemnly. I've long decided that I will dedicate my life to the Maple Moon territory and the cause of the goddess. I will lead the people to equality and prosperity, and spread the light of the goddess to every corner, the girl said firmly. However, half-elves have a very long lifespan, right? I think, you won't be a consul for the rest of your life, right? Have you thought about what you'll do after you become famous? Xianxia asked curiously. Success and recognition, huh? Sophia murmured and smiled bitterly. That's too far away. I still have a long way to go. But after saying that, her expression became a little longing. However, if I'm done with all this in my lifetime, I hope to find a beautiful town or an unfamiliar city to live in seclusion for the rest of my life. It would be best if it's by a lake or a river. Gray Harbor is not bad. Back then, I could wake up naturally every day, go to the church for a morning meeting, and then feed the pigeons in the square. In the morning, I could go to the forest to pick some delicious berries. In the afternoon, I could sit in the courtyard and bask in the sun. At night, I could even participate in a lively bonfire party. Those days in the elven forest were perhaps the happiest days I've ever had. Although they were short, they were very real. The girl's eyes were filled with longing. Wake up, we've already picked all the fruits in the forest near Gray Harbor. Just as Sophia was letting her imagination run wild, Xianxia's untimely voice suddenly sounded. Sophia was speechless. She glared angrily at a certain someone. Seeing the girl's angry expression, Xianxia realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly and tried to salvage the situation. However, there's a teleportation portal in the city that can send you to faraway places. You probably haven't heard of Kainoran, right? It's a beautiful place. There are colorful flowers everywhere, and there are so many fruits that you can't even name them. They're crispy and sweet. There's also Milovaya. That's a city by the sea. You haven't seen the sea, right? The beach there is boundless. The soft sand is especially fine, and the seawater is as blue as a mirror. The scenery is especially beautiful. I think that if there's a day when you're tired and choose to return to the elven forest, you definitely won't be disappointed. Listening to Xianxia's description, the girl's eyes gradually revealed some yearning. She was slightly absent-minded for a moment before quickly returning to reality. Let's work hard to change reality first. Everything in Maple Moon Hill has just begun. My knowledge and experience are still too little. Believe in yourself. The most important quality of a leader who can achieve great things isn't being knowledgeable, but having a strong and enduring willpower. This is an extremely rare and powerful quality. It's enough to conquer everything. And in my opinion, Miss Sophia, you have this talent. Xianxia said seriously. Sophia looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect this unconventional elven chosen one to say such words. The bright sunlight shone on Xianxia's body, making him look much more radiant than before. It had to be said that if one were to take a closer look, he was indeed handsome. Coupled with his majestic armor and his neatly combed red hair, even the commoner girls passing by could not help but blush as they looked at him. Even Sophia had to admit that purebred elves were indeed born with good looks. However, just as she was looking at Xianxia's dazzling side profile in a daze, the latter's solemn expression suddenly changed, and he returned to his grinning and annoying self. How was it? Wasn't I very cool just now? Did you fall in love with me? Sophia, Your Excellency Xianxia. Yes? Why do you have a mouth? Xianxia, a melodious whistle came from the merchant ship parked at the dock. It was the Amway Merchant Guild ship. The entrusted mission was completed, and the players were returning one after another. He chose to go by sea. Xianxia looked at the players who greeted him on the ship and sighed. Miss Sophia, it's time for me to leave. If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to visit the Elven Forest. If Your Excellency Xianxia isn't there, I'll consider going. Xianxia, she's not cute at all. He muttered to himself and jumped onto the merchant ship with a single step. The sail was slowly lowered, and the merchant ship gradually left the shore. Under the warm sunlight, the sailboat with full sails left the dock and sailed into the distance. Sophia looked at the sailboat disappearing into the horizon and slowly retracted her gaze. "Thank you. Goodbye," she said in a low voice, then her expression turned solemn. She valiantly turned around and said under the respectful gazes of the accompanying officials, "Let's go. Let's go back to the Lord's mansion. Western Territory, Morning Star City." In the temporary main hall of the city Lord's mansion. "What did you say? The Maple Leaf Territory has been completely reclaimed by the elves?" Duke Valencia looked at the affairs officer who reported the news with a shocked expression. "Yes. Yes, Your Grace," the affairs officer answered carefully. Duke Valencia took a deep breath, unable to hide the shock and confusion in his eyes. "A month? No, it hasn't even been a month, right? How did they do it?" "Your Grace, it is said that they have a floating fortress that can fly in the sky. A few strong cities were taken down in this way, and it is said that the god of dusk and sunset has also fallen in the hands of the goddess of life." "The goddess of life has taken action? The evil god has fallen?" Duke Valencia was slightly stunned. "That's right. According to the intelligence, all the statues worshipped by the evil cultists cracked on their own," the affairs officer answered respectfully. The Duke opened his mouth, as though he was not prepared to accept this news. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself with difficulty. "Wasn't it said to be an evil god so powerful that even the gods feared it? How could it be defeated so quickly?" The affairs officer did not answer this question. To be honest, this was not something that an existence of his level could investigate clearly. Of course, Duke Valencia did not expect the affairs officer to answer. He was just unable to calm the shock in his heart. He raised his crystal glass and wanted to take a sip of wine, but he realized that the wine in the glass had already been finished. However, just as he raised his head, he realized that the affairs officer standing in front of him wanted to say something, but stopped. The Duke's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the affairs officer, and his expression became more and more unpleasant. "What other bad news is there?" The affairs officer's Adam's apple bobbed, but, because he was really too fat, his thick neck full of fat could not be seen at all. Your Grace, Maple Leaf Territory. Maple Leaf Territory has announced its independence from the Empire," he stammered. With a soft crack, the expensive crystal glass in Duke Valencia's hand shattered into pieces. Earl Meath's eyes twitched as he watched from the side. He felt a pain in his heart. "Say that again? What's wrong with Maple Leaf Territory?" Duke Valencia narrowed his eyes and looked at the affairs officer who reported the news with a gloomy and dangerous expression. The temperature in the hall seemed to have dropped because of his gloominess. The plump officer wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered a reply. Duke, Sophia, the heir of the Wells family, has declared the independence of the Maple Leaf Territory. Not only that, but she has also abolished the noble titles and hereditary noble system of the entire Maple Leaf Territory and changed it to Maple Moon Free Territory." As he spoke, he took out a crumpled booklet from his bosom. "This is the script they used for publicity." Duke Valencia snatched it over and squinted his eyes to read it. However, as he read, his expression became more and more unsightly. After reading the entire manuscript, he threw it to the ground. Maple Moon Free Territory? Abolish the aristocracy? Was she going to make the entire empire her enemy? It's just a small district. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. It wasn't that the Holy Mania Empire didn't have any free territories, but they were all independent cities, also known as free cities. The free cities were not under the jurisdiction of the central government or the local nobles. They were highly autonomous, but even so, they did not dare to say that they would abolish the aristocratic system. Duke. Not only that, they have announced an alliance with the Elven Forest, and they have also acknowledged the Life Church as the official church. The officer said cautiously. Elven Forest? Duke Valencia was slightly startled, then became furious. These damn long-eared people dare to reach their hands into the Empire's territory. Do they want to start a war of faith? When a legend was angry, everyone in the hall felt an irresistible sense of oppression. Even the magic lamps in the hall flickered faintly. Noticing the pale faces and trembling bodies of the others, Duke Barencia barely suppressed the anger in his heart and retracted the pressure on his body. However, when he looked at the manuscript that was thrown to the ground, his expression became more and more unsightly. He never expected that the border count, who had defeated the Empire's crusade army, would be defeated so quickly. Even with the gods fighting in front of them, this speed was still too exaggerated. Back then, the Elven Kingdom could still hold on for hundreds of years after the fall of the World Tree. Moreover, they even made the Maple Leaf Territory declare independence and abolish the aristocratic system. If this matter were to spread to the imperial capital, who knew how many treacherous people would attack him in the parliament? After all, the Barencia family was the one dealing with the Maple Leaf Territory. Duke Barencia felt a headache at the thought of the impact after the news of the Maple Leaf Territory spread. Looking at the Duke, who was rubbing his temples, Earl Mice hesitated and said, "Duke Barencia, it's better for the elves to be controlled by the elves." "My Lord Duke, it's better for the elves to intervene than for the evil god to control the territory. I think we need to handle the matter of the Maple Leaf Territory carefully, Duke Barencia. The area around August City has also been merged into the Maple Moon Free Territory." Seeing Earl Mice's unhurried expression, Duke Barencia's officer reminded him in a low voice. Earl Mice was speechless. His expression changed, and he hurriedly corrected himself. "Duke Barencia, we can't let the lost land fall into the hands of the elves." "What Maple Moon? It must be a puppet of the elves. Maple Leaf City was once the capital of the elves. This must be the revenge of the elves. Duke Barencia, we have to hurry and send troops to reclaim the territory before the Maple Leaf Territory is completely settled." Earl Mice's anxious expression made Duke Barencia speechless. He sighed and said, "Duke Barencia, Your Excellency, do you think we can win against the elven army that easily wiped out Maple's army?" Earl Mice was speechless. "But isn't this a declaration of war? The elves actually dare to support the rebels of the Maple Leaf Territory. Just as you said, isn't this starting a war of faith?" Earl Mice persisted. The Western Territory wasn't rich to begin with, and the land near August City was fertile and strategically located. If they really lost it, it would be like cutting off his flesh. Duke Barencia didn't comment, but his slightly clenched fist showed that he was in a terrible mood at this moment. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Report this matter to the council and let them make a decision." "Duke Barencia, don't say any more. Duke Barencia, this is no longer a problem of the Maple Leaf Territory. It's a problem of the Life Church and the Eternal Church, the elves, and our empire. If we want to solve this, we can only rely on the empire and the church to pressure the elves to return to the Elven Forest and guarantee that they won't participate." Barencia stopped Earl Mice from persuading him. As he spoke, he looked to the south and sneered. "Abolish the nobility? Equality and harmony? Haha. Without the powerful strength of the nobles, without the rich knowledge of the nobles, without the municipal bureaucrats who are loyal to the nobles, how can a group of ignorant commoners rule the Maple Leaf Territory? Ridiculous." The players didn't know about the waves caused by the reform of the Maple Moon Territory in the north and the Western Territory. They also didn't know that as the news further spread to the entire Holy Mania Empire and the Kingdom of Airs in the south, it had a great impact on the two human countries. Only some players who often traded with human chambers of commerce heard about it. It seemed that the reform of the Maple Moon Territory had broken through the sky in the human world. However, most people didn't care too much. Although the players had long been trained to treat the Surg's world as a real world to experience and play games, the truth was that unless some plot was personally related to them, most people couldn't be bothered to care. No matter how big of a disturbance the Maple Moon Territory caused in the human world, as long as the humans didn't openly send out troops, few players would pay special attention to it or worry about it. On the other hand, the Maple Moon Territory strengthened its defense in the north. Of course, at this moment, most of the soldiers guarding the territory were humans. Most of the players had evacuated with the end of the mission, returned to the Elf Forest, found other dungeons to farm monsters, or explored the underground world. That's right, the underground world. When the map of the Maple Leaf Territory was opened, the corresponding area of the underground world was naturally open to players. Harassing the underground world and taking advantage of the chaotic underworld was one of the interests of the players. However, this didn't mean that there were no players in the Maple Leaf territory. In fact, there were still many players who stayed in the territory because the construction of the Maple Moon territory still couldn't be done without the support of the players. Preaching faith, encircling bandits, repairing the city walls, resuming production, opening schools, and so on were all participated by the players. Of course, they were paid. In addition, although the reform of the Maple Moon territory abolished the aristocratic system and set up a new structure from top to bottom, it was only the beginning. If they really wanted to run the entire territory well, they still needed to explore and improve constantly. It was also unrealistic to rigidly move some of the Blue Star systems to the world of Seekers. They also needed to consider the specific local situation. If these things were only done by the illiterate poor people, it would naturally cause chaos. Fortunately, on the one hand, there were interested players who came up with ideas, and on the other hand, there was no lack of knowledgeable people among the human civilians. This was the biggest difference between the world of Seekers and the Middle Ages of Blue Star. In the Middle Ages of Blue Star, the aristocrats controlled knowledge, and the retainers loyal to the aristocrats directly managed the territory. Most of the civilians were ignorant. If the civilians didn't awaken, the aristocrats' rule would be unbreakable. In the world of Seekers, the spread of knowledge was far more far-reaching than in Blue Star. The core advantage of the aristocrats was actually extraordinary power and extraordinary knowledge. In the end, extraordinary power and extraordinary knowledge were just tools to maintain violent rule. At least in the world of Seekers, extraordinary power was far from being a means to develop productivity. In this world, the aristocrats were more like a protective umbrella, protecting the weak ordinary people. However, as time passed, no one could say for sure whether there was more protection or more oppression. Now, without the power of the aristocrats, there was still the Church of Life, the players, and the extraordinary people who could bear heavy responsibilities cultivated by the territory in the future. They, too, could be indispensable extraordinary powers. From this point of view, without the aristocrats, the entire territory could operate normally, as long as there was a powerful force as a backing. As for whether the new extraordinary people would gradually form a new class with the passage of time, or become aristocrats in another sense, that was a matter for the future. And these things weren't for Eve to worry about. In the end, abolishing the aristocrats was just a way for her. After all, the human aristocrats in the world of Seekers were too deeply bound to the Church of Eternity or the churches of other human gods. After thousands of years of development, although the aristocrats and the churches had been in constant friction, on the whole, they depended on each other. If she didn't deal with them, it would be difficult for Eve to pry the faith of the entire human society. Equality, it was just a slogan. At least that was the case for Eve. But having a slogan and having a goal was at least better than not having one. Just like Quafu chasing after the sun, perhaps one would never be able to truly catch up with the sun, but with constant efforts, when one looked back, one would find that one had gone far, far away. At least, it was much better than not working hard at all. And if one day the dragon slayer became an evil dragon, well, to put it in an extreme way, if this evil dragon was good for Eve, she didn't mind turning a blind eye. In the end, her ultimate goal was to strengthen herself, not to bring change to the world of Seekers. She wasn't a savior. Although there were already some believers of life in the human world who were bragging like this, regarding the matter of Maple Moon Hill, the aristocratic parliament of the Holy Mania Empire discussed it for 3 days and 3 nights. But as usual, there was no result from the discussion. Interestingly, the reaction of the aristocrats this time was much more intense than during the rebellion in the border counties. On the contrary, the Church of Eternity was relatively calm. In fact, it was understandable that this reform had really touched the foundation of the aristocrats. However, no matter how they quarreled and argued, no one in the entire Holy Mania Empire thought that this was the time to confront the elves and Maple Moon Hill head-on. The destruction of the Maple Kingdom in less than a month had really frightened the aristocrats. But for the church, it was just a parish with a population of 5 million. At this moment, if they really went to war with the elves, the flames of war would be continuous. Coupled with the evil forces that were ready to make trouble everywhere, it wouldn't be a matter of 5 million people. Only the true upper echelons of the church knew that the most important thing for the church now was actually the war of gods and demons half a year later. In the end, the Empire's Parliament and the Church of Eternity only sent representatives to Maple Moon Hill to denounce it. Even the Empire's Crusade army disbanded the recruitment and called back the Marshal, Duke Valencia. Only the 2nd Local Defense Legion was stationed in the Western Territory. Eve knew that it wasn't that the other party was really afraid of the players and Maple Moon Hill. They were just waiting for the world of Seekers to be completely unsealed 3 years later. In the world of Seekers, the battle between the various races was ultimately a battle between the gods. This was the game of the true gods and the sorrow of the mortals. The matter of the Maple Moon Hill was settled, and Sophia's entrusted task was officially completed. Eve, who was satisfied, finally had the interest to check her gains. Sitting high on her throne, she enjoyed the delicacies sent by the elemental fairies while taking out the gains that she was most interested in. Light flowed, and a bright red transparent crystal that was constantly spinning appeared in Eve's hand. It shone with a bright light and exuded a mysterious aura. It was the divinity that Eve had obtained from Otto at the border. Looking at the crystal that was flickering in her hand, Eve gently closed her eyes and sank her soul power into it. This was the most effective way to investigate divinities. It was limited to unknown divinities, and it was used by true gods. When her consciousness entered the divinity, Eve felt that she had entered a world of blood, and a huge amount of information suddenly poured into her soul. The knowledge was as vast as the sea, and it was enough to burst the brain of every mortal. Of course, for Eve, who had already transcended the level of life, it was just a drizzle. After a moment, Eve opened her eyes, and her expression was a little surprised. Vampire divinity, and the inheritance of the blood race? This divinity was actually a rare race divinity, and the various information that poured into Eve's soul was none other than the inheritance of the vampire race. Art, culture, history, spells, it included thousands of families, but they were all related to the blood race. Unfortunately, these things were useless to Eve. At most, there were spells that didn't require the bloodline of the blood clan to cast. There were also all kinds of knowledge, such as the method of forming a blood clan contract, contracts that used blood as a medium, and so on. These could be thrown to the players as toys. Or perhaps, she could open a new race for the players to play with. For a moment, this idea flashed through Eve's mind. However, this idea was quickly abandoned by him. To be chosen as the host of the player's body, one condition must be met, and that was that Eve could easily produce the body of the species, and it could be mass-produced. Only in this way could Eve support the consumption of the players who liked to court death. Some of the characteristics of the vampires were contrary to the laws controlled by the World Tree, so they were not as useful as the elves and were far inferior to the elemental fairies. Therefore, this idea was not feasible at all. However, this thought gave Eve another idea. That was, he might be able to extract certain laws of the blood race and fuse them with the elven divinity to create a sub-branch of the elven race. It would be a new choice for players when creating characters or changing classes. How about a new profession? Oh. Blood elf? Eve thought mischievously. Of course, it wasn't the blood elves from a certain game on Blue Star. Instead, it was a new class, or rather a branch of the race, that imitated some of the characteristics of the blood race and greatly enhanced the elves' blood magic, blood contracts, and self-healing. That might not be a bad idea. Traditionally, there is a limit to the growth of the elves' bodies, even if the players' bodies are geniuses. It's just like how the humans on the Blue Star could never reach the speed of a cheetah no matter how hard they train. Leveling up would allow the players to increase their ability, but leveling up isn't the only way to increase one's ability. Within the same level, the difference in ability between different races is like heaven and earth. Perhaps I could add something interesting to the players' bloodlines, so that their ability would improve even if they don't level up. It's not just the power of the vampires. I also have some control over the power of the dragon and titan bloodlines. I could also create dragonborn elves, titan elves, and so on, Eve thought to herself. The war of gods and devils would be in half a year, and from the information she knew, Eve knew that the demons' main force was actually silver. With the players' current ability, they could already be considered powerful against those of the same level. However, if they were to encounter some demons with outstanding bloodlines, the battle would probably be a little more difficult. Of course, Eve could raise the player's ability by relaxing the level limit. However, the price-performance ratio wasn't very high. After all, every time the players leveled up, the price Eve had to pay to revive them would increase by a level. It would be fine if there were only a few players, but if there were a lot of them, then divine power would really flow like water. And as a true god in charge of the law of life, if she were to act from the perspective of bloodlines, perhaps Eve could open up another path and find another way. Of course, the premise was that Eve could engrave some kind of bloodline power into the template of producing elves. I can give it a try. It won't affect anything anyway. Looking at the blood-red crystal in her hand, Eve smiled. She seemed to see the demon's stunned expression when they were fighting with the players. Suddenly, the players roared and grew dragon scales and bat wings one by one, or their bodies turned into Popeye all of a sudden. That beautiful smile stunned the elemental fairies who were serving her by the side, and they hurriedly lowered their heads respectfully and filled her cup with elven flower tea. That was the tribute that the players gave to Eve in the form of offerings. With this idea in mind, Eve recorded the bloodline laws of the blood breeds so that she could try it out later. Then, she looked at the vampire's racial divinity and fell into deep thought. Borrowing part of the bloodline power of the vampires did not require this divinity. In fact, this divinity was of little value to Eve and did not have much attraction. The most important thing about a racial divinity was the number of individuals in the race. As for vampires, the entire universe of Seekers probably did not add up to the number of orcs. For this divinity, Eve could either find a follower of the Blood Clan to create a follower of the Blood Clan, ask the god of dwarves and forge to help her make a divine weapon, or exchange it with other true gods for something she needed. After thinking for a while, Eve planned to analyze the specific law power that the vampire divinity possessed first and then consider what to choose. She closed her eyes again and probed the divinity with her soul power. The blood-red crystal in her hand glowed faintly, and a moment later, Eve opened her eyes again. This time, there was a hint of surprise in her expression. Law of death? There was actually a lot of law of death in the vampire divinity, but soon, Eve figured out the reason. As a special species between the undead and the living, it was normal for vampires to have the law of death in their racial divinity. By the way, in addition to the law of death, the remaining law seeds were blood, charm, fear, slaughter. Of course, they were not laws that could condense into a specific divinity. They were only partial law fragments. And among them, the most numerous was the law of death. Law of death, Eve's heart moved slightly, and she had already thought of how to deal with this vampire divinity. It seems that I haven't contacted Miss Hella for a long time. I wonder if she'll be interested. He knocked on the armrest of the throne and murmured. Thinking of this, Eve gently waved her hand and summoned the chest of the dead that was connected to Death Hella. She used her divine power to create a projection of the vampire divinity and stuffed it in. Once she let go, she sent out mail. And after doing this, Eve pulled up her current status bar frowny face name, Eve Yggdrasil, race, world tree, ancient god, level, 150, mythical, status, intermediate divine power, clergy, nature, life, elf, title, goddess of life, mother of nature, lord of the elves, divine power, 292-323-0000, number of believers, 3, 65 million, saint 1, fanatic 4867, devout 434,000, shallow believers 3. 21 million, type of believers, crypt spider queen, 1, megalosaurus, 233, oak guard, 105, elemental fairy, 10,000, elf, 366,000, half-elf, 12. 21 million, half-elf, 289. 50 million, human, 555,000, half-orc, 1. 7 million, dwarf, 456, dark dwarf, 1453, goblin, 143, ability, absorb, communicate, bestow, enlighten, heal, summon, divine realm, celestial phenomenon, track, true artifact, scepter of life, nature's crown, withering heart, gate of reversal, sword of Damocles Chris, number of players, 560,000, black iron players, 524,000, black iron max level 50. 1 million, not max level 23,000, silver players, 36,000, silver lower level 35,000, silver middle level 0. 1 million, player main cities, Grey Harbor, Peak City, Winterfell, Xianxia, Atlantis, Lordaeron, Eden, player registered strongholds, 1241, player guilds, 3125, Super First Class 4, First Class 12, Second Class 97, Third Class 3012. As the Maple Moon territory became part of the church's sphere of influence, Eve's believers increased exponentially. And it was still going on. However, looking at the believers column, Eve felt that there were some strange things mixed in. If she pulled out the ellipsis in the believers column, she could see a bunch of different race names. Of course, the number of believers of each race was very small. The smallest number of believers was in the single digits. This was the most obvious feature of the god's reputation. When a true god's reputation spread across the entire continent, even if he didn't nurture believers, some races would believe in him spontaneously. Perhaps it was because they received the favor of the true God's believers, or because they admired the teachings of the true God, or because of the natural spread of the trade routes. However, Eve's main source of believers were elves and mixed-blood humans. Due to the quality of the believers, the humans of the Maple Moon territory could only be ranked third, higher than the Megalosaurus. Most of the 200 Megalosaurus believers were contracted companions of the players. The expansion of the believers in the Orlos demiplane had ended. The only thing that could be done was to continue purifying the bloodlines and turn the mixed-blood humans into elves and half-elves. However, the expansion of the believers in the Maple Moon territory had just begun. With a population of 5 million, even if the quality of the believers wasn't as good as the elves, it was still able to provide a lot of power. During this time, there were many priest players who went to the Maple Moon territory to preach. Even the entire Maple Moon territory was filled with elvish culture, and people started to admire the elven culture. Of course, the elven culture now was no longer the traditional elven culture. It was the upgraded version of Blue Star culture plus elven culture 2.0. It could be said that the belief of the true God was like a rolling snowball. As long as it broke through the original limit, the speed of expansion would be very fast. The development of the belief made Eve very satisfied. Although she wasn't strictly a believer of the true God, a stable belief grid could not only increase the source of divine power, but it could also strengthen the game network. This allowed Eve to support more player activities and reduce the cost of teleporting them. However, the biggest gain from this trip was neither the vampire divinity that Eve was interested in, nor the expansion of the believers. It was the soaring divine power. I'm just one step away from becoming a great divine power. Looking at her 29,000 divine power, Eve was in a good mood. It had to be said that the sealed Titan princess was indeed powerful. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, she still had close to 10,000 divine power. After devouring her power, Eve's divine power almost directly skyrocketed to the limit. In fact, if the divine power in Eve's true God avatar was added, Eve's total divine power had exceeded the minimum requirement of 30,000 divine power. Once it broke through 30,000 divine power, Eve would officially return to the level of a great divine power. Do you want to try it now? Feeling the abundant magic in her body, Eve's heart was a little restless. Now, if she transferred the divine power in her avatar to her main body, she could immediately reach 30,000 divine power. However, according to past experience, every time Eve promoted, there would be a lot of strange phenomena. The last time she promoted to a mid-level divine power, the entire world of Seekers was affected. She relied on the fall of Allure to barely muddle through. If she promoted to a great divine power now, she was afraid that the disturbance would definitely be much greater than the last time. In Eve's original plan, she had planned to wait until the War of Gods and Devils and take advantage of it to promote. Now that the conditions for promotion were met, she could not hold back anymore. However, although she felt like there were ants scratching her heart, in the end, Eve still held it in. Her main body had not yet separated from the origin of the world of Seekers. If she promoted to a great divine power now, not to mention the strange phenomena, just the seal of the world of Seekers might be undone prematurely. Thinking about it carefully, it was more appropriate to wait until she separated from the origin of the world of Seekers and used the War of Gods and Devils to cover up the movement in the abyss. Half a year should be enough to separate from the origin of the world of Seekers. Just as Eve was checking her own status, the chest of the dead placed at the side of the temple suddenly lit up. So fast? Eve was a little surprised. She waved her hand, called the chest of the dead into her hand, and opened it. Your Highness Eve, meet at the Pantheon Temple, now. Hela's voice rang in Eve's mind. However, there was no longer the laziness of the past. World of Seekers, Pantheon Temple. In the grand and solemn golden palace, holy light flickered on the throne. A vast aura descended, and Eve's figure appeared on the God of Life throne that was decorated with flowers and vines. She looked towards the temple and saw that she was not alone in the temple. There were also a few unfamiliar gods. Their appearances were faintly discernible like Eve's, and they were wrapped in holy light as they stood and talked in the distance. Sensing Eve's arrival, the few true gods looked over, and then slightly nodded as a greeting. Eve also nodded as a response. Although she did not recognize the origins of these true gods, at this moment, a deep aura suddenly appeared in the temple, and it was very familiar to Eve. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Hela's white bone throne, and saw that the dark gray light was constantly outlining on the throne, and soon turned into a graceful figure hidden in the gray fog. The Lord of Death and the Underworld, Hela. When Eve looked over, Hela also looked over. She nodded slightly at Eve and sent a message through her soul. Your Holiness Eve, let's talk in the Independent Temple. Independent Temple, Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced around, but she did not see any other temples. At this moment, Hela took the lead to leave her throne and walked towards the back of the Pantheon Temple. Eve also suppressed her curiosity and followed. The two mythics, one in front and one behind, quickly walked to the wall on the side of the Pantheon Temple. Hela lightly tapped the wall of the temple, and waves instantly rippled on the wall, and then a solemn temple door appeared. Eve sensed the fluctuation of space, and this temple should have been temporarily opened in another dimension. She followed Hela and walked in. Her vision changed, and Eve came to a temple that was much smaller than the Pantheon Temple. The entire temple was made of white stone, and it was square in shape, surrounded by a circle of tall stone pillars, which reminded her of the Parthenon Temple in Blue Star in her previous life. The background of the temple was a boundless starry sky, and in the deep darkness, there were countless dazzling brilliance that intoxicated people. Eve looked at it and recognized that it should be the projection of the universe of seekers. Hela came to the center of the temple. The holy light on her body had dissipated, revealing her true appearance. She had long black hair, scarlet eyes, and a dignified face. She gave off an austere and noble feeling. She wore a wide black robe with white patterns and skull patterns on it. He looked at the center of the temple, and two majestic divine thrones immediately appeared in the center of the temple. No, it was not an illusion. In Eve's perception, he had used his divine power to create two divine thrones. This temple has part of the power of the divine kingdom. Eve's heart skipped a beat. Hela quickly sat on one of the thrones and gestured to Eve. Your Holiness Eve, please sit. Eve nodded slightly and sat across from Hela. I didn't expect that the Pantheon Temple had such a place. She looked at the temple and said. This is an independent space that the gods can enter when they talk in private. It has some characteristics of the divine kingdom. You can enter by tapping on the wall of the Pantheon Temple. The war between the gods and demons is about to begin. Recently, there will be mythics in the Pantheon Temple from time to time, so it is more convenient to talk here. Here, we can directly use our divine power to create what we want. Of course, we can't bring it out. Hela said with a smile. Eve nodded and patted the armrest of the throne. With her action, a simple stone table appeared between the two mythics. On the table, there were two crystal cups and a teapot with a tempting fragrance. The teapot flew up by itself and filled the two crystal cups with a pale golden liquid. Hela raised her eyebrows slightly and waved her hand gently. One of the crystal cups flew in front of her. She took the cup and took a sip. Her eyebrows relaxed and she couldn't help but nod slightly. Not bad elven flower tea. Your Holiness Hela is knowledgeable. Eve said with a smile. Hela finished the tea in one gulp and shook her head slightly. It's just that as the god of death, I have seen more memories of the dead. After that, her expression became serious and she went straight to the point. Your Holiness Eve, what's with the illusion you sent me just now? Eve didn't answer directly. Instead, she stretched out her right hand and a light flickered. After a spatial fluctuation, the blood-red crystal appeared in her hand. Seeing this crystal, Hela's expression became serious. Her scarlet eyes swept across the crystal, and then her eyes lit up. It's really the blood-kindred divinity. Where did you get it? It's like this, Eve smiled faintly and told him the main points of the story. After listening to her, Hela frowned slightly. The Cappadocia family. It seems that they are indeed the direct descendants of Guy. Then, she snorted coldly. No wonder I couldn't find the law of death that Guy stole. It turns out that he hid it in his own divinity and passed it on to his descendants. Guy was the ancestor of the blood kindred. After receiving the inheritance of the blood kindred, Eve also knew the origin of this divinity and the blood kindred. Unlike other races that had their race before their race's divinity, the vampires had their divinity before their race. And the one who created the vampires was the ancestor, Guy. Creating life was almost the unique ability of the god of life. It was difficult for other mythical beings to do so. But the ancestor of the blood kindred, Guy, did it. He didn't use the power of the divinity of life. Instead, he did the opposite and used the power of the law of death. It was also because the original blood kindred divinity had a part of the law of death that the vampires created by Guy could become a strange creature that was between the undead and the living. At this point, Eve looked at the blood kindred divinity with a surprised expression. Your Holiness Hela, is this the part of the law of death that you once said you lost? Hela nodded. Guy was once a subordinate god of the original death god, but he defected 1,000,000 years ago and stole a part of the law of death. At that time, the abyss erupted for the first time, and the original death god fell because of it. Later on, I once tracked down Guy's whereabouts and fought with him in the ruins of a titan. In the end, I killed him. But I was also seriously injured and almost lost control of the underworld. However, I didn't find where he hid the stolen law of death. With that, Hela looked at Eve again with a serious gaze. Your Holiness Eve, as an ally, I won't beat around the bush. What price do I have to pay to get it from you? Seeing Hela's burning gaze, Eve smiled slightly. Your Holiness Hela, you're too polite. This divinity is of no use to me. I only thought of contacting you because I discovered the law of death contained in it. If you need it, feel free to take it. With that, she opened her palm, and the blood-red crystal slowly rose and flew toward the death god Hela. Hela was slightly startled and subconsciously took the divinity. When she looked at Eve again, her gaze became gentler. Your Holiness Eve, your generosity makes me ashamed, she sighed slightly, her tone filled with gratitude. Hela suddenly stood up, bowed slightly to Eve, and continued, Thank you for your time. Perhaps you don't know the significance of this part of the law to me. To others, this is just a secondary divinity that can at most make a mortal a low-level divine power. But to me, this is the key to controlling the underworld and perfecting my priesthood. But with that, she changed the topic. Your Holiness Eve, I'm very grateful for your gift, but I've never liked to owe other mythical beings, even if we're allies. If you want anything from me, feel free to ask. If it's something that I can do, I'll agree to it. Eve was slightly startled. Looking at Hela's calm and determined gaze, she had a thought and asked. Your Holiness Hela, with this, can you enter and exit the underworld for a short time? Hela nodded slightly. Of course, the reason why I can't enter and exit the underworld at will is to prevent those despicable fellows from fighting for control. But if I perfect my priesthood and completely control the underworld, everything won't be a problem. Looking at Hela's confident expression, Eve realized another layer of meaning in her words. With this divinity, her path to becoming a great divine power would be unimpeded, and she would probably achieve it very soon. Thinking of this, Eve asked again. If that's the case, can you protect me when I'm promoted to a great divine power? Promoted to a great divine power? Hela was slightly startled. She looked at Eve in disbelief, and the surprise in her eyes could not be concealed. Your Holiness Eve, are you going to be promoted to a great divine power? Eve nodded slightly. Almost. I plan to go to the abyss to promote during the war of gods and devils. Go to the abyss? You can actually leave the Seeker's dimension? Hela was stunned. I was lucky to have some opportunities. Eve replied. Hela stared at Eve in a daze for a while, then sighed softly. Your growth rate surprises me. It seems that you will soon be able to recover to the peak of the world tree. After saying that, her expression became serious. Your Holiness Eve, when you plan to promote, let me know in advance, and I will be there in time. After getting Hela's promise, Eve felt at ease. Although promoting in the abyss could avoid the eyes and ears of the gods, it was possible that she would be besieged by the evil gods. At this time, it was best to have a powerful helper to protect her. After reaching an agreement, the two myths exchanged some information that they knew. Eve told Hela about the current situation of the Seeker's world, and Hela told her about the recent news that she had learned about the heaven. The entire human god system did not have any backlash because Eve had included the Maple Leaf territory in her sphere of influence. As Eve had speculated, they were preparing for the war of gods and devils. This made Eve completely relieved. After talking for a while, the two myths planned to leave. But before leaving, Eve suddenly thought of something. Your Holiness Hela. She suddenly spoke. Your Holiness Eve, is there anything else you want to talk about? Hela stopped dispersing her avatar. Eve's expression became serious. When I was fighting with the Titan King Ares, he once said something, we are all pitiful creatures abandoned by the world. Do you know what this means? When Hela heard this, she frowned slightly. She thought for a moment and shook her head gently. I'm not sure. This is the first time I've heard of this. Eve was a little disappointed. But, Hela suddenly changed the topic. I suddenly remembered that when I received the inheritance of the god of death, I once heard the sigh of the primordial god of death. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now that I hear you say this, I feel that there might be some connection between the two. What is it? Eve asked. Hela hesitated for a moment and said, we are all failures. We are all failures. Eve frowned and became more and more puzzled. Looking at her frowning brows, Hela said, Your Holiness Eve. Many secrets of the ancient era have been forgotten by people under the gears of time. Although we are powerful true gods, there are still many secrets of the Seeker's universe that we have not mastered. Who is the god of creation who created the universe? Where did Neo, the king of gods, go? Where did the abyss come from? Until now, no one has been able to answer these questions. When I became the god of death, the words of inheritance left by the primordial god of death told me that before I became a great divine power, I should not attempt to explore the secrets of the entire world. After I become a great divine power, I will know everything. After bidding farewell to Hela, Eve returned to her divine kingdom. Sitting on her divine throne, she recalled what Hela had said before she left. After becoming a great divine power, I will know everything. At this moment, Eve remembered what the Lord of Eternity had said to her when he saw her, and what Yelenos had said to her. They had all expressed similar intentions. At this moment, Eve remembered the agreement between her and Yelenos, as well as the place that the dwarf god, Balat, had warned her many times, the land of origin. The land of origin. What secrets are you hiding? She murmured. After thinking for a moment, Eve shook her head again. Don't think too much. A great divine power is right in front of me. I will know everything sooner or later. No matter what secrets the Seeker's universe is hiding, as long as I am strong enough, nothing will be a problem. In the transcendent world, strength is the capital to change everything. Eve had the confidence to do so. As long as she could survive the descent of the gods in 3 years, in theory, she had the ability to continue to grow and eventually grow into a great divine power after Neo. Just the absorb ability alone was destined to her footsteps forward and would never stop. Let's try to use the bloodline power of the blood breed to expand the player's professions first. I also have to actively prepare for the war of gods and devils. As she spoke, she contacted the game system. The cool sea breeze blew from the west, bringing with it a salty and moist smell. The seagulls sang loudly in the air, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Coupled with the soothing tune unique to the seaside city of Milovaya in the game system, one couldn't help but close their eyes and feel a sense of tranquility that was far away from the mundane world. She forgot all her worries and tiredness. She only wanted to sing at the top of the waves chasing after the waves, the sea surface that was as blue as a mirror, and the sea surface that was as soft as silk. That was the impulse in Cyber's heart. As a semi-casual hunter player, Cyber loved to admire the scenery of Elven Kingdom after completing missions. Especially the seaside city of Milovaya. He didn't even set up his house in the most convenient main cities. Instead, he bought a seaside villa in Milovia. Standing on the balcony of his villa's seaside bedroom, Cyber stretched his body. It was another exciting weekend. He could once again play the game for more than 40 hours. Oh, no, it was more than 100 hours. After eating some bread, drinking some juice with dried bacon, and filling his stomach, Cyber put on his equipment and left the house. He walked to the streets of Milovia. It had been almost half a year since the players discovered this city. It had also been 2 months since Sophia's mission. At this moment, Milovia was full of vitality. NPCs and players could be seen coming and going. The elegant elf-style buildings on both sides of the white stone road had all sorts of shops. Some were owned by players, while others were owned by NPCs. Players on magical beasts or carriages could be seen hurriedly passing through the middle of the road. Most of them were leisure merchants. Although it had only been a few months, as the only seaside city, Milovia had become the main source of seafood for the players in the Elven Forest. Almost every famous guild had set up fishing boats at the docks here. Perhaps the city wasn't as lively as Xianxia and Rivendell, but it was definitely full of vitality. Avoiding the carriages in the middle of the road, Cyber walked slowly toward the Temple of Life along the right side of the street. This was the first thing he did every time he went online. He went to the Temple of Life to find the priest to accept the daily mission. Although there were many NPCs in Milovia, and if he could befriend 1 or 2 of them or find a part-time job in an NPC's shop, he would be able to solve the daily mission's rewards. However, Cyber still preferred to visit the shrine. He could also visit the merchant shop to see if there were any new goods on sale. 2 months ago, this was how he had drawn the first batch of bloodline talents to test out his bloodline talent and obtained the quota of blood elves. Blood elf, that was a new function added after the latest update of Elven Kingdom. It was a branch under bloodline talent. There was only one of it. It could only be obtained from the lucky prize pool. As long as he could obtain this bloodline talent, he would be able to strengthen his bloodline power. He would be stronger than ordinary elves and obtain the skill, Awaken. Once it was awakened, it could transform into a sprite with special powers and obtain a huge bonus. It was similar to the druid's transformation skill, but Cyber felt that it was more flexible than the druid's. After all, the druid would obtain 70% of the target's strength after transforming, while Awaken gave him a new bonus on top of the original skill. The bonuses of the blood elves were some unique blood magic, summoning magic, and transformation magic. Cyber had learned 3 of them. One was flying bat wings, another was atomization magic, and the last was bloodline ignition. For some reason, Cyber felt that this ability was similar to the inferior vampires of the Cappadocia family that he had hunted down in Maple Leaf City 2 months ago. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. The background music was melodious, and Cyber couldn't help but hum along with it. Occasionally, a player who was jumping on the roofs and vaulting over the walls would accidentally miss a step and fall to the ground. He would then roll his eyes at him. All right. Isn't it good to be honest? Gradually, the number of players increased as they reached the city's dock. Looking at the shore, they could see ships of all sizes docked at the dock. Some were built by the players themselves, while others were bought from the Heirs Kingdom in the south and transported to Milovia by land. The dock was bustling with noise and excitement. Moreover, there were even more players running towards the dock. Cyber looked over curiously and raised his eyebrows. It seemed much noisier than usual. He grabbed a passing player and asked, "What's up? What's going on over there?" The passerby player looked excited. "Hey, our guild's exploration team is back." Exploration team? Cyber paused for a moment and glanced at the guild name above the player's head. Main Committee. Then, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard a piece of gossip more than 2 months ago. It seemed that the well-known leader of the Main Committee, Boxed Lunch, had set up an exploration fleet with the support of Little Salty Meow and went out to sea to explore the map boundary. However, Cyber believed another rumor from the Main Committee. It was said that Boxed Lunch and his team were looking for Malovia's elves. The mysterious disappearance of Malovia's elves was one of the hottest topics in Elven Nation. Unlike the other cities discovered by the players, this Elven city had no traces of battle. The city was well preserved, and the elves seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Early on, some players had found items left behind by the elves in the nearby Titan ruins, so many people guessed that Malovia's elves had entered the ruins. However, as the players turned the entire Titan ruins upside down, they realized that it was difficult to find even a single magical beast or monster. There were no good Titan ruins either. The entire ruins were empty, and only some rare and delicious mushrooms attracted some greedy players to pick some to make soup. Later on, some people guessed that Malovia's elves had gone out to sea. Then, there was the Mang Mang Committee's exploration team. Thinking of this, Cyber's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know what the Mang Mang Committee's exploration team had found. The Mang Mang Committee must have known about the exploration team's progress. However, as an outsider, he could only go to the dock to find out. The Mang Mang Committee's exploration ship was a two-masted ship. After docking, Cyber saw a few familiar figures getting off the ship. Boxed Lunch, Optimist, Calabash, Chopin, and so on. They were all famous players on the leaderboard. He leaned over and heard the poorest player in the server, Optimist, talking excitedly to someone. That's right. We went south along the coast and finally went around the Death Desert. We can reach the southernmost part of the Death Desert. Time? About 20 days. It's time-consuming, and it's not as convenient as the teleportation portal. But when we go further east, it won't work. It seems that we're about to enter the sphere of influence of the Kingdom of Airs. We tried, and the ship can go over, but we can't. If it weren't for the NPC at the helm, we would have fallen into the water. If I'm not wrong, we should be able to build a sea trade route from Milovia to the Kingdom of Airs. However, considering that there's already the Weimar River and the teleportation portal, I don't think it'll be very useful. But if we can build a large ship, it might be worth it. If we use the teleportation portal for large items, it'll cost a lot of magic stones. West? There's a border in the west too, about 20 kilometers. After 20 kilometers from the coast, we'll reach the end of the map. However, it could be that the new map hasn't been released yet. You don't know, it's too beautiful. The scenery is too beautiful. Including the Death Desert on the coast. There's a large red stone mountain over there. It's by the sea, and the sunset is very dreamy. And the sunrise on the sea, it's very mesmerizing. I'll send you a screenshot later. Sea monsters? We're not too far from the coast, but the captain said that he sensed many magical beasts in the sea. We even dived and killed some. They tasted good. Where's I'm invincible? That guy can't swim, but he wants to act cool. He accidentally drowned when we dived into the sea. He should be drawing circles in the Peak City now. Oh right, we met a giant whale once. I think it's at least gold. Let me show you a screenshot. Elves? Sigh. I didn't find any. There aren't any islands overseas. To be honest, I didn't think it was reliable to find elves. I don't think it's reliable either. Cyber said in his heart. He could understand why those big guilds wanted to find Malovia's elves. It was just for the possible storyline mission. There was a saying in Elven Nation, whoever could trigger the storyline would have the opportunity to surpass others. After all, the rewards were too much. However, as a semi-casual player, he did not care. He was satisfied to be able to keep up with the pace of the main group. Just like now, he had stepped into silver. Although he was not one of the top bosses, when he met most of the players on the road, it was enough to enjoy the envious gazes of others. After all, even if the number of silver players had exploded recently, there were only about 50,000 of them. Top 10%, looking at the dock that was getting more and more crowded, Cyber silently chanted a spell and used atomization. His eyes instantly turned red, and in the next second, he turned into a cloud of black smoke. Then, the smoke blew into the distance like the wind. In just a few seconds, he rushed out of the crowd and flew nearly 100 meters away, slowly revealing his human form. F***CK. Atomization. Blood elves. I'm so envious. Behind him, the other players exclaimed. Cyber could not help but curl his lips, but he quickly cleared his throat and returned to his calm expression. He continued to walk towards the temple. Like other elven cities, Melovia's Temple of Life was located in the center of the city. After entering the temple, he bypassed the players who were staring blankly at the goddess statue in the main hall and quickly found an NPC priestess that he had a good relationship with, a cute elven lady. "It's Mr. Cyber. Do you want to receive a daily mission again today?" The elven priestess smiled. Cyber nodded. "Help me find one with a higher reward." "Okay, let me take a look." The elven priestess nodded and then looked straight ahead. Cyber knew that the priestess was checking the mission system. After a while, the elven priestess retracted her gaze and smiled at Cyber. "Is the mission of collecting fat head mushrooms in the ruins okay? Tomorrow, the church's higher-ups will come to Milovia for an inspection. The temple doesn't have enough ingredients, so the chief priestess wants to hire someone to collect some fat head mushrooms in the ruins of the Titans." Fat head mushrooms were a specialty of the nearby ruins of the Titans. Not only were they delicious, but they were also filled with magic. They were a high-quality ingredient and magic ingredient. Don't underestimate this mushroom collecting mission. Fat head mushrooms grew very secretively. If the players were not sensitive to auras, it would be very difficult to find them in the ruins. Reward? It depends on the amount collected. 500 contribution points for 1 pound. So much? Cyber was surprised. Daily missions were usually 1 or 2,000 contribution points, which could be completed in half an hour. It would be more troublesome to collect fat head mushrooms in the ruins, but the more he collected, the more rewards he would receive. According to Cyber's previous experience, 500 contribution points for 1 pound would be enough to earn him thousands or even tens of thousands of contribution points. There aren't many fat head mushrooms left, so it's not as convenient to collect them as before. The elven priestess explained. Cyber was enlightened. Little Miss Priest said so. It is estimated that the easy-to-pick should have been picked up by the group of animals that wave every day. After accepting the mission from the priestess, Cyber followed the route in his memory to the ruins of the Titans. The ruins of the Titans near Milovia weren't far from the city. Moreover, there was a teleportation circle that led directly to the city center, so Cyber quickly arrived at his destination. Unlike the other ruins of the Titans, this one wasn't located in a different dimension. Instead, it was buried underground. After paying the teleportation circle fee, Cyber entered the ruins. He hadn't been to the ruins for a long time. The last time he was here was 2 months ago, so he could only follow his vague memory to find the area where the fat head mushrooms were. However, even though Cyber was mentally prepared for the fat head mushroom to be looted by the players, he couldn't help but twitch his lips when he arrived at the ruins and stared at the corner that was so clean that it looked as though it had been wiped clean. Let's go deeper. He shook his head. The ruins of the Titans weren't as big as the other ruins, but perhaps because it was buried underground, the interior was more complicated. At the same time, there were many collapsed and buried areas. The deeper he went, the more likely he was to find more fat head mushrooms. After searching for a while, Cyber finally found his target under a pile of rocks. It was a plump mushroom that looked a little like the monkey head mushroom in the blue star. He was delighted and picked it up. Then, he put it under his nose and used the hunter's tracking skill. This was the advantage of being a hunter, the ultimate skill of finding things. After using the skill, Cyber quickly sensed the presence of many fat head mushrooms. He followed the scent and searched one by one. The deeper Cyber went, the more fat head mushrooms he picked. Many places in the ruins had collapsed, but this wasn't a problem for Cyber. With the atomization, he could squeeze into any crack. In order to find more fat head mushrooms, he used atomization again and again, squeezing into one crack after another. Unknowingly, he came to a place with piles of rocks. At this time, Cyber looked at the map and realized that he had unknowingly left the area of the ruins that the players had explored before. Atomization is so useful. Did I open a new map? Cyber looked at the pile of rocks in front of him and was excited. This was the deepest part of the ruins and no players had ever come here. If it wasn't for atomization, he wouldn't have been able to reach this place. What surprised him was that he found a large number of fat head mushrooms here. I've struck gold. Cyber exclaimed. Cyber greedily put the fat head mushrooms into his small storage ring and was in a good mood. There are some under the rocks too. The tracking skill pointed at the bottom of the pile of rocks. Cyber took a deep breath and used the skill to move the rocks away. He was ready to pick up the fat head mushroom. However, when he moved the rocks away and looked under the rocks, his eyes narrowed. Magic patterns? Under the rocks, there was a complicated pattern. Only a corner was exposed. The pattern extended to the surroundings and was covered by other rocks. Cyber's heart skipped a beat and he used the skill to move the rocks in front of him one by one. After he was done, the full appearance of the magic pattern was revealed in front of him. It was a circular magic array. This magic array seemed to have been around for a long time. A few magic nodes were piled up with debris. Those should be magic stones that had lost their effectiveness. Cyber's eyebrows twitched. Ceiling magic array? He had learned some knowledge about magic arrays. Although he wasn't proficient in it, he knew how to operate it. Although the patterns on this magic array were different from the ones he had learned, the meaning of the runes at the core was definitely ceiling. In an instant, Cyber became excited. He felt that he might have found something incredible. Could it be a treasure? He swallowed his saliva. After thinking for a while, he took out a few magic stones from his storage ring and placed them into the magic nodes of the magic array. Then, he used the method he learned to activate magic arrays and injected magic into the magic array. When the magic entered the magic array, the entire dark underground ruin suddenly emitted a bright light. It was the magic array on the ground that was shining. This magic array wasn't damaged. Cyber was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, the magic stones on the magic array cracked into pieces and the entire magic array dimmed. Cyber was stunned for a moment before he understood. Is there not enough magic? He looked at the magic array that was obviously old and hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and took out a few high-quality magic stones. Those were the ammunition that the Cute Committee gave him when he was controlling the magic crystal cannons in the Maple Leaf Territory War. He hadn't used them all. This time, the magic array emitted a dazzling light. Before Cyber could react, he felt a huge suction force from the void and his surroundings instantly turned into darkness. It was as though he had traveled through infinity and space. In his daze, Cyber felt as though he was on a roller coaster. The world was spinning and his head was heavy. He couldn't control his body, couldn't make a sound, and almost stopped breathing. In front of him was a world filled with colorful lights. For a moment, he felt as though he was looking at a boundless starry sky. However, in the next second, the world was replaced by a deep darkness. When Cyber endured the feeling of suffocation and vomiting, guessing if he was stuck with a bug, the world suddenly returned to normal. Cyber collapsed on the ground, greedily breathing in the air. However, the air that entered his nostrils had an indescribable sense of decay, causing him to almost pass out. He opened his eyes and looked up. This was no longer the Titan ruins. Above his head, there was an extremely deep darkness, and thick clouds were slowly rolling. From time to time, silver lightning would streak across the sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder, illuminating everything. However, in the next second, the sky would be covered by the thick clouds. After resting for a while, Cyber stood up like a carp and observed his surroundings. He found himself in a boundless world. In front of him was a boundless wilderness. There wasn't even a shadow of a plant on the ground, only dark brown soil. The desertification of the land was very serious. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that there was a faint black smoke rising from the ground. Cyber, who had cleared the demonic god's labyrinth countless times, knew that it was a sign of being polluted by the power of the abyss. The surroundings were very quiet. Other than the occasional thunder, there was no other sound in the world. There wasn't even the sound of the wind. It felt as though the world had stopped. Where is this? Cyber was at a loss. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked back. He found no traces of a teleportation circle behind him, nor were there any traces of a teleportation door. It was as though he had suddenly appeared here. It's that ceiling circle. I must have successfully activated it, then I felt myself being sucked in. Could it be that this is the space sealed by the circle? Is it a new map? Cyber guessed excitedly. However, just as he was about to use the detection skill to observe his surroundings, a strong sense of danger suddenly attacked him. Cyber's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side. The ground he was standing on suddenly split open, and a 4-meter-long pincer rushed out. F***CK. Looking at the ferocious claws with black fur, Cyber was almost scared to death. However, before he could stabilize himself, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Cyber lowered his head, only to see a sharp proboscis breaking out of the ground and piercing his chest. The numbness spread to his limbs, and his brain gradually became sluggish. Cyber opened his mouth, and his consciousness sank into darkness. A golden radiance flashed and Cyber crawled up from the resurrection area of Heaven's Chosen City's central plaza. He gasped for air, and there seemed to be a lingering pain in his chest. F***CK, I forgot to lower the pain level before entering the ruins. He cursed inwardly. After checking his equipment, Cyber heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that all of his items had been recycled with him. But soon, his heart began to ache again. 50 resurrection tokens are gone. Now that he was level 50, each death would deduct 50 resurrection tokens. 50 resurrection tokens were equivalent to 5,000 contribution points. Considering that there was a limit to the number of resurrection tokens that could be exchanged per day, even if Cyber carefully saved up for a long time, he only had a total of 202 resurrection tokens. This guy had taken away a quarter of it. I wonder if I can make up for it by plucking the fat head mushroom, but very quickly, Cyber adjusted his state of mind and became excited again. Thinking about the mysterious world that he had just arrived at through the ceiling circle, he was excited. That place. I've never heard of it before. Did I also discover a new map? The monster that was able to kill him in an instant was probably at least at the upper silver level. And if there was a monster, it could very well be a new hidden map in the game. He had been playing games for more than a year, and he was very familiar with the Elven Nation officials. Unlike other games, Elven Nation liked to hide many plots and maps, and not directly announce them. Instead, it allowed players to discover them on their own. From a player's point of view, it was actually quite interesting. This was also the reason why the Mengmeng Committee organized an overseas expedition team. However, when Cyber looked at the official website information on the chat interface, he realized that there was no system notification of discovering a new map like before. It's not a new map? Cyber was slightly stunned. Or maybe, it's because I died too quickly? Did I trigger the system's judgment in time? He thought again. After pondering for a moment, Cyber decided to pack up and return to the ruins of the Titans to check it out again. He did not plan to call anyone else. When a new map or hidden mission was triggered, the first batch of people to discover it would be on the wall and receive some special benefits or even rewards. As a normal person, he did not want to give this opportunity to others. Furthermore, he was not a guild player, but a normal solo player, so he did not need to report to the guild like other players. In the past, he had joined the First Legion, but there were too many guild activities in the First Legion, and most of them were compulsory. As a semi-casual player, Cyber was not very used to that kind of rhythm, so he quit in the end. Later on, the Mengmeng Committee also invited him, but after becoming a solo player and buying a seaside house in Milovia, Cyber suddenly felt that the leisurely life of a solo player was not bad, so he declined. Buy some magic scrolls, nuclear supplies, and change into my strongest defense equipment. That monster might be the gatekeeper boss. As long as I can dodge it, I might be able to trigger something. If it doesn't work, I'll consider calling the others in the guild. Cyber thought. He opened his status bar and was ready to see how many contribution points he had left to buy some supplies in the City of Heaven's Chosen. However, when he noticed his resurrection token, he was slightly taken aback. 202 coins? Looking at the number of resurrection coins, Cyber thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Didn't I just die once? I even resurrected from the world tree, why didn't my resurrection coins decrease at all? He looked a little confused. Touching his chest, the pain did not seem to have dissipated. Cyber swore that the death just now was definitely not an illusion. Not to mention, he was still at the ruins a second ago. Unless he died and resurrected, how could he appear at the resurrection point in the City of Heaven's Chosen? Could it be? I'm stuck in a bug? Cyber's eyes lit up. I've made a profit. I've saved 50 resurrection coins. He was overjoyed. Then, he quickly thought of something else. Wait. Could it be that the resurrection coins don't get deducted when I die in that sealing circle? Once this thought arose, it would not go away. Furthermore, Cyber's desire to rediscover that mysterious world became even stronger. That's right, he was willing to call it a mysterious world. After all, the sun was still hanging high in the sky, and the sky there was obviously dark. Of course, even if he had such a guess, Cyber did not intend to use his death to verify it. He bought some one-time escape scrolls in the City of Heaven's Chosen and used the teleportation circle again to return to the Titan ruins near Milovia. He had already marked the location of the sealing circle on the mini-map, so it didn't take him too long to arrive at the location of the sealing circle. The magic crystal from the last time he activated the circle was still there, but it was a little dimmer. Cyber picked it up and sensed that almost half of the magic power inside had been used up. Can I activate it again? He frowned slightly. He only had a few pieces of magic crystal left. This kind of ore had more magic power than magic stones and was very precious. If he bought it on the market, one piece would cost at least 30,000 contribution points. 4 pieces of magic crystal, that would be 120,000 contribution points. Although Cyber was not poor as a silver player, 120,000 contribution points was not that much of a waste. If I can't find anything this time, I'll call the others or ask for help on the official forum. He thought. Cyber was ready to activate the sealing circle again. A bright light shone, and the world around him changed again. The discomfort from before came again, and the world was spinning. But this time, Cyber was prepared. The moment he was about to lose his 5 senses, he transformed into a blood elf and used his innate magic, mist transformation. His vision changed, and Cyber appeared in that mysterious world again, but this time, he descended in the form of a black mist. He didn't hesitate at all. The moment he descended, he immediately flew into the distance. As if sensing his presence, the ground split open again, and the huge pincers and slender mouthparts broke out of the ground again. But this time, Cyber, who had turned into a black mist, was prepared. He escaped the attack like a gust of wind, and slowly appeared hundreds of meters away. While panting, Cyber turned around and finally saw what the monster that attacked him was. It looked like a huge beetle or a scorpion, and its head was like a mosquito's sharp mouthpart. Its body was covered in black scales, and its whole body was emitting an evil aura, a monster contaminated by the power of the abyss. Cyber judged in his heart. Since it did not catch Cyber, the ferocious monster did not seem to have the intention to continue chasing him. Instead, it went back into the ground. The ground closed up again, and in the midst of the mist, it returned to its original state without any traces. It's instinctive hunting. It's not specifically guarding the entrance or targeting me. It seems like there are some living creatures on the surface of this mysterious map, and they are being hunted by this monster. Otherwise, this monster would not be waiting for prey like this. As a hunter player, Cyber had already developed the habit of judging the environment based on the monster's behavior. This awareness even extended to the real world, and his observation skills in the real world had unknowingly improved. The monster went back into the ground, and he was temporarily safe. However, this also reminded Cyber that this quiet world wasn't as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. It was filled with murderous intent. Let's check out the surroundings. Cyber thought in his heart. He wanted to bring up the mini-map, record his current coordinates, and turn on the map drawing function. However, when Cyber shifted his gaze to the mini-map at the top right corner of his vision, he was stunned. There, the mini-map was dark. Cyber frowned slightly. He opened the mini-map, but there was no response at all. There was only a spinning circle loaded with network. What's going on? Is the signal bad? Cyber's frown deepened. Blue Star's network technology had completely solved the signal problem many years ago. From the moment Cyber came into contact with the network, he had never encountered any signal problems. He looked at the chat box at the bottom left corner of his vision, and his gaze froze. The latest message in the world chat was from 5 minutes ago, and he had not entered the new map at that time. After entering the new map, they didn't receive any new information. Cyber's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly brought up his friends list. He was shocked to find that everyone's avatar had turned gray. When he tried to connect to the external network through the game system, he only received a warning: the system connection is disconnected. Temporarily unable to connect to the network, Cyber was speechless. He suddenly had a bad feeling, and he quickly opened the logout button. The logout button was still there. That scared me. I thought something bad was going to happen. He sighed in relief. However, when Cyber tried to press the logout button, he realized that the usual "Do you want to exit the game?" dialog box did not pop up. What popped up was a spinning circle, and the system connection is disconnected notification. Cyber was speechless. Can't exit the game? He immediately panicked. Calm down. Calm down. You can even kill yourself to return to the city. You can even kill yourself to return to the city. This must be a bug in the game. This must be a bug in the game. Cyber quickly comforted himself. He took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed down. The resurrection tokens were not deducted, and the connection to the game system was disconnected. Gradually, Cyber had some guesses in his mind. Maybe, I'm stuck in a map that is not open to players yet. With this thought, Cyber calmed down quite a bit. After hesitating for a while, he decided to look around, and then he would run back to the monster to kill himself, or he would just kill himself with his dagger. He randomly chose a direction, activated his detection skill, and walked carefully. This world was desolate, and there was nothing. In his line of sight, there was only a monotonous wilderness. Only the flashing lightning in the sky proved that this was not a static world. After Cyber walked for about 10 minutes, suddenly, a similar sense of danger rose up again. Without hesitation, he immediately used the mist transformation spell and escaped into the distance. Behind him, a ferocious monster broke out of the ground again. This monster looked similar to the one from before, but its strength seemed to be much weaker. After dodging the sneak attack, Cyber identified that the opponent's strength was at the lower silver level. However, the name was a series of question marks. Humph, a silver-level monster dares to sneak attack me? Cyber sneered, and took out his dagger, intending to teach the monster a lesson. However, just as he was about to fight, a silver arrow suddenly shot from afar, and hit the monster's head. With a loud bang, the monster's head was blasted into pieces. A wave of hot air with a fishy smell rushed towards Cyber, causing him to cough uncontrollably. However, compared to the turbid air, his attention was completely attracted by the scene on the other side. The monster that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws a moment ago had its upper body completely disappeared. It fell to the ground, twitching as dark green blood flowed all over the ground. After a while, it stopped moving. So strong, Cyber opened his mouth wide. To kill a silver-ranked monster in one hit, one had to be at least an upper silver rank to do so. This was the experience Cyber had when he was doing missions with high-level NPCs. What made him even more alarmed was that he didn't sense any other presence until the monster was shot. As a hunter player whose 5 senses were much sharper than other professions and had activated detection and blood elf transformation, this meant that the attacker's ability to conceal his presence was extremely strong. Cyber gripped the dagger in his hand tightly and looked towards the direction where the arrow came from. He saw a skinny figure standing on a hill not far away. He was wearing a tattered armor and slowly put down the longbow in his hand. When Cyber saw the other party's appearance, he became even more alarmed. What kind of monster is this? His heart skipped a beat. The person who shot the arrow was ugly. The hair on his head was sparse, the ears on both sides had already festered, and his face was filled with pustules and sarcomas. His eyes were squeezed into a slit by the bulging flesh, and a pair of turbid pupils could be vaguely seen. His gaze shifted from the monster to Cyber, and he opened his mouth slightly. Saliva was still dripping from his cracked mouth, and crooked yellow teeth could be seen. This appearance was uglier than the ugliest monster Cyber had ever seen. It reminded him of the half-orcs in a Blue Star movie, The Lord of the Rings. It wasn't the half-orcs in the Seeker's world. The half-orcs in the Seeker's world were much more pleasing to the eye than he was. At least those green-skinned monsters wouldn't have nightmares after seeing them. However, the monster in front of him was different. It could definitely scare children to tears. Sensing that he was locked on by an aura, Cyber instantly became nervous. At least upper silver ranked, his eyes narrowed. Just as Cyber stared at the intruder cautiously, a dozen more figures appeared on the hill. They were dressed similarly too. The humanoid monsters, wearing tattered armor. Their appearances were like mutants who had been exposed to nuclear radiation. They were hideous and terrifying. However, although their appearances were ferocious, each of their auras was stronger than the other. Cyber's scalp went numb as he realized that the humanoid monster that killed the giant worm had the weakest aura. More than 10 auras locked onto Cyber. The humanoid monsters raised the longbows in their hands and aimed at Cyber. At this moment, Cyber finally realized that the arrows in their hands were actually thin bone feathers. Phantom. Shadow Fiend, the humanoid monster at the front looked at Cyber and said with a hoarse voice. Phantom Demon. Cyber was stunned. When he heard that term, he instantly thought of a cunning great demon that could transform into other creatures. They often appeared in the demon god's maze and were known as the most troublesome elite monsters by the players who cleared the dungeon. This thought only flashed through his mind. Cyber understood that the other party was treating him as a demon. Being able to speak meant that they could communicate. Cyber suppressed the nervousness in his heart and raised his hands. Wait a minute. I'm not a demon. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that he had changed the default language to Elven after returning from the Maple Moon territory. The other party might not understand him. As for him being able to understand the other party's words, that was because the name of the demon was transliterated from the Elven language in all the different languages in the continent. Therefore, it was similar. Of course, when he heard it, he would activate the automatic translation and translate it into Chinese. However, just as Cyber was about to change the Elven language in the half-paralyzed system settings to the common language, the humanoid monster spoke again. Elven language? The hoarse voice had a hint of surprise. Elven language? After hearing the monster's words, Cyber subconsciously stopped changing the settings. When conversing with an NPC, the original text of the conversation would be displayed at the bottom of the screen. Cyber noticed from the corner of his eyes that the other party was speaking. Elven language. Are they elves? Once again, Cyber looked at the dozen humanoid monsters with a stunned expression. Though the Elven language in the world of Seekers was one of the 3 major mana languages, only the elves and some races with Elven bloodline used it as a communication language. Cyber was suspicious of the monsters' identities. Thinking of this, he looked at the side of these monsters' faces. Sure enough, on the side of the monsters' faces that were not badly festered, he saw elf-like pointy ears. Are they really elves? Cyber's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he recalled the mysterious disappearance of the elves in Milovia. Suddenly, Cyber had a bold guess in his heart. However, looking at their hideous appearance, he couldn't relate them to the beautiful elves. Especially when they got closer, their intense murderous aura was even more exaggerated than the most perverted gamers that Cyber had ever seen. Who knew how many massacres they had to go through? Sharp ears weren't unique to the elves. Half-orcs, orcs, halflings, gnomes, and even goblins all had sharp ears. While Cyber's imagination was running wild, an old and deep voice was heard among the humanoid monsters. Dolly, put down your bow. I don't smell the stench of a devil on him. He's not a devil. It was still in the Elven language. Hearing this voice, the humanoid monsters put down their bows and opened up a path. A humanoid monster with a walking stick appeared in Cyber's vision. He was as ugly as the other monsters, and his face was full of warts. However, he didn't wear tattered armor. Instead, he wore a grayish-black tattered robe. His yellowish hair was draped behind him, and a pair of turbid green eyes could be seen on his wrinkled warts. He leaned on his walking stick and looked at Cyber with a deep gaze. Just by standing there, he gave Cyber an unprecedented sense of oppression. He reminded Cyber of the feeling he had when he faced Big Sister. This person is powerful. He's probably an advanced professional, this thought arose in Cyber's mind. The other party sized up Cyber from head to toe and cast a meaningful glance at the magnificent armor on his body. In the end, his gaze paused on the blood elf bat wings on his back and the bulging veins on both sides of his eyes after he transformed into a blood elf. He asked in a low voice, "What about you?" He asked in a deep voice, "Which tribe are you from?" "Which tribe?" Cyber was taken aback. He was about to reply when he had a thought, and he kept his prepared words. He revealed a bewildered expression and said, "I don't know. I don't know. I only remember feeling dizzy for a moment, and then I appeared here." Hearing his words, the humanoid monsters exchanged glances. The leader glanced at the weakest monster who had killed the large worm. "Dolly." The monster called Dory glanced at Cyber coldly. "He's speaking the truth. Could it be used to detect lies?" Cyber's heart skipped a beat. He was glad that he didn't fabricate lies. Instead, he used words that couldn't be detected. The elder humanoid monster nodded. He glanced at the sky where the frequency of lightning was getting lower and lower. Then, he looked at the bewildered Cyber and said, "The black tide is coming. The black tide is coming. Come, with us." He waved his hand at the others. "Deal with the corpse quickly." Following his command, the dozen or so humanoid monsters nodded and walked up to the half of the insect-like monster that had fallen. They knelt in front of the worm monster and drew a crooked symbol on their chest. Then, they closed their eyes and prayed. Looking at their actions, Cyber frowned slightly. He had a feeling that he had seen the symbol before. It was a little familiar. The humanoid monsters looked ferocious. However, when they were praying, Cyber saw sincerity and serenity in their eyes. This strong contrast made him take a few more glances. At this moment, Cyber noticed that the mini-map in his vision flashed. The network is restored, he was delighted. However, when Cyber checked it, he found that the mini-map was still broken. It was as if it was just an illusion. Cyber was a little disappointed. At this moment, the humanoid monsters had finished praying. They opened their eyes and took out their rusty daggers. They cut off the muscles of the worm monster and kept them in their bags. Some of them broke open the worm's shell and collected the dark green blood of the worm. Then, they kept it in their tattered water bags. A foul stench came from the monster's body. Cyber almost fainted from the stench. He looked at these mysterious existences carefully collecting the flesh of the worm monster. He was impressed by their patience towards the stench. Then, a ridiculous thought appeared in his mind. Wait a minute, they didn't collect these things to eat, right? He glanced at the stinky worm corpse and felt his scalp tingle. It shouldn't be, right? Cyber swallowed a mouthful of saliva and goosebumps appeared all over his body. The humanoid monsters moved quickly. Soon, only the shell of the worm was left. However, they didn't even leave the shell behind. Instead, they took it apart and carried it on their backs. "Let's go." Seeing that the corpse was dealt with, the humanoid monster with a walking stick said. After that, he stepped forward and walked in a certain direction. The other monsters slowly followed. Cyber was a little hesitant. The monster named Dore stopped and looked at him coldly. Cyber was speechless. He squeezed out a friendly smile and followed. Following the humanoid monsters, Cyber walked in a direction he didn't know. The monsters were very fast. They were getting faster and faster. They seemed to be in a hurry. The surroundings were very quiet. The whole world seemed to have died. Even the lightning in the sky was getting lesser and lesser. Without lightning to illuminate the world, the group could only rely on the illumination magic in their hands. A faint mist began to appear around them. Cyber noticed that the monsters seemed to be getting more and more nervous. At this moment, he was no longer nervous. At most, he would die and return to the city. On the contrary, these mysterious humanoid monsters made him more and more curious. He felt that he had encountered an incredible plot and not a new map. Or perhaps, it was a plot that the officials hadn't prepared yet, otherwise, why would the system be half paralyzed? Most of the functions were disabled and he couldn't even connect to the internet. However, he was sure of one thing. These monsters didn't have any killing intent towards him. And the words of the old monster leader just now also made his imagination run wild. Which tribe are you from? This kind of question. In the world of seekers, only intelligent creatures of the same race would ask when they met. The seal under the ruins of the Titan, elven language, humanoid monsters that could use magic and shoot arrows, familiar sharp ears, could it be, they were really elves, but how did they become like this? Where was this place? Cyber was full of doubts. Cyber wanted to ask a question, but the oppressive atmosphere in the group and the strange silence made it difficult for him to speak. TSK, TSK, Cyber seemed to see the minimap flash again. His heart skipped a beat. Looking at the upper right corner of his vision, Cyber found that the minimap that had been disconnected was slowly recovering. A light dot representing him appeared on it. It was connected? Cyber was overjoyed. However, when he excitedly clicked on the minimap and the system interface, he found that the connection was still disconnected. However, part of the minimap's function had recovered. It could record his route and the path he saw. It was like an offline version. At this moment, the whole group suddenly slowed down. "We're almost home." Cyber heard the humanoid monster with the walking stick heave a sigh of relief. The other monsters also relaxed, and their expressions were much more relaxed. Cyber raised his head and looked at the front of the group. He saw a faint light flickering behind the hills. It was a faint halo that lit up the sky. He could see the thick clouds in the sky. After relaxing for a while, the group continued forward. They quickly went around the hills. An open basin appeared in Cyber's vision. In an instant, Cyber widened his eyes. His expression was filled with surprise. In front of him was a dilapidated city. It was like an ancient lost town in the apocalyptic movies. However, although the city was dilapidated, the iconic roof and decorative stone pillars made Cyber feel very familiar. That was a typical elven style. The color of the entire city was no different from the earth. It seemed to be made of earth and stone. There were also tall walls built around it. A faint golden barrier covered the entire city. It emitted a faint halo. It was the source of the light that Cyber saw just now. He was very familiar with this light. It was the divine barrier. Divine defensive barrier? Are these humanoid monsters not elves? Looking at the familiar light in the distance, Cyber suddenly fell into doubt. Although he wasn't a first or second beta tester, he had played the game for more than a year and believed that he had a good understanding of. In S setting, the divine defensive barrier could only be activated by the believers of a true god. Without the blessings and favor of a true god, the divine defensive barrier couldn't be activated. If there was a divine defensive barrier here, it meant that there was a true god behind these humanoid monsters. But elves. It was impossible for them to believe in other gods other than the goddess. Unless this divine defensive barrier was created by the goddess. That was even stranger. If it was really the goddess' divine defensive barrier, then according to the goddess' benevolence, why would she allow a group of elven believers to live in such a place? Why would they even turn into something that was neither human nor ghost, but the familiar architectural style, the friendly elven language, the elven figure and sharp ears all proved that these humanoid monsters were elves? So, what was going on? Did these elves really rely on other gods? Could their ugly appearance be due to this reason? Cyber was puzzled. But no matter what, he became alert and prepared for the worst. Before I figure out the situation, I have to be careful. Cyber thought in his heart. Unsullied. Follow me. Just as Cyber stared blankly at the city in the distance, a hoarse voice came from the front. It was the monster called Dolly. While Cyber was in a daze, the group had already walked far away. Unsullied? Cyber was slightly stunned. Hearing Dolly shout, the dozen monsters in front stopped at the same time and turned to look at Cyber, who was still standing in the same spot. Being silently watched by more than a dozen terrifying monsters, for a moment. Cyber felt his scalp go numb. He swallowed his saliva, forced a smile, and hurriedly followed. Seeing that Cyber had followed, the monsters continued to move forward. The old monster in a robe frowned at Cyber and scolded with dissatisfaction. Don't fall behind, don't be careless. Don't fall behind. Don't be careless. The danger won't disappear completely before we enter the city. Although the old monster's tone wasn't polite. But when Cyber heard it, he was slightly startled. He could feel a trace of concern in the other party's words, as if an elder was reprimanding a junior. For a moment, Cyber felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. These monsters. Although they look scary and are filled with killing intent, they don't seem to be bad. And, what is an unsullied one? Are you talking about me? Is it because I don't have any pustules or sarcomas? He couldn't help but ponder. Following the monsters that looked like elves, Cyber walked towards the city gate. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of breathing and footsteps could be heard. This made Cyber, who was used to listening to background music, feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. He couldn't help but look at the time in the system. He wanted to see how long he had been in this mysterious world, but he was surprised to find that the electronic watch in the system seemed to have gone crazy. It wasn't that it had stopped moving, but it was as if it had been interfered with. It had become very, very sluggish, jumping for only 1 second after half a day. It couldn't be used as a timer at all. Looking away helplessly, Cyber gave himself a enhanced perceptive sense buff. This buff would last for a maximum of 20 minutes, which was just enough for the timer. At this moment, the group finally arrived in front of the city gate. The city gate was almost 30 meters tall. It looked very old and gave off a feeling that it was even more dilapidated than the ruins in the elven forest. It was tightly shut, and it was filled with claw marks and black bloodstains. Even the walls on both sides were the same. This made Cyber wonder if this city was often besieged by some mysterious creatures. When he looked carefully at the claw marks, he sharply noticed that some of them were very familiar. They were exactly the same as the marks left behind by the devils in the demon god's labyrinth. Could it be the devil's claw marks? Cyber's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was curiously sizing up the city gate and walls, the old monster standing at the front of the group shouted towards the top of the city gate. "Castle, open the gate, we're back." After a few seconds, Cyber saw a figure peeking out from the top of the city gate. It was also an ugly monster. He revealed a surprised and horrified expression and said excitedly, "Lord Gando, you're back." After that, he disappeared from the top of the city gate. After a while, the city gate creaked open slowly. At this moment, Cyber noticed that the structure of the city gate wasn't as simple as it looked from the outside. It didn't only have one layer, but it had 3 inner layers and 3 outer layers. It was formed by combining several city gates. The overall thickness was at least 20 meters, and its defense was astonishing. "Let's enter the city," the old monster named Gando said. Cyber followed the group into the city gate. After they entered the city gate behind them slowly closed layer by layer. After passing through the gloomy city gate, their vision gradually brightened. Cyber had officially entered this dilapidated city. Rows upon rows of buildings in the city radiated towards the center of the city. At the same time, the terrain was getting higher and higher. The winding streets were paved with dilapidated stone slabs. It was also the same style as the elven cities in the elven forest. At the end of the road, at the center of the basin, which was also the highest point in the city, there was a lofty shrine. The shrine looked exactly the same as the renovated shrines of Milovaya and Phelan Sue. The central light pillar of the pale golden divine spell defensive barrier soared into the sky from there. This was a genuine elven city. Other than being dilapidated and having thick city walls, it was no different from Milovaya and Phelan Sue. The city was a little deserted. There were very few pedestrians on the streets, and most of them were in a hurry. Most of the houses on both sides of the street had their doors closed, but there were windows that were lit. Obviously, it wasn't that there were no residents in the city, but most of the residents were hiding in their homes. However, near the city wall, there was little bustle. A large number of humanoid monsters in tattered armor were climbing up the city wall in a hurry. It was as if they were preparing for war. This reminded Cyber of the claw marks on the city wall, and the black tide that the old monster named Gando mentioned. Gando looked at the sky. The lightning had completely disappeared. Only the dark clouds under the illumination of the divine spell were getting thicker and thicker. His gaze was a little solemn. "The black tide is coming. Let's go home quickly. Those who are on guard duty should rest for a while before going up the city wall to take over." He turned around and said to everyone. Then, he glanced at Cyber and said to the skinny monster beside him, "Let's go. Dorii, bring this Unsullied to hide in the house for a while. After the black tide is over, I will bring him to the temple to meet Lady Aurora." After that, he looked at the skinny monster from head to toe. His gaze paused on the pustules on his body that were getting more and more festering. He hesitated for a while and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to participate in the defense. Just accompany Estelle." The skinny monster, Dorii, was silent for a while before slowly nodding. Gando retracted his gaze. However, before he was about to turn around, he paused and hesitated for a while. Suddenly, he threw a dagger that was shining with a silver light to Cyber. Cyber was stunned for a moment and subconsciously caught it. It was a dagger with complicated runes engraved on it. It seemed to be made of mithril. Out of habit, Cyber appraised it and was surprised to find that it was a purple epic-grade silver dagger. It even had a purifying effect. "Take this. Use it for self-defense. If necessary, don't hesitate," Gando said. "Self-defense? Hesitate?" Cyber was stunned. "Didn't they say that it would be safe in the city?" Gando didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the temple. The others also left in a hurry. Soon, only Cyber and Dorii were left behind. Cyber opened his mouth and wanted to say that he wanted to go to the temple with Gando. According to his past experience, the temple was definitely the place with the most information. Although he didn't know which true god these elf-like monsters worshipped, from Cyber's observation, it shouldn't be an evil god. If it wasn't an evil god, then it was fine. After all, he was the chosen one and couldn't expose the information of the goddess. At this time, the best choice was to go to the temple to investigate. However, looking at the cold and powerful monster, Dorii, Cyber didn't say anything in the end. "Follow me," Dorii said with a hoarse voice. After that, he took the lead and walked to the side of the street. Cyber hesitated for a while and finally followed. The lightning in the sky was no longer flashing. The dark clouds were turning more and more violently. The wind began to blow in the city, as if evil spirits were crying. A faint fog began to spread in the city. Even with the light of the divine defense barrier, the visibility was getting lower and lower. An uneasy feeling began to spread in Cyber's heart. He shivered and subconsciously walked faster. After following Dorii closely, he felt slightly more at ease. After walking for some time, Dorii stopped in front of a dilapidated elven building. However, Cyber noticed that the light coming from the windows of this house was much brighter than the other houses around it. Dorii walked to the door. His eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. He reached out his right hand with sharp nails and gently knocked on the door. His movements were very gentle. "Knock. Knock. Knock, who is it?" A clear and tender voice came from inside the room. It carried a trace of timidity, like a frightened little rabbit. "Estelle, it's me." Dorii's voice was hoarse. However, although it was hoarse, it had an unprecedented gentleness. Cyber couldn't help but look at him. In the next second, with a creaking sound, a gap appeared on the door. Light came out. Cyber seemed to see a pair of big ice blue eyes. Under the light, it was sparkling. Then, that pair of big sparkling eyes suddenly became brighter. The door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. A petite figure jumped out like a happy deer and rushed into Dorii's arms. At the same time, it was accompanied by a surprised cheer. "Daddy!" The voice was sweet and crisp. Looking at the petite figure that dashed out, Cyber's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. It was a young girl, like an 11 or 12-year-old human child. She wore a shabby robe that didn't fit her body and was barefooted. Different from Dorii, who was full of pustules and sarcomas, she had delicate skin like Cyber. Her side face was delicate and cute. Her aqua-blue hair was draped behind her back. She was like an angel that descended from the sky. The light in the house shone on her and Dorii. The beautiful girl and the ugly monster formed a sharp contrast, creating a strong visual impact. Looking at the girl's pointed ears, Cyber's gaze froze. "Elf." He couldn't help but mutter. Elf, this girl who called the monster Dorii daddy was actually a young elf. Moreover, from the color of her hair and eyes, she was a rare elf from the Frost tribe in the Elven Forest. At this time, Cyber couldn't help but carefully size up Dorii. Only then did he notice that the other party's dry and sparse hair was faintly aqua blue. His turbid eyes had the same luster as the girl's. He was probably also an elf. And also an elf from the Frost tribe. At this time, Cyber didn't have a trace of doubt in his heart. Without a doubt, the true identity of these sinister-looking monsters was as he had guessed, they were all elves. A thought flashed through his mind. Another past event that he had heard from Fei Linsui's Blaze tribe elf was suddenly recalled by CYB. The main elf tribe that once lived in the seaside city of Milovia was the Frost tribe. At this point, Cyber suddenly looked at the two of them with a bewildered expression. Were they the missing elves of Milovia? The elf girl who jumped into Doriai's arms was pleasantly surprised. However, the monster Doriai looked a little flustered. He subconsciously reached out to push the girl away, but hesitated for a moment. He wiped his body and used the cloth on his clothes to wrap his terrifying hands. Then, he gently pushed the girl away from his arms. Estelle. Don't touch me. You're dirty. His voice was hoarse and gentle. Daddy isn't dirty. Daddy, you've worked hard hunting. The girl said in a cute and naive voice. With that, she pounced again, like a naughty deer jumping around in the forest. But this time, Doriai dodged. He used his hand wrapped in cloth to rub the girl's hair. His voice was hoarse and gentle as he said, Go, into the house. It's not safe outside. Yes, yes. Estelle, listen to Daddy. The elf girl nodded. Then, she turned her head and looked at Cyber curiously. At this time, Cyber realized that the other half of the girl's face was also covered with layers of sarcomas and wrinkles. It was like a scar that had been burned by fire, destroying a face that should have been beautiful beyond compare. He was shocked, but looking at the girl's pure and flawless eyes and the sparkling light in her eyes, he inexplicably felt a little sour in his heart. He took a light breath and revealed a friendly smile. Guest. Doriai pointed at Cyber and said. The wind outside the window was getting louder and louder. A bright yellow flame was burning in the brazier. Crackling, and smoke lingered. Cyber sat in front of the brazier and curiously looked at the burning object in the brazier. It should be the oil that was peeled off from some kind of monster. When it burned, there was a strange smell. He shifted his gaze to the surroundings. Although the house was dilapidated, it was still neatly maintained. It was only because of the greasy dirt on the walls that it didn't look clean. There were many shelves hanging on the walls of the house. The shelves were filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. Cyber could vaguely recognize some elf-style tools and decorations. In addition, there were many blackened bones and bottles that contained unknown things. There were many clay plates on the ground. There was a sticky black liquid in them. There seemed to be some kind of worm silk on top of them. They were burning brightly, like oil lamps. The cute elven girl, Estelle, was squatting down and carefully blowing out the oil lamps one by one. She also collected the black liquid and put it into a bag. Then, she stacked the clay plates one by one. At this moment, Cyber also understood why the light in the window of this house was obviously brighter than the other houses. It should be because of these oil lamps. Other than the elven father, daughter, and Cyber, there was no one else in the house. It was obvious that before Doriai returned, the elven girl, Estelle, should be alone in the house. Cyber didn't ask where the girl's mother was. He was afraid that he would ask a sad story. Doriai sat on the other side of the brazier. He was dealing with the spoils of war that he brought back. Most of them were black meat pieces that emitted an unpleasant smell. Cyber couldn't help but frown. However, Doriai seemed to be used to it. This ugly ice elf was sitting cross-legged. She used a rusty dagger to skillfully cut the meat pieces. She also shaved off the sticky oil and put it into a prepared bottle. Looking at the thick liquid, Cyber felt that he should know what fuel was used to light up the oil lamps and the brazier. Estelle quickly put away the oil lamps. Then, under Cyber's curious gaze, her figure disappeared into another dimly lit room. Because Duolei, who was sitting on the other side, blocked his line of sight, he couldn't see the situation in the other room. He could only hear the girl's light and quick footsteps, as well as the light humming of a tune. Occasionally, he could also hear some water flowing. She seemed to be in a good mood. After a while, Estelle's figure appeared in Cyber's sight again. This time, she had a clay pot with patterns and 3 bumpy cups in her hand. Like a cheerful butterfly, she flew in front of the two of them and gently knelt down. Then, she poured a cup of tea for Cyber, Dorii, and herself. "Father, guest, you must be tired from the journey. Drink some water." Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears, just like an oriole's. After that, she disappeared into the darkness like a happy bunny. What an adorable child, Cyber couldn't help but think so. After walking for a while, he felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the cup. However, when he picked up the cup and looked at the unknown liquid in the cup, he was slightly hesitant. It was a kind of turbid liquid, and there seemed to be a layer of faint oil floating on it. It emitted an indescribable fishy smell. Cyber was speechless. "This is water?" Cyber's sense of smell told him that his body was rejecting this unknown liquid. When he looked at Duolei, he found that he had already picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. The silent frost elf's expression was very normal, as if she wasn't affected by the fishy smell of the tea at all. Cyber was speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he admired her from the bottom of his heart. This tea. He just smelled it and felt nauseous. "Guest? Is it not to your liking?" At this moment, Estelle's voice sounded again. Cyber subconsciously looked over and saw the elf girl standing at the door of the inner room. She was holding a tray in her hand, and on the tray were 3 clay bowls with something in them. She was tilting her little head and looking at Cyber with her big sparkling eyes. Those pure eyes were like those of a newborn beast, making it hard for Cyber to say the word no. "This is the juice of the abyss worm, it has been purified." At this moment, Duolei's low and hoarse voice sounded. After speaking, he coughed violently again and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Cyber noticed that the pustules on his face had split open even more, and yellow pus flowed out of them. "Dad!" Estelle called out in a low voice, put down the tray in her hand, and ran to Duolei. She knelt on the ground, took out a cloth of unknown color, and gently wiped away the pus on Duolei's face. The girl's action was very gentle. "Does it hurt?" Her voice was trembling, and her expression was full of worry. However, Duolei gently pushed her away and said in a panic, Don't touch me, it's dirty." Under the flickering flames, Estelle's delicate side profile and Duolei's ferocious appearance were in sharp contrast. The worry in the girl's eyes and the helplessness on her father's face reflected each other and blended into one under the fire. Looking at this scene, Cyber's nose twitched. Inexplicably. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and drank the juice in the cup. Fishy smell. Sour and spicy. However, it couldn't be compared to the gloominess in Cyber's heart. He didn't understand what these elves went through to be reduced to this state. "Abyss worm, is this the abyss?" The flames in the brazier crackled, and the door was blown open by the wind. Estelle stood up and raised the tray again. She hid the worry on her face and put on a smile that was as bright as the sun in spring. "Dad, guests, are you hungry? Estelle has already prepared the food, fill your stomach." As she spoke, she placed the clay bowls in front of them. After listening to Estelle's words, Cyber also felt a little hungry. However, with the tea from before, he was already mentally prepared. He looked down and saw the food that the girl handed to him. It was pieces of air-dried meat, and it was black. Unlike the delicious jerky that Cyber usually ate, this black jerky also emitted a faint fishy smell, which was nauseating. In addition, there were some weird lumps that seemed to be fungi, and the smell wasn't complimentary either. Cyber didn't want to think about why the elves started to eat meat without the influence of the players. He wondered if he would get sick if he ate these pungent things. Cyber held the clay bowl and looked hesitant, but Estelle and Duolei had already started to act. They placed the clay bowl in front of their chest and gently closed their eyes. Their expressions were calm and pious. Their lips moved slightly as they started to pray. The flames in the brazier flickered and crackled. The whispered prayers of the two also entered Cyber's ears. "Merciful and great Mother Goddess, you are the ruler of life, you are Mother Nature, may you protect your lost people, and help them find the true light in the darkness." Cyber opened his mouth slightly, and his expression was full of surprise. Ruler of life, Mother Nature, this was the name of Goddess Eve, but why didn't the goddess respond? At this moment, Cyber suddenly regretted. Although he was a semi-casual player, he didn't have a deep understanding of the story behind Elven Kingdom. Could it be? Could it be because this was the abyss, so the goddess's gaze couldn't reach here? He couldn't help but guess. The two frost elves quickly finished their prayers, drew a crooked symbol in front of their chest, and started to eat. They ate very slowly and chewed very carefully, as if they cherished the food in their hands. At this moment, Cyber suddenly recalled that he seemed to have vaguely heard someone mention that the goddess seemed to have changed the symbols of the prayers during the previous closed beta testing. Could it be, because the symbol wasn't the same, so the goddess didn't receive their prayers? Cyber guessed again. Customer? Is it not to your taste? Just when Cyber's thoughts were flying, Estelle's Oriole-like voice sounded again. Cyber looked over and saw the girl looking at the food that he didn't eat. He noticed that the mud bowl in the girl's hand was already empty. She ate so fast, Cyber was a little surprised. However, when he noticed Dorai's unfinished jerky and Estelle's unsatisfied expression, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that the girl ate fast, but she probably didn't have much food. It was obvious that Estelle had prepared the food in advance. And the girl couldn't have known that he was coming in advance. So, she only prepared food for 2 people at the beginning, and now she must have given most of her food to him, the customer. In this place, food was probably quite scarce. For a moment, Cyber's heart ached even more. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, "No, it's delicious." After that, he took the mud bowl, held his breath, and wolfed down the jerky and mushrooms. It took him a lot to not vomit. Cough cough cough, as if he ate too fast, he coughed violently. But soon, he felt a small, warm palm patting him on the back, gently helping him breathe. "Slow down, don't choke." Cyber turned his head and saw the girl's sweet smile. Looking at the innocent smile, his heart ached even more. "Thank you," Cyber said softly. After that, he took out some fruits from the elven forest from his storage dimension and placed them in front of the girl and Dorai. This is? Estelle's eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at the crystal-clear green fruit. She couldn't help but poke it, then. She closed her eyes and asked. Her eyes were suddenly filled with light. "It smells so good." Dorai was slightly startled. He couldn't help but sniff the air, and his expression was strangely intoxicated. "This is my hometown specialty, sweet green fruit. It's for you. Thank you for your hospitality," Cyber said. "Sweet green fruit?" Estelle repeated his words curiously. She swallowed her saliva slightly and asked, "Yes. This can be eaten?" Looking at her eyes that were filled with curiosity, Cyber didn't know what to feel. In the elven forest, sweet green fruit was one of the favorite fruits of the elves. But here, these elves didn't even know what it was. In the past few hundred years, what did they experience? "It can be eaten." Cyber sighed, picked one up, and put it into his mouth first. It was crisp and sweet. Seeing his action, the 2 frost elves hesitated for a moment, then carefully put the fruit into their mouths. They first took a light bite, then their bodies stiffened at the same time. Cybo noticed that both of their expressions instantly turned into one of enjoyment. They couldn't help but narrow their eyes, as if they had eaten the most delicious food in the world. Then, as if they hadn't eaten for a long time, they wolfed down the food. "Eat slowly, I still have a lot," Cyber said softly. At this time, Dorai suddenly put down the fruit in his hand and looked at him calmly. Cyber was startled. But soon, he keenly noticed that the frost elf's gaze seemed to be much gentler. Dorai pointed at himself and said with a hoarse voice, "Dorai Frost." Then, he pointed at the elven girl, "Estelle, my daughter." After that, he looked at Cyber and said calmly, "Unsullied. What's your name?" Cyber was slightly startled. He was silent for a moment, then revealed a friendly smile. "Cyber. I'm Cyber, Cyber Shadow." After the meal, the 3 people in front of the brazier were obviously more familiar with each other. Dorai was still silent. He sat there and quietly handled the spoils of war, coughing from time to time. On the other hand, Estelle was lying on the ground, staring curiously at Cyber, who was helping Dorai handle the spoils of war. "Mr. Cyber, you're so good-looking." She looked at Cyber's flawless white cheeks and said enviously. Looking at the girl's bright eyes, Cyber's expression became gentler. "You're the same, very cute, Estelle," he said. Estelle giggled and looked at the gorgeous armor on Cyber. She asked with anticipation and curiosity, "What are you talking about?" "Mr. Cyber. Are you the messenger of Mother Goddess? I've read in books that Mother Goddess messengers are as good-looking as you. Also, you have that wonderful sweet green fruit." Cyber added. "Yes. Yes. Sweet green fruit." The girl nodded her head. That's the legendary fruit, right? Did you bring it from Mother Goddess's kingdom? I've read about it in books. The Holy Bible said that Mother Goddess's kingdom is rich and beautiful, just like milk and honey flowing. Over there's the warm sunlight, the azure sky, the sweet berries, and the sweet spring water. No worries, no sorrow, no pain, no depravity. Everyone is living a happy and blissful life, Mr. Cyber. Are you from Mother Goddess's kingdom? Have you seen the azure sky? According to the book, there are shining stars there, like magnificent gems. Gems? What do they look like? Mother said that great-grandfather's grandfather once had one. But it's been too long, and he accidentally lost it when he migrated more than 2,000 years ago. Have you seen gems before? Looking at Estelle's excited face, Cyber wanted to say something but stopped. At the same time, he was slightly startled. What did he just hear, too? 2,000 years. At this moment, a series of beast-like roars came from outside the house, interrupting his thoughts. Cybo could vaguely hear shouts and sounds of fighting. "The black tide is here," Dorii said in a low voice. Cyber's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up and walked towards the door. Outside the door, it was completely shrouded in grey fog, and he could only vaguely see the lights of other houses. The ground trembled slightly, and the roars of monsters and the sound of swords were faintly discernible. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the city wall. The chaotic sound was buried in the whistling wind, faintly discernible. As if she was a little scared, Estelle curled up and hid behind Dorii. Dorii, on the other hand, stopped what he was doing and picked up an elven harp made of an unknown material. He gently played the harp, and the melodious and soothing melody slowly flowed. Cyber was slightly startled. It was the famous elven-style music in the Elven Kingdom, Morning of the Cold Jade. The music was soothing, gentle, and had a touch of sadness, but under the sadness, there was a tenacious persistence and determination. Dorii gently opened his mouth, and his low and hoarse voice accompanied the melody. As Dorii sang, Estelle gradually calmed down. She leaned on her father's side and whispered softly. The hoarse voice of vicissitudes intertwined with the melodious singing, accompanied by the mellow melody, penetrating through the window and floating above the city. Gradually, faint chanting could be heard from all over the city, joining in the chorus of singing. The sky is just beginning to brighten, the night is about to fade away. The morning light of dawn slowly awakens the sleeping creatures. The music gently rings, the melodious surges. The flowers slowly bloom, exuding a natural fragrance. The sun rises and sets. There will be new hope at the beginning of every day. The melody is melodious. The bards are singing in the morning of the cold jade. Merciful Mother Goddess, may you shine brightly. I am your most devout child. I offer you my immortal glory. Merciful Mother Goddess, may you shine brightly. I am your most devout child. I offer you my immortal glory. The roars of the monsters and the sounds of the battle were faintly discernible. The beautiful and sorrowful melody and the singing that was getting louder and louder echoed in the sky above the city. It was like a declaration of war against an unfortunate fate. As Cyber listened, he gradually began to sing along. His eyes were in a trance, and he was faintly dazed. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. At the same time, he clenched his fists. Although his heart was still filled with doubts about the past of these elves. Although there were still many unanswered questions about what happened in the past 2 days. But at this moment, Cyber had made up his mind. No matter what, he must save these elves. Although he was a fan of leisure, he was never a fan of the plot. But at this moment, for the first time, he strongly hoped that these elves could be like his companions in the elven forest. They could enjoy the warm sunlight and eat delicious food. It was said that singing was the best way to convey emotions. He could feel the bitterness and pain of these elves from their songs. He could feel their hope for a better future, and he could feel their devotion to the goddess. Such an existence deserved to be saved. But, what should I do? Why haven't I triggered the mission yet? System, even if there is no reward, hurry up and trigger the mission to save them. Hurry up and point me in the right direction. Cyber shouted in his heart. However, when he focused his attention on the game system, he still looked like he was half dead. For a moment, he even had the impulse to commit suicide and re-enter the game to see if he could return to normal. But when he thought about how he could return to this elven city after being resurrected, he could only suppress his temper and endure it. At least, he had to wait until the black tide passed. At least, he had to wait until the elf named Gando brought him to the temple. Perhaps when he went to the temple and revealed his identity, everything would be solved, and when he logged out of the game and uploaded the automatically recorded video to the official website, he would definitely receive the help of other players. At this moment, Cyber did not want any reward. But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a string breaking, the singing stopped abruptly. Cyber was slightly startled. He looked at Dolly, who was playing the harp. Dolly suddenly curled up and trembled. This frost elf coughed violently. Every time he coughed, he would spit out black liquid, and the sarcoma on his face trembled as though there were countless worms under it. He clawed at the ground, his sharp nails digging into the floor. The pustules on his head cracked and yellow pus flowed out continuously. "Daddy!" Estelle grasped Dolly's clothes tightly, looking nervous and worried. But this time, Duolei suddenly pushed her to the ground. He was very strong and pushed the elven girl more than a meter away. Don't come near me," he growled in pain. Cyber's expression changed. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt something burning at his waist. He subconsciously looked down and saw that it was the silver dagger given to him by the old elf, Gando. At this moment, this dagger made of mithril was shining with a silver radiance. It was a mithril weapon with the purification effect, which would naturally change when it got close to a corrupted abyssal creature. This was a warning. Cyber was slightly startled and suddenly looked at Duolei, only to see that there was a black mist rising from his body. Cyber couldn't be more familiar with that aura. "The power of the abyss," he murmured with a grave expression. This taciturn frost elf was quickly being corroded by the power of the abyss, quickly falling into depravity and corruption. At this time, he suddenly understood the meaning behind Gonduo's words before he left. Duolei's expression was painful. He let out a beast-like roar, and his eyes were gradually dyed with a layer of red. The aura on his body continued to rise, becoming more and more dangerous. "Daddy!" Estelle got up from the ground and looked at Duolei with panic in her eyes. Hearing her voice, Duolei's eyes flashed with a trace of clarity. He looked at Estelle with guilt and said with a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, Estelle. I can't go stargazing with you anymore." Then, while panting, he looked at Cyber who was standing at the side. "Kill me." He clenched his teeth and said with a hoarse voice while trembling. Cyber opened his mouth and his mind went blank. "Kill. I don't want to become a monster," Duolei's voice trembled. The sarcoma on his face wriggled more and more, and a demon-like tail grew out from his back. Cyber held the mithril dagger tightly, and his vision was a little blurry. He grabbed Duolei's shoulder and said loudly, "Duolei, hold on. He wanted to say, "I'm the goddess chosen one." However, he couldn't say it. His words were drowned out by the noise. "It's the system," Cyber was furious. "Damn the system, damn it. Of all times to block it, why did it have to block keywords now?" He took a deep breath and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Duolei. "Kill me. This is the fate of each and every one of us." Duolei panted heavily and said with a trembling voice. Cyber was silent. He knew. After fighting with the demons for so long, he understood the corruption of the power of the abyss very well. Once the corruption started, it was irreversible. Until he became a monster that lost his mind, or a completely crazy demon. Slowly exhaling, Cyber said in a low voice, "I understand." After saying that, he sniffled and endured the slight pain in his heart. He stabbed the mithril dagger in his hand into Duolei's chest. "Father!" "No." Estelle let out a cry of surprise. Duolei twitched a few times and looked at the elven girl with a slightly sentimental gaze. He grinned with difficulty and smiled slightly. His ferocious face faintly showed a different kind of gentleness. I love you, Estelle. Don't cry, you have to be strong. Then, his body began to emit a bright light. The ferocious sarcoma and demon scales began to fade quickly, and his body also began to fade rapidly. Daughter, please, Cyber heard Duolei say something with a hint of pleading in his ear. He opened his mouth slightly and wanted to answer, but Duolei's body turned into countless flying photons with a bang and disappeared in front of him. Like fireworks blooming in the darkness, illusory and beautiful. Father! Estelle let out a heart-wrenching cry. She rushed to the place where Duolei disappeared and desperately wanted to grab something, but she couldn't grab anything. On the ground, only the clothes left behind by Duolei's disappearance were left. Estelle trembled as she picked up the broken clothes. Her expression was filled with sadness. The elf song was still floating in the city, as if they were telling something. Estelle knelt on the ground and looked at the flickering lights outside the window. Her eyes were hazy. She opened her mouth softly and continued to sing along with the ethereal song. Her voice was sad and sad. The mithril dagger in Cyber's hand was thrown to the ground. He looked at the girl, who held the broken clothes and sang. He listened to the mellow song and was speechless for a moment. When the girl finished singing, she looked at the clothes in front of her and said silently, I knew this day would come from the beginning. Father just went to accompany Mother. I will live strong, I will live strong. I will wait until the day Mother Goddess revives. I will not cry, Father. Father just returned to the embrace of Mother Goddess, just like Mother. They must be living happily in the kingdom of Mother Goddess. They must be in the sky, looking at me and encouraging me. I will not cry. The girl's voice became softer and softer. Looking at her thin and weak body, Cyber's heart couldn't bear it. He didn't want to tell the girl that in the game setting, every soul contaminated by the abyss would completely lose the chance to return to the kingdom of Mother Goddess and would be purified into nothingness. Looking at Estelle, who knelt on the ground with a sad expression, Cyber's chest surged with a hint of impulse. At this moment, he felt that the girl's figure faintly overlapped with his sister in reality. He couldn't help but walk forward and embrace Estelle. He patted her back gently. If you want to cry, just cry. The girl's body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head and looked at Cyber with her misty eyes. Then she murmured, No, Father will be disappointed. Looking at Estelle, who was holding back her tears, Cyber took a deep breath and said, He won't. I'll block it for you. He can't see it. The girl trembled slightly. Really, can't see it? Her voice was faintly trembling. Really? Cyber said softly. An unprecedented gentleness. The girl was silent for a moment and started sobbing softly. Gradually, the sobbing turned into a heart-wrenching cry. She grabbed the corner of Cyber's shirt and burst into tears. The girl's tears were buried in her sorrowful and persistent singing. It touched the softest part of Cyber's heart. He hugged her tightly. Unknowingly, his eyes were also blurred by tears. I will save all of you. I will definitely save all of you. He shouted with a firm voice as tears flowed down his face. Then, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red. He held the girl with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He raised it high and roared at the rolling clouds outside the window. Cyber Shadow. My daughter. His body trembled as if he was trying to break free from some kind of restraint. The familiar feeling of confinement came again. Cyber's body was faintly surrounded by golden light. His expression became ferocious, but his gaze was unprecedentedly firm. He opened his mouth slightly and veins popped out on his face. My daughter. His voice trembled as if something was stopping him from continuing. However, Cyber didn't give up. He struggled. The light on his body became brighter and brighter. It transformed into golden lightning and kept revolving around his body. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The light became more and more dazzling. Cyber felt his consciousness become more and more blurred, but at the same time, he felt the power in his heart grow stronger and stronger. At this moment, he felt that he could do it. He took a deep breath. His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth and shouted again in a trembling voice in the dazzling golden light. I swear, Goddess, I swear in the name of the Chosen One, I swear. He finally said the words he wanted to say. A resplendent pillar of light shot up into the sky from Cyber's body. Following the beeping of his friend's notifications, his vision fell into darkness. As if he had traveled through the void, Cyber felt a strong sense of weightlessness. The sound gradually faded away, and the world fell into silence. Darkness enveloped him, but his consciousness was unprecedentedly clear. Just as he didn't know what was happening, the whole world suddenly turned white. After an unknown period of time, an ethereal song began to flow slowly. It was a moving female voice that seemed to be praising something, ethereal and ethereal. Cyber's vision slowly returned to normal. What entered his eyes was a magnificent and majestic temple. And he was standing in the middle of the temple. The temple was majestic and magnificent, and there were stone pillars carved with exquisite patterns and lifelike reliefs on both sides of the temple. If one looked closely, they would discover that some of the patterns on the pillars were stories of players building cities, or battles with half-orcs and demons. He opened his mouth slightly, and his gaze continued to move upward. What he saw was a boundless galaxy through the temple. The galaxy was deep and vast, and there were countless golden and blue stars that were dazzling and dazzling. The faint sound of prayers intertwined with the ethereal song, and it brought a calming power to one's soul, and made one feel respect and worship from the bottom of their hearts. Cyber looked at the dazzling galaxy, and gradually became dazed. These are the stars formed by faith and will. Each golden star represents a believer, and each blue star represents a chosen one. At this moment, a familiar female voice came from behind Cyber. That voice was as beautiful and moving as ever. It was a voice that many players had specially changed into the default sound effect in the game system after creating their characters. That was the voice of the goddess. Cyber was shocked, and he turned around subconsciously, and saw a figure that he would never forget for the rest of his life. A pure white holy dress, an exquisite and luxurious crown, long silver hair that reached her waist, and a pair of magnificent purple eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Her appearance was more perfect and dreamy than in the video, and at the same time, it made one feel a sense of sacredness that couldn't be blasphemed. Her smile was more intimate and warm than what the players described, and it made one subconsciously sink into it, wanting to give up everything for her. At that moment, Cyber felt as though the entire world had stopped. There was only one name left in his mind: Goddess, Xianxia. At this moment, Cyber suddenly realized that he had probably triggered a rare special storyline and was being summoned by the goddess. Among the players, the probability of this happening was even lower than getting a silver promotion slot in the lottery. However, Cyber realized that he wasn't as excited as he thought he would be when this special event that he had fantasized about and looked forward to countless times actually happened to him. In front of his eyes, Dwelle's expression of relief before death seemed to appear. The sorrowful and persistent ballad of the Frost Elves seemed to be singing in his ears. Even though he knew that this was just a plot in the game and that they were NPCs in the game, Cyber found it hard to let go of everything and forget everything that had happened. Brave chosen one, Cyber, you have worked hard. The beautiful and holy goddess Eve gazed at Cyber with a gentle expression and a gentle voice. Cyber opened his mouth and suddenly felt a little sour in his nose. This feeling was like a wronged child suddenly seeing his mother. No, I haven't worked hard. Those Frost Elves have worked hard. I didn't do anything. How am I considered to have worked hard? I'm just a player who can't do anything. He lightly shook his head. At this moment, Cyber realized that he wasn't like the other players who could only say the system's designated lines. Instead, he could freely express himself. This discovery caused ripples in his heart. Then, he almost subconsciously knelt in the direction of the goddess. Esteemed goddess. His voice trembled a little. He slowly raised his head and looked at the goddess's peerless face. He emotionally asked, "Can you save those elves who have fallen into the abyss? They have waited for you for far too long." Even Cyber didn't realize how sincere and sorrowful his voice was at this moment. After that, Cyber would always feel a deep sense of shame whenever he looked at his own interview through the storyline. But at this moment, there was only a blazing flame in his chest that wanted to burn away all the darkness. The goddess didn't directly answer Cyber's request. She slowly strode past Cyber and walked to the stone pillars of the temple. Looking at the dazzling galaxy in the sky, she softly said, "The place you are in is a plane within the abyss. There is a thick abyss power that is constantly spreading and interfering with all external detection. Even I can't project my own power over such a long distance, facing the interference of layers upon layers of evil energy, but, since you can summon me here, that means you can influence that world, right?" Cyber couldn't help but ask. The goddess' smile became even gentler. She looked at Cyber. Her dreamy face looked even more mysterious and noble under the holy light. Isn't this why you're here?" Her ethereal and pleasant voice continued to ring out. Cyber was slightly startled. Almost instantly, he remembered the oath he made when he clenched his fist. As if realizing something, his expression gradually became agitated. His cheeks gradually turned red from excitement. He stuttered, "Goddess. You. What? What should I do?" The goddess slowly turned around. She stretched out her slender white arm and lightly tapped the air. Golden divine power continuously gathered and transformed into a dark and deathly still world in the temple. Thick dark clouds kept rolling. It was the scene of the abyss plane that Cyber had mistakenly entered. Looking at the rolling clouds, the goddess sighed softly, "Do you see the rolling clouds?" "I see it." Cyber nodded fiercely. The beautiful goddess continued, "This is the materialization of the abyss power. It forever shrouds the sky above the abyss plane, isolating and interfering with everything. It is precisely because of its existence that my power is suppressed. I can only maintain a minimal connection with my summoning power, only allowing you to walk in that world. If not for your final will and conviction breaking through the interference of the abyss power, I wouldn't even be able to summon you to this place." Cyber's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the various problems he encountered when he first entered the abyss plane where the frost elves resided. The broken system connection, the logout button that couldn't be activated. Could it be that it wasn't a bug, but that the plot had already begun at that time? He still had some doubts in his heart, but after hearing the goddess' words, he no longer wanted to dwell on those details. Right now, he only wanted to save the frost elves. "So, what do I need to do? Think of a way to disperse these dark clouds?" Cyber pursued the question. The goddess lightly shook her head and sighed softly, "Even I have no way to purify and disperse the dark clouds condensed by the abyss power." Hearing this, Cyber was somewhat disappointed. "But," the goddess changed the topic, "when I summoned you, I sensed that there was a region in that world where the abyss power was relatively weak. That should be a region with extremely high terrain. Find it and lead all the frost elves there. When you see the true night sky, pray to the sky together. Call out my name, call out my power. When that time comes, light will definitely descend upon the world." Hearing this, Cyber took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "The true night sky? I understand." He bowed respectfully to the beautiful goddess. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "What's the matter?" "Your Excellency, can I request the help of the other chosen ones?" Looking at Cyber's expectant expression, the goddess sighed, "Before you see the true night sky, this mission. I'm afraid you can only complete it alone." "Why? You should know how I entered that world, right?" Cyber asked doubtfully. The goddess' gaze was deep. "It's that sealing array. There are many powerful enemies in the abyss. This summoning is enough to attract the attention of some existences. There are many ancient auras under that sealing array. When you appeared in front of me, they probably already sensed it. Before all the frost elves evacuate, that place is no longer safe. Cyber, you only have one chance, even if it's for the safety of the lost elves. Find the true night sky and lead the frost elves to pray together. When that time comes, the other chosen ones will naturally descend with my power." "Cyber, this will be a difficult mission. Can you do it?" Hearing the goddess' question, Cyber's gaze gradually became firm. He took a deep breath, met the goddess' gentle and clear gaze, and said seriously, "Of course, this is the promise I made to Estelle." The goddess smiled. That dreamy smile was as if the whole world was welcoming spring. "I'll be watching you from the gods' kingdom. Brave chosen one." Light once again illuminated the whole world. Cyber's vision once again turned into a vast expanse of white. His slightly illusory figure slowly dissipated. Looking at the place where Cyber disappeared, Eve was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief. What she just said was both true and false. Specks of light gathered behind her, and the figure of the fairy queen, Fennel, appeared behind her. This demigod-level oracle knelt on the ground, lowered her head slightly, and blamed herself, "Great goddess. It's Fennel's fault for not discovering the problem with the game system in time." Eve slowly turned around and waved her hand lightly. "Get up." A gentle power lifted the fairy queen, Fennel, up slowly. "This isn't your fault, I can only say. No one would have thought that a chosen one would be teleported to the abyss. The power of the abyss can dissolve with divine power, or directly pollute and degenerate. It interfered with the operation of the game system from such a long distance, and even removed the range of activity of the chosen one. It's normal. However, if it weren't for this accident, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that the elves of the Frost tribe had actually entered the abyss. The internal space and time of the abyss are distorted. We don't know how long they have been there." Eve sighed deeply, and a hint of complexity and sadness flashed across her eyes. Then, she sorted out her emotions and smiled. "However, now that I've strengthened the connection, we just have to wait for news from the chosen one." Looking at Eve's gentle smile, the fairy queen lowered her head deeply. "Thank you for your forgiveness, merciful goddess." Then, she asked anxiously, "Then, should the chosen one's 100 resurrection tokens be deducted again?" Eve, "No need." She shook her head lightly. Then, she looked at the sky of the kingdom of God, at the dazzling sky full of stars. To be able to break through the system's restrictions with just faith and willpower, even if the power of the system is greatly suppressed by the abyss, it's still admirable. Perhaps I've always underestimated the power of willpower. It's only 100 resurrection tokens. Forget it. However, let's strengthen the system again. The war between gods and demons is just around the corner. I don't want to see problems with the system after the chosen one enters the abyss. Hearing Eve's words, the fairy queen bowed deeply. "I understand, your holiness." The fairy queen Fennel slowly retreated. Only Eve was left, quietly looking at the starry sky of the kingdom of God. The smile on her face slowly faded, and it was gradually replaced by a solemn expression. It was understandable that Cyber could break through the system's restrictions. After all, the strength of the restrictions in the player's body was linked to the strength of the system, and it was weak under the suppression of the abyss. This wasn't a bad thing. At the very least, the moment he broke through the restrictions, it also stimulated the system itself, which allowed Eve to take the opportunity to strengthen the connection and summon his consciousness into the kingdom of God. Although Eve still couldn't locate Cyber's position in the abyss due to the interference of the abyss power, at the very least, she could check his vision and restore his system's operation. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that when Cyber was temporarily disconnected from the network on Blue Star due to the interference of the abyss, he was still able to move freely in the abyss. When he first pulled the consciousness of the players into the world of Seekers, it was through the network channel on Blue Star. With the network channel blocked, how could the consciousness of the players that connected to the world of Seekers through the network channel exist independently? Although Eve could sense that Cyber was still under her control and could still force the players to go offline, this also meant that her method of summoning the players wasn't as simple as she thought. Thinking of this, Eve couldn't help but reach out her hand and conjure the constantly flashing blue ball of light in her soul. His gaze became extremely deep in an instant. "Are you really just a channel that connects to the world of Blue Star?" Ding! You have triggered an epic personal mission, Darkness Before Dawn. Thousands of years of waiting will not be forgotten. Pure souls will be redeemed. Chase with hope. Break through the darkness and welcome the bright light. Mission objective: lead the Frost tribe back to the world of Seekers. Mission reward: Goddess favorability +10, personal reputation +50, silver promotion slot, divine artifact repair point scroll, 500,000 points, x6, ding. You have received a golden legendary title, Chosen One. Equip effect: permanently increase EXP gain by 5%, ding. You have received the Goddess Blessing, Divine Favor effect: you have received the ability to borrow the power of faith. Your power level is temporarily increased to level 70, upper silver. Your body's recovery speed is increased by 100%, duration, until the end of the Darkness Before Dawn mission. The system's beautiful voice rang in his ears, and the familiar words flashed across his vision. Cyber sat up abruptly and looked at the luxurious mission reward with his mouth agape. He reached out his hands and felt the vast power in his body. He felt a little dizzy. The skill pane at the bottom of his vision refreshed rapidly and leveled up. The original skill quickly became an upper silver skill. The avatar frame at the top left corner turned into a bright gold color. It was the symbol of divine favor. Clenching his fist slightly, Cyber felt his body was filled with power. Darkness before dawn, I will complete it. His voice was firm. He raised his head and looked around. He found that he was sitting on a simple stone bed, and his armor had been taken off. There was an elf-style chandelier hanging above his head, but it was still fueled by the pungent grease. Although this was a dilapidated room, it still looked elegant and grand. There were even elf-style decorations and carvings on the walls. It was very similar to the resting rooms of the temples in the elven forest. There was a clothes rack at the door, and the equipment he took off was placed on it. Where is this? A temple? Cyber was a little confused. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Cyber's expression tensed up. Right. Estelle. He remembered what Doré had entrusted him before he disappeared. The daughter of the Silver Frost Elf, Estelle. However, just as he was about to get off the bed, his body suddenly stopped. In front of his bed, there was a thin and weak figure lying on his stomach. She slept peacefully, a few drops of tears still hanging on her long eyelashes. It was the elf girl, Estelle. Looking at the girl's pitiful appearance, Cyber's heart ached. He sighed slightly, and his movements became gentler. He gently reached out his hand, wanting to stroke the girl's small head, but after a moment of hesitation, he finally withdrew his hand. Looking at the girl's tired expression, Cyber gently shook his head. Let her sleep a little longer. Stretching lazily, Cyber glanced at the chat box at the bottom left corner of his vision. The world channel was refreshed again, but the refresh rate was rather slow. However, Cyber, who had already met the goddess, understood that this was because the flow of time in the Abyss world was different from that in the Seeker's world. In other words, Elven Nation's 4 times faster thinking speed was far from the limit. In this mission that he had accidentally triggered, his thinking speed was even faster. Perhaps, it was because of this that he had to complete the mission alone, Cyber thought to himself. The friend column began to flash again, and the connection was completely restored. Cyber clicked on the list and opened the chat window with one of his closest friends. F***CK. Cyber, what hidden mission did you trigger? Amazing, the whole server is floating. You went to meet the goddess? F***CK. Plot. This is a special plot. Pfft. Ha 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 ha, Cyber, your conversation with the goddess is too childish, right? Ha ha ha, so. Embarrassing, F***CK? You found Malovia's missing elf? Big brother, bring me along. Cyber was speechless. Looking at the plot video sent by his friend, his cheeks were quickly dyed with a layer of red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, he quickly took a few deep breaths, adjusted his state of mind, and calmed himself down. Those who hadn't experienced this part of the plot wouldn't be able to understand his feelings. Shaking his head, he typed a reply. I'll tell you later, I'll post a record post on the official website. This is the story of a tribe with firm beliefs waiting for 1,000 years. With a slight sigh, Cyber closed the chat interface. The entire system was working well, and even the background music was slowly playing. Looking at the game interface that had returned to normal, Cyber felt at ease, as though he had returned home. However, listening to the soothing tune in the background music, his heart ached slightly. That beautiful music was nothing else. It was Morning of the Jade Cold Jade. For a moment, the image of Dolly playing the elven harp appeared in front of Cyber's eyes, as well as the vicissitudes of life that floated above the city. He felt that he might never be able to listen to this song again. With a soft sigh, Cyber completely turned off the music in the system. The world quieted down, and his heart also became peaceful. Outside the window, the wind had stopped. The beast-like roars and the battle cries of swords and sabers were long gone. He could only see the occasional flickering sky through the window. Those were bolts of lightning. Cyber could vaguely hear the conversation and prayers of the elves coming from outside the house. It was not clear, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of security. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and an ugly figure appeared in Cyber's sight. It was the old elf Gando who gave him the silver dagger. Looking at Cyber, who sat up, he was slightly startled, and then revealed a horrifying smile. Unsullied one, you are awake. After saying that, he looked at the elven girl who was sleeping soundly in front of the window, and a hint of sadness flashed through his muddy eyes. Follow me, Lady Aurora is waiting for you in the central temple, Gando said. His voice was very low, as though he did not want to disturb the sleeping girl. Cyber was slightly startled. He hesitated for a moment, nodded lightly, and slowly got up from the bed. After getting off the bed, he looked at the sleeping Estelle, thought for a moment, and then gently carried her and put her on the bed. Looking at the elven girl, who frowned slightly, then curled up her body, pulled the thin blanket over her body, and curled up into a cute dumpling, Cyber's eyes flashed with gentleness. Estelle is a good girl, and a strong child. You have Doriai's blessing on you, looks like he has entrusted his daughter to you. Unsullied one, I hope you will not let him down, Gando sighed slightly. Hearing his words, Cyber was slightly startled, and only then did he notice that there was a silver buff under his avatar. Blessing of the Frost Elves. Description: this is a blessing given to you by a frost elf who sacrificed her soul energy before her death. Effect: you will receive 30% immunity to all frost magic below legendary level that is no higher than your own level by 10 levels. This effect is permanently bound. Cyber was slightly startled, and fell into silence. I will take good care of her, he said in a deep voice. Let's go, let her sleep a little longer, because she was worried about Doriai, she hasn't slept well for a few days, Gando said emotionally. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the room. Cyber looked at the sleeping girl and sighed in his heart. After that, he also tiptoed to the door, picked up his equipment, and followed Gonduo out of the room. After gently closing the door, Cyber let out a sigh of relief. While putting on his equipment, he asked, Mr. Gando, how long have I slept? His voice was much louder than before. Gando looked at him and said, from the moment the miracle appeared, about 2 hours. Miracle? Cyber was a little confused. Is it a miracle when the goddess summoned me? He guessed in his heart. Then, he calculated the time that Gando said. 2 hours. Cyber looked at the time in his system and made a rough calculation. He was surprised to find that the flow of time here was far more exaggerated than he imagined. It was at least 5 times faster than the world of Seekers. In other words, it was at least 20 times faster than the world of Blue Star. For a moment, he even wondered if his accelerated thinking would cause him to suddenly die. Of course, it was just a random thought. At this moment, he noticed that Gando suddenly looked at him in a daze, with a somewhat surprised expression. Unsullied one, no. Mr. Cyber, what is your strength? He frowned slightly and asked. Cyber looked at his hands, and his eyes swept past the silver number 70 next to his avatar, and his expression changed. After tidying up his equipment, he revealed a confident smile and said, let's go. Mr. Gando, now. I am a silver upper. Gando paused for a moment and looked at him meaningfully, but he did not say anything else. Let's go, he said. The two walked in the temple-style corridor, one at the front and one at the back. Cyber looked around curiously and followed Gando's footsteps. He walked to his side and asked, Mr. Gando, is this the temple? Gando nodded, yes, this is our temple of nature. Why am I here? After the miracle happened, we specially sent people to bring you here after you fell asleep. I see. The black tide has ended? This kind of small-scale black tide will last at most 4 to 5 hours. Black tide. Is it the Devil's Siege? Gando stopped and looked at Cyber. He paused for a moment and said, yes, but not entirely. Cyber paused for a moment. He looked at Gando's sad face and did not know how to continue asking. For a moment, the two were silent. Only the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Mr. Cyber. Just when Cyber was thinking about how to continue the topic, Gando suddenly spoke again. The ugly old elf glanced at Cyber and asked with an indescribable expression. You are not from this world? Cyber paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, that's right. I came here from the Seeker's world. Hearing Cyber's answer, Gando paused for a moment. His cloudy eyes flashed faintly. The Seeker's World, I haven't heard of this name for a long time. He let out a long sigh. After that, he suddenly became spirited and his eyes lit up. In other words, there is still a passage between the two worlds? But soon, he shook his head again. So what if there is a passage? A world without mother is no different from the abyss. Also, the passage is one way. Once you come here, you can't go back, not to mention, even you who came here, have already given up on your faith in mother. Cyber opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he stopped. Because they had already reached the end of the corridor. In front of them was a 3-meter-tall door. It was unknown what material it was made of, but there were elvish-style drawings on it. It seemed to be some legends of the elves. "We're here," Gando said. After that, he gently pushed open the door. Following a creaking sound, a gentle light shone out from within the door. Cyber followed Gando and walked in. What greeted his eyes was a sacred and majestic hall. The hall was in the typical style of an elven temple. Even though it did not use the traditional white boulders and beautiful stone carvings, it was still dignified and elegant. The hall was filled with exquisite chandeliers. Unlike the oil lamps that Cyber had seen before, he could not identify the source of energy for these lights. But, it should be magic or divine arts. In the center of the hall was a beautiful statue of a goddess. It was about 3 meters tall. It looked exactly like the goddess Eve. Holy, dignified. In front of the statue, there was a female elf with long blue hair kneeling. Unlike Gonduo, who was wearing a tattered grayish-black robe, she was wearing a beautiful light blue dress that was decorated with star-like patterns. Her dress was spotless, as if she was an angel that had descended to the world. The angel had her back facing Cyber, and was praying devoutly towards the statue. Cyber could hear her gentle prayer. That pleasant voice seemed to have a magical power that could calm people's hearts and make them forget all their troubles. Specks of light dotted her body, making her look holy and beautiful. Although she could not be compared to a goddess, she was still worthy of respect. "Master Aurora, Mr. Cyber has arrived," Gando said respectfully. The prayer stopped abruptly. The female elf slowly stood up and gently turned around. What entered Cyber's eyes was a flawless and beautiful face. Her delicate skin emitted a faint glow, and her silver blue eyes sparkled like stars. Although she was not as mesmerizing as a goddess, her beauty was enough to kill any player and who took pride in creating facial data. The female elf smiled and said in a gentle tone, "You're right. It's nice to meet you, my clansman from the material world, Sir Cyber." Cyber looked at the beautiful elf in front of him, his heart filled with surprise. He originally thought that the Lady Aurora that Gando spoke of would undergo the same mutation as him, but he didn't expect her to be even more beautiful than the Saintess Alice. Perhaps, only that fellow Celestial would be able to compete with Lady Aurora, right? Cyber couldn't help but think. Just as he was looking at the female elf in a daze, the female elf faintly smiled again. "Sir Cyber, I sense a familiar aura from your body. Are you Orlas's emissary or Diana's apostle?" Cyber's heart shook when he heard Aurora's question. He had never heard of the name Diana. However, the name of the demigod Orlas was well known among the players. After all, the storyline in Orlas Demiplane had touched countless people. For her to be able to say Orlas's name so naturally, the status of this Lady Aurora probably wasn't lower than that demigod Orlas. Cyber's mind shook when he thought of this. In the game's background, it was said that the goddess had 8 demigod-level divine emissaries 1,000 years ago. Apart from the demigod Orlas, each of the 7 elven clans had a demigod. Could it be that she was one of the 8 demigod divine emissaries, the elven demigod of the Frost tribe? Cyber boldly guessed. Thinking of this, his mood gradually became more and more excited. If that was the case, as long as he could obtain the approval and support of this Lady Aurora, the mission would be a lot smoother. Cyber's expression turned solemn. He skillfully drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest and said, "Lady Aurora, I'm neither His Majesty Orlas's emissary nor Her Majesty Diana's apostle. I'm Her Majesty the Goddess Chosen One and God's Chosen One. I came here to receive the Goddess Oracle to lead everyone home." Cyber's tone was sincere and earnest. His loud and clear voice reverberated in the spacious temple. However, although she heard his words, this Lady Aurora didn't show the excitement and sincerity he had imagined. On the contrary, Cybo noticed that the smile on the other party's face instantly turned cold. "Sir Cyber." Aurora suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Her voice was still soft and weak, but it carried a kind of determination and alienation. "We Frost Elves will only ever be loyal to one person, and we Frost Elves will only ever have one goal in the abyss. The only true god of the elves is the great world tree Xianxia. If any mythical being thinks that he can obtain the faith of us Frost Elves just by obtaining the priesthood of life and nature, I'm afraid he will be disappointed. No one can replace Her Majesty's position in our hearts." After saying that, he looked at Cyber with a hint of disappointment. "I thought you were the messenger of my two old friends. Looks like I was expecting too much. How can you, who have no faith, be their messenger? Please go back." After saying that, she waved her hand lightly. Cybo felt an irresistible force lifting his body. Before he could react, he was sent flying out of the hall. "Wait. Lady Aurora. The goddess is the mother goddess," he hurriedly said. However, the door to the hall was already closed. Cyber opened his mouth and suddenly felt a little confused. The development of the situation, it seemed to be different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the door to the hall was slowly pushed open, and the old elf Gando appeared in Cyber's sight. Cyber was shocked. He crawled up from the ground and explained, "That's right. Mr. Gando. I'm telling the truth." "No. I didn't make it clear just now. The goddess is the world tree. Her current name is Xianxia. She has already recovered. It was the goddess who asked me to bring everyone home." However, to his disappointment, Gando was also expressionless. "Your Excellency Cyber, please be careful with your words. No one can pretend to be the great mother goddess. I'm telling the truth. Don't the Frost Elves have magic to detect lies? I'm really the world tree's chosen one." "Then, what if you're also deceived, faithless one?" Gando didn't even call him by his name. Instead, he directly called out the most severe form of contempt for a believer. Cyber's eyes widened in astonishment. Why didn't he realize that these Frost Elves were so stubborn? No, wait, can't they feel the divine aura of the goddess on me? Didn't a beta tester say that all the chosen ones had the aura of a true god and that NPCs could distinguish the true god's identity from this aura? Back then, demigod Orlos recognized the goddess through her divine aura. Why can't it work with Aurora? What's going on? Cyber was confused. Gando looked at him coldly. "Faithless one, I can forgive you for offending the mother goddess, but don't mention this again. No myth can replace the position of the mother goddess, no one. We won't expel you. After all, you're also one of us, and you're not a villain. Without the protection of Lady Aurora, even if you have the blessing of a myth, you won't be able to survive in this evil world. However, I'll send someone to keep an eye on you. Don't do anything stupid. Also, the Frost Elves value promises. Since Dory I entrusted Estelle to you, I won't forcefully take her away. However, if I find out that you've done something wrong to her, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." As he spoke, his aura surged. It was far stronger than the strongest player Cybo had ever met. Cybo's face instantly turned pale, and he fell to the ground with a thump. Then, the old elf looked at Cyber coldly, turned around, and entered the hall, closing the door behind him. Only when Gando's aura completely disappeared did Cyber start to gasp for air. Oh my god! How many monsters did he kill to accumulate this aura? Cyber got up from the ground and panted. He was at a loss. He gritted his teeth and tried to push open the door to the hall again, but he found that he couldn't open it no matter what. After a while, he could only give up and lay on the ground dejectedly. There must be something I didn't figure out. I must have missed out on some key information, he muttered to himself as he panted. Cyber closed his eyes and thought about what he said just now. He tried to recall what went wrong. Unfortunately, he really couldn't figure it out. The hallway of the temple was very quiet. Only the beeping sound of his friend notifications could be heard. Looking at the flashing friend icon at the bottom right corner of his vision, Cyber's eyes moved and he struggled to get up from the ground. Right, I can't figure out the reason. But that doesn't mean that others can't. I haven't had a priest profession. I've been either leveling up or taking screenshots of the scenery. I don't know anything about divine spells or divine blessings. I also don't know anything about the goddess teachings or her past, but there are many big shots in the game who are interested in the goddess and the church. Maybe they can figure out what went wrong. Cyber stopped hesitating and quickly opened the back-end system network and logged into the official website. He found the official forum and logged into his game account to create a new topic. Big shots. Urgent help. I'm doing a personal epic mission. The goddess has blessed me with divine blessings. But what if the elven demigod doesn't recognize the goddess identity? After typing the question, Cyber pulled up the video recording of his meeting with Aurora and uploaded it. After that, he hit the official website in the back end. The speed of thinking in this world was faster than in the Seeker's dimension. It would probably take a long time for the other players to reply, so Cyber planned to come back in a few hours. Now, he had to think of a way to investigate the clues. He went back the way he came and returned to the resting room of the temple. Estelle was still sleeping peacefully on the bed, like a delicate porcelain doll. Unfortunately, the sarcoma on her face had ruined her originally flawless cheeks. Cyber's gaze softened as he looked at the girl who was huddling into a ball. At this moment, the door of the resting room was suddenly pushed open. Cyber turned his head and saw two ferocious-looking frost elves in tattered armor appear at the door. They held long swords in their hands and looked at Cyber. They said apologetically, "Your Excellency Cyber, Lady Aurora has ordered that the Nature Temple doesn't welcome the Messenger of God. You can't continue to stay in the temple. Please leave as soon as possible." Cyber opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. He suddenly understood why the goddess said that this was a difficult mission. "Mr. Cyber? You're awake? Eh? Why am I on the bed?" A somewhat dazed voice came from behind. Cyber looked back and saw that Estelle had already woken up. She was rubbing her sleepy eyes, tilting her head and frowning slightly. He looked at the yawning girl with moist eyes, then at the two aggressive elven guards at the door and sighed. "I got it." After that, he patted the girl's shoulder lightly. "Estelle, let's go home." "Eh? Aren't you going to meet Lady Aurora? How's your body? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "I'm fine. Let's talk when we get back." The orange flame flickered in the basin and Cyber returned to the dilapidated house. But now, only he and Estelle were left. The taciturn frost elf who played the harp well was no longer there. "So, Lady Aurora doesn't believe that you're the blessed of Mother Goddess?" Under the firelight, Estelle was holding a book called Nature's Canon that she had flipped through countless times. She looked at Cyber and asked curiously. Her expression was no longer sad and she seemed to have walked out of her father's departure. Cyber sighed and forced out a smile. "Estelle, do you believe me?" Estelle thought for a moment and nodded. "I'm willing to believe." Cyber was delighted. "But, Mother once said that Lady Aurora is the most trusted existence of Mother Goddess. She wholeheartedly wanted to revive Mother Goddess and sacrificed everything for the continuation of the Frost tribe. She even gave up the path to becoming a mythical legend." "She wouldn't lie," the girl said again. Cyber was slightly stunned. "Moreover, no one wants to change everything more than Lady Aurora. Mother said that if it wasn't for Lady Aurora's support, we would have been swallowed by the dark tide," Estelle continued as she flipped through the pages of the Canon of Nature. "There must be some misunderstanding." She clenched her fist as if she was certain. Looking at the determined girl, Cyber was a little surprised. "Your mother? Does she know Lady Aurora very well? What else did she say?" "Mother used to be the chief priest of the temple. She's a powerful upper gold class," Estelle said proudly. This time, Cyber was really surprised. "Upper gold class? Then how did she get together with your father?" After saying this, he realized that what he had said was very inappropriate and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I don't mean anything else. I just remember that Mr. Dory is only an upper silver class, so I'm a little surprised by the combination of an upper gold class and a silver class. I'm sorry, Estelle. I shouldn't have mentioned this topic," Cyber said regretfully. The girl had just lost her father. Mentioning her father at this time was like rubbing salt on the wound. He regretted it the moment he said it. However, Estelle's expression was normal. She shook her head slightly and said with a little sadness, "Mr. Cyber, you don't have to worry about it. I'm not sad anymore. I've recovered after crying for a while. Everyone will die. This is our destiny. I've long been aware that I will also have such a day in the future. Father's soul can be purified and not fall into the abyss like those fallen in the wild. This is the most gratifying result for him. So, instead of reminiscing about the past, it's better to look forward." Looking at the determined girl, Cyber was very emotional. "You're really strong." "Of course, I'm a strong frost elf. Being strong and optimistic is the biggest advantage of us frost elves." Estelle straightened her back and said proudly. Then, she continued. "As for why father got together with mother, it's just that the temple happened to match them." "Match?" Cyber was slightly startled. "That's right. In the tribe, there are people returning to the embrace of Mother Goddess almost every day. So in order to maintain the population, the temple implemented a match system thousands of years ago. Every adult elf will be assigned a partner and give birth to the next generation. The match is chosen through divine spells. In order to reduce the contamination of the next generation, the most suitable candidates will be matched together. So, strength is not valued as much. I'll be like this in the future. Maybe in 5 years, I'll participate in the match." The girl said. 5 years? Cyber was startled. He subconsciously looked at Estelle, the elf girl who looked like an 11 or 12 years old human girl. He was shocked. The elf's growth period was about 10 times that of humans. The girl would probably still be around the same age after 5 years. To the elves, this was still a young age. Are they going to be matched and give birth to the next generation? That's not right. She clearly mentioned that she would only be matched after she became an adult. Cyber's mind was in a mess as he asked curiously. "Estelle, how old are you?" "I'll be 20 years old next year." The girl replied, 20 years old? This time, Cyber was truly shocked. He thought he would get an answer that was 100 years old. "Yes, is there a problem?" Estelle asked in confusion. "There's a big problem, although this age is still considered slow for humans. You're an elf, did you eat a ripening agent?" Cyber complained in his heart. Wait, ripening agent? Cyber's heart skipped a beat. The valve of his memory slowly opened and he suddenly remembered a post he saw on the official website. It seemed to be an entertainment post by a few casual druid players. After the Demon God Instance dungeon was opened, they caught a few demons and used them as fertilizer for their crops. They wanted to experiment and see what kind of strange things would grow out of them. In the end, the crops fell and became abyss seeds. They grew at a much faster rate than normal crops and almost contaminated the elf forest's farmland. Could it be? Eating the demon's flesh would accelerate the growth of the body while leading to the fall. Cyber couldn't help but think in his heart. He looked at the girl again and his gaze became more complicated. Thousands of years, he suddenly didn't dare to imagine how the Frost tribe lived through these thousands of years. Estelle didn't notice the complicated expression on Cyber's face. She flipped through the sacred scripture of nature and said in a firm tone, "In the future, I'll definitely become someone like my mother. I'll protect my tribe and purify the darkness. It's too hard for Lady Aurora to persevere alone. My mother said that in order to revive the Mother Goddess and maintain the purity of the Mother Goddess power of faith, she would never take the initiative to fuse with the power of faith collected by the temple. Instead, she had been using her own power to silently control the divine barrier. If I can become the saintess of the Mother Goddess, I'll be able to control the power of faith and help Lady Aurora share the burden. However, the Mother Goddess has been asleep for so long. It's been a long time since the chosen woman who can control the Mother Goddess power of faith," Estelle said with some regret. Power of faith, chosen woman, Cyber was slightly stunned. For a moment, a light seemed to flash in his mind. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the girl's shoulder. He asked with some excitement, "Estelle, can you repeat what you said just now?" Estelle was shocked. She glanced at Cyber and suddenly realized something. She said apologetically, "No. Mr. Cyber, I didn't mean that I don't believe you, no. I'm talking about something else. Saintess? Chosen woman? Controlling the mother goddess power of faith? What about the chosen man? Cyber asked agitatedly. The chosen man. Of course it's the Holy Son, Estelle said blankly. End of chapter 704. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.